The long-lost heiress of the Lu family, Lu Zhifu, has finally been brought back home after years of wandering. However, the family had already adopted a daughter who has taken her place. What was expected to unfold as a melodramatic tale of mistaken identities has instead revealed that her brothers do not favor Lu Jinniao, leading to a rivalry among the siblings. Initially, Lu Zhifu presents herself as gentle and demure, quickly becoming the cherished darling of the household. The brothers, protective of their little sister, strive to shield her, the sole untainted flower in their family. From the world's corruption, the Lu family stands as a premier financial dynasty in Country Z, with a vast and intricate network encompassing both legitimate and illicit enterprises. Not a single member of the family, including the adopted Lu Jinniao, possesses a virtuous disposition. Lu Zhifu is akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves, with everyone eagerly awaiting her downfall, wagering on how long she might survive in the treacherous Lu household. With a wry smile, Lu Zhifu muses, how could a bad bamboo produce good shoots? I am no mere accident of the Lu family. If the Lu family represents the pinnacle of international aristocracy, then she, Lu Zhifu, embodies the undisputed queen of the underworld. As the leader of the foremost assassin organization, Dark Phoenix, the clandestine owner of the intelligence auction house Weaving Sky, the chief toxicologist of an underground medical research institute, a master forger within a thieving collective, and one of the founders of the hacker organization Logical Abyss, her connections in both legitimate and illicit circles are boundless. The mercenary queen is her dear confidant, the bounty hunter emperor shares a life and death bond with her, and the president of Country M seeks to adopt her as his goddaughter. The title of the Lu family's eldest daughter is merely a gilded embellishment to her already illustrious identity. Chapter 1. Returning home to reconnect, In the capital of Country Z, today marks the momentous occasion of Lu Zhifu's return after years of separation from her family. Nearly all members of the Lu family, aside from the collateral branches, have gathered in anticipation to welcome her back. The current patriarch, Lu Qinjun, and his wife, Shen Qinglan, pace anxiously, stealing glances at the entrance, their faces betraying a mix of excitement and trepidation. What do you think our daughter looks like now? Will she resent us for losing her? Will she even like us? Shen Qinglan murmurs to herself. Their youngest daughter was abducted by a rival when she was merely a month old, vanishing without a trace. The Lu family searched tirelessly for over a decade, only recently uncovering a lead in a slum in Country F. That slum is notorious for its filth and confinement. They can scarcely fathom the hardships their daughter has endured. Thus, they promptly dispatched trusted aides to retrieve her, confirming her identity before bringing her home. Initially, they had hoped to investigate her past, but found only an abyss of information. No photographs, no records. Logically, given the Lu family's influence, such a lack of information should not be possible. Yet, they had no time to dwell on such matters. The priority was to welcome her back and ensure her comfort. Do not fret. Even if she harbors resentment, we shall take our time to provide her with the best. Surely, we can win her over. Lu Qinjun reassures his wife, though he himself feels uncertain. Their three sons sit quietly, their expressions neutral, occasionally glancing at their phones. To them, this sister they have yet to meet stirs only a fleeting curiosity, lacking the bond of childhood memories. While her return is undoubtedly positive, they silently ponder whether the Lu family is truly suited for her. Perhaps returning is not the best choice after all. Just as these thoughts linger, a commotion at the entrance signals her arrival. They rise in unison. The butler, Zhou Shikuan, personally accompanied Lu Zhifu back from Country F, opening the car door for her and leading her into the grand Lu residence. Miss, your father and mother are awaiting you inside, he gestures, indicating for her to enter. Lu Zhifu lifts her gaze and casually inquires, aren't you coming in, Uncle Zhou? It is not my place to meddle in the family's matters. I am here to fulfill my duties, he replies with a courteous gesture. She nods slightly and steps into the main hall, her eyes immediately landing on Lu Qinjun and Shen Qinglan, whose gazes intertwine, radiating an indescribable tension. Lu Zhifu remains silent, merely observing them, as if momentarily entranced. Shen Qinglan's eyes glisten with unshed tears as she approaches Lu Zhifu, maintaining a respectful distance, wary of overwhelming her. My daughter, my precious daughter, I have finally awaited your return. Her voice trembles with emotion. Clad in simple attire, Lu Zhifu's natural beauty shines through, her visage untouched by cosmetics, yet strikingly exquisite, embodying the classic allure of a cold jade beauty. A tear mole, vivid as cinnabar, adorns her left eye, a mark shared by her three brothers, an unmistakable indication of her lineage, inheriting their physical attributes. Flawlessly, mother, Lu Zhifu softly addresses the elegant woman before her voice gentle yet laced with uncertainty and restraint. "And I am your father," Lu Qinjun interjects, drawn closer by her gentle demeanor, his usually stoic expression revealing a hint of anticipation. "Father," she responds with the same sweetness. Welcome home, my daughter." He beams. "Thank you, father and mother." Lu Zhifu's gaze shifts to the three figures behind her parents. Handsome and noble, they exude an air of sophistication, her brothers no doubt. "Little sister, I am your eldest brother." Lu Qinyan steps forward, his tall stature and chiseled features reminiscent of an ice sculpture, his prominent nose and deep-set eyes imparting an aura of enigma. "I am your second brother." Lu Yubai follows, his demeanor calm and composed, his voice low and cool, each word resonating like ice against jade, devoid of emotion. "And I am your third brother." Lu Jingyao greets her with a wave, his silver-streaked hair and playful demeanor revealing a youthful exuberance. Liu Zhifu greets each of them in turn, her soft and melodic voice enhancing their fondness for her. Such a well-mannered gem emerging from the Lu family is indeed rare. It is fortunate she was not raised within their midst. Otherwise, the harmonious atmosphere is abruptly shattered by a discordant voice. "Oh dear, I apologize. I lost track of time and did not come out to welcome my sister right away. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Lu Zhifu raised her gaze towards the source of the sound, and there she beheld an elegant and radiant figure descending gracefully from the spiral staircase, a smile gracing her lips that seemed not to reach her eyes. As she drew nearer, Lu Zhifu discerned the features of the woman. Though not a biological daughter of the Lu family, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty. Her lips resembled the freshly unfurling petals of a peony, naturally tinted with a delicate crimson hue, while the corners of her mouth were gently upturned, imparting a semblance of mirth even when her expression was one of coolness. Her skin exuded a luster akin to that of mutton-fat jade, a testament to the meticulous nurturing bestowed upon her by a prestigious family. Every gesture and movement radiated an air of aristocratic elegance. Indeed, she epitomized the quintessential daughter of a wealthy family, a paragon of high society. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that she was Lu Jinyao, the adopted daughter of the Lu family, who was merely a few months younger than Lu Zhifu. Though her words conveyed an apology, they seemed more like a veiled attempt to intimidate Lu Zhifu. "That won't be necessary," Lu Zhifu replied softly, lowering her eyes. "Stop pretending," Lu Jingyao scoffed, her demeanor shifting almost instantly. A wave of anxiety washed over Lu Zhifu, fearing that the remark was directed at her. Was the cliché of competing heiresses about to unfold, as often depicted in novels? Her brothers, having doted on their sister for over a decade, would undoubtedly be protective of her, regardless of the bonds of blood. Their affection for her would preclude any tolerance for her suffering, compelling them to stand by her side. Yet, was it not all happening rather too swiftly? She had scarcely begun to take any action. Chapter 2. Why is this unfolding differently? At this moment, Lu Zhifu had already contemplated how to respond, but then she heard Lu Jinyao speak up. "Why should I care? Who cares about you? Don't get too sentimental." Lu Jingyao's tone was decidedly impatient, directed entirely at Lu Jinyao. Lu Zhifu was taken aback. Is this not aligning with her expectations? Was the bond between the siblings truly so frail? It was the joyous occasion of their beloved daughter's return, yet they still found ways to quarrel? "Don't frighten her," Shen Qinglan admonished, casting a reproachful glance at them. Lu Jingyao merely hummed in acknowledgement, tempering his expression. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyao wore a look of deep grievance. "Mom, she is your precious daughter. Am I not as well? You promised to treat us equally." "Yao Yao, don't sulk." Shen Qinglan and Lu Qinjun both felt a headache coming on. One was a biological daughter they had long felt indebted to, while the other was a carefully nurtured adopted daughter, both equally precious. The situation they had feared had come to pass. If one must be slighted, it might as well be Lu Jinyao first. "Why am I the one sulking? You were the one who yelled at me first." Lu Jinyao's delicate face was filled with indignation. Until now, Shen Qinglan had always indulged her. When had she ever spoken harshly to her? All right, it's my fault." Shen Qinglan suddenly recalled something and consoled Lu Jinyao. Then turned to Lu Zhifu with a hint of regret. "My dear daughter, this is your sister. Years ago, you were secretly taken away, and we searched in vain, longing for you until we finally adopted her. You are both the cherished jewels of the Lu family. You must learn to coexist harmoniously," Lu Qinjun added. After speaking, he carefully gauged Lu Zhifu's expression. Typically, one would feel discontent knowing someone had usurped their place, relishing a life that rightfully belonged to them. However, even with her return, Lu Jinyao could not simply be dismissed. The best approach was to encourage a sisterly bond, fostering peace between them. Seeing no displeasure on Lu Zhifu's face, Lu Qianjun secretly exhaled in relief. I understand. Lu Zhifu's compliance only endeared her further to the couple. Humph. Lu Jinyao turned her face away in a haughty yet stubborn manner, nearly broadcasting her discontent. Lu Qianjun and Shen Qinglan exchanged glances, swiftly changing the subject. All right. Enough standing around. Gigi, after such a long journey, you must be hungry. Let us have a meal. They had arranged a lavish feast in advance. Unsure of her preferences, they had ensured a diverse spread. Upon hearing the sudden intimacy in the address, Lu Zhifu felt somewhat uncomfortable but refrained from commenting. The family settled down together. Noticing Lu Zhifu's reluctance to pick up her chopsticks, Shen Qinglan assumed she was merely shy. Gigi, there are no strict rules at home. Feel free to enjoy yourself. Although the Lu family was one of the most prestigious families in Country Z, they had numerous traditions. Yet, given Lu Zhifu's unique situation, they were willing to make exceptions for her. Lu Jinyao interjected with a sarcastic tone. Sister probably doesn't even know basic table manners, afraid of embarrassing herself, right? Perhaps we should have Aunt Zhao come and teach you? Aunt Zhao was the Lu family's housekeeper, the wife of Zhou Shirguan. Yao Yao. Shen Qinglan shot her a warning look. Knowing full well that Lu Zhifu had endured considerable hardships during her time away, it was unkind to rub salt in her wounds. Lu Jinyao retorted defiantly. But that is the truth. Can I say it? Coming from a slum, I suppose she has never seen such wealth before. You are truly becoming increasingly unreasonable. Lu Qianjun slammed his chopsticks down, clearly enraged, chastising Lu Jinyao. If you don't want to eat, go back to your room. Fine, I won't eat, she huffed, genuinely storming off to her room. Shen Qinglan looked at Lu Zhifu with deep regret. Gigi, Yao Yao is not usually like this. I don't know what has gotten into her today. Please don't take it to heart. It's our oversight for not preparing her better in advance, causing you distress. Lu Qianjun lowered his tone. Yao Yao is indeed a sensible person, you will see. I will address today as incident with her later. Sister, don't mind her. She can be quite insufferable, Lu Jingyao interjected, a hint of disdain evident in his expression. Lu Zhifu was remarkably understanding. Mom, Dad, brother, you need not say more, I comprehend. My sudden return has taken away some of your affection, so it is natural for my sister to feel unhappy. Her thoughtfulness was heart-wrenching. Silly child, this should have always been yours. We have spoiled her, the couple sighed. After eating a few bites, Lu Zhifu felt full and discreetly pulled out her phone, opening her most frequently used social media app, scrolling until she found the most unattractive avatar in her contacts list. Lu Zhifu, what terrible advice you gave me. It was utterly useless. Deduct my money. It had compelled her to cram knowledge of numerous melodramatic plots from novels before being brought back. She had prepared herself for a one-woman battle against the entire family. Yet, apart from Lu Jinyao, the rest of the Lu family seemed relatively accommodating. Genius did Songming. No, boss. That was my painstakingly chosen secret technique. How could there be not a single useful tip? First, tell me how that little white lotus in your family has been making your life difficult. I'll help you analyze it. Lu Zhifu. There's no slander involved. Lu Jinyao had even displayed her disdain for her openly in front of the family. Genius did Songming. That's impossible. My research indicates that this woman is not virtuous. How could she just sit idly by? Lu Zhifu. She isn't sitting idly? But my parents and brother are all on my side. Genius did Songming. Why is this unfolding differently? Lu Zhifu. I came to ask you, not the other way around. She too was curious about the reason. Genius did Songming. Your family is acting unusually. They must be harboring some grand scheme. Lu Zhifu. You haven't said anything of use after all this time. She decisively blocked that account temporarily. When she looked up again, she found her family's gaze fixed upon her. Lu Jingyao curiously inquired, Sister, what brand is your phone? I don't think I've seen it before. It's quite unique. It's a friend-esque development. It hasn't been released to the market yet, Lu Zhifu replied honestly. They thought nothing of it, assuming it was just a niche model. Unanimously, they refrained from asking about her past struggles, fearing it might evoke painful memories. They believed that in due time, they would learn what they wished to know or that she would eventually open up to them. Lu Zhifu must have endured a difficult life before. They were determined to make it up to her moving forward. Gigi, have you eaten enough? Let me take you to see your room. Your parents and brothers have prepared gifts for you, Shen Qinglan continued. Thus, the group made their way upstairs. Your brothers are on the 4th floor. You and Yao Yao will be on the 5th floor. You can choose any room you like on the 5th floor. Tomorrow we'll have someone redecorate it according to your preferences. Okay, Mom. Chapter 3. She simply does not belong in the Lu family. Just as Lu Zhifu was about to explore her surroundings, one of the room doors suddenly swung open, revealing Lu Jinyao, who pointed at the surrounding rooms. This one is my private piano room, that's the study, and over there are the chess and art rooms.
Oh.
And don't pick a room too close to mine. I can't stand the noise. With that, she slammed the door shut. Lu Zhifu observed her actions. Deep in thought, a foster daughter, bold and audacious, remained unrepentant when the true heiress of her family was retrieved. It was evident she had been indulged. Displaying a semblance of grievance, she remarked, "It seems that my parents and sister do not particularly favor me. Perhaps I should take up residence in the guest room? How could that be allowed? Pay her no mind. You should choose first." "We shall teach her a lesson tonight," came the reply. Following their counsel, Lu Zhifu casually selected a room. Her parents and elder brother had prepared lavish gifts for her, along with 2 bank cards boasting millions in balance. She accepted them without hesitation, for who would ever despise an abundance of wealth? That evening, Lu Qinjun and Xin Qinglan indeed set out to educate Lu Jinyao, while Lu Zhifu meandered about, familiarizing herself with her surroundings. On the main southern balcony of the 3rd floor, she discovered Lu Yubai standing by the railing, quietly admiring the nocturnal scenery. The moonlight illuminated him, casting a cold, jade-like glow upon his figure. She approached and softly inquired, "Second brother, what occupies your thoughts?" Turning to her, Lu Yubai's striking features bore a hint of surprise. His younger sister had been notably reserved since entering the home, so he did not expect her to initiate conversation. He composed himself and softened his tone, replying, "Nothing much. I was merely taking a breath of fresh air." "Is there something you wish to discuss, little sister?" "I merely sought to inquire about Sister Lu Jinyao. It appears her relationship with 3rd brother is rather strained." Not only with 3rd brother, but when their parents admonished Lu Jinyao, neither elder brother nor 2nd brother showed any inclination to defend her, completely indifferent to her plight. Their relationship is indeed not particularly harmonious, though it is largely in jest, Lu Yubai elucidated. "After your disappearance, our parents adopted a younger sister, who was then named by Jinyao. After changing her surname, her name bore a phonetic resemblance to 3rd brother's. This displeased him, and he insisted she alter it. Yet she remained resolute. From that point, they began to clash over trivial matters, resulting in frequent quarrels, both minor and major. After divulging this, Lu Yubai added, "Of course, this only transpires within the household." Lu Zhifu stifled a laugh. Lu Jinyao, how amusing. What approach should I take in my interactions with you all?" Lu Yubai paused, seemingly taken aback by her directness, then pressed his lips together. "There is no need for pretense. This is your home. Simply be yourself. The Lu family owes you much. As long as you do not incite any irreparable calamities, we shall grant you boundless leniency. However, you must heed our guidance on critical matters, for the dynamics within the Lu family are intricate and fraught with intrigue. We will endeavor to protect you, but we will also require your cooperation." Lu Zhifu felt a stir in her heart. "Thank you, 2nd brother. I understand." After their brief conversation, Lu Yubai retreated to his room, leaving Lu Zhifu alone on the balcony, gazing into the distance. Her visage remained serene, yet turmoil brewed within. The Lu family's defenses were far more formidable than she had anticipated, and its members, each more intriguing than the last. What they presented to her was merely a glimpse of their ordinary lives. But what did it matter? As her 2nd brother had assured, they would safeguard her. All she needed to do was to play the role of the obedient daughter and relish her newfound life. In Lu Jinyao's room, the Lu couple regarded her with grave expressions. "Jinyao, your actions today are uncharacteristic of your usual demeanor. You had previously promised us to treat Zhifu as a true sister."
"Had you not?"
Lu Jinyao poured each of them a glass of water, her demeanor impeccably poised. "Rest assured, she is your biological daughter. I would never harm her. However, within a family, there must be a balance. Someone must play the villain while the others take the role of the hero. Now that my sister has returned, she is understandably insecure. If I challenge her while you protect her, it only highlights your kindness and accelerates her reliance on you. At the same time, it instills a sense of urgency within her, preventing her from naively believing that her return guarantees her safety. Her disposition is too soft for survival in the Lu family." Lu Jinyao's eyes sharpened, deepening with intensity, completely shedding the haughty demeanor she had displayed towards Lu Zhifu. As she had stated, she bore no malice towards Lu Zhifu and had always been acutely aware of her own position, anticipating the day when the true heiress of the Lu family would be reclaimed. Unlike other affluent families, the Lu clan valued interests above all, a truth ingrained in each member's bones. She would not squander her energy on trivial rivalries, fully aware that only by wielding genuine power could she secure her footing within the family. Years of her efforts would not be easily usurped by a seemingly ignorant Lu Zhifu. Their parents had painstakingly chosen and nurtured her. They would not relinquish her lightly. Lu Zhifu was merely a fortunate charm for the Lu family, posing no threat to her status. Lu Qinjun and Shen Qinglan exchanged glances, sighing. Her disposition is indeed normal. It is one of the rarest qualities in our family. We possess the means to insulate her from the dangers inherent in our world. She ought to be cherished like a princess, living a carefree life. This is the greatest love we can offer her. From the moment they first laid eyes on Lu Zhifu, they felt an immediate fondness for her. She exhibited neither subservience nor arrogance, devoid of any trace of commonness. Even as she entered this prestigious family for the first time, she displayed neither fear nor avarice. Although they could not fathom how a child from the slums could possess such a temperament, they did not dwell on it excessively. The bloodline of the Lu family was meant to be thus. Very well, you have always been measured in your actions. We shall refrain from further admonishment. The following day, their parents and 3 brothers departed early. They were typically busy individuals perpetually occupied. It was a rare occasion for them to collectively spare a day to welcome her, underscoring her significance to them. Thus, today, they would return to attending to their pending affairs. The responsibility of accompanying and supervising Lu Zhifu fell to Lu Jinyao. They expressed their sincere apologies to Lu Zhifu, explaining the situation, and instructed her to remain within the confines of the main residence, advising her to reach out to Lu Jinyao or Uncle Zhou if any issues arose before departing one after the other. Lu Jinyao was, of course, entirely unwilling and offered Lu Zhifu no friendly countenance. As if she had nothing else to do? She had her own responsibilities, after all, and had no time to babysit a mere charm. Chapter 4. The Lu family has only one useless member. Sister, you would do well to remain in your room and not venture anywhere. Should any matters arise, do not trouble me. My time is precious. But our parents instructed you to look after me, Lu Zhifu replied innocently. Look after you? At your age, do you still require protection? Lu Jinyao was well aware of her sister's need for care, but she feigned ignorance. Oh, very well, I will just wander about on my own. You need not concern yourself with me. I've told you to stay in your room and not wander aimlessly. What is the point of your solitary excursions if you won't keep me company? Lu Jinyao scoffed. If you truly wish for my company, are you not afraid I might bring about your demise? In that case, I would become our parents' only daughter. Lu Zhifu donned an innocent smile. Our parents entrusted me to you. What do I have to fear? Lu Jinyao's gaze narrowed, conveying a profound meaning as she assessed Lu Zhifu. To my surprise, you are not as foolish as I had imagined. Regrettably, you are still of little use. Having spoken, she disregarded Lu Zhifu's reaction and simply tossed her hair before departing. Lu Zhifu watched her retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Nevertheless, she did not remain idle. After briefly familiarizing herself with the layout of the Lu residence, she sought out Uncle Zhou to glean information about the Lu family, leaving no stone unturned. Although she had perused all available data on the Lu family prior to her return, she still yearned to extract insights directly from Uncle Zhou. More specifically, she wished to discern what the Lu family members might wish her to know. Uncle Zhou's responses were somewhat ambiguous, offering her only fragmented information that could easily be found online. When it came to more subtle inquiries, he would merely gloss over them with a few words. At times, he would bluntly advise her, "Miss, these matters are not for you to ponder at this juncture. Knowing too much may not bode well for you." After this inquisition, Lu Zhifu retreated to her room. Lying on her bed, she closed her eyes to rest, her mind swirling with the words Uncle Zhou had uttered. The Lu Corporation stands as the largest financial conglomerate in Country Z, headquartered in the Star Trade International building within the financial epicenter of Kyoto. Established during the Republican era, it began with shipping and has since burgeoned, boasting global assets exceeding 100 trillion, spanning various sectors, including shipping, real estate, finance, technology, healthcare, and entertainment, with some involvement in less savory industries, referred to within the family as the dark line. In essence, the family navigates both the legitimate and illegitimate spheres. The family's rise commenced with the first patriarch, Lu Hongzheng, who began with the dock workers and subsequently pivoted to shipping transactions, thus laying the foundation for the Lu legacy. His marriage to the sole daughter of the Shanghai Bank president brought substantial financial resources, enabling the Lu family to gradually expand. The expansion phase arrived under the stewardship of the second-generation patriarch, Lu Baichuan, who transformed the shipping group into a comprehensive conglomerate encompassing energy and real estate sectors. His brother, Lu Baishan, having failed in the battle for succession, established the Xinzhou Group, covertly opposing the Lu family and colluding with overseas consortiums in an attempt to undermine them. The zenith of the family's power was reached under her father, Lu Qinjun, the third-generation patriarch and chairman of the Lu Corporation, renowned as a commercial prodigy. Her father, her mother, Shen Qinglan, currently serves as the CEO of the Lu Corporation. Also hailing from a prestigious family, though not as formidable as the Lus, but still a century-old lineage with a rich heritage. Together, the couple wield significant influence over the core of the corporation, instilling trepidation in others. Her three brothers are likewise exceptional, each presiding over their own domains. The meticulously groomed Lu Jinyao stands out as the family's jewel, embodying the family's image, proficient in the arts, particularly adept in social maneuvering, and serving as an unspoken leader among Kyoto's elite, generating substantial benefits for the family. Additionally, there is her uncle, Lu Yuanheng, who resides abroad, managing overseas operations with a carefree disposition, showing little interest in the family's power dynamics. In this light, it would seem that Lu Zhifu is the sole underachiever in the entire Lu clan. What to do? The pressure feels rather overwhelming. Lu Zhifu opened her eyes and casually scrolled through her phone, perusing Kyoto's forums. The latest and most sensational news revolved around her. The return of the Lu family's legitimate daughter had caused quite a stir in high society. It appeared that countless eyes were scrutinizing the Lu family, particularly eager to witness the unfolding drama between her and Lu Jinyao. After all, prior to her return, Lu Jinyao's position was unassailable, reigning as the most luminous figure in their circle. However, with the true heir now present, how could a whirlwind of rivalry and contention be avoided? The fact that she had grown up in a slum only added fuel to the fire, as she overshadowed Lu Jinyao solely by virtue of her bloodline. Comparisons were inevitable. There was considerable interest in how the Lu family would navigate the dynamics between the two of them. For many clans, Lu Zhifu represented a golden opportunity, a far more accessible breakthrough compared to Lu Jinyao. Equally scrutinized was the Pei family. The Pei family stood as equals to the Lu family, both being century-old families in Kyoto and top-tier financial magnates, albeit the Peis were relatively more discreet and held a lower standing in terms of reputation and prestige. If the Lu Corporation's growth was anchored in shipping and clandestine dealings, then the Pei Corporation thrived on a business model of technology and finance. The relationship between the two families has fluctuated over the years, and in this generation, it was decided that a matrimonial alliance would maximize their mutual benefits. Unfortunately, the Pei family had few offspring, with only 2 sons among the legitimate heirs. Thus, when Lu Zhifu was born a girl, both families hastily arranged the marriage. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that some felt a sense of unease, unable to tolerate the prospect of such a formidable alliance, and thus orchestrated the abduction of Lu Zhifu to thwart the union. Consequently, the Lu family was compelled to seek alternatives and, after an exhaustive search for their biological daughter yielded no results, they adopted Lu Jinyao after a rigorous selection process. Lu Jinyao proved to be quite commendable, and over the years, the Pei family seemed to have accepted her as a prospective daughter-in-law. Yet now, with Lu Zhifu's sudden emergence, everything was poised for upheaval. Would the marriage still proceed? Who would take the plunge? Regardless of the outcome, a significant upheaval in interests was unavoidable. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. At that moment, an untimely phone ring interrupted her reverie. A mere glance was enough for Lu Zhifu to recognize that it was the clever individual she had blocked the previous day. She had no inclination to answer. Instead, she accessed the app to remove him from her blacklist. One-handed, she sent a question mark. Lu Zhifu. Question mark. Clever individual. Boss, you have blocked me for 15 hours. 31 minutes and 6 seconds. Lu Zhifu. Clever individual. Boss, how are things progressing? Do you need me to intervene? Lu Zhifu. Scram. Do not disturb my tranquil life. Clever individual. How can you treat me this way? I merely saw the negative comments online and wanted to offer my support. Lu Zhifu. Thank you, but I must decline. Clever individual. The intended marriage partner from your family has rushed back to the country overnight. Right after your return to the Lu family was announced. Lu Zhifu. Oh. Clever individual. Boss, the brothers are still single. You must not marry first. Let your adopted sister take your place. Lu Zhifu. Feeling bold, are we? Do you dare to meddle in my affairs? Before their conversation could continue, there was a knock at the door. Chapter 5. Third Uncle Lu Baishan. Who? Lu Zhifu closed her phone and slowly made her way to the door. Of course. It's me, dear sister, or perhaps you wish it were someone else. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Lu Jinyao's strikingly elegant face. She wore a smile. Yet her tone was anything but pleasant. Aren't you busy? What brings you here? Seeing Lu Zhifu's unexpected shift from her previous reticence to daring to retort, Lu Jinyao was momentarily taken aback, quickly recovering to respond with irritation. Do you think I desired to come? A distinguished guest has arrived at our home and specifically requested to see you. A distinguished guest? Who? Lu Baishan, our third uncle. How could such a person be deemed an outsider? The Lu family is a unit. Sharing the surname Lu means one cannot be considered a stranger. I say so. So, why do you question it? Hurry and follow me down. With that, she turned on her heel, not bothering to see if Lu Zhifu was following. Lu Zhifu seemed to faintly hear her mutter an insult under her breath. Annoying thing, wasting my time. Was that directed at her? No. Lu Jinyao had never intended to concern herself with her, and her sudden return must be aimed at the esteemed guest on the first floor. Considering the information I have gathered, Lu Jinyao's attitude towards the third uncle seems rather unsurprising. His explicit request to see her suggests he is not arriving with good intentions. Lu Zhifu, intrigued, hastens to follow. Upon reaching the main hall on the first floor, she immediately spots the elderly gentleman seated upright on the sofa. He appears to be in his 60s or 70s, but the passage of time has not etched weariness upon his visage. Rather, it has bestowed upon him a sharp, tempered demeanor. His slender frame resembles that of a samurai sword sheathed, seemingly refined yet concealing an undercurrent of danger. High cheekbones lend him an air of cold calculation, and deep lines at the corners of his eyes soften into warmth when he smiles, though when his countenance is devoid of mirth. It exudes a chilling venom that sends shivers down one's spine. He occasionally rotates a jade ring adorned with intricate patterns on his left thumb, and a cursory glance reveals an old scar on his left pinky. In stark contrast, Lu Jinyao, who had just exhibited a rebellious spirit upstairs, now sits obediently across from Lu Baishan, her smile blooming like a flower, even hinting at a semblance of deference, as if the earlier confrontation had never transpired. Third uncle. What brings you here today, without prior notice? Mother, father, and brother are all absent. Yet her smile does not reach her eyes. The old man, cunning as he is, must have deliberately timed his visit for this very moment. Fortunately, her parents had the foresight to have her remain at home. Otherwise, Lu Zhifu would have had to contend with this cold-hearted old fellow alone. Lu Baishan's lips curled into a slight grin. My dear grandniece, oh no. You are now my second grandniece. Speaking of which, it seems a bit regrettable that my eldest grandniece has only just returned to the Lu family. As an elder, it is only fitting that I bring a token of goodwill, is it not? Where is your sister? Has she yet to join us? Lu Jinyao's smile faltered for a moment before she quickly composed herself. Her? She will likely dawdle for some time. After all, she was raised outside and lacks proper decorum. How can you, as her younger sister, speak so ill of your elder sibling? One must remember that the lavish life you enjoy was originally meant for her. It is now your duty to guide her. His words seemed to ring with genuine concern for Lu Zhifu, or perhaps he was fully aware that Lu Zhifu stood nearby, deliberately addressing her. Third uncle, were you not once the most fond of Yao Yao? Why have you now taken to admonishing me? Lu Jinyao pouted, feigning a sulk. Ha ha ha, did I hear correctly? You were at odds with the family yesterday. Why has your temper not yet cooled? Lu Baishan chuckled, clearly well informed of the household dynamics. At that moment, Lu Zhifu cautiously approached and greeted Lu Baishan, her voice timid. Good day, third uncle. What a good child. Why are you standing? Come, sit beside your third uncle. Upon turning his attention to Lu Zhifu, his demeanor shifted to one of warm affability, his eyes nearly squinting with delight, especially upon beholding her countenance. The calculating glimmer in his gaze was palpable, yet Lu Zhifu dared not meet his eyes, opting instead to lower her gaze. Only Lu Jinyao perceived the subtle change in atmosphere, her expression gradually cooling. Are your ears deaf? Third uncle is speaking to you. Why do you remain motionless? Don't just stand there, it is quite bothersome. The reprimand was directed at Lu Zhifu. Yao Yao. I have told you not to speak of your sister in such a manner, Lu Baishan admonished disapprovingly. Prompted by his words, Lu Zhifu hurriedly moved to occupy an empty seat beside him. However, before she could settle, Lu Jinyao interjected, Stop. There is a hierarchy. Third uncle is merely being courteous by offering you a place. How dare you proceed to sit without my permission? Come here at once. Her haughty demeanor was intolerable to Lu Baishan. Very well. In my presence, there is no need for such formalities. Gigi, feel free to sit wherever you please. Ultimately, Lu Zhifu found her seat beside Lu Jinyao. Today, I have brought you a gift to celebrate your return home. We are now family, and should cultivate our connections, Lu Baishan declared, as a servant stepped forward with a box to present to her. Lu Zhifu accepted it cautiously. Thank you, third uncle. Lu Jinyao eyed the box, a smirk gracing her lips. Such a large box must contain something quite valuable. Sister, why not open it and see? Just as Lu Zhifu made a move to do so, Lu Baishan interjected, Wait, perhaps it would be best to open it later in your room, to preserve some element of surprise. Lu Jinyao's eyes sparkled mischievously before she instructed Aunt Zhao, Quickly, help the young lady take the gift upstairs and store it properly. Of course, second miss. Aunt Zhao complied swiftly. The trio exchanged some light banter before Lu Baishan beamed. Well, I have seen you, and I have delivered the gift. That will be all for today, as I have other matters to attend to. He stood slowly, making his way towards the door, but paused, turning back with a smile. Gigi, do you not intend to see your third uncle off? As Lu Zhifu prepared to rise, Lu Jinyao swiftly positioned herself beside Lu Baishan. Third uncle. She is unfamiliar with the proper etiquette. Allow me to guide her. I just remembered that I have something in my trunk that would be quite suitable for her, and I thought to take her along to retrieve it. Lu Jinyao smiled, her tone playful yet slightly reproachful. It is the same whether I fetch it for her or not. What? Do you fear I might steal her gift? Very well, then let us depart, Lu Jinyao proclaimed, accompanying Lu Baishan out. Lu Zhifu, intrigued, trailed behind at a distance. As they made their way halfway, Lu Zhifu sensed an unsettling presence, as if one or two small creatures were following closely behind. Yet, she continued forward, maintaining her composure, for within this household, she was but a naive and delicate young lady. The sense of imminent danger loomed ever closer, tightening her body in response. She could distinctly feel a sharp object hurtling towards the back of her head. In a critical moment, a wooden board flew from her right, glancing off her back and intercepting the hidden weapon before rolling into the flower bed to her left. Turning at the sound, Lu Zhifu witnessed a massive mixed-breed wolf dog racing past her, darting into the flower bed to retrieve the wooden board before sprinting away in another direction, its expression fierce. In its wake, a dark shadow seemed to flit by. Before she could ponder further, Zhou Shirkuan appeared before her, his expression apologetic. I beg your pardon, Mississippi. I was training Wonkai just now, and was unaware of your presence. I nearly caused you harm. Please forgive me. Wonkai? That wolf dog? She remarked, finding the contrast amusing. Indeed. Zhou Shirkuan replied calmly, though internally he was surprised that Lu Zhifu exhibited no fear of Wonkai. Most of the young ladies of Kyoto would have been terrified. It was evident that she was indeed the offspring of her esteemed parents. Very well, it is of no consequence. It seems rather entertaining to have a butler with such formidable skills, does it not? Just then, an incongruous noise erupted, particularly a man's agonizing scream that pierced the air. Uncle Zhou, what is that sound? Lu Zhifu inquired curiously, peeking towards the source of the commotion. Zhou Shirkuan subtly obstructed her line of sight, his expression remaining neutral. It is likely the servants accompanying Wonkai during training. Simultaneously, the astonishment within deepened. The commotion was distant. Even he could barely perceive it. How could the young lady be so perceptive? May I go and take a look? Perhaps another time. The second young lady should have already procured the gift and be preparing to return to you. Lu Zhifu gently covered her mouth, her expression revealing surprise. Uncle Zhou had clearly not been present, yet he seemed to possess such detailed knowledge. At that moment, he was neither in the main hall nor near the entrance. Zhou Shirkuan's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. I heard it from Aunt Zhao. Very well, then, shall Uncle Zhou accompany me? No, young lady. I must go, and assist Wang Kai with his training. Lu Zhifu nodded slightly and continued on her way. Zhou Shikuan watched her retreating figure and secretly sighed in relief. Then his gaze immediately turned fierce as he strode in the opposite direction. Lu Zhifu had not walked far when she encountered Lu Jinyao, who was returning empty-handed. Sister, didn't third uncle promise me a gift? You wouldn't have actually kept it for yourself, would you? Lu Zhifu feigned shock and sorrow. She could not help but roll her eyes. With my status, what could I possibly desire? Would I still covet your trivial possessions? Then what about my gift? Lu Zhifu extended her hand towards her. Without hesitation, Jinyao swatted it away. That old fellow said he misremembered and didn't place it in the trunk at all, making my trip in vain. He probably intended to lure Lu Zhifu over, didn't he? That old schemer has a filthy mind. No one knows what he might conjure up next. Ah, how unfortunate. Lu Zhifu was not angered by the slap. All right, if there's nothing else, return to your room. Don't wander aimlessly outside. Having sent away that plague spirit, she should attend to her own matters now. Isn't this home? Why call it outside? Can I take a stroll? Lu Zhifu questioned in confusion. Not at the moment. Lu Jinyao uttered some nonsensical remarks, indicating that many areas at home had yet to be tidied, with various insects and vermin present. Previously, our parents were indifferent, but since you've returned, certain things can no longer remain. Lu Zhifu nodded, somewhat understanding, and replied, all right then. Thus, she obediently returned to her room. At this moment, Aunt Zhao was still guarding her door. Aunt Zhao, have you been here the entire time? Yes, waiting for the young lady's return. Since Uncle Zhou hadn't even come down the stairs and had remained outside, from where did he hear the news? What are you waiting for? Nothing. Since you've placed that gift, you may go about your own affairs now. Lu Zhifu waved her hand, signaling her to leave. Very well, young lady. Lu Zhifu entered her room and carefully examined the box on the table. There were signs of it being opened. Upon lifting the lid, she discovered a valuable bracelet inside. With nothing else amiss. Perhaps Aunt Zhao had already checked it. The Lu family members are indeed quite cautious. Lu Zhifu adored herself with the bracelet and admired it. Who doesn't he enjoy valuable possessions? Lu Baishan wore a stern expression on the way back. Especially upon returning to his villa, his confidants all knelt before him in unison. Not one of the 3 plans from today succeeded, and 2 or 3 of his men had been lost, providing the main family with leverage against him. Seated at his desk, Lu Baishan never smoked in public, always presenting himself as a scholarly gentleman. However, within his domain, the cigar box was always within reach. His fingertips often tinged with a faint scent of tobacco, igniting a cigar only in moments of furious rage. Yet, he merely watched it burn away. Just like now. Having startled the snake in the grass, it would be challenging to target Lu Zhifu again in the future. After a long pause, he murmured, that girl Lu Jinyao truly leaves me astounded, consistently thwarting my plans. In truth, compared to Lu Zhifu, Lu Baishan harbored a greater desire to eliminate Lu Jinyao. When she was first brought into the Lu family, she appeared as an innocent flower, easily manageable. Thus, he spent 3 years earning her trust. And the subsequent decade had proceeded rather smoothly. Just when he aimed to completely transform Lu Jinyao into a puppet in his hands and strike against the Lu family, she delivered him a harsh lesson. After years of cunning, he had misjudged her for the first time. This girl is a quintessential Black Lotus. He had been manipulated by her to no end. The couple, Lu Chenjun and Xin Qinglan, truly possessed remarkable abilities, raising children who were increasingly difficult to manage. Presently, he could not afford to overlook Lu Zhifu any longer. Enough, everyone rise. Lu Baishan gestured to the group on the floor. Now, each of you propose an idea on what we should do next. One individual timidly inquired whether the focus was solely on Miss Lu Zhifu or if it included Lu Jinyao as well. Both, for the true and false daughters. One must inevitably falter. Given their current relationship, sowing discord between them should not be difficult. Especially since Lu Zhifu lacks the cunning of Lu Jinyao. Chapter 7. The Engagement. During dinner, the 5 members of the Lu family who had just returned from work wore solemn expressions upon learning of the events that transpired earlier from Lu Jinyao. The atmosphere at the dining table was particularly heavy. It appears we must always keep someone by her side. Today it was that old scoundrel. But who knows what other fiends will come to encroach upon Gigi in the future. We cannot follow her every moment. Let us recall our personnel and provide her with close protection instead. Lu Jinyao's demeanor remained the most indifferent. Indeed, continuing like this is not a viable solution. She must gradually acclimate to our lifestyle. There is still ample time. No need to rush. Let it take its course. The family engaged in lively conversation. Lu Zhifu had taken a late afternoon nap, so she descended a bit later. Parents, brother, sister, I'm sorry for being late. What were you discussing? She greeted each of them and took her seat, her demeanor noticeably more relaxed than when she had just returned yesterday. Nothing much. Are you adjusting well to life at home? Very well. My sister has been quite kind to me. Lu Zhifu cast a glance at Lu Jingyao, who merely scoffed and turned her head away, unwilling to look at her. That's good. You and your sister are of similar age, making it easier to communicate. We will also ensure she guides you in various aspects.
Mom.
Lu Jingyao interrupted Shen Qinglan's words, displeased. You know how busy I am. Why add more tasks to my plate? This is your responsibility. What's wrong with taking care of your elder sister?
Indeed.
You're making a fuss over such a trivial matter. Are you no longer a member of the Lu family? Lu Jingyao retorted. What's it to you? You're also a Lu family member. Why don't you keep an eye on her daily? Lu Jingyao shrugged. Of course, I would be willing, but I'm tangled up in the entertainment industry. Do you think our parents would permit me to expose my sister to the cameras?
Besides,
I hardly return home once a month. It's genuinely inconvenient. Lu Yubai adjusted his glasses. I am constantly shuttling between the hospital and the research institute. She would not be able to endure following me, and it could adversely affect her health. Lu Chinyin quickly added, if Gigi wishes to accompany me, that's fine. But the workload is too great and will be very taxing. The head of the family, Lu Qinjun, spoke up. Yes, Gigi following you is the best option. When you have free time, gradually introduce her to your circle and ensure she is not bullied. Protect your sister, understand?
Oh.
Lu Jinyao replied reluctantly. The family gradually settled down to eat. As they were halfway through their meal, Shen Qinglan cautiously inquired of Lu Zhifu. Oh, by the way, Gigi, did you study abroad before? Lu Zhifu nodded, then shook her head. I have not received formal education or attended school, but I have had numerous teachers and should possess a fundamental grasp of knowledge. The Lu family exchanged glances upon hearing this. Shen Qinglan continued. So, Gigi, would you be interested in attending the most prestigious aristocratic academy in Kyoto? The workload is light, primarily focused on socializing and leisure. It's entirely up to you. If you choose not to go, that's perfectly fine. After all, our family has Lu Jinyao, who is ample enough. There's no issue if our biological daughter wishes to take it easy. Is your sister also at the academy? She asked.
Oh.
She merely holds a nominal position and often does not attend. The academy has little left to teach her. At this moment, Lu Jinyao lifted her head, her tone nonchalant. I only occasionally preside over matters. The young masters and misses are quite competitive. This statement was undoubtedly a blatant display of pride, revealing her esteemed position among them. Since my sister does not attend, neither will I, Lu Zhifu declared, shaking her head. Lu Jinyao glared at her. What? Are you already comparing yourself to me just because you've returned? All right, it's settled then. If Gigi does not wish to go, she shall not. Shen Qinglan coughed lightly, directly broaching the crucial topic. Well, Gigi, there's another matter. Mother, please speak, Lu Zhifu replied, setting down her chopsticks and looking at her with utmost attentiveness. You see, our family had a marriage pact with the Pei family over a decade ago, and now that you all are of suitable age, it may not be long before the agreement needs to be fulfilled. Originally, this engagement was set for you and that young man from the Pei family, but it later fell to Jinyao. However, now that you have returned, we might need to discuss this. To be candid, they were reluctant to let Lu Zhifu marry into the Pei family. Their daughter had only just returned and had yet to forge a bond with them. But Jinyao's attitude marriage? Mom and Dad, you need not be troubled. This has long been my sister's marriage. I will certainly not compete with her. You have raised her as the true daughter of the Lu family, and she is indeed exceptional. The Pei family is pleased with her as a future daughter-in-law. How could I possibly snatch that away? I know nothing and am incapable. I fear I would bring shame upon the family, even should I marry into it. Lu Zhifu was evidently disinclined towards the alliance. Moreover, given that both the Lu and Pei families were likely satisfied with this arrangement, she saw no reason to become a variable in this equation. Considering Lu Jinyao's disposition, it was likely she had already considered the Pei family's young heir as her own. Once again, the Lu family exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Lu Jinyao nearly dropped her chopsticks, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Who is satisfied? This marriage was originally yours. Do not place it upon me. I refuse. Ahem. Lu Chenjun and Xin Qinglan glanced at Lu Zhifu awkwardly. Gigi, please do not mind. Your sister has a bit of a temper. Lu Zhifu was puzzled. Is her analysis incorrect? Jinniao doesn't he wish to marry? Even if the Pei family is a den of wolves, with her temperament and means, wouldn't he coping with it be a simple task? Jinniao, speak properly. Do not frighten your sister. What is happening?
Lu Zhifu asked.
Your sister has no feelings for that young man from the Pei family, so the marriage may still depend on your wishes. Of course, if you truly do not wish to go through with it, we can find a way to annul the engagement. Lu Jinniao was about to protest again. When I said I did not want to marry, you did not comfort me like this. You claimed it was not favoritism. Humph. Would annulling the engagement greatly affect the family? Although Lu Zhifu was well aware of the implications, she feigned ignorance. Of course, if the marriage between our families is nullified, and especially if it's our Lu family breaching the contract, it could potentially unravel years of cooperation, leading to incalculable losses. Lu Jinniao quickly interjected. Is that so? Lu Zhifu turned to the others, only to see her parents and brothers nodding in unison. Though they did not wish to pressure their daughter into a marriage, this matter was indeed of great significance and could not be resolved through mere caprice. Chapter 8. The Aristocrats of the Capital Circle. Lu Zhifu did not express her willingness or unwillingness, but instead focused her gaze on Lu Jinniao. Why does my sister dislike the young master of the Pei family? Lu Jinniao scoffed lightly, a proud smile gracing her lips. I am not particularly fond of anything, but I have a strong admiration for the formidable. The young master of the Pei family is, frankly speaking, not to my liking. The Lu family, hearing her words, found it unsurprising, merely hoping she would refrain from being so brazen when outside. Lu Zhifu raised an eyebrow. Admiration for the formidable? That sounds good. However, she claims the Pei family's heir is a wastrel? The information I gathered does not seem to align with that. A wastrel? Surely not. Why would she say that? Lu Jinniao laughed. The head of the Pei family has two sons. The elder, Pei Jinwang, is given face by the aristocracy, who refer to him as young master. However, behind his back, the mockery and criticism are plentiful. He has not disappointed expectations, earning a notorious reputation as a second-generation rich kid in Kyoto, excelling in indulgence and debauchery. Even being dubbed the Satan of the Night. His escapades are legion. At 13, he owned 27 limited-edition supercars, each day agonizing over which to drive, even hiring someone to convert his garage into a rotating showcase. Ultimately, a system malfunction resulted in the destruction of 7 or 8 cars, leading to all of Kyoto's insurance companies blacklisting him. At 14, dissatisfied with his family's aircraft being too formal, he commissioned street artists to paint black and white skulls all over it, forcing the head of the Pei family to switch to a commercial first-class seat just before an important meeting. At 15, after being punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, he displayed a row of figurines before the ancestral tablets, claiming it was to entertain the ancestors. At 16, he smuggled 2 white tiger cubs as party surprises, resulting in the cubs frightening guests, leading to animal rights organizations intervening, and the Pei family ultimately donating a zoo to quell the uproar. At 17, he anonymously posted that the Lu family real estate was on the verge of collapse, causing the stock price to plummet and nearly jeopardizing 2 family alliances, prompting the head of the Pei family to freeze all his accounts. He then turned around and sold his family's scandals to gossip magazines for pocket money. At 18, when forced to attend a corporate meeting, he disrupted the financial report by playing Congratulations and Prosperity through a Bluetooth speaker, resulting in a 1-month loss of inheritance rights. At 19, he started his own business, using funds provided by the head of the Pei family to open a nightclub named Pei Family Tomb, inviting a Taoist priest to perform rites at the opening, claiming it was to counter his father's feng shui, only for the club to be shut down for operating without a license. By the time he turned 20, the Pei family could no longer endure him and send him abroad, which should have been 3 or 4 years ago. I have a treasure trove of the Pei family's young heir's glorious deeds. Would you like to hear more, sister? Lu Jinniao concluded, her smile still radiant. Lu Zhifu felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Indeed, the Pei family's young master was quite a character. So, since there are 2 sons, why is the elder son deemed unworthy, and not the younger son as the heir? The Pei family's second son, Pei Jinchao, is inherently frail and lacks interest in succession, often prioritizing his elder brother, frequently assisting in cleaning up his messes. One could say he is quite unfortunate to have such a brother. Lu Zhifu nodded, somewhat understanding. Listening to Lu Jinyao's account, The Lu family indeed perceived this marriage as a perilous pit. Neither sister could afford to leap into it. Zhifu Jingyao, please grant your parents a little more time. We will devise a mutually beneficial solution to annul this marriage. Lu Zhifu, of course, refrained from saying much more, obediently nodding. Very well. Curiosity piqued, I cast a glance toward Lu Qinyan. Setting aside the matter of my marriage with my sister, what of my elder brother? Has a future sister-in-law been secured? Ahem. He coughed lightly, indicating there is indeed a prospective union.
Ah.
Another arranged marriage. Does this imply that my elder brother is not truly enamored with this individual? Born into the Lu family, one has little say in such matters. Lu Qinyan remained composed, favoring practical gains over emotional entanglements. And what of my second brother? I have someone I cherish. Lu Yubai's tone was icy, his demeanor exuding an aura that suggested he was not to be approached. As for the third brother, Lu Zhifu's words were abruptly cut off by Lu Jingyao, sister. In our line of work, romance is utterly forbidden. Besides, with both elder brother and second brother to shield us, why should I be in a hurry? Very well then. After a peaceful night, Lu Zhifu awoke the following morning to find the entire household had vanished. Only the servants were occasionally glimpsed, each absorbed in their tasks. Aunt Zhao. Is Yao Yao not at home either? Returning to the eldest young lady, the second young lady is currently preparing herself and will be leaving soon. Where is she going? How could she not take me along? Lu Zhifu pouted, feeling aggrieved, for they had agreed just yesterday that she would look after her. Remaining here for too long felt rather tedious. It would be far more entertaining to accompany her and discover what kept the family so busy each day. Before Aunt Zhao could respond, the door to Lu Jinyao's room was flung open with vigor. Could you speak a bit louder? I could hear you all the way from my room. At that moment, she was fully adorned, exuding an air of poise as she regarded Lu Zhifu. Where I'm headed is certainly not an ordinary affair. If you truly wish to join, it's not impossible, but should you embarrass me? Humph. Lu Zhifu cast a look of indignation towards Aunt Zhao. See, Aunt Zhao, my sister is indeed disdainful of me. I might as well seek out father and my brothers. Lu Jingyao interjected. How juvenile. Are you really going to tattle like a child? What tone is that? As if I were bullying you. She lightly kicked the door open wider, summoning her professional styling team to attend to Lu Zhifu's appearance. Off you go. And if you end up in tears from being bullied, don't come crying to me. With that, she turned to her wardrobe to select an outfit for Lu Zhifu. Since Lu Zhifu had just returned and had yet to have any garments tailored for her, particularly not a single formal dress, fortunately, Lu Jingyao had an abundance of exquisite new haute couture. She began to choose a suitable ensemble for her. A faint smile graced Lu Zhifu's lips as she allowed the makeup artist and stylist to work their magic. An hour later, the two young ladies emerged, resplendent and ready to step out, flanked by several security vehicles, creating quite the spectacle. Discreet? Alas, their status permitted no such luxury. Bystanders gazed in awe, fearful to approach, merely daring to admire from a distance. Goodness, that must be a Lu family vehicle. With such grandeur, one could mistake them for royal princesses. Aside from the Lu family's daughters, who else would dare to be so ostentatious? There's simply no contest. They possess the confidence to back it up. What affair is being held this time? Those of us from ordinary backgrounds lack even the privilege to hear of such events. Surely, there must be more than one daughter attending? Rumor has it that the true eldest daughter of the Lu family has returned. It seems a spectacle awaits. Chapter 9, Mirror Palace Manor. A grand procession arrived at the Mirror Palace Manor, perched atop Yunk Mountain in northern Kyoto, one of the Lu family's private properties. This estate was gifted to Lu Jingyao by Lu Qinjun and Xin Qinglan on her 18th birthday. Intended primarily as a venue for the entertainment and gatherings of the young elite. Though not extensive in size, it exudes unparalleled opulence. The main entrance is equipped with numerous concealed cameras that conduct facial recognition scans of arriving guests, automatically matching and logging their identities into a database. Ordinary individuals are utterly barred from entry. Frequent visitors enjoy seamless access, while those of noble standing are personally welcomed by the manor's overseer. As for Lu Jingyao, her arrival commanded immediate attention. All staff paused their activities to gather at the entrance to receive her. Thus, Lu Zhifu followed her in a flourish into the resplendent golden foyer. The Baroque-style hall was adorned with imported antique mirrored tiles, while beneath a crystal chandelier, a mechanical pendulum oscillated, triggering the high-tech dining tables to refresh their offerings with each swing. The vibrant hues were dazzling to behold. Since Lu Jingyao was the host, She arrived early, and at this moment, there were few guests present. Are you mesmerized? Please do not embarrass me later. With poised strides, she ventured further inside, occasionally directing servants and waitstaff to adjust arrangements or casually mentioning the dietary restrictions of esteemed guests. She exuded calm assurance and remarkable control. With merely a gesture or a glance, her attendants understood her unspoken directives. Lu Zhifu trailed quietly behind her, following Lu Jinyao through the golden foyer. They traversed a dim corridor lined with Persian carpets, rumored to be the resource exchange area, though its operations remained unclear to her. They then passed through the misty garden, where the floor was made of one-way glass and the temperature-controlled glasshouse sprayed fragrant mist, creating a subtly hallucinogenic atmosphere with a rose pavilion at its center. Eventually, they reached the main banquet hall, where Lu Jinyao instructed her, "You wait here for me. Once everyone has arrived and the gathering commences, I shall introduce you." "All right." Lu Zhifu nodded. Before departing, Lu Jinyao specifically stationed several servants outside the lounge to prevent any unwelcome intrusions that might disrupt her. She then turned her attention to organizing the festivities. This gathering was set to commence at noon, featuring numerous entertainment segments to engage the young elite, particularly a masquerade ball in the evening, though Lu Jinyao seldom participated. Among the prominent aristocratic families in Kyoto, there were at least 20 or 30, with many young heirs and heiresses regularly attending social events, all of whom Lu Jinyao had extended invitations to. They were all well aware of the true eldest daughter of the Lu family's return and eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama, ensuring that not a single one would be absent. Today promised to be particularly lively. As noon approached, nearly all the guests had arrived, clustering in their usual groups. However, this time their discourse revolved solely around one topic, comparing Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao both overtly and covertly. They were particularly curious about what the Lu family scion, who had grown up in obscurity, had become. Upon the appearance of Lu Jinyao, those who typically mingled with her rushed forward, eagerly posing the most pressing questions. "Yao Yao, you look stunning today. Are you trying to outshine everyone?" She wore a gown from a top domestic designer, crafted specifically for her, the Qingsu series dress, exuding understated elegance while retaining a touch of luxury. The primary hue was a sky blue glaze, reflecting the cool light of a post-rain lake, deepening into an oceanic navy in shadows. The bodice was adorned with Su embroidery and cloud patterns, offering the perfect degree of translucence, while the mermaid skirt was embedded with miniature magnets to anchor it against unintentional trampling. As she moved, the skirt flowed without disturbance, radiating an undeniable aura. Equally remarkable was her makeup, which maintained her natural lip contour, her dark hair styled into a low bun, adorned with a Hetian jade hairpin, exuding an air of refined Chinese elegance. Once again, the eldest daughter of the Lu family exudes an unparalleled charm. It is not merely the newcomer who pales in comparison. Even we find it difficult to measure up. After all, she is the genuine daughter of the Lu lineage. Isn't it time for a change in address? Change to what? In our hearts. Only Yao Yao embodies the essence of a true lady. By the way, Yao Yao, why hasn't your esteemed guest made an appearance? Don't you intend to bring her out to broaden her horizons? It would be an opportunity for her to witness your grandeur. Some things, even if she returns, cannot be taken away. Perhaps it's best to let it be. We wouldn't want to diminish the stature of our mirror palace. I have heard she hails from a slum. She is merely a village girl who cannot hold a candle to you. Those present are astute individuals, and it is evident that Lu Jinyao and Lu Zhifu are at odds, hence the words spoken are merely a mix of flattery and derision. The few neutral parties are observing quietly, while others, disapproving of Lu Jinyao's demeanor, exchange subtle jibes. Even a fallen phoenix possesses genuine bloodlines. No amount of packaging can surpass this inherent truth. Lu Jinyao stands quietly amidst the crowd, a faint smile gracing her lips as her fingers delicately clutch a gilded porcelain cup, neither engaging in conversation nor offering any rebuttal. Her demeanor leaves much to the imagination, making her true thoughts elusive. This nonchalance only serves to heighten the curiosity of those around her. Just before the banquet commences, Lu Jinyao instructs the estate manager to invite Lu Zhifu over. They all await this moment eagerly, not in haste to begin the festivities, casting glances toward the entrance intermittently. The young scions of noble families, even in their seated positions, emanate a commanding aura, further magnified when they collectively scrutinize an individual. Any ordinary person would surely feel intimidated, their legs quaking at the prospect of entering. Yet, there sits Lu Jinyao, radiating the undeniable presence of one in authority. Minutes pass before someone voices their impatience. Why is it taking so long? Could it be that she is too intimidated to come? Another chimes in. How long does it take to summon someone? Is she already trying to assert herself before the party has even begun? Our time is quite precious. Perhaps we should commence without her. At this moment, a servant arrives to announce, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Miss Lu Zhifu has arrived." The crowd instantly perks up, their attention diverted to the entrance, some already formulating scornful remarks. Chapter 10. Everything as usual. Following the state manager, a breathtaking figure glides into view. In the banquet's main hall, filled with the fragrance of luxury and the clinking of glasses, the arrival of Lu Zhifu seems to pause time itself, as countless gazes converge upon her. She strides along the red carpet in 9-centimeter heels, each step executed with impeccable grace, as if rehearsed to perfection. Her presence rivaling that of everyone present. Amidst a sea of Western gowns and sparkling jewels, her new Chinese-style attire resembles a living ink-washed painting, elegant, refined, and exuding an air of opulence. The dress is predominantly a serene azure, with ivory white trim at the neckline and cuffs, lined with imported silk satin, and adorned with Suzhou silk embroidered with traditional cloud and water motifs. This ensemble is part of the Qingxi Fu series, crafted by the same designer. Standing together, she and Lu Jinyao truly resemble biological sisters, with Lu Zifu's brilliance eclipsing everyone else in attendance. Indeed, she outshines Lu Jinyao. Her face, a perfect inheritance of the Lu family genes, draws all eyes. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a natural beauty. Her brows arch like distant mountains, naturally accentuating her features. Her phoenix eyes are alluring, with a natural upward tilt at the outer corners, and her irises shimmer like jade steeped in clear spring water. Captivating and cold, evoking a beauty that renders onlookers hesitant to meet her gaze. The atmosphere grows eerily silent. It appears that their reaction had long been anticipated by Lu Jinyao, who merely raises an eyebrow in mild amusement. It is only when Lu Zhifu approaches her that she speaks with a calm demeanor. "Greetings, I am Lu Zhifu, the eldest daughter of the Lu family." Her composure surpasses even that of Lu Jinyao. At this moment, Lu Jinyao appears taken aback, as though her previous shyness was but an act. Is she truly unperturbed? The crowd erupts in astonished murmurs, their expectations shattered. This Lu Zhifu is vastly different from what they had envisioned. Even the proudest among them cannot help but be captivated. Some even question, could it be true? Is she truly the daughter of the Lu family, emerging from a slum? Perhaps the Lu family has secretly nurtured her to preserve their true lineage, for how else could such poise be cultivated? To suggest she hails from a slum is utterly unbelievable. First Lu Jinyao, and now Lu Zhifu. How are we to navigate our lives in their shadows? Am I the only one focused on the heir of the Pei family? What a fortunate situation indeed. Yet, regardless of how fortunate, one can only marry one person. Do I still have a chance? These are the words spoken on the surface, while many discreetly cast glances between the two sisters. Were they not said to be at odds? With such attire, they appear more like sisters or close friends rather than rivals. Especially given the exquisite nature of Lu Zhifu's makeup, clearly crafted by Lu Jinyao's professional team. The fact that Lu Jinyao would lend her makeup team to her sister indicates that their relationship is not as hostile as rumored. At the same time, everyone is keen to observe Lu Jinyao's reaction to being overshadowed. "Yao Yao, would you care to say something? Is this truly your sister?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jinyao nods, maintaining her haughty demeanor, indicating no desire for extensive explanations. "Sister, are you not going to introduce me to your friends?" Lu Zhifu inquires with a smile. Lu Jinyao scoffs lightly. "Aren't they right there? I'm too lazy to do the introductions. Let them ask." The crowd exchanges glances, realizing that Lu Jinyao indeed holds little affection for her sister. However, the face of the eldest daughter of the Lu family must still be respected. Many take the initiative to engage with Lu Zhifu, especially the young gentlemen, whose eyes sparkle upon seeing her, though they refrain from overt displays out of respect for Lu Jinyao. Lu Zhifu accepts their advances with a touch of reluctance. Recognizing that one should not strike down a smiling face, the esteem of these young scions must be acknowledged. Meanwhile, a group of young ladies gathers around Lu Jinyao, casting glances at the center where Lu Zhifu is the focal point, expressing their discontent. "Yao Yao, are you truly going to let her eclipse your brilliance? Remember, you are the one who has been meticulously cultivated by the Lu family." Another chimes in. "I feel for you, Yao Yao, if you give the word. We shall ensure she stumbles tonight." Lu Jinyao's expression remains impassive as she waves her hand dismissively. It's just one more person. You all enjoy yourselves. Everything remains as it is. Yet there are always one or two who relish stirring the pot. I say, Miss Lu. Or should I refer to you as Miss Lu Air? A young lady from the Qin family suddenly interjects, only to grimace as she realizes her faux pas, covering her mouth in dismay. Why do you still act as if you are the lady of the house? This mirror palace, a gift from the head of the Lu family to the eldest daughter, Lu Jinyao, is clearly a misrepresentation of your claim. Now that the rightful owner has arrived, shouldn't you consider shifting your position? The Chun group holds significant influence in the capital and is known for challenging Lu Jinyao frequently. Seizing this prime opportunity, she certainly would not let it slip away. What utter nonsense are you spouting? The Mirror Palace has been inscribed with our Jinyao's name, and it has long been hers. What purpose does your assertion serve? This is beyond our control. A few of Lu Jinyao's close friends spoke up on her behalf, while she herself remained remarkably composed, stating that if her sister could indeed take it, she would have no qualms about relinquishing the Mirror Palace. Her words carried a hint of disdain and mockery, prompting laughter from the onlookers. Even if it were to be passed to Lu Zhifu, would she even comprehend its management? Given that it belongs to her sister, I would not stoop so low as to covet another's possession. Lu Jinyao's unassertive nature would not fare well in the ruthless Lu family. Miss Chun, witnessing Lu Zhifu's refusal to align with her, inwardly cursed her for her lack of discernment. A fortune-teller once foretold that I would live a long life. Lu Zhifu wore a gentle smile, appearing utterly unfazed, leaving Miss Chun with the feeling of striking a pillow with her fist in frustration. Enough of this gathering. Let us indulge in some games, Lu Jinyao declared as she departed the main banquet hall, never once glancing at Lu Zhifu. Many followed in her wake, while others lingered around Lu Zhifu, hoping to glean some information from her. Apologies, but I must excuse myself. Enjoy your time. She politely declined the invitations from the young lords and ladies, seeking refuge in a quieter area. Being surrounded like this was rather uncomfortable. Chapter 11. The young master of the capital, a male model? Lu Zhifu evaded the crowd, intending to procure a bite to eat, but as she traversed the dim corridor, she unexpectedly encountered a man. She found herself observing him twice. His striking features seemed as if sculpted by divine hands. His bone structure was exquisite, with a jawline as sharp as a blade. Yet, when he smiled, it broke the facade, revealing a blend of roguish charm and youthful exuberance. His dark brows were thick and commanding, his unkempt appearance oddly appealing. His eyes, characteristic of the famed peach blossom, sparkled with a lively brightness, exuding a sense of playful irreverence. He walked with an air of confidence, strutting as if on a runway, one hand casually tucked in his pocket, radiating an aura of supreme self-assurance. Lu Zhifu appeared to recognize him, the notorious scion of the capital, the young master. It seemed he had indeed returned from abroad. However, he had not been seen in the main hall earlier, and given Lu Jinyao's disposition, she would certainly not have invited him, suggesting he had slipped in unannounced. Gaining entry to the Mirror Palace was no small feat. Lu Zhifu wished to avoid entanglement with him, merely pausing for a brief moment before attempting to sidestep him.
Yet,
Pei Jinwang abruptly obstructed her path, uttering words that were utterly nonsensical. Little beauty, you glanced at me twice just now. Are you perhaps infatuated with me? Her expression darkened, confirming the rumors about him were indeed accurate. Such a handsome face and charming voice wasted on such a character. I do not even know who you are. How could I be infatuated? She restrained herself from rolling her eyes at him. Do not deny it, I understand. No one can escape my overwhelming charm, he retorted. Lu Zhifu thought to herself, how tiresome. She turned on her heel, determined to walk away in another direction. Hey, where are you going? Wait for me. We have yet to finish our conversation. Pei Jinwang insisted, trailing after her persistently. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice their exchange. Little beauty, missy. Which family do you belong to? How come I have never seen you before? Lu Zhifu, growing increasingly irritated by his persistence, turned to glare at him. And you? Which family do you belong to that I have not encountered before? Why, I am from your family. Have you forgotten? Speak plainly. Where did you come from? You were not present at the banquet earlier. All right, I shall come clean. Pei Jinwang feigned exasperation, raising his hands in surrender, his tone growing serious. In truth, I am the male model that Miss Lu Jinyao invited to accompany her. Lu Zhifu nearly choked on her own saliva. This fellow truly had no regard for his reputation to utter such words. Moreover, would Lu Jinyao indeed hire a male model? Was he not afraid of tarnishing her image? No wonder she found him utterly unappealing. What's that? You doubt me? Pei Jinwang leaned closer, whispering, if you do not believe me, you can experience it firsthand. Get away from me. Lu Zhifu could no longer contain herself and aimed a punch at his handsome face, but he deftly dodged. She was momentarily taken aback, though it was fleeting as she had not exerted much force. Why is it that the beautiful ones are all so fierce? All? She seized upon the emphasis. Of course. I refer to the illustrious Lu Jinyao, who is quite formidable, he replied. Oh? And how is that? Pei Jinwang seized the opportunity to draw near, conspiratorially whispering. Because I witnessed her commit murder, her methods were exceptionally terrifying. Is that so? Lu Zifu's lips curled into a subtle smile.
What?
You still do not believe me? I dared not record it at the time, he continued. If she invited you, why did you accept? Aren't you afraid she might silence you? Such is life. The compensation she offered was simply too generous. Lu Zhifu thought to herself, so he is enamored with the allure of wealth? Seek out your Jinyao then. Do not bother me. No, I could not dare to pursue her. Whoever marries her would be doomed, Pei Jinwang exclaimed, though his expression remained light-hearted. Lu Zhifu chuckled along with him, then pointed behind him. She is right behind you. Pei Jinwang jumped, suddenly facing Lu Jinyao's icy countenance, and quickly darted behind Lu Zhifu. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Thank goodness you are kind-hearted, or else my life would surely be forfeit, he lamented. Lu Zhifu distanced herself, declaring, I do not know this person. He claims to be the male model you hired. Pei Jinwang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could you betray me so quickly? Next time. I shall wait a moment before speaking, Lu Jinyao interjected, her gaze shifting between the two, her aura growing colder. To have the esteemed heir of the Pei family as a male model is indeed my honor. At that moment, a throng of onlookers gathered around, unprepared to hear such astonishing words. The crowd erupted in gasps. What did I just hear? The Pei family young master is here? Hasn't he been abroad for years? Indeed. He was not present earlier. A male model? Surely not. Could it be that with his demeanor, he would indeed engage in such a role? Can we also make requests? Or is it solely for Miss Jinyao? Have you eaten too many mushrooms? There is no way we would be included. At most it is just for the eldest and second young ladies of the Lu family. What a scandalous scene. This is too explosive. Did something monumental transpire in my absence? The chatter escalated, transforming the atmosphere into a bustling market. Lu Zhifu grew increasingly exasperated. Silence. Lu Jinyao spoke with an air of intimidation. She then turned her gaze toward Pei Jinwang, her eyes brimming with unmasked disdain. The young master of the Pei family had intruded uninvited, and this time, she would overlook it. However, she hoped he would keep his distance from her and, moreover,
From the Lu family.
After uttering these words, she cast a meaningful glance at Lu Zhifu. That won't do. Our families are bound by a marriage contract, aren't they? The day of its fulfillment is approaching, Pei Jinwang boldly countered, deliberately provoking Lu Jinyao. The young ladies and gentlemen present were eager, preparing to witness the unfolding drama up close. Lu Jinyao furrowed her brows, fixing her piercing stare on him. Weren't you vehemently opposed to this union from the outset? Did you not even go so far as to flee abroad to escape this marriage? She had long been aware of his aversion, which suited her just fine, as marrying a frivolous scion was never her intention. Yet now, Pei Jinwang seemed to have changed his stance. Of course, I am unwilling to wed you, Pei Jinwang scoffed. But I heard that the true eldest daughter of the Lu family has returned, so I came to see my future bride. Chapter 12. Standing up for her. Lu Jinyao clenched her fists, struggling to suppress her fury. Now that you've seen her, what do you have to say? Pei Jinwang grinned and leaned closer to Lu Zhifu, his satisfaction evident. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was utterly captivated. The onlookers felt a wave of embarrassment for him, yet they were more entertained than ever. You knew who she was all along? Lu Zhifu inquired, intrigued. Indeed. I never disclosed my identity to you. How did you recognize me at first glance? Her information, especially her photographs, had never been publicized. You just refer to her as your sister. That was not difficult to deduce, was it? No, you knew from the very beginning, and your intentions were quite clear. Lu Zhifu's intuition was uncanny. This fellow was undoubtedly pursuing her. Pei Jinwang mockingly bowed to her. Thank you, future bride, for thinking me so astute. Lu Zhifu was at a loss for words, a rarity for her. The surrounding crowd erupted into laughter. Pei Jinwang, oblivious, directed his comment at Lu Jinyao. Second miss. You surely have no objections to the union between me and the eldest Miss Lu, do you? A radiant smile blossomed on Lu Jinyao's face, growing increasingly dazzling. Of course not. Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, she commanded, "Someone, escort this fool out." Lu Zhifu nodded in agreement. Well done. Before Pei Jinwang could finish his sentence, he was unceremoniously expelled by the guards of the Jing Palace. Another amusing tale for the crown prince of the capital's elite. The remaining young ladies and gentlemen exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. At the entrance of Jing Palace, Pei Jinwang's subordinates had been waiting for some time. Upon witnessing their young master being thrown out, they felt no surprise, but rather relief. The young master had indeed excelled, managing to stay inside for a full 10 minutes after 3 years abroad for further studies. Indeed, the young master is remarkable. Pei Jinwang kicked one of them lightly. If you can't offer genuine praise, then keep your mouth shut. Inside Jing Palace, the awkwardness lingered. Everyone gazed at Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao, hesitating to speak. The eldest Miss Lu's methods were truly impressive. She had ensnared the heart of the young master Pei upon her return. To even covet her own sister's fiancé was shameless, wasting her exquisite appearance. Yet, those who spoke without thinking came forth, defending Lu Jinyao. In their eyes, Lu Jinyao and Pei Jinwang were a match made in heaven. Lu Zhifu has only just returned and is already trying to snatch everything. Which of your eyes saw me trying to claim Pei Jinwang? Are you still denying it? If you truly had no feelings for him, how could he have uttered such words? Lu Zhifu chuckled in exasperation. Then, according to your logic, what should I do? You should avoid any appearance of impropriety, keeping your distance from him. You shouldn't even be present in such a setting. Our social circle is not one you can simply enter. This circle has welcomed even a mere illegitimate daughter. Why should I, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family, be excluded? Upon her words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The young lady who had spoken belonged to a relatively powerful family, having been raised with the kind of arrogance that comes from parental favoritism. Rumors had circulated about her mother being a mistress, but they had been suppressed. Those in the know remained silent. Now, publicly exposed by Lu Zhifu, everyone awaited the spectacle. Lu Jinyao's eyes flashed with surprise once more. How did she know? Did Uncle Zhou inform her? Yet, how could she remember so precisely, especially since the young lady had not revealed her identity? Before the audience could recover from their shock, Lu Zhifu continued, "My sister hasn't said anything yet you're so anxious. If I may say, the one truly coveting the heir of the Pei family is you." The young lady's previously lovely features twisted in anger, her hand pointing accusingly at Lu Zhifu. You speak nonsense. How could a Lu family member be born from such a background? No, you're just a product of the slums, perhaps even a wild offspring, daring to question my lineage. Before she could finish, Lu Jinyao interrupted. She smiled and beckoned for the young lady to approach, leading her to believe her earlier comments had pleased Lu Jinyao and that she would receive praise. Eagerly, she stepped forward to seek approval. However, the next moment, a resounding slap landed on her face. What do you think you are, daring to invoke the Lu family? Lu Zhifu chimed in, exactly. The young lady, bewildered, found herself at a loss, as most present were equally stunned. Lu Jinyao had always maintained an air of decorum in public, rarely displaying anger before others. Especially now. It was for Lu Zhifu's sake.
Why?
They could not comprehend. Hadn't she been said to be at odds with Lu Zhifu?
Oh.
Perhaps Lu Jinyao was simply defending the Lu family, unrelated to Lu Zhifu. Yao, I didn't mean it that way, I was only targeting her. Not intending to disparage the Lu family, the young lady whimpered, covering her face, on the verge of tears. This was her first encounter with such humiliation. Even if she harbored deep resentment, she lacked the courage to confront Lu Jinyao. Lu Jinyao's smile deepened, her tone unusually gentle. Given your current state, it seems unwise for you to participate in the upcoming activities. Perhaps it would be best for you to return and recuperate. Someone, please escort this young lady out. This was a polite dismissal. The young lady stood in shock, completely unprepared for the turn of events. If her family were to learn that she had offended someone so untouchable in their social circle, she would surely face severe reprimands. No, Yao. The guards of Jing Palace acted swiftly, pulling the young lady away as she resisted. The crowd turned their attention back to Lu Zhifu, who stood beside Lu Jinyao, exuding a somewhat arrogant demeanor, eliciting murmurs of intrigue. What did it all mean? It was undoubtedly her territory. She relished in her authority. Miss Chun, visibly displeased, huffed and turned away. The others followed suit, chuckling as they dispersed, leaving Lu Jinyao and Lu Zhifu to exchange glances. How did you get entangled with him? Lu Jinyao furrowed her brow. I don't know. He just clung to me as I walked. Lu Zhifu spread her hands, her expression one of helplessness. The antics of these one or two individuals were truly exasperating. Lu Jinyao, however, said little, merely advising her to stay put and not wander off before departing. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhifu stealthily followed her. As the hostess, how could Lu Jinyao venture towards areas with fewer people? There might be something amiss. Chapter 13. Still claiming not to have a crush on me. Lu Jinyao moved swiftly, reaching the Misty Garden in just 2 minutes, where she promptly dismissed all nearby staff, instructing them to report any unusual occurrences immediately. Lu Zhifu maintained a careful distance, neither too far nor too close, moving silently. At least Lu Jinyao remained unaware of her presence. Half a minute later, someone unexpected appeared before Lu Jinyao, and the two quickly engaged in conversation. It was Zhou Shikuan. To catch the nuances of their dialogue, Lu Zhifu edged closer, concealing herself behind a tall pillar, a mere 10 meters away. Thanks to her keen hearing, the distance allowed her to catch their words distinctly. Have they organized everything they brought? Zhou Shikuan inquired. It's all here. The only useful contributions come from the young masters of the Wu and Lu families, which can be included in our negotiations. He handed her several documents. Lu Zhifu contemplated. Things? When were these provided? Did everyone have to present something upon entering, crossing through the dark corridor? Thus, these gatherings among young masters and mistresses, particularly those hosted by Lu Jinyao, are not merely for amusement. Those for you were keeping an eye on, didn't he show genuine intent? Go press them again. She casually glanced through the papers, her gaze icy. This is their last chance. Otherwise, they will be directly entered into the blacklist. The blacklist? Lu Zhifu had heard of it. It was said to be a record maintained by the Lu family, cataloging individuals or forces that posed a threat to the family, containing undisclosed dirt or evidence of collusion between politics and business, essentially a means to control many lives. It seemed that Lu Jinyao was the overseer of this blacklist. It was astonishing that Zhou Shu, the family steward, would take orders solely from her. We can afford to wait. After all, they are merely a bunch of frivolous individuals. How could they compare to the efficiency of the second young lady? Lu Jinyao smirked, neither confirming nor denying. Oh, by the way, have you mentioned the identities of those young masters and mistresses who came here today to my sister? I only mentioned the Pei family. Lu Jinyao's expression hardened. It was indeed curious. Having just arrived, she could only have access to Lu family members. Where did she acquire her information? Perhaps they had underestimated the eldest young lady. She might not be as simple as she appeared. At the very least, her temperament was far from ordinary. This was Zhou Shu's sincere assessment. His instincts in reading people were usually quite accurate. Her past remains a blank slate, devoid of any useful information. This is Lu Jinyao's greatest quandary. The Lu family's underground business spans a vast network, and their connections in the underworld are numerous. Even in the impoverished areas of Country F, it would be impossible to find no trace at all. Or perhaps someone is deliberately obscuring the truth. No, it's not just us. Even the master and mistress, along with the 3 young masters, have gained nothing. Zhou Shikuan hesitated before speaking. What if we directly inquire with the eldest young lady? She has just returned to the Lu family and may not trust us. Moreover, our parents and brothers primarily fear triggering her painful memories. Let us set her matters aside for now. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Zhifu raised an eyebrow. They wished to investigate her? The Lu family held immense power in Country Z, yet on the international stage, they still fell short. She awaited the day they uncovered the truth, curious to see just how many trump cards her family held. This information is utterly insufficient. Zhou Shu, continue to have people keep watch. If they do not reveal more today, they shall not leave the Mirror Palace's gates. As for the 2 who were expelled early, consider it their good fortune. Seeing their conversation nearing its conclusion, Lu Zhifu departed first, only to be surrounded by a throng of people who clamored to inquire about her, probing for insights into her family's stance towards her. When Lu Jinyao arrived, she found this spectacle. Locking eyes with Lu Zhifu, she snorted coldly before turning away to entertain herself elsewhere. However, in a corner unseen by others, she was engaged in conversation with the head of the Mirror Palace. Miss, will the masquerade ball proceed as scheduled tonight? Given that the eldest young lady is present, there are many eyes around. We cannot ascertain her safety immediately. Moreover, the pay young master, the person in charge, was cut off by Lu Jinyao. If I cannot ensure her safety in my domain, then I have no reason to remain in Kyoto. Understood. Similarly, unbeknownst to Lu Jinyao, a group of wealthy heirs had taken Lu Zhifu under their wing, initiating games exclusive to their circle. They were convinced she had not encountered much of the world and plotted to embarrass her. Yet, not once did their schemes come to fruition. Lu Zhifu always found various reasons and methods to refuse their advances, or inadvertently disrupted their games, leaving everyone devoid of enjoyment. While they ended up the ones making fools of themselves, she maintained an innocent demeanor, feigning ignorance of any wrongdoing, which left everyone frustrated, even leading to infighting amongst them. After a cacophony of noise, Lu Jinyao was finally drawn to the commotion. She rarely frowned, puzzled. What is going on? Did Lu Zhifu truly get bullied in my absence? Before anyone could respond, Lu Zhifu swiftly moved to her side. Sister, you've finally arrived. They've been bullying me, claiming I know nothing. And we didn't even get to play the final game. She accused them openly, a hint of arrogance in her tone. The crowd reacted. Lu Jinyao cast a sidelong glance at her before shifting her gaze to the others. Since you do not wish to play, then let us all cease. Let us proceed to the main banquet hall. I have matters to discuss with you. The crowd murmured. What on earth? How infuriating. Yet there was little they could do. How could they explain that their previous antics were not specifically aimed at Lu Zhifu? Lu Jinyao was not easily deceived. Her actions might have been a show of support for Lu Zhifu. Confused. In the ensuing events, Lu Jinyao did not involve Lu Zhifu further, sending her off to another area until the evening's masquerade ball. By now, the others had lost their enthusiasm to play, especially after being reprimanded by Lu Jinyao. Additionally, having done this several times before, there was little novelty left. Yet, Lu Zhifu remained intrigued. It seemed she had spotted someone. She casually picked up a black and white feathered mask and, as the ball commenced and others began to move, she gracefully stepped into the dance floor. Initially, she merely intended to dance casually, her gaze wandering elsewhere. However, someone approached her directly, taking her hand and leading her in a duet. Prince, how did you sneak in again? Pei Jinwang, however, answered her with a question of his own. I haven't even spoken yet and you've recognized me. You still claim not to have a crush on me? Chapter 14. Your sister is simply naive. Lu Zhifu thought, good heavens, what sort of family upbringing could produce such audacity in him? Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, I would truly like to give him a piece of my mind. I never anticipated that my future fiancée would be so exceptionally talented. She dances with remarkable ease. And I was certain that the rumors circulating outside were mere fabrications. Pei Jinwang's lips curled into a beguiling smile, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Could it be? Perhaps the rumors were not unfounded, but rather a reflection of reality. As Lu Zhifu's words faded, he inadvertently stepped on Pei Jinwang's foot with the stiletto heel of her shoe. A sharp intake of breath escaped Pei Jinwang as he instinctively sought to excuse her. For who among us has not made a mistake at some point? Indeed, a minor blunder is hardly unusual. Lu Zhifu smiled in agreement. A sense of foreboding stirred within him, only to be swiftly exacerbated by another painful stomp. Earlier, you mentioned witnessing my sister commit murder. Do elaborate on that.
Ah.
At that moment, I was so terrified that I barely recall the details. And once again, he was met with a firm step. Very well, my dear. Allow me a moment to recollect, Pei Jinwang conceded. Hurry, lest my rhythm be thrown off once more. The two were engrossed in their playful banter, oblivious to the fact that outside the dance floor, Lu Jinyao had been silently observing them from the shadows. The ball concluded surprisingly smoothly, perhaps due to Lu Zhifu's cover, allowing him to escape undetected. No longer was he unceremoniously cast out. Instead, he left with the crowd in a grand manner. Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao returned to the Lu residence, where Lu Qinjun, Shen Qinglan, and the three Lu brothers were already seated on the sofa, seemingly waiting for their return. Gigi and Yao Yao were back. How was your evening? This inquiry was primarily directed towards Lu Zhifu, as Lu Jinyao typically handled such gatherings without their concern. Yes, it was quite enjoyable, Lu Zhifu replied with a smile, prompting nods of satisfaction from the family, who gestured for her to sit beside them. As the conversation flowed, it suddenly shifted to Lu Zhifu's past. Unable to suppress their curiosity and concern, they inquired about her history, having found nothing through their investigations. Lu Zhifu merely smiled gently, deflecting their questions, suggesting they discuss it at a later time. Fearing that the truth might be too much for them to bear, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Within those few seconds, the Lu family conjured countless tragic scenarios that Lu Zhifu might have endured in the slums. They felt a warmth in their hearts. She had suffered for so long yet bore no resentment, instead worrying about their feelings and their capacity to handle such revelations. What a remarkably kind-hearted child she is. The family was profoundly moved, tears brimming in their eyes. After exchanging a few more words of concern, they allowed her to retire to her room. Then they turned their attention to Lu Jinyao, seeking clarification regarding Lu Zifu's account of the evening's events. "Your sister seems rather reticent with you," she remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "What do you mean?" The family sat up straight in anticipation. "It appears that she has developed quite a rapport with that Pei fellow. They were dancing together at the ball, and yet she failed to mention it to you. Has that scoundrel returned? And he's already infiltrated your territory? Why wasn't he stopped? He's been abroad for 3 years, gaining some prowess. I simply couldn't intercept him in time," she admitted, a tinge of regret in her voice for allowing him such an opportunity. "But that doesn't mean he should be allowed near your sister. Gigi is too naive and easily swayed by such charming rogues," Lu Qinjun exclaimed, visibly agitated. "It's hard to guard against, and perhaps there's no need to. What if your sister has feelings for him? Wouldn't a union between the families elevate us even further?" The Lu and Pei families had long awaited such an opportunity. Though the sentiment was expressed, the Lu family found it difficult to accept. Shen Qinglan probed further, asking how they had ended up together. Pei Jinwang, in front of everyone, remarked that it certainly sounded plausible. Lu Jinyao recounted Pei Jinwang's heartfelt declaration to Lu Zhifu, leaving the family with solemn expressions. Finally, the eldest brother, Lu Qinin, spoke up. "Let us observe for a while, though that Pei lad may be a bit unruly. He has never been known to dally with others, nor has he publicly declared such sentiments towards any girl. Perhaps his affections are genuine. True, we must scrutinize him closely, even if he is the heir to the Pei family," another brother added. "Lu San, make it a point to gauge his intentions when you have the chance." "Why me? I have my own commitments," Lu Jingyao protested, unwilling to engage with the young scion. "Surely, you excel in the realms of revelry more than your elder brother?" "This matter is settled," declared Lu Qinjun, the head of the family. He added, "This concerns your sister's lifelong happiness. Tread carefully." "Understood," Lu Jingyao replied begrudgingly. "Speaking of which, my Gigi can dance?" "She truly is a multifaceted talent," Shen Qinglan remarked, her smile returning. "Whether she can dance is uncertain. However, I must say, she certainly stepped on Pei Jinwang's toes multiple times, and even from afar, I could sense the near distortion of his countenance beneath that mask." Lu Jinyao chuckled heartily. Yet her laughter quickly faded, replaced by a sulky expression. "I am also an exceptional dancer. Why does mother not praise me?" She had graduated from the world's foremost ballet academy and had accumulated numerous accolades, earning her the title of the International Swan Ballet Princess. When asked by the media about her decision to retire at the peak of her career, she had haughtily replied, "This is sufficient. I am off to achieve my next triumph." Her words shattered the family's pride, leaving them in disbelief at such audacity. How could anyone be so ostentatious? It was infuriating. Yet, they could not deny her prowess. "Didn't we already praise you? Mother was concerned you might tire of hearing it," they responded. This daughter, excelling in every regard, required not a moment of parental worry. All they needed to do was lavish her with money. They had long since grown numb to the accolades she brought to the family. In the days that followed, their parents and brothers were preoccupied, unable to return home promptly. "Your sister will need your care," they reminded Lu Jinyao. "Me again? If I were to stay by her side constantly, she would inevitably discover my clandestine activities." "No worries. Your sister is quite innocent and oblivious. Even if she were to overhear something, she would never draw such conclusions," Lu Qinjun stated calmly. Shen Qinglan added, "Indeed. Just be discreet in your communications when interacting with the staff. Do not alarm her." Chapter 15. Defamation, Rumors, and Slander. The next morning, Lu Zhifu rose early, while the rest of the family remained at home, seemingly waiting for her to bid farewell, as they were likely to embark on a business trip, returning in 2 to 3 days. "Gigi, you are up? Come wash up and join us for breakfast," Shen Qinglan warmly invited. "All right, mother." The breakfast table radiated warmth. In the course of conversation, they steered the topic towards Pei Jinwang, subtly probing Lu Zhifu's opinion of him. Lu Zhifu furrowed her brow, speaking slowly, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. The family watched her intently, awaiting her next words. Suddenly, Lu Zhifu locked eyes with them, finally settling her gaze on Lu Jinyao. He does not favor you, Yao Yao. He finds you too fierce, and he has even witnessed you commit murder. As her words lingered in the air, an eerie silence fell over the room, reminiscent of the previous night. Even Aunt Zhao, who was present, lowered her head in silence. Lu Jinyao, damn it. How dare he slander her? No, it seems it's not slander. When has she ever been caught committing murder by him? Surely not. She seldom resorts to violence herself. The other members of the Lu family exchanged glances, uncertain how to explain this predicament. If they confessed, it would tarnish their family's reputation in the eyes of their daughter and frighten her. If they denied it, they would be left with no choice but to lie to her. What a troubling situation indeed. That brat from the Pei family is equally clueless. Which couple discusses such topics upon their first meeting? Father, mother, elder brother, second brother, third brother, younger sister. Is what he said true? Lu Zhifu observed their silence, a subtle smile creeping onto her lips as she deliberately prompted each of them one by one. They looked at each other once more before turning in unison to Lu Jinyao, urging her, the party in question, to explain herself. Receiving her family's signals, Lu Jinyao slammed her palm on the table and stood abruptly, exclaiming, slander, defamation. I never expected that after 3 years, he would stoop to such vile accusations against me. Her voice rang out, powerful and resonant, startling the entire family. Sister, do not heed his nonsense. Perhaps he has spent the last 3 years in an asylum, and his words are not to be taken seriously. Lu Zhifu nodded timidly. It must be said, Pei Jinwang had a point. Lu Jinyao was indeed somewhat fierce. So, has Lu Jinyao truly committed murder? And was she caught by Pei Jinwang? Then she elegantly lifted her skirt, seated herself with grace, and spoke softly. As long as my sister understands, let us continue our meal. Thus, the family, harboring ulterior motives, finished their breakfast in a semblance of peace. At the Pei residence, they too were enjoying breakfast. Pei Li, the head of the Pei family, was genuinely displeased with Pei Jinwang. So much so that he felt like flipping the dining table and sending him off to eat alone. However, upon reflection, he endured, considering that his wayward son only returned once every 3 years. Old man, stop scowling all day. It's quite unappetizing. Or are you hoping to see me starve to death by making me lose my appetite? What kind of malicious father are you? Pei Jinwang continued. Or are you actually my stepfather? Since neither of us wants to eat, should we hastily get a paternity test? Before Pei Li could utter a word, Pei Jinwang rattled off a stream of complaints, seemingly intent on driving him to the brink of fury. You brat, who are you calling old man? I'm only in my 40s. A man at 41 is still in his prime, understand? How vexing. Pei Jinwang's mother passed away early, and he had single-handedly taken on the roles of both father and mother, only to raise such a character. Fortunately, the Pei family was relatively straightforward, unlike the Lu family, which was rife with cunning and treachery. Otherwise, Pei Jinwang's position as heir would be far from secure. His younger brother, Pei Jinchao, though frail by nature, proved to be much less of a headache than his brother, often helping him manage the fallout from his antics. How could he live so carefree otherwise? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Why didn't you die out there, and spare me your presence? Seeing that his father was truly on the verge of anger, Pei Jinwang subdued his demeanor, adopting a playful tone. I'm back to help you realize your wish for a grandchild, aren't I? This statement momentarily stunned Pei Li, whose expression became comically incredulous. You? Don't jest. Which good girl would be willing to bear your child? Even Pei Jinchao, who had been quietly eating, looked up at him, skepticism evident in his eyes. Father, you seem to have forgotten. We have an engagement with the Lu family, don't we? It's time to fulfill that promise. What's this? Have you suddenly come to your senses? Weren't you previously adamant against it? Or are you scheming something? Pei Li bombarded him with pointed inquiries. Old man, today is different from the past, do you understand? What nonsense. Speak properly. Pei Li scrutinized his son suspiciously. Didn't you say the eldest daughter of the Lu family was too domineering, that marrying her would mean worshipping her as an ancestor? One ancestor is enough, isn't it? So now you're not afraid of being suppressed by the eldest daughter? Not worried about having to serve your wife and be under her thumb? If it were up to him, Lu Jinyao would be the perfect daughter-in-law. A strong woman is precisely what it takes to keep this unruly son in check. No, dear father, let us be precise. I'm engaged to the eldest daughter of the Lu family, but the one you just mentioned is the second daughter. This revelation left Pei Li momentarily speechless. Are you implying what I think you are? Yes, exactly as you think. Brother, are you serious? Pei Jinchao rarely interjected. I almost forgot, Pei Li muttered, before erupting in anger. The girl just returned, and you're already fixated on her? If the protective Lu family finds out, they'll break your legs. Pei Jinwang unashamedly admitted at this point. Didn't you just come back yesterday? How come you've already set your sights on that girl? When did you meet her? I don't even have a picture of her. A wise man has his own clever schemes. This is not for you to worry about. Pei Li's interest was piqued, and he abandoned his irritation. Eager to hear more. Quickly tell me, how is the true eldest daughter of the Lu family? Pei Jinchao leaned in closer. She seems quite well behaved. A bit temperamental. But that is fine. It's quite endearing, I like it. Is that all? Yes. Is it wrong to find her attractive? You're so superficial. This was a sole critique from his own father. And what of it? Pei Jinwang crossed his legs nonchalantly. Our family's union is precisely what you desire, isn't it? I'm just worried you'll ruin that girl. If she is truly a good girl, wouldn't you bully her mercilessly? That won't you do. Hey, old man. Get your facts straight. She is from the Lu family. Would I dare to bully her? I'm still feeling the pain from the few kicks she gave me last night. Chapter 16. I am not merely a guest. That is true enough. Yet Pei Li continued to feel something was amiss and intentionally provoked him. I find Ah Chao to be far more reliable. He is considerate. So perhaps you should leave the union to him. That won't he do. Old man, can't you stop opposing me? Pei Jinwang grew anxious. Pei Jinchao merely smiled and said nothing. What do you mean I'm opposing you? I don't want to discuss your past actions. Pei Li scoffed. Just wait. I'll bring you a daughter-in-law. He then finished his meal, dropped his chopsticks, and left in a huff. Pei Li rubbed his temples, hesitating to speak. Finally, he instructed Pei Jinchao, keep an eye on your brother. Don't let him offend the eldest daughter of the Lu family. I wouldn't he dare. I'm afraid he'll think I'm trying to steal his wife. At the Lu residence, Lu Zhifu smiled at Lu Jinyao, sister. It appears it's just the two of us today.
Oh.
She responded coldly. Sister, what do you plan to be busy with today?
What?
Do you want to lend me a hand? That wouldn't he be out of the question. Lu Jinyao regarded her suspiciously. What can you do? I can do a little of everything. Is that true? Lu Jinyao clearly doubted her, but recalling her sister's demeanor over the past few days, she softened her tone and continued, Sister, could you tell me what you learned while you were abroad? It certainly felt as though Lu Zhifu had been raised in a wealthy household. What I learned is quite varied. It's hard to say. You're just brushing me off. Lu Jinyao pouted, displeased. Sister, Uncle Shu has been waiting over there for quite a while. It seems he has something to discuss with you. Are you certain you don't want to go see him? Lu Zhifu pointed to the side. Lu Jinyao turned around and indeed saw Uncle Zhou. Your eyesight is quite sharp. But how do you know he must have something to discuss with me? If not you, then who else could it be? Besides, I just said seems like. Well, very well. After Lu Jinyao left, Lu Zhifu strolled around aimlessly, only to find a servant training Wang Kai.
Miss.
It's dangerous over there. You should just observe from outside the enclosure. The servants of the Lu family hurried to greet her as she approached. It's fine. I'm not afraid of it. Wang Kai, with keen hearing, turned to look at her. Lu Zhifu waved at it, as if coaxing a pet dog. Wang Kai, come here. Miss. Wang Kai usually only listens to Butler Zhou's commands, a servant reminded her, but before he could finish, Wang Kai dashed towards her. It appeared somewhat fierce, as if venting its displeasure at being provoked. A few servants were taken aback, knowing Wang Kai had a fierce temperament and fearing it might harm the young lady. But it was too late to intervene. Just as Wang Kai was about to pounce on Lu Zhifu, their hearts raced. Miss, quickly dodge. Lu Zhifu stepped back and then lifted her leg, striking its head with considerable force, pinning it to the ground. She then grasped the nape of its neck. Much like hoisting a dog, albeit its size was quite large. Little one, you are rather fierce. The servants were dumbfounded. Was it truly subdued with just that? The young lady, petite and delicate, how could she possess such strength? One might say her courage was even greater. Miss, perhaps you should let us handle it. Its temper isn't very good. The servants remained concerned it might suddenly lash out. Coincidentally, my temper isn't particularly pleasant either. They were momentarily stunned, only to see Wang Kai whimper submissively, entirely shedding its earlier ferocity. Lu Zhifu absent-mindedly stroked its fur, and it displayed an obedient demeanor. Aunt Zhao, arriving at the scene, was taken aback by this sight. Wang Kai is this affectionate towards the young lady already? Miss, it's dangerous here. The second young lady requests that you return to your room. She suppressed her astonishment and respectfully addressed Lu Zhifu.
Why?
I just came out, and you saw how well-behaved it is. It's not about Wang Kai. Recalling that Lu Jinyao had been conversing with Uncle Zhou, Lu Zhifu inquired, then what is it? What happened? Aunt Zhao hesitated, ultimately deciding to speak the truth. A guest has arrived. The second young lady wishes for you to avoid them. What kind of guest? One I've seen, or one I should avoid? Lu Zhifu's expression remained impassive, her tone indifferent, inadvertently creating a slight sense of pressure for Aunt Zhao. You will certainly recognize them, but this person is somewhat dangerous. It's for your safety. Dangerous? If they are dangerous, why allow them into the Lu family? He is, in fact, a member of the Lu family, with the right to come and go freely. Even in the presence of the master and mistress, it would be inappropriate to forcibly obstruct him. A member of the Lu family? What kind? A subordinate, though not a subordinate of the Lu family, rather a subordinate of the clan. If he is a subordinate, what is there to fear? Lu Zhifu was inclined to see for herself. Miss, matters are not as simple as you perceive. You cannot yet comprehend the intricacies involved. Aunt Zhao attempted to dissuade her, but noticed she was already heading towards the conference hall. She silently lamented the situation but dared not genuinely stop her. After all, she was the mistress. Miss, the second young lady and the guest are in a meeting. It would be best if you do not enter. I am the eldest young lady of this household. Is it unreasonable for me to be included in their discussions? As she spoke, she forcefully pushed open the conference hall door. Her voice reached the ears of those inside, particularly imbued with a hint of dissatisfaction and petulance. Lu Jinyao's expression darkened. Why must this disobedient one come over? Does she really think this place is amusing? Aunt Zhao felt the same. She couldn't stop her even if she wanted to. Lu Zhifu discerned the three individuals seated within. Lu Jinyao, an elderly man in his 70s with a swaggering demeanor, sporting several intersecting scars across his face. His gaze deep and sinister, exuding an aura of intimidation. Judging by his appearance, he seemed more formidable than Lu Baishan. The other was Uncle Zhou. Though merely a butler, he stood on equal footing with Lu Jinyao and the guest, subtly maintaining a balance of power. It was rather perplexing. Zhou Shirguan noticed her and maintained a relatively calm demeanor. However, Lu Jinyao was displeased, sternly questioning, "What are you doing here?" "I am also a member of the Lu family. I wish to join you," Lu Zhifu playfully declared, yet her actions were assertive as she sat directly beside Lu Jinyao. "Sister, aren't you going to introduce this guest?" She emphasized the word guest particularly. "Miss, I am no mere guest," the man fixated on Lu Zhifu, suddenly breaking into a chilling smile. Chapter 17. Sowing Discord. His eyes curved upward, yet concealed disdain lurked beneath. Previously, Lu Baishan had mentioned that this newly returned legitimate eldest daughter was innocent and gentle, easily manipulated. However, it now appeared that her demeanor was not as weak as described. From the moment she entered, her words suggested a desire to compete with Lu Jinyao, implicitly asserting her position as the true eldest daughter. Disregarding Lu Jinyao's feelings and speaking without regard for the occasion. To put it kindly, one could say she was simply naive. To say it bluntly, she was simply foolish. Having returned for merely 2 or 3 days, she was already beginning to display arrogance. Who knows how she would behave in the future? Yet, this was precisely what he wished to see. The sudden emergence of a blood relative to disrupt the status quo and potentially restrain Lu Jinyao was a delightful prospect. Having grown to such an extent, it would be too late for the Lu family to instill any further guidance or discipline. Not a guest? Then who are you? Lu Zhifu inquired straightforwardly. I am Lin Zhenyu. Your parents and sister call me Lin Lao, he stated, exuding an air of arrogance. He then sat quietly, awaiting Lu Zhifu to address him as Lin Lao. Lu Zhifu recognized him. She had previously researched his background. Lin Zhenyu, chairman of Hongtu's shipping group, controlled 5 global shipping routes and was a sworn brother of Lu Hongzheng, the first-generation leader of the Lu family. Once a pirate, he was rescued by Lu Hongzheng and reformed into a shipping magnate, primarily controlling the gold shipping routes in the South Seas and Americas, secretly cultivating a private armed force from former members of the Sea Dragon Gang to handle maritime troubles. He was also a shareholder of the New State Group, covertly supporting the third uncle, Lu Baishan, in hopes of establishing an independent shipping business. Although he did not bear the Lu surname, He could certainly be considered part of the Lu family, having dedicated much of his life to the family's endeavors. Oh, with the surname Lin. You truly are an TA member of the Lu family, she said playfully. Lin Zhenyu thought to himself, is this girl truly this unruly and dim-witted? Meanwhile, Lu Jinyao smiled. Lin Lao, my sister is rather straightforward. Please do not take her words to heart. Internally, she cursed him countless times. Old scoundrel. They all know how to come and bully us when our parents are absent. It is indeed a vexing situation, as one cannot afford to sever ties. I certainly do not intend to engage in petty squabbles with the younger generation. However, since the young lady has returned to the Lu family, it is imperative that she learns the necessary decorum, such as remembering to knock before entering next time. Lin Zhenyu's tone was particularly grave. Oh, well then. We shall discuss it next time, Lu Zhifu replied nonchalantly. What were you just discussing? Please continue. You should hurry off to enjoy yourselves. The matters we are to discuss today are beyond your comprehension.
I will bring you along next time.
Lu Jinyao was indeed feeling somewhat anxious. For not only her, but the entire Lu family wished to shield her from such matters. There were certain things that she must never hear. I haven't even heard it yet. How do you know I wouldn't understand? Indeed, your sister, as the legitimate heir of the Lu family, is far more qualified to be privy to such discussions than you. Are you perhaps afraid she might usurp your position? This statement was an overt attempt at sowing discord. Lu Jinyao's expression turned icy. The previously silent Zhou Shikuan finally spoke. Both young ladies have their respective roles. The master and mistress will ensure their arrangements are suitable. So there is no need for Elder Lin to fret. I am hardly fretting. I merely mentioned it casually, Lin Zhenyu retorted, resuming his stoic demeanor. Isn't Zhou Shikuan the butler? I recall you mentioning you could not interfere in the household matters. Why then are you seated here? Lu Zhifu inquired innocently. Before Zhou Shikuan could respond, Lin Zhenyu interjected. A butler? He is far more than just a butler. Surely, the Lu family would not conceal this from the young lady.
Would they?
His tone conveyed genuine astonishment. He then cast a reproachful glance at Lu Jinyao. The second young lady has always had a good rapport with Shikuan. Did you not think to clarify this to your sister? Lu Zhifu pressed further. Not merely a butler? Then, what is he? He, like myself, is a member of the Lu family's elder council, Lin Zhenyu revealed. Lu Jinyao and Zhou Shikuan exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. The elder council?
Indeed.
There are 5 members in total. Elder Lin, you seem particularly loquacious today. As Lin Zhenyu appeared poised to continue, Lu Jinyao interrupted him with a stern voice. In truth, Lu Zhifu had already gleaned the gist of what was coming. Zhou Shikuan was never a mere figure. Publicly, he served as the Lu family's butler, while secretly, he wielded considerable influence as a member of the Elder Council and a senior figure in the Shadow Council, overseeing clandestine operations, intelligence, assassination, and gray market dealings, deeply intertwined with the illicit accounts managed by Lu Jinyao. He controlled the Night Owls, the family's clandestine armed forces, responsible for silencing, kidnapping, and corporate espionage. He was the adopted son of Lu Hongzheng, trained from a young age as a loyal enforcer of the Lu family, albeit with extreme methods.
Ah.
I've grown old. Even speaking a few extra words invites disdain. Lin Zhenyu feigned a sigh. Well then, let us depart. Where to? Lu Zhifu inquired.
Oh.
It seems the young lady has arrived at an inopportune time. We have just concluded our discussion and are now heading to our destination. Would you care to join us? Lu Zhifu was taken aback. So soon? We are going out? For what purpose? To attend to some business matters. The young lady might learn a thing or two. That won't do. Our parents have yet to permit my sister to go out. Lu Jinyao was genuinely irked. What was his intention in bringing her sister along? Was there an ambush awaiting them outside? Surely not. We are not prisoners. Is it so difficult to step outside? Lin Zhenyu gazed at her with an air of sympathy. It was evident that Lu Zhifu was distinctly displeased, her lips pursing. Indeed, sister, there is no need for such wariness toward me. It is for your safety, Lu Jinyao insisted, as she firmly resolved to keep Lu Zhifu from leaving. After all, with their parents and brother absent, she felt inadequately prepared to confront the uncertainties of the outside world. Lin Zhenyu relished the sight of the sisters nearly at odds with one another. Very well. The second young lady is merely afraid of accountability, is she not? If that is the case, then the young lady may accompany us. I shall take responsibility should anything happen. His words were laced with insinuation, suggesting a desire to instigate discord. This is your commitment, Lu Jinyao, though displeased, felt a slight easing of her anxiety. After all, Lin Zhenyu's bold assurance implied he had no immediate plans to harm Lu Zhifu, as such actions would be far too conspicuous. What his true intentions were in luring her out remained to be seen. Rest assured, I have spoken. You may feel at ease now. Lu Jinyao nodded and discreetly signaled Zhou Shikuan to discreetly assign more personnel to follow them. Chapter 18. I have encountered her in the Black Dragon Society. Thus, the group set forth with great fanfare, and at Lin Zhenyu's earnest invitation, they traveled in his vehicle, with even the driver being one of his trusted confidants. As the car ventured further away, Lu Jinyao sensed something amiss. Elder Lin. This is not the route to the office. It bore a closer resemblance to a place where the Lu family dealt with traitors. Given the circumstances, discussing matters at the office is futile. It would be more prudent to employ extreme measures. Would you not agree? It appeared that Elder Lin had already taken preemptive action. Why then seek them out for consultation? It is merely a formality. A sense of involvement is necessary, especially for the recently returned young lady, is it not? His tone was flat, yet tinged with a hint of malevolence. No one can decipher the true nature of his intentions. Sister has just returned, and you insist on taking her to such a gruesome place. Is that appropriate? When departing, Lu Jinyao had informed their parents and anticipated this outcome. It was inevitable that she would see it sooner or later. This merely serves as an early acclimatization. Lin Zhenyu turned to Lu Zhifu. What do you think, young lady? Certainly. I wish to see what you are all up to that warrants such secrecy. Upon arriving at their destination, they disembarked in succession. The location was not as remote as one might expect. With a casual glance, Lu Zhifu quickly discerned that numerous individuals were discreetly stationed nearby, posing as ordinary residents or passers-by. Let us proceed to the basement level of the shopping mall. As for the first basement, it merely serves as an ordinary warehouse. Nothing particularly remarkable, save for the soundproofing devices. The stark LED lights flickered every 10 meters, most of which had aged and emitted an unstable glow, deliberately creating an oppressive atmosphere. Lu Jinyao wrinkled her nose in distaste and remarked, Elder Lin, it seems a cleaning is in order. The stench is unbearable. Are we to forego interrogation and simply suffocate our subjects instead? Individuals like the young lady and the second young lady, who seldom visit, would naturally find it uncomfortable. Yet, look at Shikuan, maintaining his composure. Indeed, Zhou Shikuan was typically responsible for such matters, treating them as trivial. The other subordinates were stationed at various entrances, maintaining vigilant watch. And ultimately, only the 4 of them were permitted entry. Leading the way were Lin Zhenyu and Zhou Shikuan. Lin Zhenyu produced a magnetic card and lightly swiped it at the access control. The indicator light shifted from red to green, and with a beep, the doors swung open. An even more pungent odor assaulted their senses. Even Lu Zhifu could not restrain a grimace, let alone Lu Jinyao. She hesitated at the threshold, blocking Lu Zhifu behind her. Elder Lin, I suggest we leave this matter to Uncle Zhou. There is no need for us to enter. Having come this far, how could one simply turn back? Perhaps the individuals inside may offer you a surprise? Ultimately, both sisters steeled themselves and stepped inside. In the most secluded corner of the interrogation room, 3 individuals were confined, each seated upon an electric chair, their limbs bound, eyes shrouded in black cloth, and mouths gagged with foul rags, bearing various injuries upon their bodies. As they sensed the presence of others, they emitted muffled cries, not discernible whether they were curses or pleas for mercy. The guard beside them pressed down on their shoulders with such force that his nails nearly pierced their flesh. Silence. Lin Zhenyu remarked with a smile, pointing at them. Company secrets have been leaked. These 3 wretches have been exposed. Upon investigation, it turns out that 2 of them are undercover agents sent by a rival faction, while one is a traitor. What have you extracted from them? Lu Jinyao inquired, pinching her nose in distaste. Quite obstinate, but I have indeed discovered something intriguing. Lin Zhenyu replied, at this juncture, you might as well dispense with the suspense, old Lin. He gestured to his subordinates inside the interrogation room, who promptly removed the blindfolds from the 3 men. While the other 2 appeared relatively unperturbed, the young man in the middle, around 20 years of age, suddenly became exceedingly agitated upon catching sight of Lu Zhifu, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Regrettably, the rag in his mouth stifled his attempts to express himself, and he could only emit muffled sounds. Observing this, Lu Jinyao subtly positioned herself in front of Lu Zhifu, her vigilance palpable, a flicker of murderous intent in her gaze. Zhou Shikuan stepped forward, delivering a sharp reprimand. Quiet down. Can't you hear? It seemed that if Zhou's strength were to increase even slightly, it could potentially sever the young man's head. Lin Zhenyu signaled for his men to remove the gag, suggesting it would be prudent to ascertain what he wished to convey. The young man's gaze remained fixed on Lu Zhifu, and as soon as he was able to speak, he shouted, "It's her! It's her! I've seen her!" On the territory of the Black Dragon Society in the Goya district of the United States. He had once been a member of the Black Dragon Society, but had defected due to a conflict with his superior, facing the risk of being silenced, and had fled to Z country. Indeed, he had encountered Lu Zhifu, albeit only from a distance, but her distinguished identity and striking appearance left an indelible impression. Upon hearing his words, Lin Zhenyu displayed a subtle smile. The Lu family was investigating Lu Zhifu's past, including himself. Initially, he could find no leads and suspected that the Lu family had deliberately erased her traces. However, he soon realized that even Lu Qinjun and Xin Qinglan were unaware of her background. Thus, he intensified his search efforts and, to his astonishment, stumbled upon this fortuitous lead. The young man who had just spoken was not a spy sent by a rival, but rather one of the lowliest members under Lin Zhenyu's command, having joined 3 years prior. Shortly after Lu Zhifu's photograph was circulated, the man had sought him out. Therefore, today's spectacle had been orchestrated by him. Yet, Lin Zhenyu feigned astonishment, challenging the young man's claim. How could you possibly have encountered our esteemed Miss Lu? Even if there was a chance encounter, it would surely have been in F country, not M country. Lu Jinyao and Zhou Shikuan exchanged apprehensive glances. The revelations regarding Lu Zhifu's past had evidently reached this old fox before them. They could only wonder what further secrets he might uncover. Their gazes instinctively fell upon Lu Zhifu, who maintained a composed demeanor, even displaying a semblance of confusion akin to their own, which offered them a modicum of reassurance. I can assure you 100%. The girl I saw was indeed her. There can be no other in the world with such remarkable beauty. Lin Zhenyu hastily inquired, "What could our Miss Lu possibly be doing in the territory of the Black Dragon Society that you chanced upon her?" "I am uncertain as to why she was there, but I observed the high-ranking members treating her with utmost reverence, suggesting her extraordinary origins. Her whereabouts were strictly confidential, aside from the upper echelons of the Black Dragon Society. Few could claim to have seen her true visage. At that time, I was in the process of escaping the organization, hiding in a box within a secluded warehouse. When several high-ranking officials entered to inspect goods, I caught a glimpse of her through a narrow gap. I remained concealed for 2 days before finally seizing the opportunity to escape." Lu Zhifu remained silent, her expression unwavering. It seemed there might indeed be some truth to his account. The Black Dragon Society, with its ineptitude, had allowed their traitors to escape for so long, and now this individual had surfaced before her. Ironically, it was Lin Zhenyu who had found him. Although Lin Zhenyu was skeptical of the man's claims regarding Lu Zhifu's noble status abroad, he could not dismiss the possibility entirely. She did possess an air of someone who harbored secrets. Should there be any veracity to his words, it was certain she would betray a hint of vulnerability. Thus, he could not resist the urge to test her resolve. "Miss, regarding his identification of you, do you have anything to say?" Even Lu Jinyao and Zhou Shikuan regarded her with a blend of skepticism and curiosity, as the young man's assertions bore a semblance of plausibility. What followed was Lu Zhifu's innocent yet bewildered gaze directed at Lin Zhenyu as she queried, "Why do you place such faith in the words of a traitor? His statements are riddled with inconsistencies. Are you not considering sending someone to verify his claims? Where is the evidence? Perhaps this is a deliberate fabrication on his part?" Furthermore, at such a critical moment, instead of contemplating his own escape, he fixated on me, his barrage of statements seeming more like a guided narrative. "Could it be that he is one of your subordinates, deliberately positioned here for this purpose?" Her straightforward tone belied the sharpness of her accusations. Lu Jinyao and Zhou Shikuan were abruptly enlightened. Indeed, Lin Zhenyu's intentions had been far from benevolent. It was evident he aimed to target Lu Zhifu, and his words could not be trusted in the least. Lin Zhenyu felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the young man was indeed one of his underlings, a fact that could be easily verified. Simultaneously, he lacked the evidence to substantiate his claims, as the Black Dragon Society was not his domain, and only the higher-ups were privy to such matters, complicating any investigations. What had initially seemed a successful ruse to deceive Lu Jinyao and Zhou Shikuan had backfired spectacularly. Falling prey to this girl's cunning, was her articulation of these thoughts truly unintentional? Did she genuinely appear so innocent and harmless? Lin Zhenyu, a seasoned fox with decades of experience, maintained an inscrutable facade. "What are you suggesting, miss?" Do you imply that I would conspire with outsiders to frame you? If he has made such assertions, then there must be some truth to them. As for evidence, inquiries are underway, and I believe results shall surface promptly. This is not an ignoble pursuit. Should Miss Liu indeed possess a similar identity, it would greatly benefit our Liu family, would it not? There is no need for concealment. Before Lu Zhifu could respond, Lu Jinyao, having regained her composure, scoffed, "Old Lin, did you go to such lengths to summon us merely to hear the ramblings of a traitor? This hardly aligns with your usual modus operandi." My eagerness was misplaced. This matter concerns the young lady, and it warrants greater attention. Lin Zhenyu chuckled, though his eyes harbored a shadowy depth. Let us await your evidence, then. Can we now resume our discussion regarding the breach of company secrets? Zhou Shikuan interjected, both of them dismissing any notion of doubting Lu Zhifu. Even if the man spoke the truth, it could not alter the undeniable fact that she was of the Lu family lineage. Instead, Lin Zhenyu's actions were steeped in suspicion. Though reluctant, Lin Zhenyu could no longer pursue the previous topic. He raised his hand and instructed those beneath him to present the interrogation materials of the other two individuals before them. This is all there is. How shall you proceed? Just as Lu Jinyao and Zhou Shikuan exchanged a few glances and furrowed their brows, on the upper level, a tremendous commotion erupted. A few individuals rushed over to report the dire news. A fire had broken out unexpectedly, spreading rapidly and nearly engulfing the entire shopping mall, plunging the scene into chaos. Lu Jinyao and Zhou Shikuan felt a tightening in their chests. Was the time for action upon them? How audacious of Lin Zhenyu to orchestrate such a grand scheme. On the surface, Lu Zhifu feigned panic, yet deep within, she remained remarkably composed. A fire? Perhaps not. She faintly perceived the sounds of gunfire and explosions, suggesting a violent confrontation. Lin Zhenyu, acting decisively, commanded those around him, "There is an emergency exit over there. Quickly escort the eldest and second young ladies to safety. As for those in the interrogation room, their fate is of little concern." Zhou Shikuan reacted swiftly, the first to dash out and assess the situation. Lu Jinyao gripped Lu Zhifu's hand, her expression grave. "Come with me." As for Lin Zhenyu, he watched their retreating figures, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Upon successfully exiting to the ground level, they discovered that this was no ordinary fire, but a deliberate act. Amidst the panicked crowd, several undercover thugs surged against the tide, swiftly zeroing in on Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao. One group aimed firearms at them, while another brandished cold weapons, advancing rapidly. "Second young lady, take the eldest young lady and flee. I will cover the rear," Zhou Shikuan asserted, single-handedly detaining over a dozen assailants, his bloodlust and ferocity erupting in an instant. None would have guessed he was merely a steward. They had initially stationed numerous personnel nearby, but the utter chaos made it impossible to distinguish friend from foe, delaying reinforcements. Lu Jinyao hesitated not, pulling Lu Zhifu to run. Lu Zhifu, however, cast furtive glances. These attackers did not resemble those cultivated by the Lu or Lin families. Could it be mere coincidence? Or perhaps Lin Zhenyu had colluded with other factions. As she pondered, she suddenly sensed the presence of a sniper nearby, the gun barrel distinctly aimed at her. Yet she paid it little mind, for her success rate in evading bullets remained at 100%. The average person could not harm her. However, mere seconds later, Lu Jinyao, who had been leading her, abruptly turned and lunged toward her, both tumbling to the ground. This caught Lu Zhifu off guard, interrupting her previously stealthy maneuver to dodge the bullet. The two had been in such close proximity that by the time she registered Lu Jinyao's intent, she had no time to react further. Chapter 20. Do not scold your sister. A chilling sound echoed as the bullet embedded itself in flesh, and blood began to seep from Lu Jinyao's left shoulder. Yet she uttered not a word. Lu Zhifu momentarily froze. She had not anticipated Lu Jinyao's remarkable acuity, nor her unhesitating willingness to shield her with her body upon realizing the gunfire. Truly, a sweet yet sharp-tongued darling. Although Lu Jinyao's actions were unnecessary for Lu Zhifu's safety, the feeling of someone fiercely blocking bullets for her was undeniably gratifying. This time, she owed her one. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jinyao sprang to her feet, using her right hand to pull Lu Zhifu along. "Stop dawdling. We must hurry." The sniper, realizing his failure and sensing the imminent arrival of Lu Jinyao's reinforcements, swiftly retreated. Just then, Zhou Shikuan caught up. "Is the second young lady unharmed?" "I'm fine. Just a minor injury," Lu Jinyao replied, surveying her surroundings. As the crowd dispersed, The disguised thugs vanished from sight, prompting a cold smile to creep onto her lips. They fled rather swiftly. However, it was wise of them to do so, for Zhou Shirkuan's personnel had already encircled the area, beginning to clear the scene for any remaining threats. Uncle Zhou, capture them alive, she commanded. Understood. It was at this juncture that Lin Zhenyu, feigning authority, approached upon noticing Lu Jinyao's injury, expressing concern and instructing his subordinates to bring forth several captured individuals, one of whom was the sniper responsible for wounding Lu Jinyao. He had been seized the moment he turned to flee after firing. Your actions are impressively swift, Lin, Lu Jinyao remarked, her gaze penetrating. After all, this is my domain. Allowing the second young lady to be harmed is unacceptable without some accountability. Such a pity, though, that she only sustained minor injuries. Truly a pack of inept fools. Lu Jinyao had intended to signal Zhou Shirkuan to take the assailants back for thorough interrogation, but before she could act, Lin Zhenyu abruptly raised his weapon and executed several of them, his movements so rapid that she was unable to intervene. Daring to lay hands on the young ladies of the Lu family, their deaths are but a small reprieve. Those who instigated this uproar shall not escape unscathed. Second young lady, are you satisfied with this resolution? Lu Jinyao's countenance remained cold, and even though her heart brimmed with indignation, she could do little at this moment. After all, she possessed no evidence. Even if she suspected Lin Zhenyu's actions were intended to silence witnesses, what could she say? At least, today, Lu Zhifu had emerged unscathed. The debts incurred would be settled once evidence was gathered. The losses sustained by the Lu family's mall are due to your dereliction of duty. Whether you are satisfied is not for me to decide. Any grievances should be addressed to my parents. With that, Lu Jinyao took her leave, accompanied by Lu Zhifu, with Zhou Shirkuan and others trailing closely behind. Lin Zhenyu watched their departing figures, his gaze growing increasingly malevolent. His confidant approached. Chief, are we simply to let our allies' people die? That will be hard to explain. A bunch of inept fools. Their deaths matter not. Shall I worship them as ancestors instead? Besides, the second young lady speaks truth. The commotion we have caused today will indeed be difficult to justify. It is only a matter of time before we sever ties. But today, was it entirely fruitless? His confidant inquired, perplexed. Lu Baishan has underestimated the situation once more. Attempting to sow discord between those two sisters is no simple task. I must admit, I am surprised that Lu Jinyao, so proud, would willingly shield a sister who poses such a threat to her. In Country D, within the Black Union's stronghold, the leader bellowed in fury, "What do you mean none of our brothers returned?" Shards of glass lay scattered across the floor. "Why yes," stammered a kneeling subordinate. The operation failed, and with the target protected, their reinforcements arrived swiftly. But that cannot mean total annihilation. There were several elite operatives among them. Is this not Lin Zhenyu's territory? Had he merely intervened, they would not have all perished. Indeed, it was Lin Zhenyu who claimed our men were worthless. Their lives mattered not. Those who could have retreated were captured and executed before the target's eyes. This is utterly intolerable. In a fit of rage, he upturned the table, seeking to exonerate himself by using our brother as a scapegoat. What a cunning Lin Zhenyu, what a despicable Lu family. As for our future collaboration, what collaboration? The Lu family members are indeed a sorry lot. Hurry and compile the evidence of that scoundrel's dealings with us. I shall have my revenge sooner or later. Upon learning of the grave predicament facing Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao, the members of the Lu family abandoned their ongoing tasks and rushed back without delay. Their business trip lay in tatters. As they entered, they were greeted by the sight of Zhou Shirkuan waiting for reprimand, Lu Jinyao seated on the sofa, with her wounds already bandaged, and Lu Zhifu with reddened eyes. Although her display of sorrow was feigned, it nevertheless struck a chord. Unable to bear the sight of her sister in distress, Lu Jinyao scolded her in front of their parents and brothers. What is that expression? I'm still alive. Am I not? This only deepened Lu Zhifu's guilt. Lu Chenjun and Xin Qinglong, feeling distressed, reassured her. All right, Jinyao, your sister is merely worried about you. She must have been frightened today. Do not be harsh with her. Lu Zhifu, in a soft voice, confessed, it's all my fault. I caused my sister to be hurt. This incident indeed bore her responsibility. Foolish child, this has nothing to do with you. Your sister acted to save you because she cares for you, Zhou Shirkuan interjected. Who cares for her? I merely feared her death would allow those two old rascals to succeed with their schemes. Jinyao, how can you speak to your sister this way? I am the injured party here, she retorted, her pride evident. Alright. We shall make it up to you later. The couple then turned their gaze back to Lu Zhifu. Zhifu, you must have been frightened. Would you like to return to your room to rest? Jinyao is in our care. Okay, Lu Zhifu nodded obediently. She understood that the family would soon convene to discuss their subsequent strategies and settle accounts. Remaining there might hinder their deliberations. Regardless of whether she listened or not, she could quietly glean their plans. Likewise, she would not let the matter rest. As soon as she returned to her room, she made a phone call. Help me investigate Liu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu's backgrounds, particularly their operations in the gray areas. The more detailed, the better. I want all their secrets. Additionally, gradually infiltrate our people into Z country, but keep a low profile. The Liu family members are quite vigilant. Although the Liu family wields considerable influence in Kyoto, there are always gaps to exploit. I can lend a timely hand. Chapter 21. Gifts and Relationships. Damn Lin Zhenyu. How dare he expose such matters before my sister and use our Liu family as assets for his schemes. He must pay dearly for this, Lu Jingyao fumed. But I wonder how much Zhifu has actually absorbed from all this. By the time the family concluded their discussions, dusk had fallen. Zhou Shikuan, sitting beside Lu Jingyao, lowered his voice, asking, why did the second young lady risk her life to protect the eldest young lady? One misstep could cost you dearly. Though Lu Zhifu is the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family, having accompanied Lu Jinyao for many years, his loyalty naturally leans towards her. He believed Lu Jinyao had no need to go to such lengths. I took her out. Even though I informed our parents, I cannot absolve myself of blame. If someone had to be injured or perish, perhaps they would prefer it to be me. Lu family nurtures her for what purpose? Lu Jinyao understood this well. Their affection for her ultimately hinges on benefits over bonds. Yet, she harbored no resentment. On the contrary, she felt they had given her more than enough. In just over a decade, she had ascended to the pinnacle of elite society in Kyoto, drawing envy from many, and had even formed her own circle of influence. Had the Lu family not taken her in, she might still be struggling in some obscure corner. She had enjoyed the privileges originally meant for Lu Zhifu. How could she dare to be discontented? In truth, if one were to assess it, her relationship with Lu Zhifu was one of mutual fortune and misfortune. If she could ensure Lu Zhifu's safety, she need not worry about the Lu family neglecting her. At least this time, their parents were exceedingly pleased, and she had obtained what she desired. What did it matter if she endured some injuries? They would not linger for a lifetime, should they require it. I shall be the sharpest blade of the Lu family. Second young lady, you. Zhou Shikuan wished to voice further thoughts, but was interrupted by Lu Jinyao. Enough. This discussion is meaningless. What is urgent now is to thoroughly eradicate those two old rascals' minions embedded within our ranks. Understood. Zhou Shikuan flipped through his phone and presented it to Lu Jinyao. Second young lady, I had dispatched someone to suppress all news regarding today's incident, including ours. But it still leaked out. It must have been Lin Zhenyu's doing. So, those noble families have all received word? Yes. Then perfect. Let me rest for a few days and spare myself from socializing. If there are any invitations, decline them all. And what if they seek an excuse to visit? Only allow those with whom we have a casual relationship to enter. Understood. Meanwhile, Lu Qinjun and Xin Qinglan were in Lu Zhifu's room. Zhifu, there's something we need to discuss with you, Xin Qinglan said as she sat beside her, affectionately linking arms with her. You've been back for several days. It's time to acknowledge your roots. What do you wish to do regarding the recognition banquet? A recognition banquet? If it can be avoided. I would prefer not to hold it. I wish to maintain a lower profile. Lu Zhifu was reluctant to have her face entirely exposed to the cameras. Fearing that a simple online search would yield countless photos of her as the Lu family's eldest daughter. There was still some risk involved. Not hold it? Wouldn't that be depriving you? There's no deprivation. I know it suffices that my parents and brothers care for me. Child, how can you be so understanding? Whether we hold it or not makes little difference. After all, I will be with my sister, and there will be ample opportunities to network within the circle. So this recognition banquet is of little consequence. The couple deliberated briefly and decided not to insist further. Then we shall heed your wishes. Once all the Lu family members have gathered, we will organize an internal gathering for you. Upon reflection, they realized she had a point. Allowing Lu Zhifu to take a step back would shift the focus onto Lu Jinyao, especially concerning the family's targeted plans. Jinyao had become accustomed to attention over the years and could navigate it with ease. Conversely, Zhifu still required growth. All right. That morning, before Lu Jinyao had risen, Aunt Zhao roused her, announcing that Pei Jinwang had arrived. Is he out of his mind? coming here this early? Doesn't he know I'm an injured party in need of rest? It is said he heard you were hurt and specially came to visit. The sun must have risen in the west for him to wish to see me. The weasel pays a visit to the hen. Surely he harbors no good intentions.
Shall we let him in or not? Aunt Zhao inquired.
Do not let him in. 3 minutes later, Aunt Zhao returned. Second young lady, Master Pei refuses to leave. He insists that if you will not see him, then he shall seek an audience with the eldest young lady. He cannot come all this way for nothing. Lu Jinyao was utterly speechless.
Does my sister know about this?
She has yet to be informed. Then do not trouble her. Help me up. I wish to see what he intends. After much reluctance, she took half an hour to be assisted downstairs by Aunt Zhao. Pei Jinwang had been waiting for quite some time. However, he sat with his legs crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance, utterly devoid of any semblance of impatience. What brings the esteemed Master Pei to my humble abode? Naturally, it is to bestow upon you some delightful gifts. Pei Jinwang pushed the present toward her, urging her to open it, assuring her it would be to her liking. Yet, Lu Jinyao displayed no inclination to engage. After all, it was merely a gift. There was no need for the giver to be present next time.
How could that be?
I would feel a pang of guilt if I didn't see you in perfect health. Now that I have, can Master Pei take his leave? Lu Jinyao smiled. Why are you so quick to issue an eviction notice? What else should I do? Would you prefer I stay and dine with you? That was precisely my intention. Lu Jinyao thought to herself that Pei Jinwang could truly be considered her lifelong adversary. Speak your mind. What is your purpose in visiting the Lu family this time? Had it been previously, he would have preferred to keep his distance. Why, then, had he come in person? Surely, it is to mend fences with you. Lu Jinyao regarded him with suspicion. Mending fences? And then what? Is Miss Lu at home? She is not. Lu Jinyao's expression revealed her foresight. Aunt Zhao, see him out. Please, it's just a fleeting encounter. I harbor no ill intentions. Nevertheless, he was honorably ushered out. At least this time, he had preserved his reputation as the scion of the capital. His sycophants awaited him at the door. How did it go, master? Did you meet the future young madam? I did not. Their gazes were filled with disbelief, perhaps tinged with a hint of disdain.
What?
Master, are you suggesting that after nearly an hour inside, you did not even catch a glimpse of Miss Lu?
Get lost.
He kicked one of them away in frustration. After seeing him off, Lu Jinyao leisurely began to unwrap the gift. To her dismay, the exterior was merely a facade, entirely empty within. Pei Jinwang had not even bothered to include a bit of foam for show. After a thorough examination, she finally discovered a few sheets of paper at the bottom of the box. Upon closer inspection, she realized they contained evidence of Lin Zhenyu's collusion with the Black Alliance. How could he have uncovered this before the Lu family? There was no time to ponder deeply. She would accept this favor. Her gaze hardened, and she suddenly spoke with gravity. Uncle Zhou. Chapter 22, Luring the Tiger from its Denver. In the study of Lu Baishan's private residence, he observed Lin Zhenyu, who had deliberately come to seek refuge, and a sardonic smile crept across his lips. So, when the situation has been exposed, you come looking for me? Who could have anticipated that the Black Alliance would be so inept, proclaiming themselves to be infallible? Lin Zhenyu, reflecting on his own shortcomings, found himself feeling quite humiliated. Yet it mattered little, for they had long prepared a contingency plan. I warned you. Lu Jinyao is not to be underestimated. You still treated her lightly. Lu Baishan himself had suffered significant losses at her hands. Who would have thought that this young lady would be so astute and difficult to handle? However, it was evident that the entire Lu family cherished Lu Zhifu as their prized possession, their sole vulnerability. He had initially presumed that Lu Jinyao and Lu Zhifu would be at odds, but to his surprise, Lu Jinyao exhibited remarkable patience, even going so far as to protect her with her life. Was this genuine affection, or merely a performance for the benefit of the Lu family? The current turmoil had escalated to a point where hostilities were imminent. He had heard that they had gathered together, likely preparing to settle accounts with them. Are you looking forward to it? Why, of course. After secretly contending for so long, it is high time for a genuine confrontation. If we delay further, the offspring of Lu Chenjun will mature, and we will lose all opportunities. Then let us adhere to our original plan. A head-on clash is out of the question. Let's take them out one by one. We cannot afford to wait any longer. We must act immediately while the others are still away. If they return before we have gathered evidence, we will undoubtedly be unprepared. At the Lu family mansion, Lu Zhifu, who had overslept, discovered that the vast estate was eerily quiet, devoid of any family presence. Not only were her parents and brother absent, but even Lu Jinyao was nowhere to be found, should she not be resting, given her injuries? Thus, she inquired about Aunt Zhao and the others' whereabouts. Miss, Sir and Madam are investigating the assault on you and the second miss yesterday, while the 3 young masters are assisting. Aunt Zhao answered her queries with utmost honesty. Lu Zhifu pondered, a family united in action. This time, they were indeed serious. And where's my sister? Not long ago, Master Pei visited and shortly thereafter, the second miss hurriedly left with Shirkuan. How could you let her go, especially with her injuries? The second miss has always been resolute. She cannot be easily dissuaded. What was Master Pei's purpose? Did he say something that compelled them to leave in such haste? He claimed to be visiting the second miss and even brought a gift. Did my parents know she left? They likely hadn't had time to inform Sir and Madam. Lu Zhifu's expression grew grave. Her parents and brother had left simultaneously? Almost certainly one after the other. Had they conspired beforehand? Not at all. Were they heading to the same destination? No. Then it stands to reason that they received urgent information requiring personal attention, perhaps even splitting up for the task? More or less. Very well, I understand. Thank you. Aunt Zhao. After her inquiries, Lu Zhifu promptly returned to her room and immediately placed a phone call. Mobilize everyone in the information department. I want to track the whereabouts of all Lu family members, especially those 2 I instructed you to monitor closely yesterday. Report any unusual activity immediately. Be swift. Otherwise, what a coincidence it is that the entire family has dispersed, all while knowing that Lu Jinyao is injured and without means of self-defense. If it is mere coincidence, so be it. However, if someone is deliberately luring us away. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed, glinting with a familiar coldness. After composing herself, she called her parents and brothers, feigning innocence as she accused Lu Jinyao of sneaking out and leaving her home alone. Their responses were uniformly filled with surprise, followed by concern. They quickly reassured her, Gigi, we will return immediately to keep you company and teach her a lesson. In truth, their priority was ensuring Lu Jinyao's safety. However, a little over 10 minutes later, Lu Jinyao and Zhou Shirkuan returned unscathed. Lu Zhifu felt a twinge of surprise. Had she perhaps overreacted? Upon entering, Lu Jinyao's gaze met hers, and with a cold huff, she remarked, I was only gone for a short while. Why are you resorting to tattling? How insufferable. Lu Zhifu did not deny it. It seemed she had already contacted their parents. All in all, the absence of calamity was a relief. As for their parents and brothers, they had rushed back, wary of potential schemes to draw them away and target the 2 of them, especially during such a critical time. Once home, they collectively exhaled in relief, uttering little more. The family enjoyed a peaceful lunch together. Yet, not long after their meal, they had to venture out again, instructing the 2 of them to remain safely at home. The Lu family was now exceedingly secure. The pests had been quietly eradicated. The reason for their insistence on a personal visit lies in the veracity of the information and evidence they have received, all of which are authentic and contain pivotal witnesses and material proof that can be utilized effectively. This opportunity must not be squandered, should it be destroyed. The subsequent investigation would prove exceedingly challenging. It is imperative to seize the moment and deny Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu any chance of resurgence. Meanwhile, on Lu Zhifu's side, she received news from her subordinates confirming that the information obtained by her parents and brother, as well as their intended destination, posed no issues, leading her to refrain from interference. Perhaps she had indeed been overly concerned. Given her parents' and brother's capabilities, they would not be so easily ensnared. Even in the event of danger, they were likely capable of resolving the situation independently. After all, the Lu family has maintained its position as the foremost family in country Z through their own merits. It was only after her parents and brother had departed that Lu Jinyao summoned Zhou Shirkuan, expressing gratitude for the valuable assistance provided by Pei Jinwang, instructing him to immediately act on the plan they had just discussed and apprehend individuals. At that time, the 2 had personally gone to verify the accuracy of the information. To avoid alarming the enemy, they took only 2 or 3 bodyguards and stealthily approached. They indeed discovered a secret hideout belonging to Lin Zhenyu. Unfortunately, their manpower was insufficient, and with a sudden phone call from her parents, they had no choice but to retreat. As for why Lu Jinyao did not mention this matter, it was primarily because she felt that her parents' and brother's affairs were equally significant and should not be overly distracted. Moreover, there was a risk that it could all be for naught. After spending an hour tinkering at her computer, Lu Zhifu felt an unsettling quiet enveloping the house. Suddenly, she felt compelled to check on Lu Jinyao's whereabouts. To her dismay, she found her sister's room empty, with no trace of her anywhere else. Lu Zhifu once again summoned Aunt Zhao, inquiring if her sister had gone out again. Aunt Zhao responded, "Yes, miss. The second miss specifically instructed me not to inform you, fearing you would report her." Chapter 23. Lu Jinyao captured. Lu Zhifu felt a headache coming on. Why was her sister so disobedient, running around with Zhou Shikuan despite her injuries? Clearly, Uncle Zhou possessed adequate capabilities, and there was no need for her to take such risks personally.
No, wait.
Aunt Zhao. Did my sister leave with Uncle Zhou? Zhou left first. They should have taken different paths. Are you suggesting that my sister ventured out alone without Uncle Zhou's company?
Yes.
But the second miss brought along about 10 of her trained shadow guards. If someone truly intended to harm her, a mere 10 shadow guards would hardly suffice. Lu Zhifu instinctively raised her voice, her tone icy and devoid of the usual gentleness she exuded. It was not without cause that she was feeling anxious. Too much had transpired in recent days. I attempted to stop her, but to no avail. She claimed that the place Zhou was heading to was the real danger, while she was merely going to the Xinyang building to retrieve a document. She was merely a servant, lacking the authority to dictate her master's whereabouts. Moreover, she had not intended to share this information with Lu Zhifu, believing that the eldest lady would not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Even if she did, it would only lead to confusion or fear, rendering unnecessary any elaborate explanations. Yet, she had not anticipated the escalating pressure emanating from Lu Zhifu's gaze and words, prompting an almost instinctive response from her. Only then did she realize that she was trembling slightly before the eldest lady. Why did Lu Zhifu appear to understand everything? Hadn't she only recently been rescued from the slums? Surely, her parents had not had the opportunity to instruct her yet? Very well, I understand. Once Aunt Zhao departed, Lu Zhifu fell into contemplation. It was undoubtedly too late to inform her parents now. Furthermore, having already wasted their time, it would be futile if this turned out to be another wild goose chase. It would be better for her to personally retrieve her disobedient sister. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller ID, she did not hesitate to answer. "Boss, it's bad. Your sister has been captured." Lu Zhifu's expression turned frigid instantly. "Gather all our personnel in Kyoto immediately and send me a precise location." She turned and swiftly retrieved 2 weapons from her room before striding purposefully out. She nearly collided with Aunt Zhao, who had not strayed far. Aunt Zhao and several nearby servants felt an involuntary shiver at the formidable aura emanating from Lu Zhifu. Why did the eldest lady exude such a terrifying presence? It was even more intense than that of her parents. Was this truly the obedient and gentle eldest lady they remembered? Moreover, where was she headed? "Miss, where are you going?" Aunt Zhao, acting more quickly than her thoughts, stepped forward to block her path. "The second miss has already left home. You absolutely must not go out again. If something were to happen, it would be a burden beyond my capacity to bear. Step aside. I will explain everything to my parents later." "Miss," but Aunt Zhao, now acutely aware that today's events were undoubtedly complex, hesitated. If danger truly loomed, how would Lu Zhifu manage alone? "You're not stopping her. Instead, you're obstructing me." "What? Does she count as your only master?" Faced with Lu Zhifu's sudden display of authority, Aunt Zhao's heart quaked. The others dared not breathe a word, fearing that any further comments might provoke Lu Zhifu's wrath. "I have stated, should anything happen, I will bear the consequences." Taking advantage of their momentary shock, she swiftly moved past them, disappearing from view. They hurried to follow her. A minute later, she commandeered a limited edition sports car from the garage and sped off. The engine roared with a deep growl, tires screeching against the pavement, and in an instant, she vanished from their sight. Aunt Zhao was left dumbfounded. Heavens! When did the eldest lady enter the garage and obtain the keys? And how was she driving so skillfully? By the time they regained their composure, all that remained was a cloud of exhaust. What could have prompted the eldest lady's urgency? Had she received some urgent news? Moreover, having only recently returned to Kyoto, she was unfamiliar with the area. Even if she sought to find her sister, it would prove exceedingly difficult. If she had foreseen this, she would have refrained from trying to stop her and instead accompanied her. Quickly, follow her and ensure the eldest lady's safety. Without further thought, Aunt Zhao pushed through the ordinary servants and shouted into the surrounding air. Moments later, several individuals emerged from the shadows, one of whom stated, "Most of our personnel have already been taken away by Manager Zhou. The remaining few must guard the Lu residence and cannot leave without a direct order from the master. We cannot abandon our posts. After all, the Lu residence contained numerous secrets, making it impossible to relocate everyone." Aunt Zhao was frantic, as her calls to the master and mistress went unanswered. Even reaching her husband Zhou Shikuan proved futile. She could only hope that nothing untoward would occur today. In Lu Baishan's private study, the two men remained, albeit their demeanor had grown considerably more relaxed, now tinged with a sense of strategic foresight and the confidence of impending success. Before them was a massive screen displaying a live feed of a dim, damp, and exceedingly bloody scene. A young girl, bound and battered, lay amidst a pool of blood, her once immaculate hair now matted with dirt and gore, strewn chaotically across her face. A distinct palm print was visible on her cheek. Like a precious princess who has suddenly plunged into a mire, she finds herself in a dire predicament. Despite her grievous injuries, she remains resolutely silent. If the Lu family were present, they would undoubtedly recognize her as their cherished daughter and sister, whom they have adored for over a decade. Yet, her eyes reveal no trace of fear or submission. Instead, they are imbued with an unending chill and a profound animosity, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. A sardonic smile even graces her lips, as if to mock her captors. "You've had me here for 20 minutes. And this is the extent of your prowess?" The individuals responsible for her abduction belonged to the notorious Qinglong Gang, the most formidable criminal organization in the capital. Previously, they had always steered clear of the Lu family, wary of provoking their wrath. Yet now, they have spared no expense, mobilizing their entire force solely to capture her. A moment's reflection reveals that the Qinglong Gang must be colluding with Lin Zhenyu or Lu Baishan. She shifts her gaze towards a distant corner where a surveillance camera is positioned, her tone laced with venom. "I know it is you who orchestrated this. Cowards hiding behind the screen. Do you dare to confront me?" She continues, "You would do well to kill me now. If you grant me even the slightest opportunity to breathe, I shall repay today's humiliation 100-fold. No, perhaps I need not lift a finger. My parents and brothers will avenge me." Chapter 24. Severing her tendons. The two men monitoring the live feed exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. "She can discern so swiftly that we are the masterminds behind this?" Lin Zhenyu mused, his frustration palpable. "She's sharp. Had she not been injured, we might not have succeeded at all. The cost of capturing her has been substantial." Lin Zhenyu slammed his fist onto the table. "Moreover, how could our extremely secretive stronghold, where I liaise with foreign criminal elements, be compromised? Why have we attracted their attention? In a bid to divert the Lu family, they exposed vulnerabilities, sacrificing several of their assets and disseminating genuine information, all to dismantle the Lu family piece by piece. They were acutely aware that the Lu family would ensure Lu Zhifu's safety, thus they shifted their focus to Lu Jinyao, willing to reveal their connection to the Qinglong Gang and pay a hefty price to deploy all their brothers to secure her capture. Fortunately, the outcome has been favorable. Yet, Lin Zhenyu had just received word that their stronghold had been destroyed and two of his trusted confidants captured. He could not fathom how Lu Jinyao had uncovered the existence of his most clandestine base in Z country, especially when Zhou Shikuan had personally led the Night Owls there, catching his men unawares. Initially, he had no intention of abandoning this lead, but given the circumstances, he realized that brooding was futile. It would be wiser to contemplate how to rectify the situation. Lu Baishan, with a cold glint in his eyes, scrutinized the situation, pondering whether he might extract some information from her. This girl possesses a formidable spirit. Despite her injuries, she remains unyielding. Lin Zhenyu, eager to cut through the chaos, suggested, "Why not simply eliminate her? It would prevent any complications. If she dies, the Lu family will be thrown into disarray. She holds the family's clandestine ledger, and her demise could trigger a chain reaction. We cannot afford to kill her easily." Lu Baishan pondered, a moment of silence stretching between them before he continued. "The Lu family will not return for at least 2 to 3 hours. If we cannot pry information from her through other means, then we shall execute her. It is better to eliminate her now than to let the tiger return to the mountain. In the past, losing the Lu family's prized jewel would have incited a frenzied retaliation, but the current situation is different. They have another biological daughter, Lu Zhifu. Any subsequent actions must be taken with caution. Thus, let the Qinglong Gang treat her well." Lu Baishan's gaze fixated on Lu Jinyao on the screen, a smile creeping onto his lips as he reached for the remote control and pressed a button. His voice echoed through the camera, reaching her ears. My dear grandniece, when it is time to bow your head, you must do so. I have watched you grow, and it pains me to see you suffer. Should you choose to submit, perhaps I might consider releasing you. Old fool, your words are tiresome, she retorted. You won't last much longer. Soon enough, you will perish in this forsaken place, leaving Lu Zhifu as the sole heiress of the Lu family. Tell me, if she knows I am the one responsible for your demise, will she not be overwhelmed with gratitude? At the mention of Lu Zhifu, Lu Jinyao's expression flickered with a hint of change. Seizing the moment, Lu Baishan pressed on. The Lu family's assets will be divided among your 3 brothers, leaving everything else to Lu Zhifu. You are ultimately an outsider. Do you still wish to stake a claim to what is not yours? They will undoubtedly train their biological daughter to gradually usurp your position, and when that day comes, you will hold no value and be cast aside. Do you understand? Consider your current predicament. Would it not be wiser to collaborate with us? When the time comes, the 3 of you can share the Lu group, living without the need to bow to others. If you insist on resisting, the only thing you will lose is your life, leaving you with nothing. Perhaps you should reconsider whether the Lu family is worth such sacrifice. These words seemed to sway Lu Jinyao. You truly wish to share the Lu group with me and not dispose of me once I am no longer useful? Of course. How much of the group's success can you attribute to your own efforts? You have participated in its internal affairs and managed the hidden accounts. Without your cooperation, even if we seize control of the Lu group, we will not prosper. A sustained partnership would benefit us all. Very well, as long as you do not kill me, I am open to negotiations. Lin Zhenyu could hardly contain his delight at her apparent concession. However, Lu Baishan was not so easily deceived. Prove your sincerity first. Share some valuable information, and let us see if your life is worth the price. Lu Jinyao scoffed. If I divulge information, I would become worthless and die even sooner. Your intrinsic value remains significant. As long as you are genuinely willing to collaborate with us, we assure you that your life will be spared. Since I cannot escape, how about relocating me to a different place? Tend to my injuries, and we can discuss the details later. Lin Zhenyu's patience began to wane. She was merely stalling for time, prompting the Qinglong gang to act swiftly. Lu Baishan shared this sentiment. It appears you prefer a more forceful approach. Think carefully before you respond. As his words echoed, the Qinglong gang members advanced toward her with menacing intent, showing no semblance of compassion. Standing before her were more than a dozen men, each bearing a fearsome countenance, wielding an array of lethal weapons capable of extinguishing her life with ease. Among them, the most striking figure was the middle-aged man seated, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He was the leader of the Qinglong gang, known in the underworld as Brother Long. He regarded the scene before him with an expression of indifference, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Why waste words on this woman? Just sever her tendons. Upon speaking, he gestured to one of his men, signaling him to act immediately. Lin Zhenyu and Lu Baishan made no attempts to intervene. Her life was still of value. If they could not extract useful information, they would reduce her to a mere pawn to negotiate with Lu Qinjun and Shin Qinglan. The Lu family had cherished her for so long, they would surely hesitate to let her die. Even if they chose to release her, she would no longer pose a threat. It was precisely the severance of her ties to the Ledger of Shadows. As Lu Jinyao gazed at the man advancing toward her, an undercurrent of dread gripped her heart. She, a woman of such pride, pondered how she could possibly endure the aftermath. Yet, she reassured herself, her parents would seek vengeance on her behalf, and even if she were to become a mere shell of her former self, her family would never abandon her. Just a little longer, she thought. Uncle Zhou, her parents and brother would surely realize her absence and rush to her side. She had to endure until their arrival. Chapter 25. The Dark Phoenix. Despite these self-affirmations, a twinge of despair rose within Lu Jinyao. The urge to resist surged, yet she found herself utterly drained. Meanwhile, beyond the screen, Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu had uncorked a bottle of champagne, reclining leisurely as they anticipated the unfolding of Lu Jinyao's fate. Akin to connoisseurs admiring a flawless artwork. Suddenly, the screen went dark. The transmission was interrupted. They sprang to their feet, rushing to inspect the equipment. All appeared well, save for the signal from the abandoned building, which had been cut off. Attempts to contact the Qinglong gang yielded no success, as if that entire area had been enveloped in a shroud of silence. Quick, send someone to ascertain the situation over there. Lin Zhenyu barked, summoning 2 trusted aides. At such a critical juncture, it was imperative that no mishaps occurred. However, he remained confident that all would be well. That area was under the Qinglong gang's dominion, with most of their forces assembled. Even if Lu Qinjun arrived with his men, he would find no easy victory. As for the 2 of them, they were always prudent, unwilling to expose themselves to unnecessary risks. Some matters were best left unaddressed. The Qinglong gang, too, sensed the shift in the atmosphere. "Boss, the connection's been severed." One member called out. "Forget it. They might be dealing with pressing issues on their end. Continue with your work regarding her."
Yet,
It was precisely at this moment that the main entrance of the abandoned building erupted in an explosion, the thunderous sound startling everyone inside, the ground trembling beneath their feet. "Go see what's happening," Long Go exclaimed, discarding his cigarette and stomping his foot in frustration. "Is someone attempting a stealth attack? Who dares to cause such a ruckus on my turf? There are plenty of brothers stationed at the entrance. How did none of them notice anything amiss?" He pondered. And why blow the door? The entrance is merely a framework. They could have walked in unimpeded. Or perhaps they intended to draw our attention? Indeed, they had succeeded. For now, the gang was too preoccupied to concern themselves with Lu Jinyao. "First, secure her. This place is no longer safe. We must swiftly relocate." No sooner had he uttered these words than a series of explosions erupted outside, flames threatening to consume the entire derelict structure. He could distinctly hear the agonized cries of his brothers, wounded or killed by the blasts, and a sense of dread began to creep into his heart. Who possessed such audacity to orchestrate explosions in the capital repeatedly? Although the Qinglong gang had numbers, they were predominantly comprised of thugs and enforcers. Their finest weapons little more than smuggled firearms, hardly the arsenal for such a confrontation. If the onslaught continued, it would spell their doom. "Boss, bad news. A multitude of people has arrived outside, blocking our escape routes," one underling reported, his brow furrowed with anxiety. Long Ge's frown deepened. What about the brothers stationed outside? How could they fail to relay the situation? The junior replied timidly, perhaps. Perhaps they have all been dealt with. Even the merciless Long Go felt a chill at that proclamation. Who had he offended? Surely, not even the Lu family would dare to act so brazenly. Which gang could it be? He could only surmise it was some former adversaries of the Qinglong gang, possibly several factions uniting to conspire against him.
no,
"It isn't gang members," the younger man stammered, his eyes wide. "They don't appear to be local forces. They resemble international assassins or mercenaries, striking ruthlessly. Our men couldn't withstand even a single blow." The mention of international sent a jolt of panic through Long Go. Had powerful entities from abroad invaded the capital? Why had he received no prior warning? And why were they targeting the Qinglong gang specifically? Just as he was consumed by confusion, the door to the damp room was violently kicked open. A dark barrel of a gun stepped forward, followed by a cadre clad in uniform, encircling them with an air of authority. Although only a dozen or so had entered, the palpable aura of menace emanating from them sent shivers down Long Ji's spine. Who were these formidable individuals? How did you get in here? Where are the hundreds of brothers I stationed outside? Long Ge had anticipated that his subordinates would delay the intruders, yet they had breached the upper floors with alarming speed. The leader, a young man in his 20s with a shock of rebellious blue hair, spoke with disdain. "Isn't there a window? Why not take a look for yourself?" The room, having been a combination of several spaces, was particularly spacious, prompting Long Ge to send one of his trusted aides to investigate. The moment the aide caught sight of the situation, his face paled, and he stumbled back to Long Ji's side. "Boss, our brothers have all been subdued. Outside, they are swarming. The place is airtight, and none appear easy to handle." Another of Long Ji's aides, a strategist of sorts, leaned in to whisper, "Boss, we mustn't act rashly. In terms of numbers, we cannot compete with them. Look at their firearms, all new models from top-tier international arms research facilities. Such weaponry is beyond the reach of ordinary factions like ours. Moreover, their uniforms and insignia are heavily tied to the Black Phoenix. I have done my research. This is the exclusive mark of the Dark Phoenix, the foremost assassin organization globally." Long Ge's breath caught in his throat. The mere mention of the world's preeminent assassin organization rendered his legs weak with fear. Yet, boss, don't panic. The Dark Phoenix's assassins typically operate covertly, and most of their elite are ranked among the top assassins. Given their conspicuousness, they are likely the lower-tier operatives. Furthermore, he added, among them there are certainly not just assassins, but a robust network of information control. Our connection to the outside world has been entirely severed. This place has become an island. Longa nodded, though trepidation gnawed at him. Even the most junior members of the Dark Phoenix were not to be trifled with. How had he managed to provoke such a multitude of assassins? Wasn't it said that assassins preferred to work alone? The mere presence of a dozen assassins before him created an overwhelming sense of pressure, rendering him indistinguishable from a mere street thug. What the hell are you all babbling about? Do you hold me in such low regard? The brash young leader raised his hand and aimed at one of Long Ge's subordinates, pulling the trigger with ruthless precision. The bullet struck true, and the body crumpled to the ground. Gentlemen, shall we not resort to violence just yet? Let us discuss matters civilly. Long Ge felt a swell of despair. Why did things escalate to violence so swiftly? Wouldn't it have been prudent to at least let him know how he was to meet his end? Chapter 26. Is she really my sister? In the corner, Lu Jingyao observed with a mix of relief and bewilderment as a sudden influx of individuals burst onto the scene. Her understanding of the international underworld was limited, and she had not caught the words spoken by the strategist Long Ge, so she assumed it was merely an enemy of the Qinglong gang seeking vengeance. However, when had such formidable figures infiltrated Kyoto, even the Lu family had been oblivious to their presence. It seemed that the Qinglong gang had indeed stumbled into a predicament, and it would be best if they were captured all at once. To avoid being caught in the crossfire of these ruthless terrorists, Lu Jingyao instinctively shrank further into the corner. She had thought herself sufficiently ruthless, yet here she was, confronted by even more violent individuals. In their presence, the Qinglong gang appeared as mere novices. She silently prayed that her parents and brother would refrain from coming to her rescue, fearing that an unfortunate encounter could lead to her demise. The blue-haired youth pointed his gun at the lifeless body on the ground, threatening, "Speak another word, and your fate will mirror his." Long Ge felt an overwhelming sense of despair. What misfortune had befallen him? Why engage in violence without so much as a reason? Was it possible that these newcomers sought to claim territory, given that the Qinglong gang held the most sway in this area? He soon realized that the group had come to a standstill. What are you planning? At least utter a word. Long Ge's frustration flared. Who were these people? And what were their intentions? They could not simply stand idle, could they? The blue-haired youth toyed with his firearm, unconcerned, as he awaited the arrival of their superior, someone whose identity even he was unaware of, but who undoubtedly held a higher rank within the organization. It was indeed their first time acting so brazenly, and surprisingly, they found it rather exhilarating. Long Ge's eyelids twitched violently, an icy dread gripping his heart. What? There was a significant figure en route? The upper echelons of the international assassin organization, Dark Phoenix? Surely, such a person was no trivial opponent. How had he, merely intending to kidnap a young lady from the Lu family, attracted such a terrifying force? The crucial issue was that he had no means of seeking help. He could only await his fate. When Long Ge observed that the Dark Phoenix members had not taken any further action, his gaze drifted towards the corner where Lu Jingyao stood, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. It appeared that they were not here for Lu Jingyao. Otherwise, they would have demanded her release immediately. In that case, it would be prudent to eliminate Lu Jingyao, lest she escape and complicate matters further. Should she return to the Lu family, regroup, and unleash the dark guards they had trained on him, it would spell his doom. By killing her, the Lu family would not be able to trace the act back to him quickly, thus providing a measure of assurance for Long Baishan. As for the Dark Phoenix members, they were likely here for territorial negotiations, leaving room for discussion. With this thought, Long Ge slowly reached for his handgun, aiming it at Lu Jingyao. As their eyes met, filled with murderous intent, her heart sank. He truly intended to kill her. What should she do now? She could not afford to die. Would the blue-haired youth and his companions spare her life? What bargaining chip could she possibly offer? Yet all her leverage was tied to the Lu family. She could not betray them to save herself. Just as Long Ge was about to pull the trigger, a bullet suddenly flew in from the doorway, striking his arm with precision, causing his weapon to clatter to the ground. He gasped in shock and turned towards the entrance. There, a woman clad in a black trench coat with long, flowing black hair approached swiftly, gun in hand, its metallic sheen glistening coldly in the sunlight. The surrounding atmosphere had grown ominously silent. The sound of her high heels striking the ground resonated with uncanny clarity, each step akin to a sharp blade piercing the earth and their hearts. The closer she drew, the more palpable her overwhelming aura of lethality became. Such an imposing presence stirred a primal urge to kneel in submission. The blue-haired youth and his cohorts recognized the arrival of their superior, standing at attention with lowered heads. Addressing her respectfully, "Madam, we have encircled these individuals as per your instructions." Lu Jinyao, alerted by the commotion, glanced towards the doorway. Upon making eye contact with the figure, her pupils constricted in shock, reflecting the ghostly visage before her, and her breath momentarily stilled. A wave of astonishment surged through her as she experienced the sensation of emptiness in her mind for the first time. She even forgot the pain coursing through her body. That was unmistakably the face of her sister, Lu Zhifu. Yet, her expression was devoid of warmth, chillingly distant. In stark contrast to the gentle demeanor Lu Jinyao was accustomed to at home, she was unrecognizable. Could it be mere coincidence? Perhaps they only bore a resemblance. After all, her sister had grown up in the slums, a girl who had endured immense suffering. It was unfathomable that she could be entangled with an assassination organization, especially one of such high standing. Lu Jinyao repeatedly attempted to rationalize this in her mind, forcing herself to remain composed. Yet, she watched as the woman casually tossed her gun to the blue-haired youth, not sparing them a glance, and strode directly toward her. Caught off guard by Lu Zhifu's gaze, Lu Jinyao's heart skipped a beat. The cold, fierce eyes softened as they locked onto hers, revealing a hint of tenderness, even concern. "Is it truly you, sister?" Lu Zhifu knelt beside her, swiftly untying the ropes binding Lu Jinyao, gently smoothing her disheveled hair. Then removing her trench coat and draping it over her shoulders before lifting her with ease in a princess carry. With a low yet warm tone, she remarked, "Look at you. How disheveled you are after being away from my sight for such a short time." Lu Jinyao felt a whirl of emotions as she fell into the warmth of her sister's embrace. Upon hearing those words and recalling the torment she had endured over the past half hour, tears brimmed in her eyes, and her voice trembled with vulnerability. "Sister, I'm so pathetic," she choked out. "No crying now. Let me avenge you first," Lu Zhifu replied, her tone resolute. This only deepened Lu Jinyao's sense of grievance. Perhaps feeling embarrassed by her own display of weakness, she buried her face in Lu Zhifu's embrace. Lu Zhifu held her tightly and turned to exit, her high heels striking the ground with a steady, powerful rhythm that exuded an overwhelming sense of security. Throughout the entire process, not a single soul dared to utter a word. Lu Jinyao discreetly opened one eye, gazing in awe at her sister's stunning profile, captivated by her beauty. In that moment, all her pain seemed to dissipate. Lu Zhifu's vehicle awaited just outside. Upon arrival, she cradled Lu Jinyao with one arm while opening the car door with the other, carefully placing her in the back seat. Then, she gestured to the members of Dark Phoenix, standing guard nearby. "You, ensure her safe return to the Lu family immediately. Lu Jinyao is gravely injured, and the Lu family possesses the finest private physicians in all of Z country. She must be taken back for treatment without delay." Chapter 27. Sister is so cool. Lu Jinyao surveyed her surroundings, her gaze somewhat dazed. All around stood individuals clad in black uniforms, exuding an aura of formidable power that even the elite guards of the Lu family could not match. Beneath their feet lay a multitude of Qinglong gang subordinates, unconscious or perhaps worse. Those who remained conscious were bound and cast aside in the corner. Despite her extensive exposure to the world, she was still taken aback by the scene. How could such formidable individuals heed Lu Zhifu's commands? What must her sister's status be to command such authority? Just as Lu Zhifu was about to close the car door, her wrist was tightly grasped by Lu Jinyao, who looked up with a pitiful expression. "Sister, aren't you coming back with me? I promise to help you exact revenge. None of them will escape." Lu Zhifu's tone was chillingly cold, revealing her true nature. "Will you take me with you? I want to witness their suffering firsthand. It's too gruesome. It might frighten you." "I'm not afraid. I'm quite brave. Just take me with you, so I can vent my anger." She pouted at Lu Zhifu, her pitiful demeanor softening her sister's resolve. "Sister, can you carry me back?" She nuzzled against Lu Zhifu. "All right," Lu Zhifu replied softly, and she carried her back the same way they came. The blue-haired youth at the entrance appeared surprised but swiftly fetched a chair, placing his own jacket on it. He was quite perceptive. "Madam, is this acceptable?" Lu Zhifu nodded gently, her expression neutral, and seated Lu Jinyao on the chair. The members of Anhuang stood silently behind them, awaiting orders, making the members of the Qinglong gang tremble in fear, especially Long Ge, who slumped to the ground in sheer despair upon witnessing the scene. If they had come for territory or some other motive, it would have been manageable, but they were here to rescue Lu Jinyao, whom he had just injured so grievously. How could he possibly escape their wrath? Had he known that the Lu family had ties to Anhuang, he wouldn't have dared to touch a member of the Lu family even if given 100 lives. It was all the fault of that damned Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu who had led him to such a dire predicament. If it were only a dozen of them, he might have had the courage to fight to the death, but the area outside was teeming with their forces, leaving him no escape route. Lu Zhifu's gaze fell upon Long Ge as she approached him step by step, looking down at him from her elevated position. She then raised her high-heeled shoe and stomped down on his injured hand. Her devilish voice echoed above him. They say a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. Today I shall do just that. Ah! Long Ge let out a heart-wrenching scream. His subordinates rushed forward to save him, but were deterred by the ominous barrels of guns raised by Anhuang, paralyzed with fear. Their marksmanship was lethal, and if they opened fire, they would have no chance of survival. Madam, please spare me. I'll do anything you want. Just grant me my life. Long Ge, ever adaptable, resorted to humble pleas for mercy.
Spare you?
What about the grievances my sister has suffered? Upon hearing the word sister, Long Ge momentarily forgot his cries of anguish. So, this terrifying woman who commanded the Anhuang assassins was indeed the newly reclaimed young lady of the Lu family? Wasn't she supposed to be a village girl from the slums, unaccustomed to the world? Lu Baishan had truly led him to ruin. Why did he choose to act when she was at her most vulnerable, having just shielded me from a bullet yesterday when I felt the deepest guilt? Long Ge felt utterly defeated, unaware of the machinations of those two old men. Miss Lu, I'm just a hired hand. Please spare my life. And I promise to eliminate Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu. Lu Zhifu kicked his head with the tip of her shoe, her eyes fierce and unyielding. We will deal with those who deserve punishment ourselves. There is no need for you, a dying man, to meddle. Dying man. Long Ge's heart sank completely. No. He did not wish to die yet. What does my sister want to do with him? Lu Zhifu directed her gaze at Lu Jinyao. Lu Jinyao looked at Long Ge, her eyes brimming with unrestrained hatred, but when she met Lu Zhifu's gaze, it transformed into an expression of deep grievance. Sister, my hand hurts so much. She gently raised her hands, revealing the whip marks on her arms, the implication unmistakable. Lu Zhifu understood and nodded. Sister, be careful. Lu Jinyao suddenly exclaimed, as Long Ge attempted to take advantage of Lu Zhifu's momentary distraction to launch a surprise attack. If successful in seizing her, he might have a chance to escape. He had stealthily retrieved a dagger from his pocket and leaped up, aiming to press it against her neck. However, Lu Zhifu seemed to have anticipated his intentions. Without even turning her head, she seized his wrist with precision and twisted it forcefully, almost dislocating it. The dagger clattered to the ground, and he was promptly thrown to the floor. Lu Zhifu picked up the dagger with her toes, caught it, and plunged it into Long Ge's chest, deliberately missing the vital spot to allow him some room to struggle. Lu Jinyao was utterly transfixed. Sister, so cool. Long Ge, a robust man, was utterly powerless beneath her. I'm too lazy to use the whip now. Lu Zhifu crouched down, withdrew the dagger, and made deep cuts on Long Ge's arms, mirroring the scars on Lu Jinyao's. She exerted immense force, as if she intended to sever his bones. The room was filled with his wretched cries. Once finished, Lu Zhifu discarded the dagger and turned back to Lu Jinyao. Sister, my face hurts too. Lu Jinyao, having relished the scene, still felt it was insufficient. Now that she had her sister backing her, how could she let it end here? Lu Zhifu noticed the clear handprint on her face, her expression darkening. She glanced at the wooden planks on the floor, a bloodthirsty smile curling her lips as she walked over, selecting the smallest piece and pouring out a dozen small blades from her sleeve. One by one, she embedded them into the wood, forming the shape of a hand. Long Ge watched her in abject terror, yet he had no strength left to resist, unable even to move an inch, the excruciating pain rendering him nearly unconscious. Lu Zhifu approached him, bent down, and swung a wooden plank across his face. Ah! Another round of heart-wrenching screams erupted. His face was already a bloodied mess. Chapter 28. You go, and play the role of a black boss. Long Ge's strategist cowered in the corner, not daring to make a sound. The other subordinates were equally terrified. How could there be such a brutal woman? It would have been more merciful to kill them outright. Long Ge lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, as if he would take his last breath at any moment. Forget it, sister. He's filthy now. Don't get too close to him. Lu Jinyao cast a disdainful glance at Long Ge, fearful that his dirty blood might stain Lu Zhifu's clothes. Seeing him in such a state, Lu Jinyao felt utterly satisfied. Every wound she bore now felt inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhifu stood up and, with a final flick of a blade, drove it into Long Guo's throat, ending his life instantly. The subordinates of the Qinglong gang fell silent, while the members of Anhuang appeared unfazed. The upper echelons, indeed, must resort to such sanguinary measures. Are you frightened? Lu Zhifu approached her, his tone gentle. Lu Jinyao shook her head. Of course not. Her sister was truly formidable, utterly captivating. How could there exist such an enchanting woman in the world, and she happened to be her sister, though she had occasionally wielded her influence. This was the first time she felt such unbridled exhilaration, a delight unencumbered by any reservations. Even with the Lu family's considerable power and influence, Lu Jinyao had never truly abused her position. Each step she took required careful consideration, always prioritizing the interests of the Lu family. But today was different. With Lu Zhifu supporting her, she could genuinely stride forth with confidence. Lu Zhifu's lips curled slightly, and his gaze fell upon the remaining members of the Qinglong gang. Though it was your leader's orders, it was you who laid hands on my sister, correct? His voice, chilling and ominous, resonated like a vengeful specter emerging from the depths of hell. A single utterance rendered them utterly terrified. No, it wasn't us. The group frantically shook their heads, desperately attempting to retreat, only to find themselves cornered against the wall, with nowhere to flee. Lu Zhifu could not be bothered to act himself, so he signaled to the blue-haired youth. They had witnessed my sister's plight. Those eyes could not be spared. Understood. The members of Anhuang comprehended the unspoken command, swiftly producing butterfly knives, advancing with a single leap, seizing the Qinglong gang's underlings by their collars, and plunging the blades toward their eyes. Ah! The cries of agony echoed relentlessly. They were afforded no opportunity to resist. Such wretched screams, perhaps their tongues would be severed as well. And those hands that inflicted torment upon my sister should be severed too, Lu Zhifu coldly articulated. The ensuing scene was even more gruesome. She did not so much as flinch. In contrast, Lu Jinyao, witnessing such a large-scale slaughter for the first time, fearfully shut her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Lu Zhifu casually instructed that the corpses be discarded to the dogs, and those who survived should be expelled beyond the borders of Z country, lest they offend her sight. The blue-haired youth inquired further, My lady, what shall we do with the throngs of minions outside? Expel them from Z country. Should we deal with the remaining members at their base as well? Yes. Oh, so just like that, the foremost criminal syndicate has disbanded? How lamentable. Lu Zhifu shot him a disapproving glance. What? Do you wish to ascend to the rank of a crime lord? The blue-haired youth hastily zipped his lips, apologizing, my lady. I was merely expressing my astonishment. I assure you, I harbor no treasonous thoughts toward the organization. Before departing, Lu Zhifu inquired, whose subordinate are you? My superior is Baiming, the overseer of the Y continent area under Lady Yudai. Is he currently in Z country? Lu Zhifu typically issued commands through the Central Information Department of the organization, and the only individuals authorized to liaise with her were the minister and 2 deputy ministers. As for other senior personnel within the organization, she seldom communicated directly with them. Thus, she was not particularly aware of the specific identity of those arranged to assist her, especially someone of the blue-haired youth's lower standing. Similarly, they had no right to know Lu Zhifu's true identity. The blue-haired youth inwardly gasped, judging by the lady's tone. Could her status be exceedingly high? Initially, he had presumed she was of equal rank to his superior Baiming, but now it seemed she could not be merely one of the 3 major area leaders like Lady Yudai. My goodness, it appears he has encountered a significant figure. He is not here at the moment, otherwise, he would undoubtedly come in person. What is your name? Yu Chen. Very well, ensure that you manage the subsequent matters cleanly. Since the position of the foremost crime syndicate in Kyoto has become vacant, you may lead them into that role. Ah! Yu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he truly being asked to assume the mantle of a crime lord, leading so many Anhuang assassins? Who exactly was he meant to intimidate? A distinguished assassin, disguised as a thug in a criminal organization. Frankly, it felt a bit degrading. Lu Zhifu cast a frigid glance his way, prompting Yu Chen to stand at attention. Yes. My lady, I will ensure the task is completed. After Lu Zhifu departed with Lu Jinyao, Yu Chen discreetly dialed his superior. You had better have something of importance to convey. A brusque voice erupted from the phone. Yu Chen relayed the tasks Lu Zhifu had entrusted him with, seeking approval. After all, he wasn't entirely certain of Lu Zhifu's standing and whether she had the authority to assign such duties. The voice on the other end softened noticeably. The lady holds you in high regard. You should comply. Understood, boss. Yu Chen muttered to himself. Even the boss refers to her as my lady. It seems her status is indeed considerable. Yet she appears so youthful. How did she ascend to such heights? He sighed inwardly. The organization truly harbors hidden talents. Subsequently, Yu Chen and the Anhuang members executed their tasks with remarkable efficiency. The Qinglong gang vanished overnight. And Yu Chen even collaborated with the information department to fabricate a narrative of their hurried relocation abroad. Regardless of how other factions investigated, they would find no trace of the Lu family. Furthermore, he led the assassins in establishing a new gang, the Jihuang Society, occupying the territory of the Qinglong gang, swiftly expanding their influence and gradually taking over the previous operations of the Qinglong gang. They even established branches across various provinces. Privately, they continued their assassin operations. Thus, public attention gradually shifted to the Jihuang Society, and no one cared to inquire about the whereabouts of Long Ge and his crew. As for Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu, upon learning that Lu Jinyao had safely returned to the Lu family, they were nearly driven to madness. They had incurred significant losses, all to eliminate Lu Jinyao or to obtain the family's high-level secrets, only to find themselves suffering both losses and setbacks. Initially intending to confront the Qinglong gang about their incompetence, they discovered that the group had seemingly evaporated without a trace, leaving no leads. Later, upon discovering a portion of the Qinglong gang's members abroad, they assumed Long Ge had accepted benefits from the Lu family, sparing Lu Jinyao out of fear of offending them, and thus had migrated overnight. They could only swallow their grievances in silence. With no time to seek retribution against Long Ge, they had already severed ties with the Lu family, remaining on guard against potential retaliation. Chapter 29. No one dares to exploit me. On the way home, Lu Zhifu drove in the front, while Lu Jinyao comfortably reclined in the back seat. Have you thought of how to explain things to Mom and Dad, and your brothers? Lu Jinyao closed her eyes, feigning death. With all your injuries, you can't possibly hide it. I truly understand my mistakes. I won't dare again. Lu Jinyao bit her lip, having genuinely learned her lesson this time. However, who could have anticipated that her granduncle would go to such lengths against her? Logically, they should have targeted the defenseless Lu Zhifu. But sister, must we truly recount today as events in their entirety? It feels as though our parents might not believe us. Were she in their position, she certainly wouldn't believe it either. Thus, everything about growing up in a slum, devoid of support, is merely a ruse to deceive them. Correct? We could fabricate a benevolent lie. The violence and bloodshed of today as events are far too graphic to share with the family. If they were to discover this, wouldn't the meticulously crafted perfect image she had cultivated shatter? It makes sense. Lu Jinyao nodded emphatically. She had no intention of sharing her sister's secret with anyone. The secret belonged solely to her, a singular treasure. She intended to cling tightly to this newfound advantage, relegating her parents and brothers to the sidelines. The thought alone filled her with joy. Sister, will I be able to wield power through you in the future? Lu Jinyao inquired earnestly. Lu Zhifu replied, please remember, you are the foremost socialite in the capital. Do not diminish yourself with such descriptions. What is wrong with that? Lu Jinyao lay back comfortably, reveling in the fact that she had an elder sister to rely on. It was her turn to be the lucky charm. Lu Zhifu was almost at a loss for words. Did this girl truly possess two faces? The two sisters finally arrived home at a leisurely pace. Just in time. Their parents and brothers had returned home not long before, urgently preparing to head out in search of the two sisters. Meanwhile, Zhou Shikuan was kneeling at the entrance, seeking forgiveness for failing to protect the second young lady. Aunt Zhao knelt beside him, lamenting her inability to stop the eldest young lady. However, Lu Qinjun and Shen Qinglan were reasonable individuals. Zhou Shikuan had acted on Lu Jinyao's instructions and had executed his task remarkably well, successfully obtaining leverage against Lin Zhenyu. If such actions were deemed culpable, then none of them would escape unscathed. A group of people returned from a business trip only to discover their home had been robbed, and their two precious daughters were missing. The immediate priority was to locate Gigi and Yao Yao. Everyone sprang into action at Lu Qinjuan's command. Just then, Lu Zhifu screeched to a halt in front of them. Awkwardly, she looked at them and said, Hi Mom, Dad, eldest brother, second brother, third brother. Why are you all standing at the door? Upon seeing her, They collectively sighed in relief, having no time to ponder why she was driving a sports car, nor to scold her for running off. Gigi, thank goodness you're back. We need to find your sister immediately. A sister? She's right behind me. Zhifu replied with a charming smile. All eyes turned expectantly outside, wondering if Yao Yao was indeed driving behind them. Yet, nothing could be seen until Lu Jinyao, lying in the back seat, slowly raised her arm, declaring, I'm right here. The Lu family gasped. They had intended to scold her thoroughly, but upon seeing her battered and pale state, their hearts ached, and they hurriedly carried her inside for medical attention. Thus, the unscathed Lu Zhifu proudly endured the family's interrogation. Fortunately, she deftly sidestepped the more serious inquiries, merely stating that Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu had aimed to harm her, but amidst the chaos, the Qinglong gang had suddenly invaded seeking vengeance, allowing Lu Jinyao to escape and reunite with her. As for how Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu had provoked the Qinglong gang, she claimed ignorance. In the aftermath, their parents would likely discover that the entire Qinglong gang had fled. Once Lu Jinyao regained consciousness, their inquiries yielded similar responses. While the Lu family lamented, they nonetheless reprimanded the sisters sternly. They forbade Lu Jinyao from involving herself in any matters and instructed her to focus on recuperating as they continued their investigation, compiling the information and evidence they had gathered to formally confront Lin Zhenyu and Lu Baishan. Naturally, Lu Jinyao relished this newfound leisure, and that very night, she insisted on sleeping with Lu Zhifu. The Lu family was rendered speechless. How could they still want to share a bed at their age? Hadn't she vowed to be a wicked younger sister? Were they no longer pretending? However, they thought little of it, interpreting it merely as Lu Zhifu having brought Lu Jinyao back, leading to an even closer bond between the sisters. This was a positive development. We cannot dictate that. You must ask Gigi yourself. After all, both sisters reside on the 5th floor, so they can arrange their own affairs. Lu Jinyao, however, did not inquire. Instead, she brought her blanket and knocked on Lu Zhifu's door that night, saying, Sister, I can't sleep alone. But I'm not a hypnotist, Lu Zhifu replied. If you can't sleep, we can talk all night. Considering her sister's status as a patient, Lu Zhifu ultimately indulged her. The two lay on the same bed, gazing at the ceiling. Sister, did you really grow up in the slums of Country F? Lu Jinyao could no longer contain her curiosity and asked the question that had been gnawing at her. No wonder the Lu family could find no information about her. Not exactly, but I spent some time there, Lu Zhifu replied with a stoic expression. Oh dear, I truly feel for you, sister, Lu Jinyao exclaimed, abandoning all pretense as she enveloped her sister in an embrace. Don't move too much. You're still bandaged up, and you might dislodge them. So, were those people really your subordinates today? You specifically went to save me, didn't you? Yes. Oh my, I'm so moved. I nearly thought I was going to die, Lu Jinyao said, recalling the fear that had gripped her. Will you do it again, next time? With you around? I would certainly dare, Lu Jinyao replied with a smile. Sister, what faction are you and those people from? Are they part of an overseas gang as well? They looked mixed race. They surely aren't from Z country. Moreover, Z country could not produce such individuals. They are not a gang. They are an assassin organization. Lu Jinyao's eyes widened in shock. They were indeed professional assassins. No wonder they killed without hesitation. She should have guessed this sooner. She had heard of assassin organizations, rumored to be like hell on earth, populated by beings akin to reapers. So, what must life be like within such an organization? Living on the edge of a knife, undertaking perilous missions, and being under the thumb of superiors. Sister, you won't have to engage in similar activities again, will you? You could leave the organization now that you've returned to the Lu family. We can take care of you. I cannot leave the organization, Lu Zhifu stated calmly. If she were to flee, wouldn't that colossal Dark Phoenix organization fall into the hands of others? Or worse, disband? She could never allow that. Is it that your superior has you under some sort of duress, requiring you to take an antidote each month to suppress it? Lu Jinyao gasped, sitting up in alarm. Lu Zhifu's lips twitched. No one dared to exploit her. Chapter 30. The Crybaby Monster. Wow, so that means you're quite formidable, sister. Lu Jinyao reminisced about her sister's display earlier, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Surely you're not some senior figure, are you? Not quite. So, which organization do you belong to? May I inquire? Dark Phoenix. The room fell into a profound silence. Is it the one I've heard of? Lu Jinyao asked cautiously. Yes. The number one in the world? Yes. Lu Jinyao gasped, let me die first. Had she not maintained her composure, she might have screamed. No, It can't be. The #1 assassin organization? And you call that not bad? No wonder the Qinglong gang was so terrified. The largest gang in the capital, vanquished at a whim. Though the Lu family dabbled in the underworld and had connections to various international forces, they had never dealt with a behemoth organization like Dark Phoenix. It was a name that sent shivers down the spine of both the righteous and the wicked alike. Today, she unexpectedly encountered a high-ranking member of the legendary Dark Phoenix and even shared the same bed with her. A chill ran down her neck. Surely, she wouldn't be eliminated in her dreams, would she? Lu Zhifu seemed to have guessed her thoughts, teasingly assuring her, "Rest assured, your life is of no interest to me." Lu Jinyao whimpered, "Sister, I've heard that even your smallest orders are worth a fortune. You must be quite wealthy then?" Initially, Lu Jinyao believed the Lu family was already affluent and powerful, but now it dawned on her that Lu Zhifu might be even wealthier.
Well,
"I suppose I'm a tad wealthier than you," Lu Zhifu replied dismissively. Whimper, sister, why do you have to bring me down while speaking? Who told you to be so chatty?" Whimper, you weren't like this with me yesterday." Lu Zhifu chose to ignore the whimpering creature. After a brief silence, Lu Jinyao, noticing Lu Zhifu's silence, prompted, "Sister, you'll protect me, right? And you'll help me clean up the mess, too?" That's splendid. Once I'm healed, I'll take my frustrations out on everyone I dislike, young and old, without exception." "Childish," Lu Zhifu retorted with a hint of disdain. "Childish or not, you must remember to back me up," Lu Jinyao insisted. Lu Zhifu deftly changed the subject. "Do you know who orchestrated your abduction?" "I do." A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Lu Jinyao's eyes. "What are you planning? Do you want me to help you eliminate them?" If she intervened, Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu wouldn't last long. Her only concern was that their parents might consider familial ties or weigh the family's interests. Both were seasoned figures, and eliminating them could lead to complications. "No need. I can avenge my grievances myself. We have their weaknesses in hand. Dealing with them is only a matter of time." Although Lu Jinyao claimed she wanted Lu Zhifu's protection, she was actually more inclined to take matters into her own hands. However, knowing that someone had her back made her feel emboldened. "All right, I'll watch from the sidelines, ensuring support for you and the Lu family. Even if you can't handle it, I will," Lu Zhifu affirmed. "Sister, we're the best pair in the world, aren't we?" That night, Lu Zhifu was thoroughly annoyed by her sister's incessant chatter. When they were called for breakfast, both were still bleary-eyed. Due to her injuries, Lu Jinyao remained in bed, receiving her meal from Aunt Zhao. Meanwhile, Lu Zhifu joined her parents and brothers at the table, including Zhou Shirquan. She quietly ate her meal, listening to their discussions. They did not shy away from her presence. Given the events of the previous day, she was likely already somewhat informed, or perhaps Jinyao had briefed her. The Lu family was rife with danger and incessant strife. They deliberated on how to deal with Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu, and after their discussion, they turned to Lu Zhifu. "Gigi, do you understand what we're saying?" Lu Zhifu nodded. "Good to hear. We must keep our distance from those two old geezers, understand?" Lu Jingyao interrupted nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter. Whether they remain or not is still uncertain." No one contradicted him. Perhaps it was indeed the case. Will Gigi resent our ruthless decisions? They pondered, as they had mentioned several times about wanting to eliminate the two old men rather forcefully. "Of course not." Lu Zhifu replied with a sweet smile. "I was actually worried you might be too lenient." Initially, she intended to ask if they needed her assistance. However, upon reflection, even if she were to disclose her capabilities, they likely wouldn't permit her involvement. Thus, she chose to remain silent. "It must be tough for you all, Mom, Dad. And my 3 brothers are so busy every day, they hardly have time to spend with you." "That doesn't matter. Taking care of important matters is paramount." There was no daughter more understanding than her. The Lu family felt immense gratitude. How fortunate they were to have such a considerate little darling. After breakfast, they all went to check on Lu Jinyao. Particularly, Lu Jingyao dashed to her bedside, rather, to Lu Zhifu's bedside, hopping about playfully. TSK, look at you now. Unable to even walk. Please, sister's bed is big and soft. I have no desire to move." Lu Jingyao retorted. "How old are you? Have you no shame? Still clinging to Gigi for sleep? Mind your own business. You're just jealous." "Jealous? You can lie there all you want. I'll take my sister out to play later. You can stay here alone." Yet, this was merely banter. At this juncture, he wouldn't dare take Lu Zhifu out. Moreover, being busy meant that even if he wanted to pamper his sister, It would have to wait. Not a chance. Sister said last night that we're the best duo in the world. You can go cool off elsewhere. Lu Zhifu interjected. She didn't say that last night. However, she couldn't be bothered to argue, finding the children's banter amusing. Their eldest brother, Lu Qinyan, approached Lu Jingyao. You're old enough. Shouldn't you be considerate towards your little sister? She's still hurt.
Ouch!
Lu Jingyao exclaimed, retreating defensively. Fine, I was wrong. I want to argue with someone injured. And with that, he promptly made his escape. Eldest brother, how did the discussions go? Lu Jingyao inquired, seeking to address the pressing matters. Seeing this, Lu Zhifu quietly stepped outside, leaving her eldest and second brothers to recount their table discussions to Lu Jingyao, as she had already heard them. However, just as she stepped out, intending to take a leisurely stroll, she received a phone call from one of her subordinates.
Boss.
Those two have fled the country overnight, heading to their stronghold at the new state group. Lu Zhifu raised an eyebrow. They're running away so quickly? I initially thought they were gearing up for a formal declaration of war against the Lu family, yet they've chosen to retreat in disgrace. It seems our parents' plans may come to naught. Chapter 31. Discussing the divorce after hanging up, she happened upon Zhou Shirkuan. Uncle Zhou, what are you up to?
Miss.
I'm still contemplating whether to speak the truth, as matters like these tend to be instinctively concealed from Lu Zhifu, given her lack of understanding of the intricacies. Where were you when my sister was in trouble? I was attending to the second Miss's orders, apprehending a few individuals for interrogation. Hearing Lu Zhifu's tone akin to reprimanding, he felt a jolt of surprise. What's the matter? Is it about Lin Zhenyu or Lu Baishan? Lin Zhenyu. He possesses critical leverage, particularly regarding the evidence of his previous assault on you and the second miss. Where did you hear this? It said that Pei Jinwang was involved, which prompted actions from Lu Jinyao and me. The news was brought by the esteemed young master Pei. Lu Zhifu mused, realizing it was indeed him. He possesses some finesse. The information is valid and quite helpful, aiding the Lu family considerably. As she pondered, Aunt Zhao approached. Miss, young master Pei has come to visit, expressing concern for the second Miss's injuries. Given that the second Miss is currently unavailable, how shall we proceed? Lu Zhifu lowered her gaze. Yesterday's situation was handled by the Dark Phoenix. The news was tightly contained. The Qinglong gang has cleaned up the aftermath. And even Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu are without leads. How did Pei Jinwang manage to uncover this? It remained uncertain just how much he had discovered, particularly regarding her. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Zhifu's eyes. I shall pay him a visit. Uncle Zhou, accompany me. Certainly, miss, he replied. What scheme could they be plotting? Making repeated visits? Pei Jinwang sat in the living room, and though he felt no surprise at Lu Zhifu's arrival, a flicker of unabashed joy crossed his features. Today, the table was still adorned with the gifts he had brought. Miss Lu, it has been a long time. Pei Jinwang greeted her warmly. Indeed, it has, Lu Zhifu replied, her expression neutral as she took a seat opposite him. What brings you here today, young Master Pei? Oh, do drop the formalities, just call me by my name. Very well, young Master Pei, but you have yet to answer my question. Pei Jinwang began to speak, but was swiftly interrupted by Lu Zhifu, who told you that. He nearly bit his tongue. How is it that Lu Zhifu was so forthright, eschewing the customary pleasantries? Zhou Shirkuan, lurking nearby, was poised to strike. Was he to speak or remain silent? After all, this information had been kept quite under wraps. Let me rephrase. Where did the gift you sent to my sister come from? Seeing Pei Jinwang's hesitance, Lu Zhifu pressed on. I have been mingling in Kyoto for many years. It is only natural that I possess some connections. Very well, then what is your purpose for visiting today? I came both to pay a visit and to express my apologies, Pei Jinwang responded earnestly. Lu Zhifu, however, realized her suspicions were unfounded. Pei Jinwang had not uncovered any useful information, only knowing that Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu had orchestrated the abduction of Lu Jinyao. One reason they succeeded was due to the message he had sent to her, which had led Zhou Shirkuan and the elite members of the Lu family to capture her, leaving no one to protect her. Although, to be precise, this matter was not his direct concern. Yet, he still felt a pang of guilt. And, of course, it would be even better to see Lu Zhifu while he was there. Lu Zhifu understood his implication and chose not to press him further. Your sister is gravely injured and unable to receive guests. You may leave once you have delivered your gift. Pei Jinwang did not anticipate Lu Zhifu's unyielding demeanor. She was as cold as Lu Jinyao, dismissing him so soon after their meeting. Having come all this way, At least allow me to enjoy a few cups of tea before departing. Observing this, Zhou Shikuan promptly poured several cups of tea for him. Young Master Pei, please. It is still warm. Lu Zhifu, she smiled. If young Master Pei continues to remain silent, the tea may indeed grow cold. Ah, well. It seems young Master Pei has suddenly become rather reserved, he stammered, as if my father is pressuring me into marriage. Zhou Shikuan's brow furrowed, nearly pinching a fly. To him, neither Lu Zhifu nor Lu Jinyao were worthy of Pei Jinwang. With both Mr. and Mrs. Lu absent, we shall discuss this matter another day. Zhou Shikuan forced a professional smile. There is no need for Mr. and Mrs. Lu to be present. I merely wish to inquire about your young lady's thoughts. Lu Zhifu feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, are you referring to the matter of a union? In fact, our family was discussing it just a few days ago." Pei Jinwang's eyes lit up with anticipation as he gazed at her. To mask his embarrassment, he pretended to savor the tea. "However, we have been quite busy lately. Once we find the time, we shall visit the Pei family to discuss the dissolution of the engagement." Upon hearing the term dissolution, Pei Jinwang nearly spat out his tea. What? The Pei family had been frantic over his prolonged absence abroad, fearing a rift between him and the family. To avoid any discord, they had unanimously decided to terminate the engagement, to everyone's delight. I did not. Pei Jinwang stammered, unable to articulate his protest. Yet, the truth seemed to align with her words. Young Master Pei must be overjoyed, yes? Fear not, I shall urge my parents upon their return. A smile graced Lu Zhifu's lips. What eye of yours saw me enjoy? Oh no, miss, the second young lady has inexplicably thrown a tantrum. You must go check on her. At that critical moment, Aunt Zhao interrupted them. Pei Jinwang's attempts to explain caught in his throat as he watched Lu Zhifu ascend the stairs. He turned to find Zhou Shikuan's congenial face. Young Master Pei, please. Once again, he faced the ignominy of being politely shown the door. However, this time, he was genuinely flustered. The earlier conversation had instilled a sense of urgency in him. He needed to persuade his father to intervene and finalize the marriage arrangement. Young Master, why are you out so soon? Did you see Miss Lu? His sycophants surrounded him as soon as he returned home. Get away, you are bothersome. Is it true that you brought no useful information, hence being ruthlessly dismissed by the Lu family? They are aware that you only presented ordinary gifts. How can you still speak of that? Have you found any leads on the matters I instructed you to investigate? The Qinglong gang has vanished without a trace, and the area they occupied seems to have been entirely obscured. Then do not bother investigating. Your capabilities are insufficient. Chapter 32. After all, she is not worthy of my sister. Upon returning home, Pei Jinwang lamented loudly, clinging to his father's arm. You must support me. This concerns my lifelong happiness. Ultimately, he was met with a merciless kick from his father. Where have you been all this time? Isn't this situation precisely what you desired? Who told you to create such chaos? Now look, neither of the sisters finds you suitable, and you still dare to propose marriage? I do not care. If you do not intervene, the Pei family will face extinction. You worthless child, the only skill you possess is threatening your father. Did you not tell me to stay out of it? If you truly do not wish for the Pei family to end, you must assist me. Pursue your own wife. He retorted, and thus Pei Jinwang was unceremoniously expelled from his own home. Young master, what have you done to anger the head of the family, causing us to be cast out and rendered homeless? His two lackeys complained. What are you shouting about? It matters not where we sleep. So, will you continue the investigation you assigned us? No need for that, it would only expose you. Just keep an eye on those old fogies from the Lu family. Are we not to lend a hand? No, this is a matter for the Lu family. It is not my place to intervene. Besides, with her around, what need is there for me? In that case, it seems, young master, you are indeed rather ineffectual. Even being a son-in-law might lead the Lu family to disdain you. Pei Jinwang kicked the two of them fiercely. Get lost. Meanwhile, on Lu Zhifu's side, upon returning to her room, she indeed found Lu Jinyao sulking. With a face full of grievances, she looked at her. Sister, have you been bewitched by some charming rogue and no longer want me? Lu Zhifu replied. How could that be? I merely want to send him off. That fellow is cunning and silver-tongued. You mustn't let him deceive you. All right, I'll heed your advice. Lu Zhifu had initially thought that by sending a message from Pei Jinwang to Lu Jinyao, it would alter her impression of him, but to her surprise, she remained so hostile. Moreover, Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu have returned to Xinzhou Group. What do you plan to do about it? In the past, They could have leveraged their influence and assets in Kyoto to coerce their return. However, they had effectively severed all ties, leaving hastily, taking everything with them. Thus, to deal with them now, they would have to capture them abroad. How do you know? Lu Jinyao instinctively inquired, as even she had received no news. However, upon recalling her sister's impressive identity, she quickly amended, "Oh, they must have returned to their lair. Let me think it over. I'll get back to you later. We can discuss it again when Dad, Mom, and brother return." Very well. By evening indeed. The Lu family had all returned and were already aware of the news concerning the two fleeing in haste. What shall we do about this? They retreated like turtles into their shells. Should we go directly and bring them back? Lu Jingyao asked. There's no need for us to take action ourselves. The remaining 3 from the Elder Council should be returning soon. Let them handle it, Lu Qinjun replied solemnly. Good idea. Those 3 are no pushovers either. But it's a pity for Jinyao. She won't be able to avenge herself in the short term. At the mention of this, the entire family gritted their teeth. It's fine. It will happen sooner or later. We can take this opportunity to cleanse their minions in Z country, ensuring they have no chance for a comeback. Lu Jinyao, having received this information in advance, remained remarkably composed. They all nodded in agreement. Yes. After so many years of failing to expel them from the Lu family and Z country, now they fled on their own. We don't even need to engage in public relations. They still held considerable connections. Let the 3 of them take charge. Whatever they can seize will be their merit. Additionally, Yuan Heng has heard about the family matters, and he has swiftly dealt with the overseas business and is preparing to return. Uncle? Lu Zhifu asked in confusion. Yes. He is specifically coming back to see you. Shen Qinglan smiled and nodded at her. Sister, don't worry. Uncle is a very good person. He will definitely bring you lots of wonderful things. Well, I look forward to it. Lu Zhifu had not paid much attention to Lu Yuanheng. Oh, and one more thing. Lu Chunyan interjected at the right moment. The Xie family is hosting a banquet tomorrow and has sent us an invitation. Who among you will accompany me? The Xie family has always maintained a good relationship with the Lu family. It is a courtesy that must be extended. He quickly added, recently, there have been many matters concerning the Lu family. Dad and Mom need not attend, and it seems the Xie family primarily wishes to invite the younger generation. Especially specifically naming Zhifu, insisting that I must bring her along. The Xie family is also considered a prominent family. Their banquets will certainly attract many families, leading to ample opportunities for socializing. Unfortunately, Jinyao is injured and cannot attend, so it will have to be Zhifu who goes. Lu Jinyao frowned. Why specifically name my sister? Perhaps they are simply curious to meet her, Lu Jingyao interjected. However, Lu Qinyan shook his head. It may not be just that. They might have set their sights on Zhifu. Everyone assumes that the Lu family will marry Jinyao to the Pei family, leaving Zhifu's prospects open. If she could marry into the Xie family, it would also be quite beneficial, especially since they have several eligible young masters. Zhifu can choose among them. Lu Jinyao huffed in dissatisfaction. They're all a bunch of misfits. What else there to choose? Lu Jingyao was speechless. Little sister, if you think like that, does it mean there are no good men in the world? If you remain single for life, that's your business, but don't drag Zhifu down with you. The several young masters of the Xie family have a good relationship with them, and each is a remarkable talent. How did they become misfits in Lu Jinyao's mouth? Anyway, they're not worthy of my sister. Lu Zhifu chuckled. All right, enough of the bickering. We will meet them eventually. Let us give the Xie family some face. Brother, and I will go have a look. Chapter 33. The matriarch of the Xie family Lu Yubai had never been fond of attending such social gatherings. And with pressing matters to attend to, he did not go. Lu Jingyao had to assist their parents, so ultimately, it was only Lu Chunyan and Lu Zhifu who attended. Lu Chunjun looked earnestly at his eldest son. Be sure to protect your sister. Although the 2 biggest threats have fled, there will likely be no one daring enough to act against Zhifu in the short term. Nevertheless, caution is prudent. Shen Qinglan also emphasized. Indeed, the banquet will be crowded. Don't let her be deceived by some unscrupulous men. Lu Yubai succinctly added, Elder brother, I leave my sister in your care. Lu Jingyao crossed his arms. Elder brother, do take good care of her. Lu Jinyao made a startling remark. Sister, you must protect elder brother. The entire family was taken aback, especially Lu Chunyan, who felt quite bewildered, assuming Lu Jinyao was merely acting out due to her recent injury. Lu Zhifu smiled silently and then innocently remarked, It's just a banquet. It shouldn't be as dangerous as you all suggest. The Lu family exchanged glances, realizing that their concerns were not unfounded. Those wishing to eliminate them could circle around Kyoto. In recent years, they had developed rapidly, either offending others or treading the path of enmity. Previously, everyone had been observing, waiting for an internal strife within their family to unfold unexpectedly. Recently, however, the conflict had indeed escalated, and although news had not spread widely, there were likely those who could not resist getting involved. However, they would simply echo Lu Zhifu's words, yes, it's not that dangerous, Zhifu. Feel free to accompany elder brother and enjoy yourself. They certainly wouldn't want to instill panic in their precious daughter. Only Lu Jinyao remained discontent in a world that had reached a consensus. If it weren't for that damned Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu, she wouldn't have been injured and missed the chance to go out with her sister. Otherwise, it would have been her elder brother taking her sister out. Humph. I'll deal with them sooner or later. With determination, Lu Jinyao summoned Zhou Shikuan after the family members returned to their respective rooms. Her first words were, Uncle Zhou, from now on, treat my sister as you do our parents and us. Her words shall be executed unconditionally. Zhou Shikuan was puzzled. He truly did not comprehend why the second young lady had undergone such a drastic change. Was it truly because the eldest young lady had saved her? There's no need to ask why. In time, you will understand.
All right.
Tomorrow, you will visit the Jiu Huang Society. What is the Jiu Huang Society? Zhou Shikuan expressed his unfamiliarity with it. Lu Jinyao brimmed with confidence, convinced that she would one day usurp the Qinglong gang and emerge as the preeminent power in Kyoto. All relevant business operations under our command could seamlessly transition to collaborate with them. As for everything else, severance would be inevitable. Would this not be overly audacious? Zhou Shikuan felt a chill. This marked the first time the second young lady had made such a nonsensical decision. Previously, the Lu family had looked down upon the Qinglong gang, and now they were proactively seeking to partner with an obscure faction they had never even heard of. Setting aside whether the Jiuhuang Society could indeed flourish, placing all our eggs in one basket presented a considerable risk. You don't understand. Just follow my lead. It's a surefire investment, she insisted, and besides, they are our own people. Even if my sister incurs losses, what of it? So, tomorrow we will directly negotiate with their highest authority. Yes, simply mention my sister's name. The eldest young lady? Zhou Shikuan was taken aback once more. Indeed. At that moment, Pei Jinwang was reveling with his close friends, yet his merriment was abruptly interrupted by a barrage of phone calls from his father. What is it? Must you summon me back so soon? Say a few flattering words, and perhaps I might consider it, he replied with a tone of levity. Tomorrow is the Xie family's banquet. I'm not going. Pei Li had barely begun his sentence when Pei Jinwang cut him off. Really not going? What's the fun in that? It sounds dreadfully dull. Very well, I had heard that the eldest young lady of the Lu family would be attending. It seems fate has deemed you incompatible. With that, he hung up before Pei Jinwang could react. Pei Jinwang. He hurriedly attempted to call back, but each time, his father mercilessly ended the call. Old man, you have truly outdone yourself. Yet, despite the embarrassment, Pei Jinwang reluctantly returned home. After all, wherever Lu Zhifu was, he felt compelled to go. He was acutely aware that many of his peers from the Xie family would be present, and he could not afford to miss the opportunity to keep an eye on things. On the evening of the banquet, Lu Chenin and Lu Zhifu arrived resplendently. Upon reaching the entrance of the Xie residence, they were graciously welcomed inside. What was initially intended as a modest gathering had transformed into a bustling affair, likely due to the anticipation surrounding the attendance of Lu Zhifu and Pei Jinwang. The chance to witness both of them together was indeed rare. Even families who had not received invitations audaciously showed up. Previously, only a select few had encountered Lu Zhifu at the Mirror Palace. This time, the attendees included not only the younger generation but also numerous executives and their spouses, as well as esteemed family heads. In summary, it was a scene of exuberant revelry. Perhaps due to the unique connection between the two families, Lu Chenin and Lu Zhifu were promptly escorted to the backyard to meet the Xie family. Among them was the affable matriarch of the Xie family, who had once been a close confidant of their grandmother. Over the years, she had extended much kindness to the younger members of the Lu family. Approaching her 80s, the Xie matriarch still exuded an air of elegance, as if time had merely adorned her with a gentle radiance. Her features were kind, with slightly drooping eyes that crinkled into a smile, resembling a fan when she laughed. Even when her expression was stern, a hint of warmth lingered, reminiscent of the refined ladies of ancient tales. Ah, the children of the Lu family have arrived. Come closer, so this old woman can have a good look at you, She beckoned from her seat on a zeatonwood chair. Greetings, Grandmother Xia. This is my younger sister, Lu Zhifu. Zhifu, this is Grandmother Xia. Greet her. Hello, Grandmother Xia. Lu Zhifu wore a sweet smile, appearing exceedingly well-mannered. The Xia matriarch was particularly delighted at this moment. Ah, yes, Zhifu, is it? Come sit by this old woman. Following this warm exchange, they met several elders from the Xia family who were all exceedingly courteous to the Lu siblings. Eventually, they were ushered into the main banquet hall, where they were encouraged to mingle and enjoy themselves. The younger generation of the Xia family was busy attending to guests, providing an excellent opportunity for introductions and conversations. Since the banquet was primarily designed for the younger generation, the elders of the Xia family mostly refrained from intervening. Even when they did appear, it was to engage with the elders of other families. The gathering unintentionally formed two distinct areas, one for the young masters and misses to socialize, and the other for the elders to discuss potential collaborations. Lu Chenin and Lu Zhifu entered through the back door of the banquet hall. As they stepped into the corridor, they were greeted by the cacophony of the main hall, where several voices rose above the din. Weren't the Lu family members supposed to arrive? Why hasn't anyone seen them yet, even after the festivities have commenced? I heard that Lu Jinyao was injured previously. Perhaps she hasn't fully recovered and is unable to attend. But what of the eldest young lady and the other young masters? Those three rarely make appearances at such gatherings. It is understandable if they choose not to come. I wonder if the eldest young lady is merely feeling shy? Shy? I doubt it. I have seen her at the Mirror Palace. She is every bit as impressive as Lu Jinyao, especially with that breathtaking face. Indeed, without a doubt, her beauty will astonish you. Some dismiss the notion, scoffing. What use is beauty alone? She is merely a pretty vase, destined to be kept as a trophy at home. What does she know? Could it be that something has happened to her since she hasn't arrived? That stands to reason. If even the ever-cautious and astute Lu Jinyao has fallen victim, how could she possibly escape unscathed? It is said that the internal strife within the Lu family has come to light. She knows nothing of it. How long do you think she can survive? Why don't we place a wager? Lu Chenin's expression darkened to the point where it seemed he could bleed ink, barely suppressing the urge to confront these gossips. Lu Zhifu quickly held him back. Elder brother, remain calm. Their words are theirs to utter. I am indifferent to their opinions. Zhifu, rest assured, we will protect you. Lu Chenin was concerned about her being affected by their remarks. Yes, I understand. Meanwhile, a group of young masters and misses from the Xia family gathered together, quietly discussing Lu Zhifu. Xia Yu, the eldest young master, remarked. Grandmother likely intends to forge a marriage alliance with the Lu family. She has specifically instructed us to treat the eldest young lady with utmost care. He was of the same age as Lu Chenin and shared a decent rapport with him and the other members of the Lu family. Therefore, when the Lu family arrived, there was no need for additional reminders. They would extend their hospitality naturally. Moreover, the elders had been subtly hinting at Lu Zhifu, encouraging them to dress splendidly. The meaning was unmistakable. Xia Xiao, the second young master, added, given the relationship between our families, we cannot afford to neglect her, can we? After all, friends must be made. They were not opposed to the idea of a marriage alliance, recognizing that the Lu family was a prestigious one. And if it were to come to that, it would indeed be an elevation for them. Xia family's third young master, Xia Yi, inquired, fourth brother. Did you and Miao Miao visit the Mirror Palace last time?
Have you met Miss Lu?
What was she like? The fourth young master of the Xia family, Xia Chen, and the second miss, Xia Miao Miao, were among the younger and more playful members of the family, certainly not missing out on the last grand event. She was breathtaking. You'll understand when you see her, Xia Miao Miao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, Miss Lu is like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Brothers, you must make an effort to win her over as my sister-in-law. It would bring me immense joy. The Xia brothers were somewhat skeptical. Is it truly that exaggerated? Xia Chen scoffed. As for me, I'll pass. I'm just a dandy, and she would surely look down upon me. Not to mention the age difference. I'm even a year younger than Lu Zhifu. Xia Miao Miao slapped her thigh. When it comes to dandyism, who can rival the crown prince of the Pei family? You must be cautious. He seems to hold a certain interest in Miss Lu. The thought of his explosive remarks at the Mirror Palace sent shivers down her spine. Though Pei Jinwang was often frivolous, what if he was serious this time? Such a wonderful person as Lu Zhifu must not fall into his clutches. Well then, we shall do our utmost to leave a favorable impression on Miss Lu, they agreed. Just as they concluded their discussion, a commotion erupted from outside the banquet hall. It's Lu Chenyang. The Lu family has arrived. Lu Chenyang stepped forward, instantly capturing everyone's attention, eliciting a few gasps of astonishment. His appearance and aura were simply too striking. If one were to inquire about the most sought-after unmarried man in the capital, it would undoubtedly be Lu Chenyang, the heir of the foremost family in Country Z. The president of the Lu Group and a formidable figure in the business world, truly the dream of countless young ladies and the prized son-in-law in the eyes of high society matrons. Even though he was already engaged, many still harbored ambitions towards him. A few young gentlemen who were on cordial terms with him immediately flocked around him, exclaiming, "Yank, we've finally been able to catch you." Their eyes, however, darted toward the radiant figure behind him, for walking in his shadow was Lu Zhifu, equally captivating. Her previous appearance in a new traditional Chinese outfit had left everyone in awe, and this time, her Western evening gown was no less dazzling, even overshadowing the ever-charismatic Lu Chenyang. With a smile, Lu Chenyang introduced her to his friends, who were almost respectable and even a bit bashful in her presence. Struck by her overwhelming beauty, "Yink, you're being quite unfair. Such a lovely sister, and you only brought her out for us to meet today?" They lamented inwardly, consumed with jealousy. With a sister like Lu Jinyao, who was exceptionally talented, and now another equally remarkable one, they couldn't help but wonder why they weren't blessed with such fortune. "Sister Zhifu, do come out to play more often. We're always at your service." "Far more reliable than your busy brother," they urged, vying for her attention. In no time, Lu Zhifu had acquired several self-proclaimed brothers, though it was a one-sided designation. Nonetheless, as they were friends of her elder brother, she graciously accepted their camaraderie. Chapter 35. She was simply too warm. This spectacle left those around them envious. The Xie family seized the opportunity to make their presence known, first reminiscing with Lu Chenyang before shifting their focus to Lu Zhifu, each feeling a slight flush on their ears. What Xie Chun and Miao Miao said was not exaggerated. The beauty of the Lu family as eldest daughter is indeed beyond compare. In all their years, they had never encountered anyone more exquisite. If she were to enter the entertainment industry, she would undoubtedly become an unrivaled sensation. Lu Chenyang introduced Lu Zhifu to the members of the Xie family, then leaned in to whisper, "These individuals are all unmarried and of good standing. If you take a liking to any of them, just let me know, and I'll advocate on your behalf." Lu Zhifu nearly choked on her own spit. Was he implying she was to choose a suitor? This was rather inappropriate, wasn't it? It was evident that these gentlemen were exceptional, possessing remarkable qualities and hailing from illustrious backgrounds. However, she felt too young and unprepared for serious romantic entanglements. Thus, she considered it merely a chance to make friends. Lu Zhifu engaged in conversation with them effortlessly, maintaining a polite demeanor that was neither overly warm nor excessively distant. Her esteemed status attracted a crowd, with individuals vying for her attention, nearly pushing Lu Chenyang aside. Meanwhile, several elders from other families and executives from various corporations sought to discuss business matters with him. Waving at her brother, Lu Zhifu said, "Go ahead, big brother. Don't let my presence hinder your affairs. I can manage on my own." It wouldn't be appropriate for him to remain by her side indefinitely. The Xie family assured they would take good care of Lu Zhifu, prompting Lu Chenyang to offer a few brief instructions before heading into the inner area. With his departure, the outer area became even livelier. Just then, Pei Jinwang made a flamboyant entrance, successfully diverting everyone's attention. "The crown prince of the capital has arrived. How rare." This marked his first attendance at a formal gathering since returning to the country. Surely, he wasn't here for Miss Lu, was he? The notorious dandy was back, and the excitement was palpable. His last attendance at the Mirror Palace had been uninvited, as he had sneaked in. Thus, it didn't count. After 3 years, Pei Jinwang remained as charming as ever, rivaling even Lu Chenyang in allure. Although he was known for his frivolity, his noble status, combined with his striking features, attracted a considerable number of admirers. The Xie family greeted him politely, surprised that he had chosen to attend, assuming he would be too disinterested to join. "Ah, pay me no mind. Enjoy yourselves. I'll just be wandering about." Pei Jinwang waved them off nonchalantly. They had expected a more cordial exchange, but upon hearing his words, they turned and returned to Lu Zhifu's side. Does he truly repel people so much? Pei Jinwang wondered, surrounded by a group of boisterous friends engaged in animated conversation. "Bro, that is rather inconsiderate. After being back for so long, you haven't come to hang out with us. Are you planning to sever ties with us?" Pei Jinwang poured himself a glass of wine. "What can I say? I have too many good friends. It's just that I can't attend to everyone at once. By the way, what is your purpose for being here today? They inquired, their scrutinizing gazes appraising him before their expressions turned mischievous, shifting toward the radiant Lu Zhifu. Surely, you're not here for Miss Lu, are you? Were your words at the Mirror Palace sincere? Have you truly developed feelings? Otherwise, if he merely wished to play, he would hardly dare to provoke the Lu family's daughter. Internal rivalries within the Lu family might be common, but they were fiercely protective against outsiders. Pei Jinwang offered no elaborate explanations, merely responding lightly while his gaze remained fixed on a particular individual. It was too late. Our esteemed prince had truly succumbed. Yet, why did I sense that your chances were rather slim? Just look at Miss Lu's entourage. Each of them appears far more formidable than you. Pei Jinwang's mischievous friend rested his chin on his hand, analyzing the situation seriously. What do you know? No matter how many of them there are, I am the only one with a legitimate engagement to the Lu family, he retorted. If Miss Lu happens to take a liking to any of them, dissolving the engagement could happen in the blink of an eye. No, there's no need for that. What about Miss Lu's younger sister? The Pei family is quite satisfied with her as a prospective daughter-in-law. Young Master Xie is indeed a paragon of charm. Even I find myself captivated.
Oh.
And young Master Xie's younger brother isn't half bad either. They chattered excitedly. Look, Miss Lu's face has turned red. Could it be that she has developed feelings? A chorus of teasing remarks aimed to provoke him. One could not deny their success. Pei Jinwang's expression grew sour. You lot don't understand a thing. It's simply that too many people are crowding around her, making her feel hot. Feelings? What nonsense. TSK, what good is your bravado? If you have any ability, why not approach her? Miss Lu is right there. Very well, I shall. Pei Jinwang flicked his hair and pushed through the crowd, striding up to Lu Zhifu. Owing to his status, no one dared to obstruct him. Instead, they parted to make way. Gigi, it's been ages. Last time you had something to say to me.
Didn't you?
Shall we step outside to discuss? His unusually familiar and affectionate words left everyone momentarily stunned, particularly the subject of his attention, Lu Zhifu. Have they grown so close that he can use my nickname? She pondered. It seemed implausible. Even during their last encounter at the Lu residence, she had only agreed to call him by his name, not permitting him to address her so intimately. Moreover, when had she ever had anything to discuss with him? What an audacious fellow. Excuse me, coming through. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Pei Jinwang seized Lu Zhifu's hand and dashed off. The Xie family members exchanged glances. Realizing that Miao Miao had been correct, Pei Jinwang was indeed harboring intentions towards the eldest daughter of the Lu family. His earlier display felt akin to a declaration of ownership. With the engagement between the Pei and Lu families already established, did this not leave them with little hope? This won't do. Brothers, you must compete for her. We cannot concede so easily. Xie Miao Miao urged them on. Aside from their lineage, in what way did her three brothers fall short of Pei Jinwang? Others were less concerned, for Pei Jinwang was known for his capricious behavior. This time, however, he had exhibited a rare moment of politeness. It appeared that the prince had set his sights on Lu Zhifu, which could indeed leave Lu Jinyao's prospects in disarray. Many gazes turned fervent. While Lu Jinyao was not of the Lu bloodline, her beauty and excellence made her a significant prize. Regrettably, Jinyao was absent today, leaving a palpable void in the atmosphere. Chapter 36, The Palace of Flame. They watched the retreating figures of the two, lamenting their lost opportunities. Yet, a few malicious gazes lingered, primarily from the inner circle. Engaged in discussions of collaboration, they remained vigilant of external developments, especially after Pei Jinwang's appearance. A union between the two families simply could not come to fruition. Gradually withdrawing their gazes, they turned to Lu Chenin, raising their glasses in jovial conversation, probing for the Lu family's stance. Naturally, Lu Chenin refrained from making any declarations, offering only vague responses. Yet, he too cast a disapproving glance at Pei Jinwang, who had audaciously taken his sister away. However, noticing Lu Zhifu's calm demeanor, he chose not to intervene. Pei Jinwang brought Lu Zhifu to a quieter spot, conveniently near a pavilion, an ideal locale for gazing at the night sky. Young Master Pei, is it not inappropriate for you to hold my hand like this? Men and women should maintain a certain distance, Lu Zhifu remarked coolly, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion as she did not pull away. Pei Jinwang reluctantly withdrew his hand, feeling the warmth linger in his palm. My apologies. I acted impulsively, Miss Lu. Next time, I shall be sure to inform you first. Are you hoping for a next time? Is it so wrong to desire one? Pei Jinwang countered boldly. Lu Zhifu couldn't help but laugh at his audacity. Did you not just call me Gigi? And now you revert to formality? If you like me, feel free to call me back. His shamelessness knew no bounds. I have not permitted you to do so. By the way, you ought to thank me. Lu Zhifu raised an eyebrow. Thank you for what? Had I not intervened, you would still be entangled with those young lords and ladies. Now look how peaceful it is. Must I truly thank you for that? In truth, Lu Zhifu had also enjoyed the quietude, but she would never admit it. That is unnecessary. There is no need for formality between us. Pei Jinwang waved dismissively, adopting a demeanor of extravagant generosity. Lu Zhifu sighed, incredulous at his presumption. As if we are so familiar. You should be grateful I'm not holding you accountable for disrupting my conversation. What conversation? You were merely chatting with the Xie brothers. What could you possibly find interesting about them? Pei Jinwang feigned disinterest, though internally, he was a bundle of nerves. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to one of them? As she rated the Xie brothers, Lu Zhifu considered their qualities. The eldest was dignified and composed. The second was cultured and refined, and the third was charming and graceful. With each assessment, Pei Jinwang's expression darkened, though he tried to mask it. You're only seeing their facade. It's all an act. Then, why don't you put on an act yourself? If you like, I can adopt any persona you wish. Pei Jinwang suddenly gazed at Lu Zhifu with an expression filled with unspoken emotion. Lu Zhifu was momentarily taken aback. It wasn't he that she was deceived by his clumsy, somewhat oily performance. Rather, she seemed to catch a glimmer of genuine feeling in his gaze. She understood that the eyes of one in love could not hide their affection, no matter how hard they tried.
Why?
They had scarcely met, so what could he possibly feel for her? Moreover, from their very first encounter, his approach had seemed distinctly purposeful. Lu Zhifu asked bluntly, have we met before? Pei Jinwang, who had spent the past few years abroad, froze momentarily, his eyes betraying a hint of evasion. No, she is just too perceptive. Or, is my acting truly that poor? Yet, in the next moment, Pei Jinwang declared boldly, I am your long-lost boyfriend. Lu Zhifu rolled her eyes, nearly wanting to slap him. If you brought me out just to spout this nonsense, I shall take my leave. Wait. Actually. Pei Jinwang suddenly grew a bit bashful, a most incongruous sight. I truly wish to discuss the matter of our engagement. It has been said that the annulment of the engagement will occur soon, and my family is already in the process of selecting a new suitor. The members of the Xie family appear to be quite commendable. That won't do. Pei Jinwang exclaimed anxiously once more.
How can that be?
If we are to forge a union, it must undoubtedly be between the Pei and Lu families. The Xie family is of no consequence and should not even be considered. Well, what about Sister Yao Yao? You two are childhood friends, someone interjected. Childhood friends? Please do not sully our relationship. Pei Jinwang hurriedly distanced himself from the notion. Moreover, he mused, childhood bonds cannot possibly compare to a fated connection. Lu Zhifu smiled lightly, then, might I request a reason for your choice? Our union would ensure the maximization of benefits for both families, he proposed. And what else? Lu Zhifu pressed. Pei Jinwang seemed taken aback by her unexpected inquiries, momentarily at a loss for words. I assure you, I will treat you like royalty, and upon arriving at the Pei residence, your word shall be law. You will wield the power of life and death. The ownership of properties and vehicles will be in your name, and should it come to pass, I would not hesitate to marry into your family. Lu Zhifu regarded him with amusement. Might you listen to your own words? If your father were to hear this, he would surely give you a sound thrashing. The Pei family's century-old legacy cannot possibly be entrusted to you marrying in. I am quite serious, Pei Jinwang declared, as though ready to swear an oath to the heavens. Yet, Lu Zhifu found herself pondering why he would go to such lengths for her. Was there something about her that warranted such devotion? Or had he uncovered some hidden truth? Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a servant from the Xie family, who rushed over with a look of distress. Young Master Pei, there seems to be a disturbance in the main banquet hall. You should come and see. Pei Jinwang furrowed his brow, irritation evident on his face. I am not the host. Why summon me? What are the young masters of the Xie family doing? After a moment's hesitation, the servant replied loudly. It appears that the daughters of the Wu and Wang families have gotten into a dispute over who is more deserving of your attention, and they have begun to fight. Pei Jinwang's heart sank. This was not a good omen. He cautiously glanced at Lu Zhifu. I know nothing about this. By the heavens, how is this his concern? He was not even present at the scene. Moreover, the servant had displayed a complete lack of discretion by revealing this in front of Lu Zhifu. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. This must have been orchestrated by the young ones from the Xie family. Lu Zhifu shot him a teasing glance. The harem is aflame. Aren't you going to see? Pei Jinwang felt as if a heavy weight had fallen upon him. When had he ever had a harem? As they entered the banquet hall, all eyes converged upon them, each person wearing an expression of anticipation, particularly the members of the Xie family. Xie Miao Miao rushed forward, linking arms with Lu Zhifu in a familiar manner. Sister Zhifu, come quickly, let me tell you. She then spun an embellished tale of the events that had just transpired. The remaining members of the Xie family took this opportunity to stand close to her, effectively distancing Pei Jinwang. Even if they had no chance to ally with the Lu family, they could not allow the prestigious Lu family to be won over by Pei Jinwang. Pei Jinwang's irritation grew. He glared at the two main figures in the center, gritting his teeth. Who are you two? Actors summoned by a monkey? Your performance is so lacking, it would be wise to exit the stage. The monkey he referred to was, of course, the Xie family. He would not believe for a moment that this was unintentional on their part. The two young ladies burst into tears, their sobs echoing loudly, causing further chaos in the hall. It was true that they had animosity toward each other and feelings for Pei Jinwang, and their acceptance of bribes from the Xie family to stage the scene was also true. They had hoped to capture Pei Jinwang's attention, but they had not anticipated his furious reaction. Young Master Pei, what is the matter? Why speak so harshly to the young ladies? Do you not see how distressed they are? You should comfort them. In the past, Pei Jinwang had been mischievous yet courteous to the ladies. Today, however, something was amiss. It must be because Miss Lu is present. He is trying to avoid suspicion. Pei Jinwang felt overwhelmed. Xie Yitong seized the moment to stoke the flames of gossip, loudly declaring, Young Master Pei, your temper is rather poor. After marriage, there may even be tendencies toward domestic violence. You are certainly not a suitable match. Pei Jinwang nearly exploded with rage. You, Xie-san, are asking for a beating. They had often fought as children, each unable to tolerate the other. What? Do you plan to hit me in front of Miss Lu? Xie Yitong retorted, standing confidently beside Lu Zhifu. Pei Jinwang gritted his teeth, enduring the provocation, particularly as he caught sight of the slight upturn at the corners of Lu Zhifu's mouth. Fine, if that brings her joy, let it be. What harm is there in watching a spectacle? Why are you just standing there? The young ladies are in distress. You ought to comfort them, Xie Yitong pointed out. Ultimately, Pei Jinwang donned a serious expression and approached the two weeping ladies, though his intention was to swiftly send them away. He moved with haste, but upon turning back, he was struck by the realization that Lu Zhifu had vanished. All that remained were the loathsome members of the Xie family. Pei Jinwang searched in every direction, even pushing past a few of them, yet Lu Zhifu was nowhere to be found. Where have you hidden my Gigi? He demanded. What do you mean, your Gigi? There hasn't even been a formal engagement. How can you speak so affectionately? Xie Miao Miao shot back. Mind your own business, and tell me where she is, he insisted. After merely a brief absence, how could she have disappeared? She likely left in anger. Not wanting to see this, the Xie family members speculated earnestly. In truth, Lu Zhifu had merely requested some time alone, not wishing for their company. After delivering a sharp retort, Pei Jinwang began searching for her. Genuinely concerned she might misconstrue the situation. He was not the type to flirt. The Xie family, observing his retreating figure, could hardly contain their amusement. Finally, someone had the power to keep him in check. He had once been the uncontested ruler of the capital, and none in the Pei family could manage him. In his current, diminished state, even if he were to win over Miss Lu, he would inevitably find himself under her thumb. Meanwhile, on a different front, Zhou Shikuan, following Lu Jinyao's instructions, stealthily led several of the Lu family shadow guards to the territory of the Nine Phoenix Society. It was not difficult to locate them, as they had merely taken over the former territory of the Qinglong gang. It seemed there had been a falling out between the Qinglong gang and Lin Zhenyu, as well as Lu Baishan, leading to their sudden exodus, allowing this new power to step in. However, since Lu Jinyao had faith in them, he refrained from voicing any objections. When Zhou Shikuan revealed his intentions, particularly mentioning Lu Zhifu's name, he was met with a respectful welcome. These individuals are rather astute, he thought to himself. However, why do all these individuals possess mixed race features? They appear as if they have been meticulously gathered from various corners of the world. Moreover, They seem remarkably youthful, lacking any semblance of gravitas. I had hoped that encountering their leader would provide some solace, yet I was greeted only by a blue-haired youth. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhou Shikuan's eyes, though he deftly concealed it. He approached the boy with courteous intent to engage in conversation. Yu Chen maintained his haughty demeanor, seated before Zhou Shikuan, and inquired, "Are you one of that esteemed adult's subordinates?" Thus far, he had only been acquainted with the name Lu Zhifu. His superior, Baiming, had commanded him to unconditionally assist her endeavors. "What adult?" Zhou Shikuan queried, utterly perplexed. "The one whose name you reported," Yu Chen replied. "Lu Zhifu? She is the esteemed young lady of my household." "Then we are indeed kindred spirits." Yu Chen's demeanor visibly warmed. "Speak freely. What do you wish to discuss?" "Whatever you desire, we can provide." Such audacity, Zhou Shikuan thought. "You claim to possess everything?" He produced a portion of his list, suggesting they start by reviewing its contents. "No problem." Yu Chen glanced at it briefly and promptly agreed, leading him directly to the warehouse. Along the way, Zhou Shikuan observed individuals bearing a striking resemblance to Yu Chen, all exuding a laid-back air, reminiscent of the street thugs commonly seen. Being a prospective collaborator, he couldn't help but voice his concern. Given the significance of these items, wouldn't it be prudent to assign a few more guards? They are merely left in the warehouse, with only 2 or 3 patrolling outside. Surely, a few individuals could easily seize them, couldn't they? "Just us is sufficient," Yu Chen replied with a somewhat flamboyant smile. "I would relish seeing which fool dares to attempt stealing our goods." Zhou Shikuan furrowed his brow, recognizing the boy's reckless bravado. Was he truly so naive as to ignore the harsh realities of society? Noticing the skepticism in Zhou Shikuan's gaze, Yu Chen chuckled lightly. "It seems our disguise has been quite effective." Zhou Shikuan was yet to grasp the implications of his words when he suddenly sensed a dramatic shift in Yu Chen's aura. A palpable wave of lethal intent washing over him. The imminent threat of death rendered Zhou Shikuan momentarily breathless. In an instant, Yu Chen had positioned himself behind him, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against the back of his head. "Buddy, one must never let their guard down," he cautioned. Chapter 38. Insufficient funds. Yet, this display lasted but 2 seconds, merely a jest. "If I genuinely intended to end your life, you would have already met your demise." He toyed with the firearm nonchalantly as he continued forward. Zhou Shikuan exhaled sharply. For a fleeting moment, he believed he was on the precipice of death. He had indeed let down his guard around Yu Chen, trusting in the capabilities of the young lady and her sister, never anticipating Yu Chen's sudden aggression, nor suspecting that someone so youthful could possess such formidable skills. He prided himself on his own abilities, yet he realized he might indeed be outmatched by this young man. Suddenly, the rationale behind the second young lady's insistence on collaborating with them became clear. "Furthermore, you need not worry about outsiders attempting to ambush us for our resources." Yu Chen spoke suddenly. "As for the individuals you brought along, I could dispose of them all within a minute." Zhou Shikuan was once again taken aback. After witnessing the previous display, he dared not dismiss Yu Chen's claims as mere bravado. However, could he truly be that formidable? The guards outside were renowned experts, meticulously trained by the Lu family, among the best in the capital. "Do not doubt us. We are professionals." Yu Chen's tone was somewhat juvenile. Yet, Zhou Shikuan clearly took heed. Upon entering the warehouse, Zhou Shikuan's mind reeled at the sight of an array of high-end weaponry displayed on the walls. Each item was something he had never encountered before, casually showcased as if they were mere trinkets. In light of this, the list he had prepared felt utterly superfluous. "This is a newly developed batch, not yet circulating in the market. We are the sole source. What do you think?" Yu Chen casually presented a few items to him. Valkyrie X9 Smart Pistol, effective range of 300 meters, crafted from full titanium alloy with a 3D printed body, weighing merely 480 grams. Arrow X8 Self-Cycling Submachine Gun, infinite ammunition with a modular caliber switch from 57mm to 127mm. And this one, the Cerberus X7 3-barrel tactical shotgun. Zhou Shikuan transitioned from trepidation to a state of numbness. How on earth did they acquire so many high-end items? He wondered, each one bearing a considerable price tag. Even the Lu family, as the wealthiest clan in Z country, would not dare place such orders lightly. Today, he had truly broadened his horizons. Once Yu Chen concluded his overview, Zhou Shikuan could only weakly respond. "I must consult with the young lady and her sister before proceeding. I cannot make decisions unilaterally. Let us discuss other matters for now." In truth, it was his finances that were insufficient. This was the first time the usually decisive Zhou Shirkuan exhibited a hint of reticence in front of others. No problem. I am available at any time, Yuchen replied nonchalantly. After all, he merely served a supporting role. The specifics hinged on directives from his superior and that esteemed lady. Once the primary discussions had concluded, Zhou Shirkuan discreetly arrived and departed without drawing attention. En route, he could no longer contain himself and promptly called Lu Jinyao. Lu Jinyao lay in bed, leisurely pressing the answer button. Is everything settled? She inquired. Zhou Shirkuan's involvement afforded her a great sense of reassurance. Not yet. Second young lady, it seems our funds are insufficient. Lu Jinyao was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe her ears. Once Zhou Shirkuan explained, she fell into an unusual silence. She was aware of the prowess of the Dark Phoenix, yet she had not anticipated their capabilities to be so formidable. What should they do about the lack of funds? It seemed unlikely they could amass that much in the short term. Their responsibilities in this matter were independent from others, making it inappropriate to misappropriate public funds. Requesting assistance from their parents or elder brother felt ill-advised. An immature idea surfaced in her mind. I wonder if my sister would give me an allowance if I asked her for pocket money? Whimpering inwardly, she wished to abandon her efforts and instead be cared for by her sister. Second young lady, I have something else to say, though I'm unsure if it is appropriate.
Speak.
If all the individuals trained by the Lu family were equipped with these weapons, without any other concerns, they could directly storm the new state group's stronghold without hesitation. Lu Jinyao fell into silence once more. How compelling a notion it was. The thought excited her. You consider a plan while I discuss matters with my sister and our parents. Meanwhile, the banquet at the Xia family residence continued. However, Lu Zhifu had already taken her leave, although she remained within the Xia household, wandering in less crowded areas, for she had sensed the presence of someone akin to herself. Even though the individual had concealed themselves well, yet the gaze of an assassin and their instinctual habits are difficult to mask. She had only noticed the person in the banquet hall moments before, yet when she pursued, they had vanished. What could have drawn someone to sneak from the main banquet hall to the Xia family's rear courtyard? The younger generation was occupied in the hall. The individual in question must be fixated on something either classified or a certain elder of the Xia family. Could it be the matriarch of the Xia family? Within Lu Zhifu's heart, a vague suspicion began to form, for in the Xia family, the most vulnerable target was indeed the venerable matriarch, Madame Xia. Without a moment's hesitation, she made her way directly toward the location of the old lady. Fortunately, Madame Xia remained seated in a pavilion just outside the room where she had previously met with the siblings, sipping tea, and had not departed. However, there were no family members of the Xia clan nearby, only 2 servants remained. At this moment, Lu Zhifu could sense faint rustling sounds emanating from the grass to her right. With a smile gracing her face, she approached Madame Xia and inquired, Grandma Xia, why are you here all alone? Madame Xia, her expression brightening with delight, replied warmly, Ah, it is you, Gigi. I thought it best not to intrude upon the young people's gathering, allowing them to enjoy themselves freely. But tell me, what brings you here? Are you not having a good time, or did those rascally boys fail to entertain you properly? She instinctively assumed that Lu Zhifu had come to seek her intervention after experiencing some grievance at the banquet hall. No, they were exceedingly hospitable. I merely found it overwhelming and stepped outside for a breath of fresh air, Lu Zhifu replied, gracefully taking a seat beside the old lady. Ah, I see. Then, it is nice to have you accompany this old woman for a chat, Madame Xia said. Lu Zhifu sat with poise and decorum, yet her peripheral vision remained keenly attuned to the movements around her. Someone lay in ambush, preparing to strike. Perhaps they should have acted sooner, but upon noticing her arrival, they opted to remain concealed. She pondered whether they might now decide to include her in their sinister plans. Grandma Xia, you have only tea here. Might I indulge in some pastries and refreshments? I did not have the opportunity to savor anything in the banquet hall, Lu Zhifu cooed playfully. Of course, dear. You may have whatever you wish. You too. Go fetch some for Gigi. No, bring plenty, and select the finest offerings. We cannot let the young lady of the Lu family be slighted at our banquet. Madame Xia quickly instructed the 2 servants. As they departed, Lu Zhifu suppressed her gaze. With the irrelevant parties dismissed, it would be easier for her to act should the need arise. Chapter 39. The culprit is her sure enough. After the 2 servants left, Lu Zhifu distinctly noticed the rustling in the grass growing louder. The assailant could no longer contain themselves. She remained on high alert, prepared for a sudden attack. However, After a prolonged wait, no further action was taken. Lu Zhifu was left to engage in casual conversation with Madame Xia. At last, the hidden assassin emerged from the underbrush. In the shadows, a glint of cold steel flashed as a dart was hurled swiftly towards Madame Xia's back. Lu Zhifu's expression hardened. She seized the lid of her teacup and expertly threw it, colliding with the dart, both falling onto the grass with a crisp sound as the lid shattered into pieces. Startled by Lu Zhifu's actions, Madame Xia exclaimed, "What was that?" Feigning embarrassment, Lu Zhifu replied, "Oh, I saw a wild cat approaching and tossed something to scare it away." A wild cat? How could there be a wild cat in the Xia residence? Madame Xia questioned, turning back in confusion. But at that moment, the assassin lunged forth, wielding a sharp curved blade, seemingly intent on ending Madame Xia's life. As the killer closed in, the old lady was paralyzed with fear, unable to react. Yet in the next instant, the blade halted, its tip mere centimeters from her eye. Lu Zhifu had grasped the assassin's wrist with a force that rendered him immobile. Both Madame Xia and the assassin stood dumbfounded. Who was this young girl before them? Not only had she effortlessly thwarted his previous attack, but she had also intercepted his ambush. He had prided himself on his speed, seldom failing in his endeavors. Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, he found it too late to retreat. With a swift motion, Lu Zhifu broke the assassin's wrist, causing the blade he had intended to thrust forward to turn and aim directly at his own heart. From the moment of attack to the lifeless body collapsing to the ground, mere seconds had elapsed. Madame Xia, still in shock, stammered, pointing at the corpse, "What just happened?" Her astonishment was not solely due to the assassination attempt. As the wife of the former head of the Xia family, she had encountered perilous situations before. What astonished her was Lu Zhifu's incredible prowess. To resolve the matter so decisively and efficiently was a skill that seemed honed through countless experiences. Yet, she appeared merely a delicate young girl. Cough. Lu Zhifu feigned a cough, attempting to mask her own surprise. Grandma Xia, I hope I did not startle you too much. Do I appear unscathed? Madame Xia retorted, her expression incredulous. Yet she quickly regained her composure, for it was Lu Zhifu who had saved her life. Thank you, dear child. I never imagined someone would infiltrate the Xia residence during tonight's festivities. Shh. Lu Zhifu motioned for silence. It is not over yet. Instantly alert, Madame Xia grew tense. Lu Zhifu observed several figures emerging from the shadows and smirked inwardly. She had suspected the previous attacker had been awaiting reinforcements. The identities of these individuals remained obscured, lacking distinctive markings. Yet they were evidently not of any notable rank, merely mediocre thugs, easily dealt with. Perhaps fearing to alert the rest of the Xia family, they had employed no firearms, relying solely on concealed weapons. As they charged toward her, Lu Zhifu slammed a teacup onto the table, shattering it, and deftly flung 2 or 3 shards at the approaching assailants. One struck a foe squarely in the forehead, another slashed at the throat, and yet another pierced the heart. In an instant 3 fell. The remaining attackers halted, chilled to the bone. No, 3 of our brothers have fallen already? They could scarcely believe their eyes as the girl had not even utilized concealed weapons. Yet there was no time for hesitation. Despite their shock, they pressed on with grim determination. Madame Xia, perceptive as ever, stepped back a few paces, wary of becoming a hindrance. Unfortunately for the assassins, none could withstand Lu Zhifu's onslaught for even a minute. Her dagger, now stained with blood, was disdainfully discarded upon completion of her work. Madame Xia stood agape, her mind racing. Had she perhaps dozed off while sipping tea, caught in a surreal dream? This was utterly fantastical. The sheer force Lu Zhifu wielded was terrifying. Her foes had not even had a chance to retaliate before meeting their demise. Having lived for decades, she had never witnessed such a scene. Grandma Xia, do not fear. All is resolved.
Who were these people?
Madame Xia asked, her heart racing as she clutched her chest. Had it not been for Lu Zhifu, her life would surely have been forfeit. Who would dare to harm me? Professional assassins. They are certainly not worth mourning, Lu Zhifu replied lightly. Yet each word resonated with gravity. I understand, Madame Xia realized, her mind already racing with possibilities. The commotion from the fight could attract attention. She quickly instructed. We must clear the area. Yes, do as you say. Madame Xia found herself inexplicably inclined to obey Lu Zhifu. I must take my leave now. I cannot let my elder brother see me. Please, Granny Xia, keep tonight's events a secret from him. With these words, Lu Zhifu hastily departed. Faintly, She could hear Lady Xia calling out from behind, mentioning something about visiting to express her gratitude another day. A subtle smile graced Lu Zhifu's lips. One could say she had secured a favor for the Lu family. Her intuition proved correct. No sooner had she left than the other elders of the Xia family and their bodyguards arrived, looking alarmed as they scanned the surroundings, fearful for Lady Xia's well-being. They nearly knelt before her in concern. Upon witnessing the scene littered with bodies, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. So many assassins, who would dare target the Xia family, or even lay hands on the matriarch. They soon inquired about the events that transpired, to which Lady Xia recounted the tale. After all, it seemed Lu Zhifu merely wished for her to keep silent about Lu Chenyang. The Xia family had to convey this information, ensuring they remembered the favor. Naturally, they were all in a state of shock and skepticism. Yet, their matriarch's unwavering certainty left them without a more plausible explanation. The Lu family was indeed formidable. Even a daughter raised in exile held an unknown level of influence. The decisiveness and ruthlessness displayed here surpassed even that of the Lu couple and the elder council. Suddenly, they felt that this alliance was beyond the Xia family's reach. After a moment of reflection, they instructed others to handle the bodies and commence an investigation. This was the immediate priority. They would express their gratitude another day. To Lu Zhifu's slight surprise, the attendees in the banquet hall remained oblivious to the commotion in the backyard. They were all gathered together, including her elder brother, Lu Chenyang. It seemed something was amiss on this side as well. She thought, could it be Pei Jinglong's doing? In the next moment, someone spotted Lu Zhifu at the entrance and indignantly pointed at her, declaring, "There she is. The culprit." Chapter 40. A grand scheme unfolds. Lu Zhifu raised her eyebrows, a flicker of confusion crossing her gaze. What was happening? She had clearly been absent. How could the blame fall upon her? Lu Chenyang, standing at the center, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her, then pushed through the crowd to her side. "Gigi, are you unharmed?" "I am fine," Lu Zhifu replied, shaking her head. "What transpired?" Lu Chenyang hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He truly wished to ask where his sister had been moments ago, but the current situation offered him no opportunity to do so. Our esteemed Miss Lu has arrived just in time. The matter has just concluded. You weren't off conspiring with anyone, were you?" "I knew it. She's definitely in cahoots with those individuals." Someone jeered, casting a scornful glance her way. Intrigued, Lu Zhifu approached the crowd center, where several individuals were bound and laid on the ground, evidently having been beaten. They appeared to be in their 20s or 30s, sporting a rough demeanor, and their features did not resemble those typical of Z country. Nearby stood the Xia family's bodyguards, with valuable items strewn about their feet. The guests, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, included the family heads and CEOs who had been engaged in discussions in the inner area. "Miss Lu, I believe you find these individuals quite familiar, do you not?" "Oh? Why would I find them familiar?" Lu Zhifu inquired, glancing at the speaker with a smile. Undeterred by the unfolding situation. "Aren't they your close associates?" No sooner had the words left the speaker's mouth than the bound individuals began to struggle violently. Their mouths were gagged, leaving them to emit muffled sounds. One of the bodyguards tore the cloth from one man's mouth, prompting him to shout, "Lu Zhifu, the truth is out. You can't abandon your brothers now." Lu Zhifu frowned. Was this where they began to cast aspersions upon her character? "Who are you? What? Are you turning your back on us now? We grew up together in the slums. You think you can just return to the Lu family and soar to great heights? Slums in F country?" She mused, fabricating an identity on a whim, only to discover that someone had indeed seized upon it. She scrutinized the group. They appeared to have genuinely emerged from impoverished backgrounds. "Lu Zhifu, tonight's plan was your suggestion, to come to the Xia family and make a fortune. If something goes awry, you cannot evade responsibility." The man raged, continuing to hurl threats at her. The surrounding guests pointed fingers at her, murmuring in speculation, while the onlookers flashed glimmers of intrigue in their eyes. They were no longer shocked, having heard a considerable amount before Lu Zhifu's arrival. Now they awaited her reaction. "Sister, do you truly know them?" Despite the anger boiling within him, Lu Chenyang refrained from acting rashly, as the situation was decidedly unfavorable for his sister. "I do not know them." A wave of relief washed over Lu Chenyang. If she did not know them, it meant someone was deliberately framing her, granting him potential avenues for action. The Lu family would handle the aftermath appropriately. Then, the bound man cursed vehemently once more, revealing significant information. With Lu Chenyang's explanations, Lu Zhifu pieced together the events that had transpired. As the banquet continued in full swing, two suspicious individuals infiltrated the outer area, clearly not part of their circle. When approached, they attempted to flee, only to be apprehended by the Xie family's bodyguards. Under intense questioning, it was revealed they had accomplices already infiltrated into other parts of the Xie residence, prompting the bodyguards to hastily pursue them. Ultimately, all were bound here, having come to steal, nearly succeeding in their heist. Yet, this group remained audacious, claiming that no one dared to touch them as they had an informant within the Xie family. It was precisely this assurance that allowed them to slip in so easily. Soon, a well-informed guest surmised the identities of these intruders, and under further interrogation, they divulged that the informant was Lu Zhifu. They even recounted numerous misdeeds and scandals she had committed in the past, fabricating sordid tales that alleged she had been intimately involved with this group of men, painting a vivid and scandalous narrative. They even presented prefabricated evidence, such as childhood photographs. The assembled guests were nearly convinced. Even those with doubts seized upon the opportunity to ridicule her. "Miss Lu, with the evidence stacked against you, what further defense do you have?" A lady from a noble family glared at her, her tone dripping with disdain. "It seems you are not the person we all believed you to be. How could someone truly emerge untainted from such a background? It appears the rot runs deep, and the Lu family merely polished you for appearances. My goodness. How can someone like her remain within our circle? It's truly ill-fated. If you ask me, the Lu family has more than enough with Miss Lu Jinyao. This one should be sent back, when she came. Indeed, the Xie family must not let today as events pass without consequence. Lu Zhifu has calculated everything down to you, and it is imperative that she be held legally accountable." However, Lu Zhifu chose to disregard such remarks, instead contemplating the connections of the events that transpired this evening. Could it be that she was the sole target of this entire scheme? Otherwise, the coincidences are truly too remarkable to believe. The impoverished individuals before her must have been utilized as pawns. No, more accurately, they were likely compensated to perform in this charade. A grand game has been orchestrated behind the scenes, aimed solely at diverting blame onto her. First, they sought to tarnish her public reputation, rendering her an object of disdain among the aristocracy, thereby jeopardizing the union between the Lu and Pei families. After all, who would accept such an unworthy fiancé? Following this, they aimed to irreparably offend the Xie family by instigating a break-in. No matter how the situation unfolds, her involvement seems inescapable. The mastermind has even meticulously accounted for her whereabouts. The assassins dispatched to eliminate the matriarch, while indeed trained killers, could easily be portrayed as mere burglars who accidentally caused a fatality. If she were to be discovered at the scene, her defense would become nearly impossible. Should any harm befall the elder matriarch, even decades of camaraderie between the two families would disintegrate into a bitter enmity. Once the adversary's plot succeeds, the Lu family would find itself utterly isolated, suffering grievously. Chapter 41. How can you be so certain? Lu Zhifu remained unperturbed, yet Lu Chenin could not contain himself. Known for his poised demeanor, he suddenly felt an urge to confront them with a slap. Such audacity, to dare slander members of the Lu family. They seemed to have forgotten the extent of the Lu family's influence. In fact, he was not entirely mistaken. Currently, the crowd was emboldened by their numbers, while the Lu family stood merely too strong, and their fascination with the unfolding drama had rendered them indiscreet. If they were to voice such accusations on Lu territory, they would never dare. Moreover, Lu Chenin had brought along a contingent of guards, though they remained stationed outside. This evening's banquet was hosted by the Xie family, and they too had suffered from the earlier incident. At such a critical juncture, summoning a cadre of Lu family bodyguards and shadow operatives would only serve to slap the Xie family in the face, or worse, solidify the notion that the Lu family intended to disrupt the Xie family's affairs. The ramifications would become increasingly convoluted. Lu Zhifu had considered this. Thus she firmly restrained her elder brother, softly assuring him, "Do not be angered. I can handle this." Fortunately, the Xie family members exhibited a commendable sense of propriety. Before the matter could be fully investigated, they opted to support Lu Zhifu, silencing those around them. "Miss Lu, do you have anything to say?" inquired Xiaoyu with polite curiosity. "Indeed," Lu Zhifu acknowledged, directing her gaze toward the individual on the ground. "Do you claim that I am your insider within the Xie family?" "Absolutely," she replied, her lips curling in a sardonic smile as she addressed the assembly. "It is well known that this is my first visit to the Xie family. I am entirely unfamiliar with the estate's layout, let alone capable of orchestrating an infiltration. For a family of such stature as the Xie, Access is heavily regulated, particularly at tonight's banquet, where every guest was admitted solely upon verification of their invitation. The bodyguards accompanying each family could only remain outside. Indeed, that makes sense, murmured a member of the audience, slowly realizing the implications. Even if Lu Zhifu had previously associated with them, it was implausible that she possessed the means to implicate the Xie family in such a manner upon her initial visit. Of course, it is possible that the Xie family has its own traitor, colluding with you to orchestrate this scheme against us. This proclamation sent ripples of shock through the attendees, particularly among the Xie family members. What nonsense are you spouting? They retorted. The Xie family has always been united. It is rare for us to engage in underhanded dealings, let alone collaborate with outsiders to jeopardize our own interests. Their disbelief was palpable, dismissing the accusation as mere fabrication. Believe it or not, it matters not. The truth is, the Xie family has indeed harbored a traitor, Lu Zhifu chuckled, bemused by the lack of creativity in the man's slanderous claims. Pray tell, what would be my motive for such actions? Am I merely after a handful of stolen jewels? As the esteemed eldest daughter of the Lu family, I lack for nothing and would not resort to such base tactics. As the crowd pondered her words, they began to see the flaws in the accusations. The individual fell silent, perhaps taken aback by Lu Zhifu's calm demeanor in the face of such chaos, rather than scrambling to defend herself. Clearly, the orchestrator of this charade had neglected to instruct him on how to react. Thus, he plowed ahead with the prearranged script. If you were not aiding us, where were you during that lengthy interval? Where I go is my own business. Must I justify it to you? She retorted. I know where you went. You went to see the matriarch, did you not? He erupted into a fit of laughter, pointing at Lu Zhifu and addressing the Xie family, as if he had nothing left to lose. While you stand here, the matriarch is likely already dead. This revelation should not have come from him, as it was intended that the matriarch's demise would create a significant uproar in the back courtyard, drawing everyone's attention. While another would link the incident to Lu Zhifu, the crowd would naturally connect the two events, leaving her with no defense. However, having waited in vain for the commotion to arise, he could only speak out prematurely. The Xie family members were now genuinely panicking. What did you say? Xie Dashi exclaimed, grasping the man's collar in a frenzy. What has happened to my grandmother? This is the Xie family's territory. How could anything happen to her? Though he vocally denied it, he internally grappled with doubt. After all, if the Xie family truly had an insider and these people could infiltrate, then it was plausible they could also harm the matriarch. Just as the Xie family members turned to flee in a flurry of panic, Lu Zhifu called out to them, her voice calm, yet imbued with an inexplicable allure. Stop. Do not panic, he is lying. They hesitated, their gazes shifting to Lu Zhifu. She continued to address the man, a subtle mockery dancing at the corners of her mouth. How can you be so certain that the matriarch is dead? Or is this simply part of your meticulously crafted scheme to place the blame squarely upon my shoulders? The man faltered, though he stubbornly replied, yes. This is precisely your and our plan. You're just denying it now, are you? Fearing the others might not grasp the gravity, he continued to vilify her. You left just now with our infiltrators to take action against the matriarch, did you not? The gathering fell into stunned silence. Is it truly so? They murmured. How could the esteemed eldest daughter of the Lu family be so malicious? Why would she wish harm upon the matriarch? Lu Zhifu pressed on. What reason would I have to harm her? It is the insider among the Xie family who has promised you countless benefits, placing the blame on us while you remain unscathed. This reasoning held a semblance of logic. Then tell us, who is that traitor? Lu Chenin, unable to contain his agitation, interjected. Is it truly so easy to slander without evidence? I have said all I can. If you possess such skills, then uncover the truth yourselves, the man retorted defiantly, his tone brimming with arrogance. The matriarch is undoubtedly dead. She is merely stalling you here to prevent you from investigating. The crowd, now genuinely suspicious of Lu Zhifu, gazed at her with varied expressions, even the members of the Xie family scrutinizing her intently. Miss Lu, how do you explain yourself? I reiterate, how can you be so certain that old Madame Xie has passed away? A cold laugh escaped from someone. Of course. Several professional assassins were dispatched merely to eliminate an old woman. How could they possibly fail? Well, I must inform you that old Madame Xie is alive and well, Lu Zhifu declared, prompting an uproar among the attendees. They were baffled by her conviction. Had she truly met old Madame Xie just moments ago? Amidst the confusion, A frail yet commanding voice resonated. Who dares to curse my wife to death? Chapter 42. You are guiding him. Old Madame Xia made her entrance through the back door of the banquet hall, flanked by several elders from the Xia family, including the head of the family and Madame Xia. Their attire was impeccable, betraying no hint of distress. The younger members of the Xia family felt a wave of relief wash over them. Their grandmother was safe. The onlookers from the slums were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with shock and fear. Why was old Madame Xia unharmed? Had those inside failed? Or was this all a ploy by the Xia family to lead them to their doom? Lu Zhifu did not turn her gaze towards the Xia family. She had anticipated the old lady's arrival. Having saved her life earlier, it was only natural she would come to Lu's aid after the chaos that unfolded in the banquet hall. Instead, it was the reactions of the others present that piqued her interest. Surprise, confusion, and regret were commonplace, yet two individuals, upon the sight of old Madame Xia, were filled with resentment and malice, especially directed towards the man from the slums, their eyes glimmering with murderous intent. These two were in their 50s and had previously conversed with Lu Chunyan in the banquet hall. Lu Zhifu discreetly stepped beside the Xia family members, whispering a warning. Be cautious, there may be an assassin among us. You, how could you possibly be unscathed? The sole remaining speaker exclaimed, his face a mask of despair. What are your true intentions in hoping for my downfall? Indeed, there had been assassins infiltrating the gathering, but they had been dealt with. Now, confess. Who is the mastermind behind this? Old Madame Xia demanded fiercely. There is no mastermind. You're overthinking it, old woman. We merely have a partnership with someone from your family, he retorted. Who is it? The Xia family had just cleared the bodies from the courtyard and had yet to investigate who was behind this scheme. I can disclose that information, but only if you release me. They indeed had a mastermind, yet they were helpless as the evidence was tightly grasped by another. The traitor within the Xia family was merely a collaborator, and to survive, he had to betray him. Very well, the Xia family members agreed. Before he could finish his sentence, a hidden weapon shot forth from the side, aimed directly at his life. Fortunately, the Xia family's bodyguard reacted swiftly, kicking the man aside, inflicting only a minor injury. Lu Zhifu immediately turned her attention to the source of the projectile, discovering it to be a male servant from the Xia household, now attempting to slip away from the crowd after his failed ambush. Pointing decisively in his direction, she commanded, "Capture him." The bodyguards instinctively sprang into action, not waiting for their masters to issue orders. The servant, skilled yet elusive, took several minutes for the guards to apprehend. The onlookers were filled with trepidation. Who could have anticipated that attending a banquet would lead to such a dramatic spectacle? The servant was brought before the Xia family. You hail from the second courtyard, correct? Old Madame Xia recognized him, having been with the family for 5 or 6 years, ruling out the possibility of him being an imposter. His skills, too, indicated he had undergone professional training. The second referred to Xia Xian, the younger brother of the current head of the Xia family. If he were the traitor aiding these individuals in infiltrating the Xia household, it would indeed make sense. Xia Xian's expression darkened, his demeanor ominous. Mother, I am unaware of this matter. Once I have investigated thoroughly, I shall provide everyone with an explanation. Old Madame Xia remained silent, her expression inscrutable. In contrast, Lu Zhifu, with a hint of malice, kicked the injured man on the ground, as if to provoke him. Oh dear, Lord Xia, it seems you are intent on silencing him. He nearly met his end just now. Xia Xian reacted vehemently. Lu girl, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever? Yet the injured man responded with equal intensity. Xia Xian, how dare you betray me? You promised to ensure our safe escape. I truly believed in your deceit. Lu Zhifu's words rang true. He had narrowly escaped death, and now he had nothing to lose. The onlookers' attention shifted entirely to Xia Xian. They found it hard to believe that the usually affable and unambitious second lord of the Xia family could be the puppet master behind this chaos. Even in the depths of desperation, he would not conspire with outsiders against his own mother. Xia Xian's eyes darkened, but he quickly masked his emotions, adopting an expression of feigned realization as he redirected blame towards Lu Zhifu. Miss Lu, in your eagerness to absolve yourself, you conspired with him to slander me. Is that not improper? What have I accused you of? Why would I conspire with him? It's merely because of your childhood bond. But this servant bears no such connection to me. Is he not your responsibility? Who can attest that it was he who acted? I ask everyone present who witnessed it. It is solely upon your word, Miss Lu, that he has been condemned and I implicated. Xie Xian had seized upon a vulnerability. Indeed, only Lu Zhifu had witnessed the servant's act, and no inquiries had been made of the servant. Everyone had simply taken her word as truth. Moreover, what you said to the man from the slums earlier, was that not a form of manipulation? The crowd pondered this, and it did indeed seem plausible. In summary, the situation was chaotic and convoluted, leaving them momentarily bereft of rational thought. Yet regardless, they were eager to witness the conflict between the Lu and Xie families unfold. After all, the bond between the two families had long stirred envy among others. I merely provoked him while he was emotional. What's wrong? Has Lord Xie lost his composure? Lu Zhifu maintained her calm demeanor, exuding an air of control that compelled others to trust her. Even Lu Chunyan, standing behind her, was captivated by her charm. His sister had grown remarkably alluring. Xie Xian was left with no room to counter. Xie Xian, I have stated that Miss Lu is a benefactor to our family. Be mindful of your tone. Madame Xie abruptly interrupted him, firmly aligning herself with Lu Zhifu after the recent events. What of her son? If he dared to set his sights on her and jeopardize the interests of the Xie family, she would not hesitate to act against her own kin. Chapter 43. But my affairs have yet to commence. Suddenly, Lu Zhifu became cognizant of another matter. Where had Pei Jinwang gone? Such a conspicuous individual, and yet absent during such a significant incident? The denizens of the slums clung tenaciously to Xie Xian and Lu Zhifu, intent on dragging them down even at the cost of their own lives. This predicament proved troublesome. Without immediate evidence, the resolution remained elusive, particularly with so many onlookers present. Lu Chenyan, unwilling to see his sister wronged, spoke up. I solemnly promise that the Lu family will uncover the truth within 3 days and provide the Xie family with a satisfactory explanation. However, until then, no one shall dare to cast aspersions upon her. She has endured considerable distress tonight, and I must escort her home to rest. I cannot remain. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Are you truly speaking with your eyes wide open, Master Lu? Can you not discern whether she has been frightened? Lu Zhifu felt a warmth in her heart. How comforting it was to have family to protect her. Yet, she was not yet ready to depart. Upon discovering that several professional assassins had infiltrated the Xie household, she had immediately contacted Yu Chen, urging him to mobilize the entire Jiuhuang society to investigate the events of the evening. Given their efficiency, she anticipated results would not be long in coming. She was determined to confront these individuals personally. Brother, it's all right. I, too, wish to uncover the truth. Let us wait a while longer. As the atmosphere grew tense, Pei Jinwang made his entrance, flanked by several sycophants from the Pei family, each holding various items, the last of which were 2 captured individuals. His arrival instantly captivated the attention of the crowd. Madame Xie, perplexed, inquired, Young Master Pei, what brings you here? You seem to be causing a disturbance. Lu Zhifu discerned that the 2 individuals being dragged along appeared to be from the slums, their attire reminiscent of those apprehended. Had he truly rushed to procure evidence at such an hour? If so, his mind was indeed remarkably agile. Upon noticing Lu Zhifu at the center of the crowd, Pei Jinwang straightened his posture and commanded his lackeys to present their findings. Display the evidence. Let them see with their own eyes. The first piece of evidence revealed was a segment of surveillance footage from a dilapidated and desolate alley. Though distant and somewhat blurred, the figures were unmistakably those of the slum dwellers, conspiring in a huddle. Pei Jinwang kicked the 2 captured individuals forward, reuniting them with their compatriots. Behold, these 2 were stationed outside the Xie residence as lookouts, and I have apprehended them. The video then showcased several figures clad in tailored suits, evidently local to the capital, likely subordinates of some significant figure. This would soon be verified. The final frames presented the very servant who had attempted to eliminate witnesses, accompanied by Madame Xie's younger brother. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the assembly. With such evidence laid bare, how could Xie Xian hope to exonerate himself? It was common knowledge that he and his wife shared a close bond, and that he relied heavily on her brother, a fact well known within their circles. To suggest he had no hand in this would be implausible. The masterminds behind the suited figures panicked. How could they have left such a damning piece of evidence? It would not be long before the truth surfaced, and when the Lu and Xie families united to confront them, they would find no refuge. Xie Xian, bewildered, exclaimed, but why would there be cameras in such a secluded spot? Judging by the quality and angle, it seems to be an old, nearly defunct setup. How had Pei Jinwang managed to unearth such crucial evidence so swiftly? Even Lu Zhifu was taken aback. This lad possesses remarkable capabilities. His efficiency is truly commendable. Observing his self-assured demeanor, it seemed unnecessary for her to intervene. The slum dweller cackled. Ha! I did not lie. Many were involved in this affair. We cannot bear the brunt of the blame alone. Madame Xie turned to her second son, her gaze stern. Do you have anything to explain? What a cunning second son he was. Not only did he scheme against her, but he also attempted to cast blame upon Lu Zhifu, aiming to sever ties between the Xie and Lu families. Such a vile heart. Xie Xian's face turned pale, and just as he was about to protest, Pei Jinwang produced a plethora of documents. It appears the second master Xie has been less than scrupulous, covertly transferring substantial assets from the Xie group. Are you intent on emptying the family coffers? He then summoned the individual from his ranks who had the most equipment to validate the photographs provided by the slum dwellers, revealing them to be mere AI fabrications. The evidence was poorly constructed. It was an insult to one's intelligence. The onlookers murmured in disbelief. Thank you. We feel thoroughly insulted. It seemed that Miss Lu was indeed the victim of slander. Some expressed disappointment at not witnessing the spectacle of the two families turning against each other, for then they could have reaped the benefits. Pei Jinwang sidled up to Lu Zhifu, eager for acknowledgement. What do you think, Miss Lu? Am I impressive? Fair enough, Lu Zhifu replied, offering a balanced assessment. Why not shower him with praise? He had rushed to procure evidence to vindicate her, clearly concerned for her well-being. Pei Jinwang understood that even without his intervention, Lu Zhifu could have effortlessly resolved the situation. Yet he needed to make a show of his capabilities. Otherwise, he would appear ineffectual. Fame and fortune are seized, and he must cultivate goodwill to demonstrate his worth. Shall I pay a visit to express my gratitude? Lu Zhifu casually suggested. She acknowledged the favor, recognizing Pei Jinwang's good intentions and the elegance with which he handled the situation. Then it is settled, Pei Jinwang replied, grinning like a sly fox. The next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the gathering. Madame Xie had struck Xie Xian. You treacherous wretch, we have misjudged you. Xie Xian, now furious, retorted, Mother. This is merely your conjecture and speculation. Do you have any substantial evidence proving I am the mastermind? You do not trust me at all, do you? It is true. You and father have always favored the others. His rage boiled over, and he unleashed his pent-up frustration. Madame Xie, despairing, closed her eyes. Take him away and confine him until more concrete evidence surfaces. Very well. When it is revealed that you are indeed implicated, I shall show you no mercy. Thus, Xie Xian was taken away by his family. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the farce you have witnessed today. Please forgive the shortcomings of the Xie family. The head of the Xie family endeavored to placate the crowd. Understanding his implied intentions, some hastily interjected, It is quite all right. We comprehend. Now that the matter has reached a conclusion, we shall take our leave. Indeed, Mr. Xie, particularly those captured individuals must not be allowed to escape unpunished for daring to tarnish Miss Lu's reputation. It would be best to address this promptly to provide her with a resolution. The two eager speakers were precisely those whom Lu Zhifu had been monitoring earlier. In the midst of the slums, the injured man, who had finally found his voice, fixed his gaze upon him, his lips trembling yet ultimately refraining from uttering another word. It was over, completely over. Just as a throng of onlookers believed the matter had concluded and began to disperse, Lu Zhifu suddenly spoke up. What's the rush? While the affairs of the Xie family may have come to a close, mine have yet to commence. Could she simply endure the indignities of such slander without recourse? Chapter 44. She is indeed quite extraordinary. The assembled crowd halted in their tracks, casting bewildered glances in her direction. What on earth did this young Lady Lu intend to achieve? However, it appeared that the matriarch of the Xie family grasped her intent, commanding her people to secure the entrance to the Xie estate, and then addressing Lu Zhifu directly. We shall thoroughly investigate the matter concerning Xie Xian. As for these individuals from the slums who have spoken ill of you, I leave their handling to your discretion. After all, Lu Zhifu was her benefactor. What harm was there in extending a favor? Thus, she led the Xie family members to the periphery, adopting a demeanor of disinterest. Pei Jinwang quietly approached the elder matriarch. Grinning broadly, I happen to possess some information regarding Xie Xian's associates. I wonder if the matriarch might be interested? The elder matriarch's gaze sharpened, though she refrained from demanding it immediately. What does the young master of the Pei family seek in return for such goodwill? The relationship between the Pei and Xie families was hardly amicable. Rather, it was one of rivalry. You do me an injustice, matriarch. I seek nothing in return. This is a gift for you. Oh. It seems that would not suffice. They say a couple is one. Since Zhifu is assisting your Xie family, I must express my gratitude in some manner. The elder matriarch, uncharacteristically speechless, realized that this was merely an opportunity for him to showcase his advantageous connections. Alas, it seemed her family's offspring lacked such fortune. The elder matriarch was no fool. The information provided by Pei Jinwang was not something an ordinary person could uncover, and certainly not with such swiftness. It was evident that this young man was concealing his true capabilities. She knew well that the old foxes of the Pei family would never genuinely wish to see a wastrel inherit their family legacy. Then I must express my gratitude to the young master of the Pei family. The elder matriarch accepted the documents without hesitation. Lu Chernuan, puzzled, turned to his sister. What is it? What do you intend to do next? Lu Zhifu smiled faintly. Brother, the Xie family has relinquished control of this stage to us. Let us summon our people to bolster our presence. I trust they will not object. Very well. Lu Chernuan, in agreement, promptly contacted his subordinates. Before the crowd could comprehend the situation, a large group burst through the entrance, surrounding them completely. Although no weapons were drawn, the atmosphere was palpably tense. What is the meaning of this? We are guests. Are we not permitted to leave? Indeed, even the Lu family cannot act so tyrannically. Miss Lu intends to overstep her bounds. This is clearly Xie territory, and today's events have nothing to do with us. Is the Lu family attempting to incite discord among the great families? The youthful exuberance of Miss Lu was questioned, as was the tolerance of young Master Lu. With an icy glare, Lu Qinyuan remained composed. For those who cannot restrain their tongues, I would be more than willing to assist personally. His chilling presence intimidated many, silencing their protests. Though resentment simmered beneath the surface, none dared to voice it at that moment. Fear not, esteemed guests, we shall ensure your safe departure. However, it appears there are two among you with ulterior motives. Lu Zhifu spoke soothingly, her gaze pointedly directed at the two individuals. Upon meeting her eyes, they averted their gazes, their hearts in turmoil. How could a mere girl perceive such things? Even if they were to investigate, it could not be this swift. If only they had one more night, they could obliterate all evidence. Yet here they were apprehended by the Lu family. The elder matriarch, observing the two names on the documents, expressed her surprise to Pei Jinwang. Have you shown this to Zhifu? She seems aware of their identities. Yet, throughout Pei Jinwang's presence, she had not witnessed Lu Zhifu perusing those documents. How then did she possess such knowledge? Clearly, my future bride is quite remarkable, Pei Jinwang declared proudly. The elder matriarch could not help but roll her eyes in response. Not guests. However, all present are familiar faces within our circles. None are impersonators. What precisely does Miss Lu wish to convey? Simply that the true masterminds behind this incident are among us. Until they are exposed, my conscience will not be at ease. Lu Zhifu surveyed the crowd, her demeanor radiating an air of authority. What? They are right here among us? The gathering erupted into chaos, each person speculating wildly. If those two were to step forward voluntarily, the rest could depart. Yet if no one was willing to admit their guilt, then she would have all the time in the world to wait. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of insults directed at the Lu family, the Xie family, and the two shadowy figures, creating a lively uproar. Eventually, fatigue set in, and they began to collectively threaten and coerce. Who is responsible for this? Bold enough to act yet cowardly in admission? You would implicate us all. Do you wish to forfeit your standing in the capital? Those with sense knew it best to step forward quickly. Otherwise, they would have the entire circle to contend with. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the bitterness in each other's eyes. They had not anticipated Lu Zhifu employing such a ruthless tactic to corner them. Their families and enterprises paled in comparison to the Xie and Lu families, and they had resorted to underhanded methods in the shadows. Now, to confront the entirety of their social circle was tantamount to a death sentence. Xie Xian and the individuals from the slums were utterly inept, leaving them vulnerable. Lu Zhifu understood that they would not emerge voluntarily, and instead turned her attention to the group of ruffians. As the current atmosphere is rather dull, shall we engage in some intriguing entertainment? What do you intend? The sole individual among the ruffians who could articulate a response initially believed he had evaded peril. Yet upon meeting Lu Zhifu's sinister gaze, he panicked. This woman was indeed formidable. Had he known, he would never have dared to provoke her. Yet, alas, it was too late. Didn't you previously insult me? Lu Zhifu's lips curled into a disconcerting smile. The man faltered, recalling his tendency to speak without restraint. Perhaps he had indeed made such a remark. If you remain silent, I shall take it as an acquiescence. Did you not claim that my behavior was crude and villainous? He fell silent once more, realizing that while his words had not been exact, they certainly conveyed the same sentiment. Chapter 45. The facade of the obedient girl crumbles. Sister, do not be angry. I shall take care of him for you, Lu Qinyuan declared, having held back for far too long, now ready to take action at her behest. However, in the next moment, she was interrupted. It's all right, big brother, please stand back. Lu Chenyang questioned, why should I stand back? Despite his confusion, he complied. Lu Zhifu turned to the bodyguard closest to her. What weapons do you have on you? May I borrow one? The bodyguard, taken aback, hurriedly handed her his dagger, saying, Miss, you are too courteous. All we possess is yours. Then Lu Chenyang witnessed his once demure and understanding sister, dagger in hand, approach the man step by step. Crouching down, with such a foul mouth, perhaps you ought to part with that tongue? The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere plunged into an eerie silence. Was it truly possible for such words to emanate from a young girl? Even if she were not a paragon of virtue, such brutality seemed unwarranted. Just hearing it sent chills down their spines. The man, under the dagger's threat, writhed on the ground in terror, retreating as he pleaded, I was coerced. Please spare me. Coerced by whom? Lu Zhifu pressed urgently. Yet, at that moment, he remained obstinately silent, resolutely refusing to divulge any further information. Truly, a stubborn duck refusing to yield. Lu Zhifu, losing her patience, stood up, casually toying with the dagger between her fingers. Have you been maligning my reputation in front of everyone, claiming I've slept with you and your cohorts, that I am utterly debauched? Her tone shifted from nonchalant mockery to icy severity. The man felt his heart sink. Indeed, those slanders had originated from his own mouth. Very well. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Lu Zhifu twirled the dagger twice before suddenly thrusting it forward, striking precisely at the man's most vulnerable point. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the venue, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Several young ladies turned pale, shrieking in terror. Not even the seasoned elders in attendance were spared from the shock. Such a ruthless mindset, such decisive action. It appeared this was not her first foray into such matters. Where was the delicate, timid, true daughter of the family they had been led to believe in? How misleading rumors could be. Only old Lady Xia remained relatively composed. After all, she had recently witnessed her slaughtering a multitude of foes, and this hardly seemed remarkable in comparison. Pei Jinwang, while not particularly surprised, furrowed his brow deeply. The man was unworthy of her direct involvement. He longed to intervene on her behalf. The one most affected was Lu Chenyang. Though he had encountered similar scenes before, the perpetrator was his beloved sister. His heart nearly leapt from his chest. Where had his obedient sister gone? Sister, you are acting rather uncharacteristically, he remarked, his voice tinged with anxiety. I am fine, big brother, you needn't worry about me. Lu Chenyang pressed his lips together, at a loss for words. His concern was not for Lu Zhifu but rather for the man on the ground. He feared that the man might soon meet his end. While the man was deserving of his fate, he wished for his sister's hands to remain unstained by blood. Yet, when faced with Lu Zhifu's formidable aura, he ultimately remained silent, harboring an inexplicable faith that she would handle the situation adeptly. Seizing the moment, Pei Jinwang edged closer, whispering, Miss Zhifu, your sweet and docile persona seems to have crumbled. Lu Zhifu slowly raised her gaze, casting him a sidelong glance. What does it matter? I care not for the opinions of outsiders. But our elder brother is present. Do you not fear alarming him? Occasionally indulging in a bit of carnality is acceptable. My brother possesses a strong constitution and understands that I was startled this evening. It is only natural for me to exhibit an extreme reaction. He will not only refrain from reprimanding me but will also feel concern for my well-being. Upon uttering those words, Lu Zhifu realized something was amiss. What did she mean by our elder brother? She and Pei Jinwang were not close acquaintances. Before he could respond, Lu Chenyang had already intervened. Why are you speaking so closely? Under the chilly gaze of his future brother-in-law, Pei Jinwang instantly subdued himself. Meanwhile, Lu Zhifu, having petrified the onlookers, showed no intention of halting her actions. She repeated her previous movement, stepping up to another Lu family bodyguard, extending her hand. The bodyguard understood immediately and handed her his dagger. With the blade in hand, Lu Zhifu turned, her steps slow and deliberate. The sound of her heels echoing like a death knell for the remaining bound thugs. Muffled cries escaped their mouths, stifled by rags, as they desperately attempted to inch away. Their minds screaming, "Help! A murder! We're going to die! This madwoman mustn't he approach." You spoke the same words to him, did you not? What should have been gentle words now resonated in their ears like a harbinger of death. Even if they had indeed uttered those sentiments, they could only shake their heads in frantic denial. You didn't he say it? Very well, here lies your chance for survival. Tell me, who is the one pulling your strings? In truth, Lu Zhifu had her suspicions, but she was unperturbed by following the procedure. Under the crushing weight of fear, someone finally cracked, nodding furiously to indicate their willingness to confess. Lu Zhifu turned to Lu Chenyang, "Brother, let us take them back. I believe we'll soon uncover the truth."
Oh.
And ensure they do not silence one another. Some matters are best handled privately within the Lu family, away from prying ears. Understood. The Lu family bodyguards swiftly escorted the individuals away. As the tense atmosphere momentarily eased, just as the crowd began to breathe again, Lu Zhifu twirled her dagger with a languid grace, directing it towards one young lady. "You. Is it you who claims I am the mastermind?" The young lady, already paralyzed with fear from Lu Zhifu's bloody tactics, froze at the question. No, not me." Her eyes rolled back as she fainted on the spot. Lu Zhifu scoffed, "How pitiful." Then she pivoted on her heel to confront another young lady. "And you, who just claimed my very essence, is rotting away." "Not me. Not me." The young lady, terrified of becoming Lu Zhifu's next target, mimicked the previous one's act by collapsing to the ground in feigned unconsciousness. Chapter 46. Flatter, with sweet words. Despite this, Lu Zhifu showed no signs of relenting, continuing her advance towards the next individual. This sent them into a frenzy, scrambling toward the exit only to find themselves thwarted by the steadfast Lu family bodyguards, who offered no opportunity for escape. "Young Master Lu, please intervene with your sister. Has she lost her mind? Young Master Lu, have mercy. Don't let her torment us. We've done nothing wrong." A horde of noble sons and daughters, desperate and flailing, found themselves in a most undignified predicament. Perhaps these highborn youths had never anticipated such disgrace in this setting. Lu Chenyang shrugged helplessly. "My sister has experienced a shock. She won't rest until she releases her pent-up emotions. Moreover, even if he wished to intervene, it is likely beyond his capabilities." The members of the Xie family appeared to be quite entertained. "Wow, Miss Lu is so impressive," Xie Miao Miao exclaimed loudly, seemingly eager to add to the chaos. Xie quickly covered her mouth. All right, lower your voice. Don't you see the other young ladies are on the verge of tears?" Lu Zhifu stood before a red-haired young man, and before she could even finish her query, he delivered a resounding slap across her face. "I apologize, Miss Lu. It was my loose tongue. I seek your forgiveness. I am often this indiscreet. Please do not take it to heart." Those with sense began to back down. Coupled with the fact that his family paled in comparison to the Lu family, he dared not challenge her. Lu Zhifu found the situation amusing. "Very well. I shall let you off this time, but should you dare to gossip behind my back again." Initially intending only to intimidate them, she recognized that they were all aristocratic offspring and could not be treated as one would a denizen of the slums. Otherwise, the Lu family's reputation would be irreparably tarnished by her actions. "Understood," he replied repeatedly. She then surveyed the remaining attendees. "And you all after this evening? You are aware of what should and should not be said. I trust one need not remind you?" While she did not expect the news of tonight to remain concealed, she hoped it would not be disseminated excessively or embellished. They dared not utter another word, swiftly agreeing to leave, affirming that they had merely attended an ordinary banquet, having seen and heard nothing. "Excellent," Lu Zhifu nodded in satisfaction before retrieving her phone to record. "I would appreciate it if you could say a few kind words before you depart." The crowd murmured, "What is she up to now?" They were bemused by Miss Lu's penchant for peculiar antics. "What kind of kind words?" someone inquired. "Compliment me. Praise the Lu family, so that when I return to face my parents, I can provide them with satisfactory explanations. Otherwise, what if they worry that I am being bullied?" Lu Chinyan wore a faint smile. He had been concerned about how to explain matters to their parents that evening, but since his sister had considered it, he chose to remain silent. It must be said that her approach was rather shrewd, leaving these individuals not only at a significant disadvantage, but also compelling them to extol her virtues against their better judgment. A group of individuals, resigned to their fate, complied with her recording before slinking away. When only two remained, they exchanged glances, although they found it beneath their dignity to praise a junior. The sight of the Lu family's bodyguards, along with the predatory gazes of Lu Qinyan and Pei Jinwang, ultimately forced their concession. However, just as they assumed they could depart like the others, Lu Zhifu halted them. What does this mean? Do you two have anything further to discuss? Lu Zhifu gazed at them with a smile that lacked warmth. Although Lu Qinyan was somewhat confused, his gaze turned menacing. Pei Jinwang and the members of the Xie family, privy to the underlying circumstances, exhibited no cordiality. What could we possibly have to discuss? The two exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching, yet they maintained a facade of ignorance. There are no outsiders present. Let us be frank. Miss Lu, we do not comprehend what you are speaking of. They continued to feign ignorance. Lu Zhifu grew weary of their evasiveness. Isn't it true that Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu are the true masterminds behind this? What incentives did they offer you? The attendees were taken aback. The Xie family had not anticipated the Lu family being entangled in this affair, despite their prior knowledge of the intense rivalry. Lu Qinyan was not surprised that the two had taken action, but he was astonished by Lu Zhifu's clarity regarding the situation. Had she been bluffing them? In truth, Lu Zhifu was indeed bluffing, and she had succeeded. Their pupils dilated momentarily, their emotions visibly shaken. The two fell silent, opting to respond with quietude, fearful that the more they spoke, the more they would incriminate themselves. Very well, I understand, Lu Zhifu said as she turned to old Madame Xie. Shall we leave these two to the Lu family's discretion? Of course, replied the old lady. If the Lu family was willing to intervene and investigate, it would certainly alleviate the Xie family's concerns. The two men were now thoroughly unsettled. What do you mean? One of us is the CEO of the Nanyue group, and the other is the head of the Guan family. Even the Lu family cannot detain us without evidence. They were genuinely incensed. Her audacity was astounding. As she spoke of handling them with such casualness, even in the presence of the Lu family's head and matriarch, who says I lack evidence. Lu Zhifu had just checked her phone and smiled in satisfaction. Her associates were remarkably efficient. The two felt a pang of dread. How could she have unearthed their secrets? And what are the two senior members of the Lu family doing? Brother, please escort them to the Lu residence for an extended visit. Let them clarify matters before sending them back, Lu Zhifu directed Lu Qinyan. These two could be taken home for her parents to handle. After all, their parents and brothers had been preoccupied with these matters recently, and they would undoubtedly need assistance in dealing with Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu. Without granting the two a chance to speak, she instructed the bodyguards to escort them away. What of the family head? What of the group CEO? She was resolute in detaining them tonight, daring anyone to challenge her at the Lu family estate, especially since the guests released tonight would likely avoid her in the future. Fearing to provoke her, after a brief farewell to the Xie family, she and Lu Qinyan prepared to return home. Just then, Pei Jinwang attempted to assert his presence again. Miss, may I see you home? He offered, only to be kicked aside by Lu Qinyan. Do you treat me like heir? Although Pei Jinwang had aided them today, the thought of his tarnished reputation and his proximity to them left Lu Qinyan feeling particularly irritable. Very well, until next time, Pei Jinwang retreated, aware that despite his usual arrogance, he did not dare confront his future brother-in-law. Chapter 47. The Allowance from Sister. In Country R, at the Xinjiao group, upon their arrival, Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu finally allowed themselves to relax. Though somewhat disheveled, they felt temporarily safe within their own territory, where no one could touch them. Yet, both men were plagued by unease. In order to stall the Lu family and prevent them from diverting their efforts to deal with them, they had once again employed some hidden cards and connections, planning to strike at the Xie family's banquet to ensure a complete rift between the two families. It was a well-crafted scheme, one that could potentially eliminate the troublesome Lu Zhifu if all went smoothly. Yet, a nagging sense of disquiet lingered. Lin Zhenyu, cigarette in mouth, furrowed his brow. Do you think tonight's plan succeeded? Why haven't we received any word? Lu Baishan echoed his frustration. Since Lu Zhifu's return, he felt increasingly out of control, as if an invisible hand had seized him by the throat, rendering him breathless. Perhaps we just haven't escaped yet. How else can we explain this? Initially, they orchestrated a scheme to tarnish Lu Zhifu's reputation using a few individuals from the slums, creating a stir within the Xie family. Subsequently, they hired assassins to cooperate with Xie Xian in eliminating the matriarch of the Xie family, escalating the situation to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, Two other conspirators secretly fanned the flames of discord, directing the animosity toward her. Once the chaos ensued, they planned to broadcast the events far and wide, thereby sullying the Liu family's name. Surely, at least one of these three schemes would succeed, wouldn't it? Not to mention, Liu Zhifu would find herself utterly defenseless regarding the slum affairs. One can only hope for a smooth execution of their plans. This way, the Liu family would be too preoccupied with their own turmoil to retaliate against us. However, Liu Baishan could not shake off the worst-case scenario from his mind. If their plans failed, our leverage would be entirely in their hands, leaving us stripped of decades of hard work and vulnerable to the impending wrath of the Liu family. Lin Zhenyu chimed in just as the two were still clinging to a shred of hope. Suddenly, a trusted aide burst through the door, delivering news that left them momentarily blinded by despair. Not a single one of their calculations for the evening had borne fruit. To add insult to injury, all ties with the Xie family, the Guan family, the conglomerate CEO, and the slums had been severed, rendering years of painstaking effort utterly futile. There was even a risk of exacerbating their enmity with the opposing factions. How could this be? Both men felt utterly defeated as they grappled with the thought of where everything had gone awry. Even the previously reliable Qinglong gang had fallen silent. What could be the reason for this? They racked their brains, yet no answers emerged. We cannot afford to remain idle. We must give them something to occupy their time, or else we shall be the ones to suffer the consequences. Meanwhile, the siblings returned to the Liu household without incident, and Liu Zhifu genuinely presented a recording that delighted their parents immensely. Liu Qinyan merely smiled quietly from the sidelines, allowing his sister to maintain her charming and obedient facade in front of their parents, not wishing to disrupt the moment. He trusted that their parents wouldn't delve too deeply into the events of the evening. Gigi, did you meet any of the Xie family's boys today? Did you find anyone to your liking? Xin Qinglan inquired tentatively. I met them. The Xie brothers are rather pleasant, Liu Zhifu replied. Is that all? Xin Qinglan could easily detect the lack of enthusiasm in her daughter's tone, indicating that there was no particular interest. Nothing more, Liu Zhifu confirmed. Well then, there's no rush. It's beneficial to make more friends. The Xie family is worth visiting more often, Xin Qinglan remarked. I'm sure, Mom. After a brief exchange, Liu Zhifu ascended to visit Liu Jinyao. Finally back, sister. Why did you take so long? Liu Jinyao exclaimed. A minor incident occurred, but it's nothing to worry about. Liu Zhifu reassured her. What sort of incident? Liu Jinyao, ever perceptive, connected her sister's identity to the gravity of the situation, suspecting it was far from ordinary. Those two old fools have struck at us again, Liu Zhifu succinctly explained the circumstances. What? They're truly courting death. Having been driven back to their lair, they still dare to extend their hands to Kyoto. Liu Jinyao fumed, her teeth clenched in indignation. She hadn't even sought retribution for their previous transgressions, and now they had the audacity to target the Liu family. Thankfully, with her sister present, their schemes were effortlessly thwarted. It wasn't entirely fruitless, as they had managed to gather another piece of incriminating evidence against them, instilling fear into a cadre of arrogant young aristocrats and leaving the Xie family indebted to them. Indeed, you're remarkable, sister. Were it me, I might not have managed so well, Liu Jinyao admitted. Their repeated failures would surely not go unpunished. Preparations must be made. My parents and brothers have all agreed. We shall show no mercy. Those who must be eliminated will be dealt with. It's merely a matter of time. Agreed. Sister, once my wounds heal, will you take me to dismantle their lair? Liu Jinyao implored eagerly, her impatience palpable. Were it not for her injuries, she would not hesitate to charge forth immediately, yearning for vengeance. Moreover, she wished to accompany her sister. After all, her sister was formidable, and it was wise to cling to her strength. With Zhou Shirguan and the Liu family's covert guards, perhaps even the Jiao Huang society would join them. Merely imagining the spectacle thrilled her. Shall we inform our parents and brothers? Liu Zhifu pondered, indifferent to the idea as it felt akin to a mere mission. Let us refrain. We should quietly execute our grand plans. Someone must remain at home. What if our house were to be invaded? Liu Jinyao suggested. Their parents and brothers were perpetually busy, burdened with numerous responsibilities. It did not seem necessary to involve them. If the entire Liu family were to mobilize, it would be an overestimation of their adversaries. Furthermore, they were unaware of her sister's secrets, making it difficult to explain their involvement. It would indeed be simpler to take just her along, returning victorious to astonish them all. Very well, Liu Zhifu acquiesced. Also, sister, may I discuss something with you? Lu Jinyao hesitated, her demeanor contrasting sharply with her usual self. Speak your mind. I would like a bit of pocket money, she confessed shyly.
What?
Haven't your parents and brothers provided you with any? Lu Zhifu expressed surprise, finding it hard to believe that Lu Jinyao was short on funds. The Lu family was immensely wealthy, and she knew her sister was managing a portion of it, earning her own income. How could she possibly be lacking now? It's because you're too wealthy. Let us not even mention the substantial orders the Jiao Huang Society has made for the Lu family. Just the new weapons you provided have drained our resources considerably. Transactions without equal asset value are quite challenging, Lu Jinyao lamented. A smile graced Lu Zhifu's lips. All right. A minor issue. As long as it's a matter that can be resolved with money, it's not a problem. She turned and retrieved a bank card, tossing it to Lu Jinyao. Use this for now. If it's insufficient, just ask for more. Wow. Thank you, sister. You're so kind to me, Lu Jinyao exclaimed, taken aback by her sister's generosity. How much is on this card? If I recall correctly, it should have about 1 billion, Lu Zhifu replied. Lu Jinyao gasped. Let me just die again. She collapsed onto her bed, overwhelmed with joy. This is pocket money, sister's pocket money.
Who else can compare?
Just ask who else. Chapter 48. This boy is making progress. When Lu Zhifu finally returned to her room to rest, she began to process the messages sent by her subordinates. They were initially expected to be of use, but due to Pei Jinwang's timely appearance, she had instructed them not to show up. Furthermore, the information they provided was largely consistent with Pei Jinwang's investigation. However, there were additional discoveries. The brilliant mastermind had deliberately withheld certain details, waiting for Lu Zhifu to call. Boss, we've uncovered something extraordinary. Spit it out, Lu Zhifu urged, her patience wearing thin. You asked us to investigate those trivial matters. But it seems someone got there first. However, perhaps due to their haste, we managed to catch a glimpse of some clues regarding the young master of the Pei family. Quickly, enlighten me, Lu Zhifu demanded, her tone growing impatient. She had initially assumed that even if he wasn't a true playboy, he would at least be a distinguished heir of the Pei family, a lofty prince. To her astonishment, he was entangled with all the lower-tier factions in the vicinity. All of them? Lu Zhifu echoed, her shock evident. Indeed, all of them. I haven't uncovered the mid to upper tiers yet, but I'm certain they exist. As it stands, he is quite formidable, more so than any of us in terms of lowering his stature. Regardless, the ruffians and gangsters at the lower echelons all heed his command. It is said that the esteemed young Master Pei is generous in his dealings and willing to befriend them, leading to a considerable loyalty among them. Furthermore, the previous rumors surrounding his illustrious deeds are likely fabrications, spread intentionally by these individuals. That young man is perhaps concealing his true capabilities. And the Pei family may be harboring some grand scheme. Lu Zhifu pondered for a moment before instructing, continue to monitor him, and also investigate what he has been up to abroad in recent years, including any hidden forces he may be associated with. Particularly if he has had any dealings with me. Understood. After terminating the call, she leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes to rest. She could not fathom why Pei Jinwang would deliberately masquerade as a debauched scion. The Pei family was not in dire straits like the Lu family, nor had she heard of any formidable enemies they might have, making the concealment of strength unnecessary. She also found it hard to believe that someone would shower her with attention without cause. The true motive behind Pei Jinwang's actions remained elusive. After much contemplation, she decided to send a message to Yuchen. The forces at the bottom of Kyoto should be disregarded. Focus on maintaining upper-tier clients. It would be prudent to avoid any entanglements with the factions under Pei Jinwang's control, as they were not yet prepared to confront such challenges. And increased interaction posed the risk of scrutiny. In truth, Yuchen was well aware of the appropriate course of action without her prompting. This path was not one they intended to pursue. For individuals of their caliber, they aimed for the pinnacle. Every partner they associated with was either a figure of high society or a titan of the international arena, rendering anything less than that beneath their consideration. Understood, my lord. On the journey back, Pei Jinwang's sycophants expressed confusion. Young master, considering all that you did today, you did not receive particularly warm regard from the Lu family. Was it worth it? Their inquiry was devoid of malice, simply reflecting their lack of understanding. They had accompanied Pei Jinwang since his childhood, yet during his years abroad, he had not taken them along, leaving them ignorant of many matters. Pei Jinwang paused, suppressing his thoughts, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, worth it. You have no idea how difficult it is to secure a favor from her. At least, I have never succeeded before. Only now, under the guise of an engaged couple, do I have the audacity to approach her, thus granting me this opportunity. Well, then why, young master, do we deliberately leave some flaws in our actions? Naturally. It is to attract her attention. Do you know nothing? All right, we admit our ignorance, but your infatuation has clearly reached new heights. Upon entering the house, Pei Jinwang found his father lounging in the living room, a clear indication he had been waiting for some time. "Ah, old man, you're still awake. How was your day?" "Quite enjoyable," came the reply. "Oh, did the young lady from the Lu family acknowledge you?" A glimmer of hope ignited in Pei Li's previously disdainful gaze. "Indeed, she mentioned she would come to personally express her gratitude," Pei Jinwang remarked with a slight smirk. "Is that true? Have you finally made a name for yourself?" Pei Li responded, half skeptical, wondering if his son had begun dreaming due to lack of sleep. "Of course it's true. Then you must prepare to host her properly. Do I need you to tell me that? You little rascal, if you don't amend your temper, you may find it difficult to marry. Cursing me is tantamount to cursing yourself. I may not have children, but someone will surely miss having grandchildren to hold," he quipped before hastily retreating upstairs. Rebellious child. Rebellious child. The following day, the entire family was gathered at home. Lu Jinyao was finally able to move about, while Zhou Shirkuan remained busy, dispatched to negotiate various cooperative matters with the Nine Phoenix Society. Lu Zhifu found it rather peculiar that her parents and brothers were all at home at this hour. "Are mom and dad and the brothers free today?" "Your uncle Lu Yuanheng is returning. It's a rare occasion, so we're especially here to wait for him," came the reply. "Oh, I see." Thus, the family sat together, engaging in light banter, or more accurately, listening to the squabbles between Lu Jinyao and Lu Jingyao, with the eldest and second brothers occasionally chiming in with playful jabs. In this scenario, Lu Zhifu appeared the most well-behaved. "Shouldn't we go to greet uncle?" "No need. He's a grown man. Does he really need assistance finding his way home?" Lu Qinjun remarked nonchalantly. Just then, a refreshing and robust male voice resounded. "Eldest brother, your words wound me deeply. You seem utterly indifferent to my presence." Lu Yuanheng appeared at the doorway. Approaching 40, he remained unmarried and childless, exuding an aura of refinement and self-discipline that made him appear notably youthful. His tall, slender frame and fair complexion, developed from years of living in Europe, were complemented by deep-set eyes and a prominent nose, with warm, translucent amber irises shining in the sunlight. His attire was best left unmentioned. It could only be concluded that his artistic sensibilities were beyond the comprehension of most. What stood out most was the multitude of bags he carried, nearly overwhelming him. "Yuanheng? Back home so soon?" Shen Qinglan expressed surprise. "Why did you bring so much stuff? Can't you ask the servants for help?" Lu Qinjun feigned reproach. "This is a carefully selected assortment for my nieces and nephews. It's far more sincere if I carry it myself." Lu Yuanheng grinned as he placed the items on the table, finally noticing Lu Zhifu sitting quietly. "So this is Gigi? My goodness. No wonder eldest brother and sister-in-law boast about you whenever they call. You are both beautiful and well-behaved." "Hello, uncle," Lu Zhifu replied politely. "Come, my dear niece, this is a little gift from your uncle, treasures I gathered while abroad." Lu Yuanheng presented her with the largest gift box, containing at least 10 valuable items. He then leaned closer, discreetly slipping her a bank card. "In case these gifts do not meet your fancy, here is a little pocket money for you to buy whatever you wish." "Thank you, uncle." Lu Zhifu expressed her gratitude sincerely. It must be said, he was indeed generous. "Uncle, why are you being so secretive?" Lu Jinyao interjected. "Don't forget about me. I might cause a scene if you do." In truth, she merely spoke casually. She had no intention of competing for attention, especially after receiving a significant allowance from her sister the previous night. She felt she could afford to relax. "How could I forget? Am I that kind of person?" Lu Yuanheng approached Lu Jinyao, scrutinizing her closely. "I heard you were injured? How are you feeling now?" "If you had come back a little later, I would have been fully healed," Lu Jinyao replied with a pout. "Ha ha ha." Lu Yuanheng laughed heartily. Now. Your gifts are here as well, along with 3 for the nephews. However, each only receives 1, with Gigi receiving the most, as I made sure to compensate for everything I missed before." "Wow. Thank you, uncle." Lu Qinjun watched them with a smile, then turned to Lu Yuanheng. "You've been doing well in business lately. How much profit have you made to be so generous?" In truth, there were times he returned empty-handed, typically after incurring losses. seeking Lu Qinjun's assistance to remedy the situation. Indeed, I've made quite a fortune, and I've completed my work, just in time to come back and enjoy a few days of leisure. Well, it's good for the family to be lively, Shen Qinglan interjected. Oh, by the way, have those two already fled overnight? Lu Yuanheng inquired about Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu. Yes, they've stirred up quite a bit of trouble for us to handle. Lu Chunjun sighed heavily, although he yearned to resolve the issue immediately. However, putting a plan into action was far from straightforward. They were both esteemed figures within the Lu group. Despite their waning power over the years, they undoubtedly held a treasure trove of the Lu family's secrets. If pushed too far, the group could suffer dire consequences. Unfortunately, my return seems to be of little assistance. After all, my influence lies elsewhere, and at best, I can offer you some financial support. No need to worry about their matters. Leave them to us, Lu Qinjun reassured, knowing his younger brother preferred to avoid such affairs. Hence, he never considered asking for his help. But it feels rather awkward to be idle, Lu Ji remarked. We are all quite busy at the moment. Just take care of Ji and Yao Yao for us. No problem. I excel in the art of leisure and entertainment, he replied. Not at all. As a convalescent, I can't go anywhere or eat anything, Lu Jinyao lamented, increasingly resentful of the miscreant responsible for her injury, which had caused her to miss many events. How unfortunate. I can only take your sister out for some fun. Lu Yuanheng feigned helplessness, raising his hands in mock surrender. Taking Gigi around Kyoto sounds splendid. We have no time to accompany her. Previously, due to certain watchful eyes, we couldn't let her venture out, so she hasn't had the chance to familiarize herself with Kyoto. Shen Qinglong added. As for Yao Yao, focus on your recovery. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. All right then. Gigi, do you have any places you'd like to visit? Your uncle will take you tomorrow. Anywhere is fine. It's up to you, uncle. Very well. I'll also introduce you to some friends along the way. Lu Ji was somewhat curious about the type of friends her uncle had. However, a thought suddenly struck her. And she said, Uncle, I might need to visit the Pei family in the next couple of days. Young Master Pei helped me with something, and I promised to thank him in person. Would you like to accompany me? Upon hearing this, the Lu family members displayed varied reactions. Lu Yuanheng readily agreed, of course. Just in time, I have an old friend at the Pei family. We can catch up while we're there. Lu Jinyao, feeling a bit irritated, chimed in, Sister, that fellow is quite cunning. He must be deliberately luring you over. Be careful. Unfortunately, she was unable to go herself. Otherwise, she would have been the brightest light bulb in the room. Lu Qinyuan recalled the events of the previous night and deemed it necessary to join the visit. If uncle did not go, he would accompany his sister. Lu Yubai and Lu Jingyao were intrigued, wondering what assistance young Master Pei could provide his sister, especially with their eldest brother present yesterday. He wouldn't have used some flowery words to deceive her, would he? Lu Qinjun and Shen Qinglan exchanged knowing glances, contemplating that it might be beneficial to cultivate a closer relationship with the Pei family, a partnership that had proven valuable over the past decade. Thus, the next day, they arrived at the Pei residence bearing gifts. Pei Jinwang anticipated her arrival and warmly greeted her at the door. He was somewhat surprised to see Lu Yuanheng accompanying her, but his tongue moved faster than his mind. Hello, uncle. You rascal. Have you managed to befriend her already? Lu Yuanheng scrutinized him, not saying much more. He still looked quite dashing, though his reputation left much to be desired. Pei Li also came out to greet them, having anticipated the visit from the Lu family and setting aside his work to be present at home. Brother Yuanheng, you've returned? Haha, please come in. Many knew Lu Yuanheng, who had a penchant for socializing in his youth, making numerous friends. Yes, I just arrived yesterday. I specifically returned to see my niece. How has Li Go been lately? Oh, the same as ever, driven to exasperation by this wayward child of mine. Where is your Zhifu, who is so well-behaved? The two conversed as they walked, while Lu Ji and Pei Jinwang leisurely followed behind. Miss, let those two old fellows chat. How about I show you around the Pei residence? Pei Jinwang suggested. Before Lu Ji could respond, Pei Jinwang had already taken her by the hand and led her away. When the two men turned back, they realized the two youngsters had vanished without a trace. Hey, that rascal, not even a word of farewell as he whisked her away. Pei Li grumbled. Realizing that their elders were still present, he quickly added, My boy knows his limits. He won't let Zhifu get into any trouble, so you needn't worry. I trust the Pei family. Let the young ones have their fun. Lu Yuanheng replied with a smile. Chapter 50. A lifetime as your loyal servant. Remove your hand. Lu Ji warned after being pulled along for some time. My apologies. Pei Jinwang promptly retracted his hand, then sincerely admitted his mistake. I assure you it won't happen again. Heaven knows he had acted impulsively just then. His heart was still racing. What did you want to say in this secluded spot? I am earnest, very earnest. I wish for you to consider what I am about to say.
Speak.
Could we possibly hold off on discussing the dissolution of our engagement for now? Pei Jinwang was genuinely fearful that her visit, aside from the intent to express gratitude, was primarily to negotiate the annulment of their engagement. If that were the case, he would have no chance whatsoever. And the reason? Grant me a little time, even just a few months, and I can prove my worth. Pei Jinwang was acutely aware of what Lu Ji desired. Whether as a friend or a partner, the unworthy would be swiftly discarded. Had he approached her like this prior to her return, she likely wouldn't have spared him a glance. Prove your worth? Lu Ji's interest was piqued. Did Pei Jinwang intend to lay his cards on the table? Indeed. In the future, when you commit acts of violence, I shall hand you the weapon. When you ignite flames, I shall pour on the fuel. Wait, when did I say I would commit acts of violence and arson? I am a respectable young lady from a distinguished family, you know? Understood, understood. I completely comprehend. Whatever the young lady says is truth, Pei Jinwang replied, barely able to suppress a grin. She did not contradict his previous statement, which implied there might be a chance. Just as he pondered this, Lu Ji suddenly spoke. I won't grant you any time. Pei Jinwang felt his breath hitch, as if the very blood coursing through him had turned to ice. That chilling sensation creeping from head to toe. Is that a rejection? No chance at all? After a prolonged silence, Lu Ji finally said, it depends on whether you can pass my family's test, then I might consider. Pei Jinwang gazed at her in shock, meeting her teasing eyes. Really? At this moment, he found himself breathing cautiously, fearful that Lu Ji was merely jesting. Yes. Receiving that one affirmative word felt as though he had been granted a royal decree. His smile could hardly be contained. Is this how easily pleased you are? Truly lacking in dignity, Lu Ji teased. Meanwhile, she silently contemplated the reason behind his demeanor. Was he putting on an act, or was it genuine? When had he begun to take notice of her? His feelings for her seemed to have emerged rather mysteriously. Could it be that they had indeed crossed paths during their time abroad? Lu Zhifu couldn't conceive of any other reason. Naturally, having received a promise from the young lady, should I not be delighted for an entire day? Why is it that she suddenly enjoys calling me young lady so much? You are the true Prince of Kyoto. There is no need for you to lower yourself in such a manner. Wasn't she just calling her Gigi before? Now she dares not be so presumptuous? So what? As long as the young lady is pleased, I am willing to be your loyal servant for a lifetime. Lu Zhifu was momentarily taken aback. Was he serious? However, his words were undeniably melodious. Very well, this is a promise you made yourself. Lu Zhifu's crimson lips curled into an enchanting arc, then, maintaining her poise, she gracefully raised her right hand, reminiscent of an ancient empress adorned with the grandeur of a phoenix, Xiao Wangzi. Are you not eager to assist this noble lady in enjoying the scenery? Coming right away, Pei Jinwang hastily responded, bowing his head slightly. Lifting a sturdy arm so that Lu Zhifu's hand rested securely upon it, his obsequious demeanor almost absurdly exaggerated. Lu Zhifu was surprised by his compliance. Now, it was neither the time to leave nor to stay. Young lady, please, Pei Jinwang expressed, showing no sign of embarrassment. He was genuinely pleased to escort Lu Zhifu through the Pei family mansion. The Pei family servants, who were secretly eavesdropping, did not even dare to open their eyes. Shaking their heads in disbelief, their young master was truly beyond redemption. At times, they found it hard to acknowledge him as their master, as he resembled a sycophant even more than they did. Nevertheless, this could be seen as a good thing, with the eldest master exerting such effort. It was believed that the family head would soon have his wishes fulfilled. Meanwhile, Pei Li and Lu Yuanheng were equally engrossed in conversation, transitioning from casual reminiscing to discussing business collaborations. Unfortunately, their discourse was soon interrupted by Lu Zhifu. More accurately, it was Lu Jinyao who interrupted. Calling Lu Zhifu to return and keep her company, adamant that she should not spend too long with a wastrel like Pei Jinwang lest she be led astray. Pei Jinwang wore a mournful expression. This was, in part, due to his own actions. In his attempts to evade the impending marriage, he had inadvertently left a poor impression on Lu Jinyao time and again. Now, it seemed that his future sister-in-law would likely be the first to bar him from entering their home. Lu Zhifu saw through his thoughts and casually remarked, Jin Yao is quite easy to appease, especially since you have rendered her significant assistance. Perhaps she will forgive your past transgressions. Significant assistance? Pei Jinwang caught the implication in her words. Was this not an opportunity for him to redeem himself? Please, young lady, elucidate. Lu Zhifu's lips twitched slightly. All right. I won't just any longer. Speak normally. The two individuals who harmed Jin Yao have retreated to their lairs, and she is currently distressed over the matter. Understood. Pei Jinwang replied promptly. The father and son of the Pei family personally escorted her and Lu Yuanheng out, marking the end of today's meeting. On the way, Lu Yuanheng, wearing a smile, inquired, "How does Gigi feel?" "Ah, feel what?" Lu Zhifu guessed what he was getting at, but decided to play coy. "Of course. It's about that young man from the Pei family. His feelings for you are written all over his face." Let us observe a bit longer." "Haha, indeed. We should look more closely. Perhaps there is someone even better. Our Lu family's little princess deserves nothing less than the best." Lu Yuanheng's words brimmed with affection for Lu Zhifu. She had previously heard that her uncle was unmarried and childless, treating their siblings as his own. It seemed that this was indeed the case. "What does uncle think of him?" Lu Zhifu countered. "Not bad. Mainly it depends on your feelings." I understand, uncle." After a moment of silence, she continued, "Is uncle's relationship with the Pei family good?" "It's acceptable. I have a couple of friends among the major families, and I will introduce you to them later." Lu Zhifu remained silent, as she felt that her previous actions at the Xie family had likely offended at least half of the social circle. She was uncertain if any of her uncle's friends were among them. What if they were to meet? How awkward would that be? Chapter 51. Do you wish to hear my story? After sending Lu's pair away, Pei Li could hardly restrain himself from dragging his wayward son back to the living room for questioning. "So, how did it go? Does the young lady have a better impression of you? You are truly useless. You entertained her for such a short time. What can I do? Her sister came to vie for her affection, and I simply could not compete." The mere thought of Lu Jinyao's disdain made him feel a pang in his heart. Had he known better, he would have acted differently. "Could you not be a bit more persistent?" Pei Li argued, feeling justified in his frustration. "Next time, I will bribe my future sister-in-law and then gradually win over a few brothers-in-law and future-in-laws. By the way, why are you so infatuated with her? I am your father. Throughout your life, I have never heard you utter a soft word to me, yet before her, you resemble a quail." This was one of Pei Li's greatest grievances. Although he had once been a devoted husband himself, he felt that his eldest son was somewhat excessive. "Do you wish to hear my story?" Pei Jinwang perked up immediately, revealing a devilishly charming smile. 5 million, and I shall regale you with the details." Pei Li retorted. "You truly are insufferable." Minutes later, Pei Jinwang received a transfer of 5 million yuan, followed closely by his father's insatiably curious voice urging, "Speak quickly." "The money has been transferred. Why are you dawdling?" I am merely cultivating my emotions." Pei Jinwang feigned delay, relishing the moment. Pei Li thought to himself, "How could I be so foolish?" He ended up spending 5 million to listen to a load of nonsense that he could have guessed was fabricated by Pei Jinwang. In a similar vein, he learned a valuable lesson. "You ungrateful wretch, if you do not explain yourself, I shall go to the Lu family to call off the engagement." Pei Li resorted to his trump card. The mere mention of breaking the engagement instantly silenced Pei Jinwang. He finally relented. Knowing that his father was indeed capable of such a drastic measure, he pretended to be profound and asked, "Do you remember when I was 12?
12.
Was that when you accidentally dug up someone's ancestral grave while playing in the mud with your delinquents?" Pei Li recalled slowly, though his memory was hazy. Pei Jinwang's face darkened. "That never happened. That was purely your imagination. You never cared about me. Am I truly your biological son?" Pei Li was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of guilt, but quickly recovered. "You rascal, do not change the subject. Continue. Do you remember when I ran away from home for 7 days because I was playing too much?" "I seem to recall something like that. Due to the timing, I never told you. I was afraid you would worry. I did not run away, I was kidnapped." Pei Li's expression shifted dramatically. This was something he truly did not know, for Pei Jinwang had always been quite mischievous, often beyond control, leading to his upbringing being rather lax. Occasionally, Pei Li would inquire, satisfied to know he was alive. When he disappeared for 7 days at 12, he was eventually found and appeared unharmed. And since he claimed to have run away, he received a few scoldings and the matter was dropped. Now, reflecting on it, it was indeed chilling. What on earth happened? You constantly speak of the Lu family as a den of danger, but do you truly believe that the waters of our Pei family are shallow? Pei Jinwang smirked. A family member did it. Pei Li was taken aback. It is long past, and now I am recounting a tale. Do not be so startled. Are you still listening? His tone was remarkably calm, as if he were discussing something trivial. Pei Li suppressed the shock and anger bubbling within him, pouring himself a glass of water to steady his emotions, and continued to listen. Do you recall the great-uncle who passed away a few years ago? Yes, I remember. I killed him. With a resounding crash, the ceramic teacup shattered into countless pieces. Along with the broken fragments came Pei Li's sanity. What? How old were you at that time? He could scarcely fathom the notion. Had his own son endured such horrors at such a tender age? His hands were stained with the blood of kin? The audacity of that wretched being. It was a mercy he had perished. At this moment, Pei Jinwang's expression was chillingly frigid, his murderous intent unabashedly apparent as he mentioned their late great-uncle. Pei Li's heart involuntarily trembled. Had he merely acted against the young me, I would have certainly harbored no thoughts of vengeance. It was the act of my abduction that ignited my fury. Yet, upon returning safely, thanks to a benefactor, I discovered through investigation that he had long been administering drugs to my mother, leading to her premature death and leaving my younger brother frail from birth. You mean to say that Pei Li was utterly uncomposed? However, he was firmly restrained by Pei Jinwang, who insisted that he listen to my account to the end. With the aid of my benefactor, I unearthed these truths and resolved to send him to the afterlife to atone for my mother. I had him abducted, just as I had been, confined in a dark, damp basement. His eyes were blindfolded, his ears blocked, yet his mouth remained unsealed, for I yearned to hear his heart-wrenching screams, a melody of exquisite agony. At that time, I deliberately acquired an entire set of torture instruments from the black market, instruments I had never before encountered, and found them remarkably fascinating as I relentlessly experimented upon him, first removing his fingernails, then severing his fingers, and finally flaying the flesh from his body piece by piece. Just hearing this caused Pei Li to shudder. He had lived for most of his life without ever personally committing such sanguinary acts. How old was Pei Jinwang back then? One could only ponder the vastness of his heart, so immense that he remained oblivious to such significant events. In hindsight, his heart must be bleeding. After dealing with him, I orchestrated the same fate for those who had participated, tormenting them to death through identical means, sending them to my mother for reparation. I was but a child then. They harbored no defenses against me, allowing me to succeed with ease. Their sights were not solely set on me and my brother. Their ultimate target was you and the entire Pei family conglomerate. Unless they were eradicated, we would never find peace. But if he had been so brutally tortured, how could the other clan members not have noticed? They stubbornly insisted he had succumbed to illness? Pei Li recalled that he had not seen him for a long time. Their next encounter was at his funeral, which he had regarded as ill-fated and thus did not scrutinize closely, failing to detect any oddities. Yet, if he had been mercilessly tormented, how could his family have remained complacent? Surely, they were all tainted. With the evidence in my hands, they could only swallow their grievances. As for those seemingly indifferent clan elders, their hands had not remained idle over the years. Fortunately, my reputation as a scoundrel kept them from being overly cautious of me. Their focus was solely on you, allowing me to discreetly resolve many of your troubles. Pei Jinwang spoke these words with an air of nonchalance. Yet Pei Li understood the weight of the implications behind them. Chapter 52. Exhumation. No wonder Pei Jinwang's temperament drastically changed after he turned 12. He tarnished his own reputation, masquerading as a wastrel, all to lower the defenses of those with nefarious intentions, thus avoiding the spotlight and striking from the shadows. Throughout, he had been aware of his son's intentions to conceal his talents, but had never contemplated the depths of his machinations. Never did he imagine his son could operate so covertly for the benefit of the Pei clan. In stark contrast, he felt like a fool, ineffectual, and dim-witted. Old man, do not feel guilty. It is quite an endeavor for you to uphold the Pei family conglomerate alone. As your son, it is only natural for me to alleviate your burdens, is it not? Pei Jinwang discerned his thoughts, and his tone shifted to a more flippant demeanor. So, those remaining in the old Pei residence, are they merely acting? To maintain such a facade for so many years must have been quite a feat not worth fearing. Pei Jinwang replied indifferently. As long as they do not prance before me, I can hardly be bothered. Then, what does all this have to do with Miss Lu? Pei Li suddenly recalled their initial topic of discussion. A certain possibility dawned upon him, yet he dared not believe it. Is it not evident who the benefactor I mentioned is? Pei Jin Wang countered. Pei Li inhaled sharply, his gaze transformed entirely. You mean to say that the one who saved you was Miss Lu? Indeed.
But she was so young at that time.
Pei Jin Wang smiled faintly, revealing no intent to elaborate further. Even if you pay, you cannot listen to what comes next. Only I may treasure those memories. Pei Li reflected, regardless. She is more formidable than any of us. The individuals who assisted me in gathering evidence did so only because of her name. I have followed her discreetly for many years, yet I have never fully grasped her capabilities. She is the very myth of that circle, an existence to be admired from afar. God knows how exhilarated and relieved I was to discover that she was the daughter of the Lu family. Finally, I had a despicable excuse to approach her. At that time, I drank heavily for 3 days and nights, which delayed my return by 2 days. Yet, fortunately, it did not hinder me. I mustered the courage to stand before her, even if it meant feigning madness, so that she might remember me, unlike before. Muttering to himself, he suddenly grasped his father's hand. Old man, thank you. The most correct decision you made in this life was to arrange this betrothal for me. For that alone. Even if you succumb to senility, I will never abandon you. Pei Li replied, you truly cannot be serious for more than a few minutes. So, you have been fixating on her for quite some time? Indeed. As the saying goes, one must repay a life-saving grace with their own life. You wretched boy. How can you repay kindness with enmity? How is that repaying kindness with enmity? This young master is rather exceptional, you know. Although I could not keep Miss Lu for long today, she personally assigned me a task, and I intend to fulfill it splendidly. Please do not drag me down. At this moment, Pei Jin Wang felt invigorated. What task? Do not concern yourself with that. I can handle it alone. While I am away, remember to safeguard the Pei family. Hey, you think you need to instruct me on that? So, it seems you are departing abroad. For how long? That is hard to say. Since you find my presence bothersome, why not bid farewell for now? With that parting remark, he swiftly made his exit, not forgetting to summon a few of his sycophants. Pei Li was left utterly speechless. After so many years, he still had not mended his bad habits. Yet, contemplating Pei Jin Wang's recent words, he secretly vowed to treat him better in the future. His son had endured far too much hardship. Pei Jin Zhao appeared behind him unexpectedly, saying, Father, sometimes it's best to endure. Perhaps in the not-so-distant future, he might indeed bring back a daughter-in-law for you. I fear that rather than bringing a wife home, he might end up losing himself in the process. You are well aware of the perilous and reckless endeavors he has engaged in over the years. Surely you have instructed someone to monitor his movements, lest he perish outside with no one to claim his body. Pei Li sighed, his words laden with concern. After all, he had a vague understanding of what his eldest son had been up to during his 3 years abroad. That wouldn't happen. Besides, with the formidable Lu family as our in-laws, and just relying on my sister-in-law alone, no one could dare to take my brother's life. Pei Jin Zhao replied in a calm tone. Of course, unless my brother acts recklessly in front of her, then that's another story. You truly have a carefree outlook. So, did you hear everything your brother just said? Pei Li asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice, unsure of when Pei Jin Zhao had arrived and what he had overheard. Yes. Then, why did you not react? Or was it that you already knew, and I was the only one kept in the dark? Indeed. At that moment, as Pei Li grasped the implication of his son's affirmative response, he felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Was he truly the jester in this scenario? Why? Am I such an unreliable person? Based on past experiences, yes. Otherwise, why do you think I would willingly heed my brother's orders rather than those of my own father? Pei Li lamented. It's truly heart-wrenching. Who understands? Seeing his father's deep sorrow, Pei Jin Zhao made a rare effort to console him. First, you are deeply loyal, easily blinded by familial ties, a truth known to both my brother and me. Second, the incident occurred suddenly. My brother had no time to communicate with you, especially as you were under the watchful eyes of several clan elders at that time, making it unwise for you to know too much. Third, while you may command the business world with authority and show no mercy to competitors, you consistently lack awareness when it comes to internal family conflicts. Informing you would make no difference. Fourth, my brother acted with complete assurance. Once the matter was resolved, there was no longer a need to inform you. It would be best for you to focus on developing the Pei group in peace. He believed that after providing such extensive explanations, his father would feel somewhat comforted. Yet surprisingly, Pei Li appeared even more distressed. Why am I so useless, so inept, so unworthy? I must depend on my own son for protection. He often reveled in the thought that despite the early demise of his beloved wife, he had raised their 2 children well and left behind a substantial inheritance for them. Yet, he had not anticipated that he would be the true fool in this narrative. That's enough. You know how I feel. I detest comforting others. Pei Jin Zhao said lightly. Yes, done for. Paley exclaimed as a sudden thought struck him. What about your granduncle? That old fellow was quite the spectacle before, wasn't he? Where are you going? Pei Jin Zhao asked, observing his father abruptly rise and head towards the door. To dig up a grave. Upon returning to the Lu residence, it became evident that the family was indeed absent, leaving only Lu Jinyao, a solitary injured figure sitting forlornly in the living room, appearing both pitiful and helpless. Sister, you've finally returned. I was about to perish from boredom, Lu Jinyao exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Lu Zhifu enter. It's only been 2 hours, after such a short time apart. Why have you become so clingy? Lu Yuanheng, who followed a few steps behind, couldn't help but tease. I don't care. I just want someone to keep me company, she replied, feeling suffocated by her inability to do anything after her injury. Is just anyone enough? I suspect you only want your sister by your side, he remarked, surprised by her sudden affection for Lu Zhifu, who had only recently returned. Yes. I want my sister with me. I have questions to ask her. Lu Jinyao believed that with her sister's formidable status, she would surely possess unique insights regarding the clandestine accounts and the underground dealings of the Lu family. She hoped for her sister's guidance, feeling no fear that her sister might usurp her minor influence within the family. Very well, shall we head to your room now? Lu Zhifu replied in a gentle tone, laced with evident affection. Sure, let us go. As for the overlooked Lu Yuanheng, he could only shake his head in resignation, conceding, all right, I won't delay your sisterly bonding. Zhifu, I shall introduce you to some new friends tomorrow. Okay, uncle. Lu Zhifu nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, the 2 sisters left him behind, retreating to Lu Jinyao's room for several hours of conversation. As they chatted, the topic inevitably turned to the troublesome Xin Zhou group. Sister, do you think those 2 old codgers are up to no good again? Possibly. They are unlikely to relent easily. I just wonder what angle they will pursue. Let us wait a few days. Once our parents have completely replaced their faction within the company, it will be their turn. Have our parents already arranged for someone to deal with them? Yes. The remaining 2 from our family's elder council, but it's not so much about dealing with them as it is about containment. Those 2 old foxes have deep roots, making them difficult to handle. Though perhaps it may not even come to that? Lu Zhifu suddenly countered. Sister? What do you mean? Perhaps someone will ally with them and turn against the Lu family, Lu Zhifu suggested, ruffling Lu Jinyao's hair. Not everyone is as loyal to the Lu family as you are. That's right. Lu Jinyao took it as a compliment, puffing up with pride. In any case, caution is paramount. Yes, understood. Excuse me for a moment. I need to take a call, Lu Zhifu said as her phone rang, revealing a call from Yu Chen. All right, sister. Half a minute later, Lu Zhifu hung up the phone and turned to Lu Jinyao. You should rest well. I need to head to the Jiao Huang Association for a bit. Is there a problem? It's a minor issue. No need for concern. All right. Uncle Zhou should still be present. Though curious, Lu Jinyao knew this was not the time for inquiries, so she merely offered a reminder. Okay. Subsequently, Lu Zhifu set out alone, driving towards the territory of the Jiao Huang Association. Upon her arrival, she was reverently welcomed by her subordinates. As she entered the main hall, the atmosphere felt exceptionally tense, with 2 factions poised against each other. One side was led by Yu Chen, comprising the Dark Phoenix assassins, while the opposing side was led by Zhou Shikuan and his Night Owl guards. However, Zhou Shikuan had brought only a few men, clearly at a disadvantage. On the ground lay 2 bodies, both belonging to the Dark Phoenix. Miss, Zhou Shikuan exclaimed upon seeing her, as if he had found a pillar of support. Though previously unaware of her capabilities, he felt assured she could resolve the current crisis as the superior of the Jiao Huang Association's leader. Sir, you've arrived, Yu Chen said, immediately tempering his demeanor to one of submission. Repeat that. What has transpired? Sir, it would be best for your family's steward to explain, Yu Chen suggested, gesturing towards Zhou Shikuan. He had briefed the young lady over the phone, and it was only fair that Zhou Shikuan be given the opportunity to present the facts, lest he be accused of misrepresenting the situation. The young lady remarked, during our negotiations, 2 individuals from the Jiao Huang society perished, and this occurred without any outsiders present. Thus, Brother Yu Chen has firmly concluded that we are the culprits. At this juncture, Yu Chen interjected, in previous instances, according to the organization's rules, we would have executed you without hesitation. It is only due to the favor of my esteemed master that we are granting you the opportunity to explain yourself. So, was it you? Lu Zhifu directed her gaze towards Zhou Shikuan. She was acutely aware of Yu Chen's intense reaction, for she understood the stringent rules of the Dark Phoenix Society, particularly regarding the mid to lower tier members. Infighting offered no advantages, thus eliminating that possibility. Consequently, the issue must lie with Zhou Shikuan's subordinates. No, Zhou Shikuan, am utterly loyal to the Lu family. The Jiu Huang Society operates under your influence and was specifically designated by the second miss for long-term collaboration. I would never engage in such a reprehensible act. Such actions would yield no benefit for me. And what of them? Can you vouch for their loyalty? Lu Zhifu inquired, her gaze shifting to the several dark guards of the Lu family behind him. I cannot guarantee their absolute loyalty, Zhou Shikuan admitted candidly. However, these individuals have been under my personal training for the past decade, supervised by the second miss. They would not easily betray the Lu family. In truth, the occurrence of such an event was entirely unforeseen for him, leaving him perplexed. Before Lu Zhifu's arrival, the Jiu Huang Society members exuded a palpable aura of menace. He had no doubt that, had it not been for his connection to the young lady, they would have indeed eliminated him. I shall grant you one more chance. Tell me, do you have any connection to this incident? Returning to the young lady, I assure you, both I and the second miss are completely oblivious to this matter. Lu Zhifu's attention fell upon Yu Chen. What do you say? I am equally convinced that the perpetrator lies among them, Yu Chen asserted with unwavering certainty. Zhou Shikuan wished to elucidate further. I trust you can discern the proficiency of our night owl guards. The members of the Jiu Huang Society are predominantly skilled. What grounds do they have to silently assassinate 2 individuals on your territory? Moreover, eliminating 2 inconsequential members of the Jiu Huang Society, what purpose does that serve? Chapter 54. The reason for betrayal. Even so, evidence cannot be fabricated. Although the Jiu Huang Society is still in the process of renovation and expansion, our surveillance cameras have captured every moment, and the extraction and matching of fingerprints from the murder weapon will soon yield results. Yu Chen turned to Lu Zhifu. I implore you to be patient. In no more than 5 minutes, all pertinent evidence shall be presented before you. Lu Zhifu nodded, sensing that Yu Chen's confidence was bolstered, and she indeed trusted her people. Meanwhile, Zhou Shikuan felt an uncomfortable sensation creeping up his spine. Having only half an hour elapsed, he was already drenched in cold sweat. He could not help but question the loyalty of his own subordinates and turned to confront them. This is your final opportunity to provide an explanation. Should the young lady uncover the truth, your fate will be far worse. He could not suppress his apprehension about how he would explain this to the young lady, fearing it might jeopardize her relationship with the second Mississippi. The dark guards lowered their heads, unwilling to speak. It appeared no one would confess. The atmosphere grew thick with tension once more. Lu Zhifu approached the 2 corpses, scrutinizing them closely before arriving at her own conclusion. Both had been slain without any defense by a single, precise strike. The assailant was no ordinary individual and was undoubtedly among those present. Though the deceased were lesser assassins trained by the Dark Phoenix Society, they surpassed the capabilities of the Lu family's dark guards. To dispatch them with a single blow, the assailant must possess skills akin to Yu Chen's level of expertise, of which there was currently only one in the entire Jiu Huang Society. Yet, Lu Zhifu knew it could not be him. As for the true identity of the perpetrator, that revelation would soon unfold. 3 minutes later, the head of the Jiu Huang Society's Information Division presented the complete evidence. Whether from restored surveillance footage or the matching of fingerprints on the murder weapon, all indications pointed to one of the Night Owl members. He had acted independently during the negotiations, taking advantage of the dispersed positioning of the teams, exhibiting highly professional skills as he swiftly eliminated 2 members of the Jiu Huang Society. He intended to continue his assault when Yu Chen noticed him, prompting a hasty retreat to rejoin the group. Mere seconds later, Zhou Shikuan approached them to inquire about the situation. Having rejoined the ranks, he had not attracted Zhou Shikuan's suspicion. Half a minute later, the members of the Jiu Huang Society, filled with hostility, surrounded them entirely. Ultimately, this led to the standoff that Lu Zhifu had witnessed. Upon realizing this, Zhou Shikuan felt the blood drain from his face. Indeed, a problem had arisen from his side. My lord, I have stated all along that the villain lies among them. You see, how shall we resolve this? Yu Chen's gaze was frigid. The murder of his comrades weighed heavily on his heart. Lu Zhifu rose, slowly advancing toward the perpetrator. Perhaps the aura she exuded was too formidable. As the other members of the Night Owl hastily retreated, granting her passage, refraining from even a whisper. They had not fathomed that the traitor was indeed among them. The individual in question was in for a perilous fate, praying that it would not implicate them. The man stood his ground, not flinching as Lu Zhifu approached, though a flicker of panic crossed his countenance. "What is your name?" "Dark Seven." "Is that a title derived from the Lu family's ranking of dark guards?" "Surely. You possess another name. It would be unreasonable for one of your prowess to be known solely by this designation." Zhou Shikuan scrutinized Dark Seven, his eyes betraying a hint of malice. He recognized that he had not cultivated such talent himself. Previously, Dark Seven had been one of the more inconspicuous members of his cohort. Now it appeared he had been concealing his true abilities. The Lu family's dark guards were meticulously selected and trained from a young age, spending nearly 2 decades in a private training facility cut off from the outside world. Having been brainwashed and even administered long-term toxins, sworn to lifelong loyalty to the Lu family. The Lu family had treated them well. He could not comprehend why Dark Seven would choose to hide his talents and betray them. He had always been efficient in his duties within the Lu family, yet today, before the young lady, he had been outmaneuvered by his own subordinate. Dark Seven had evidently not expected to be seen through by Lu Zhifu, nor did he dare to meet her gaze. "Young lady, what are you saying? I do not comprehend. I have been trained by the Lu family since I can remember. And of course, my loyalty is to the Lu family." "Is that so? Then who incited you to commit murder?" "Knowing full well the intricate connections between the Zhou Huang society and myself, why would you deliberately sow discord? With such actions, how can you claim to be loyal to the Lu family?" Lu Zhifu, of course, would not take his words at face value. The individual orchestrating this must possess a significant identity to command a dark guard trained by Zhou Shikuan for over a decade.
No.
It should rather be asked what kind of master could entice one of his own to willingly lie in ambush beneath Zhou Shikuan's command for so many years. Dark Seven hung his head in silence, exuding an air of defiance. "Stubborn are we?" Yu Chen scoffed. "My lord, perhaps it would be best to entrust him to me first. I have my methods to make him speak." "Very well," Lu Zhifu acquiesced. As her words fell, members of the Zhou Huang society surged forward to seize Dark Seven, claiming it was for interrogation, though their true intent was to vent their frustrations. Naturally, Dark Seven was unwilling to comply, and upon witnessing the aggressive approach of his captors, he resolved to reveal his prowess, engaging in a fierce battle against multiple assailants. Indeed, he possessed considerable skill, managing to navigate the onslaught with surprising agility. His movements were so fluid that one could not discern any trace of his training. The skills honed by the Lu family had been mastered by him to perfection, and his strikes were both decisive and ruthless. Alas, such a talent ultimately betrayed the Lu family. Just as Enchi attempted to make his escape amidst the chaos, Yu Chun intervened with swiftness and ferocity that surpassed his own, subduing him within mere exchanges. Was he in such haste to seek his own demise? Very well. I shall oblige. Realizing that escape was futile, and she could only shout at Zhou Shikuan, "Boss, for the past 20 years. When have we ever gone against your and the young lady's wishes? Did you not promise to protect me once our objectives were achieved? Why must I bear the brunt of this alone now?" Zhou Shikuan trembled with rage. "What the hell are you talking about?" He was taken aback by Enchi's audacity to accuse him. "Continue," Lu Zhifu interrupted, gesturing for Enchi to proceed. "If the young lady does not believe my words, let her investigate. Since your return, I have only accompanied the boss on this one outing. I was previously confined to the training room and had no opportunity to interact with anyone outside the Lu family." Zhou Shikuan numbly nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was the case. Yet this raised a question in his mind. Why? The Night Owls were under his direct command, and even the second young lady supervised them. None of the 3 young masters could bypass him and the second young lady to issue orders directly. Could it be the second young lady herself? Zhou Shikuan was momentarily shocked by his own thoughts. However, upon deeper reflection, it seemed improbable. Even if the second young lady had issues with the eldest lady, she would not resort to such drastic measures. She was not that foolish. Chapter 55, The Lu Family Training Camp. So you imply that the mastermind is indeed a member of the Lu family? Lu Zhifu pondered, acknowledging that this was the only remaining possibility. I mean, the mastermind is Zhou Shikuan and the second young lady behind him. Have you not considered that a person as domineering as the second young lady would never tolerate your existence? And she enunciated each word, particularly emphasizing the last phrase. Zhou Shikuan was both astonished and enraged. He never expected Enchi to dare sow discord before him. He yearned to eliminate this nuisance immediately. Yet with the eldest lady standing before him, he could not act. Doing so would raise suspicions of murder, making explanations all the more difficult. He hoped the eldest lady would not doubt him, nor the second young lady. "Oh, so it appears your ultimate aim is to incite discord," Lu Zhifu remarked coolly. Enchi's expression froze. He was unprepared for her to be so difficult to deceive. "If the young lady insists on deluding herself, there is little I can do." Lu Zhifu scoffed softly, then feigned epiphany. "You have inadvertently reminded me of something, since you have not interacted with outsiders during this period, and have only been in contact with Zhou Shikuan, if he is not the culprit. It indicates that someone from the Lu family is hiding too deeply and has been issuing orders covertly, undetected even by Zhou Shikuan. Alternatively, you may have received some subtle hints, neither written communication nor face-to-face exchanges, that are elusive to trace, akin to the peculiar events of the past few days." Lu Zifu's tone remained calm, her gaze devoid of emotional fluctuations, as if she had already seen through it all. What did the young lady mean to convey? Enchi's heart tightened, and he dared not speak further. How was she so perceptive? It seemed that everything he had said previously had fallen on deaf ears. "Of course. I am speculating on whose orders you might have received and in what form," she teased, leaning closer. "Recently, there have been some particularly suggestive occurrences. Perhaps it pertains to someone's return?" Her words made Enchi's body tense up completely. In front of Lu Zhifu, his psychological fortitude was insufficient. Even a slight provocation revealed his true state. "If it were you, then indeed, you have not betrayed the Lu family. Everything would make sense, would it not?" Zhou Shikuan grasped the implications of Lu Zhifu's words and, in shock, instinctively retorted, "Is the young lady suspecting the second master? That is impossible." The second master he referred to was, of course, Lu Yuanheng. Over the years, Zhou Shikuan had observed Lu Yuanheng's character. He treated the head of the family, the matriarch, the young masters and young ladies, and even their subordinates, with utmost respect. If he had any ulterior motives towards the Lu family, he would have acted long ago. Instead of revealing flaws only now due to this incident, I merely asked casually to gauge his reaction. Lu Zhifu's face bore no expression, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. However, if Lu Yuanheng were not involved, and with the elders not in the country and Lu Baishan having retreated to the Xinzhou group, could the reach of their influence extend so far? Not only now, but even in the past, it seemed implausible. Zhou Shikuan was fully aware of this, which only deepened his confusion. He was unwilling to believe that a member of the Lu family could be behind this. Just as Zhou Shikuan was about to press for answers, Enchi suddenly bled from his mouth and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. All present were momentarily stunned. His death was indeed quite abrupt. He must have ingested poison in advance, and it was now taking effect. Yu Chen stepped forward to examine the situation and reached a conclusion. He died just like that. It truly is a fitting end for him. Zhou Shikuan's heart sank. He knelt before Lu Zhifu. "Young lady, it is my failure to manage my subordinates that nearly led to disaster. I am at your mercy." Seeing that Lu Zhifu remained silent, he gritted his teeth and drew a knife. "Young lady, I shall sever my own arm to atone to you and the brothers of the Nine Phoenix Society." He aimed for his arm and struck down fiercely, only to be interrupted by Yu Chen, who kicked him to the ground. "The adults have yet to speak. Why the urgency?" After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhifu made a decision. "Let the punishment be postponed for now. The murderer is dead, and the mastermind still requires investigation. You are of use to us. Once we uncover the truth, I shall ensure they are avenged." Zhou Shikuan was, after all, a valuable asset to the Lu family and had a close relationship with Lu Jinyao. If the mastermind was truly skilled, he could not bear the full brunt of the blame. For the sake of family ties, she would let him off this time. "What do you think?" she inquired of Yu Chen. "Of course, it is up to the adults. I have no objections," Yu Chen replied, now notably compliant. In their line of work, casualties were inevitable during missions, and there were no deep bonds among them. Losing 2 members was merely a minor setback. The adult had promised to avenge them. So what more could he say? Keep a close watch on those 2 from the Xinzhou group. Ascertain whether today's events were orchestrated by them. "Understood, my lord." This directive was aimed at Zhou Shikuan. He was somewhat taken aback, but quickly got to his feet to follow Lu Zhifu. "Thank you, young lady. Are we returning to the Lu family now?" To the Night Owls, the Lu family's private training camp, we may uncover something and simultaneously cleanse the hidden pests. The prospect of revealing pests made Zhou Shikuan's face flush with embarrassment. He had believed everything was under his control, with all his subordinates utterly loyal. Only to have reality deliver a harsh blow, he did not even know who the enemy truly was. It was terrifying. The Lu family training camp lay deep within the Xiun mountain range in the northwest outskirts of the capital, characterized by its complex and treacherous terrain. The outer 3 kilometers were laden with surveillance and traps, with a sensor network camouflaged as a natural environment forming a deadly perimeter. The entire mountain's interior had been hollowed out into an inverted conical structure, with the training camp embedded within the conical cavity. Lu Zhifu and Zhou Shikuan arrived without a hint of forewarning. Upon their entrance, no one was there to greet them. The surrounding area was exceedingly tranquil. Only the gatekeeper, upon recognizing Zhou Shikuan, promptly granted them passage, casting several curious glances at Lu Zhifu. It was a rarity for anyone outside the Lu family to visit, and it was only natural to assume that the young lady accompanying Zhou was the esteemed eldest daughter. Although their group of shadow guards had never laid eyes on her before, they had heard numerous tales about her from others. After all, she was considered the new master, and they were quite intrigued by her presence. Miss, it is currently the training period. They are all concentrated in the area of the back mountain. Would you like to take a look? Zhou Shikuan's demeanor towards her had grown increasingly respectful. Let us proceed, Lu Zhifu replied, glancing back at the few shadow guards trailing behind before instructing Zhou Shikuan to secure the area and conduct a thorough inspection. Although she had not perceived any immediate issues, it was always prudent to exercise caution. Understood, Zhou Shikuan nodded. Chapter 56. Assessing your capabilities. As they walked, Lu Zhifu surveyed the layout of the training camp. Overall, it was quite commendable. In the entirety of Z country, perhaps only the Lu family could boast such an establishment. Are you certain that the eyes of Lu Baishan and his associates have not infiltrated this place? Each member of the Lu family was responsible for a relatively autonomous area, their reach not extending too far. While there may have been prior breaches, they had likely been eradicated recently. Zhou Shikuan was cautious not to overstate his confidence, hedging his words with should. In the time surrounding Miss Lu's return, we have dismissed countless individuals, leaving behind only the loyal.
Indeed.
But how many experts like Dark Seven still remain? Lu Zhifu's tone bore a hint of amusement. Zhou Shikuan hesitated, genuinely unsure how to respond. Furthermore, with Dark Seven as an exception, there might be others concealed within. I will assess their skills shortly and see how well you have trained them.
Oh.
And if you trust me, please send your information block to the 9 Phoenix Society for an inspection and enhancement. Given that even the shadow guards you trained are problematic, it stands to reason that there are vulnerabilities elsewhere. The eldest lady is undoubtedly trustworthy. I will instruct my men to carry out the task immediately. They had not traveled far when they arrived at the training grounds. The arena was divided into several sections, with a central platform designated for combat demonstrations. The western wall of the platform was adorned with a weapon rack, showcasing an array of cold weapons arranged in circular compartments, while the eastern wall displayed various commonly used firearms. At that moment, the instructors were conducting a lesson, showcasing a sparring match for the students, and the surrounding seats were nearly filled. Observing the agile movements of the 2 foreign instructors, Lu Zhifu remarked, "Not bad. It seems they have employed retired foreign mercenaries." How did the eldest lady discern that? Zhou Shikuan inquired, astonished, for those 2 instructors had served the Lu family for at least a decade, having long shed their mercenary traits and habits. I had prior knowledge. The 2 instructors, possessing keen eyes, recognized their presence on the periphery and halted their actions, drawing the gaze of the audience, who reacted with minimal surprise upon seeing Zhou Shikuan, as he often visited. However, they were taken aback to find that the young lady accompanying him was not the second daughter. A murmur of speculation arose among the crowd. Word has it that the second and eldest daughters are at odds. Could this be true? We have always been managed by Steward Zhou and the second daughter. Now that the eldest daughter has suddenly appeared, could it be for a transition of power? They say she knows nothing. Why has she come to such a confidential place so soon? After all, she is a blood relative of the Lu family, while the second daughter is merely an outsider. Perhaps the authority she holds will gradually shift to the eldest daughter. That cannot be. I only acknowledge Steward Zhou and then the second daughter. What right does she have to surpass them? How can someone so inexperienced take over the Night Owls? Indeed, wasn't the eldest daughter also loyal to the second? Has loyalty changed so swiftly? Miss, shall we proceed? Zhou Shikuan was uncertain if Lu Zhifu truly intended to personally test the abilities of the guards, especially since he had never witnessed her in action, and there was a twinge of concern in his heart. What if she were to sustain an injury? Of course, why not? Lu Zhifu confidently stepped onto the combat platform, her resolve unwavering against the collective gaze of the crowd. The two instructors appeared surprised and cautiously inquired, "Are you the eldest lady?" Zhou Shikuan followed suit, affirming, "Yes, this is our esteemed eldest daughter of the Lu family." "Greetings, eldest lady," the two instructors responded politely. "Esteemed lady, this is Coach Aylin, and this is Coach Sharon, responsible for the daily training of the shadow guards," Zhou Shikuan introduced. Lu Zhifu nodded in acknowledgement. "Gentlemen, would you mind if I assess the results of your training at this moment?" The instructors were momentarily taken aback, yet quickly regained composure. "Eldest lady, how would you like to assess? Let them demonstrate a few fundamental moves collectively." "That is certainly feasible." Thus, the two instructors swiftly organized over 100 shadow guards to assemble in the spacious arena, forming a square formation as they followed the rhythm set by their coaches to execute several sets of punches and lethal techniques. Lu Zhifu stood atop the platform, observing silently. Zhou Shikuan did not quite grasp her intentions, but wisely refrained from speaking. Upon completion of the demonstration, the instructors approached her. "Eldest lady, are you satisfied?" "Merely adequate," she replied with a hint of disdain. With that single remark, she offended the majority present. They held a sense of pride, for their caliber was considered elite among the prominent families in Z country. Even within the realm of organized crime, they were formidable. The two instructors themselves were renowned figures on the international mercenary rankings. Even when the second daughter had previously attended, she had praised them profusely. So why did Lu Zhifu feel entitled to critique their prowess? If anyone was truly lacking, it was likely her. How could someone so uninformed dare to express disdain? Though the crowd simmered with indignation, their training had instilled discipline, and they refrained from voicing their grievances before Lu Zhifu. The two instructors exchanged forced smiles. "What level of skill does the esteemed lady deem satisfactory?" Lu Zhifu scanned the assembled individuals, capturing the defiance in their eyes. "Let us do this. I will select 10 individuals from among you, and they shall attack me collectively. If even a single blow manages to wound me, I shall concede defeat." Zhou Shikuan was the first to voice his dissent. "Eldest lady, 1 against 10 is far too perilous." He had anticipated that even if she wished to compete, it would only be a one-on-one match. What would he say to the master and mistress if she were harmed? The two instructors were equally quick to refuse. "No, eldest lady, you are far too precious. How could you possibly compete against them? Let them spar amongst themselves." With their egos inflated, they remained oblivious to their own limitations. Without a proper humbling, they would not grasp their true capabilities. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Is this how the eldest lady speaks so boldly? I have never witnessed such arrogance. Observing her delicate demeanor, one might fear that a mere gentle shove could send her flying. How could she dare to utter such words as to face 10 individuals alone? Yet, she remains their master, compelling them to exercise utmost caution. It is uncertain how much leniency would suffice to prevent her from harm. Chapter 57. She came specifically for him. What's the matter? Afraid? Afraid? Not at all. I'm here, only hoping that when the young lady is struck, she won't sulk and complain. Among them, one unable to contain his temper had already stepped forward. Lu Zhifu let out a disdainful snort, declaring, "Crying and complaining is out of the question. Besides, I mentioned that I would select, and you weren't chosen, so step aside." The individual's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not utter another word, retreating back into the ranks in frustration. It seemed others whispered amongst themselves, "Only she can choose," perhaps deliberately selecting the weakest to assert her authority before us. Lu Zhifu paid no heed to their murmurs or glances, immersing herself in the selection process. A minute later, she had chosen 10 individuals. Among them were those of varying strengths, yet collectively, their prowess was formidable. At this point, silence reigned. All awaited the spectacle. They even began to doubt if Lu Zhifu intended to engage seriously, suspecting she merely wished to perform. Zhou Shikuan observed her selections with contemplative curiosity. "All right, let the battle commence," Lu Zhifu announced, positioning herself at the center of the arena. "Begin. Choose your weapons and give it your all. Do not let me look down upon you." Despite her words, only one individual dared to step forward for a one-on-one confrontation. "Young lady, please enlighten me." Tilting her head, Lu Zhifu remarked, "It seems you all underestimate me." Upon hearing this, the first challenger hesitated not, lunging forward to deliver a powerful punch. Choosing to fight unarmed was a grave miscalculation. Lu Zhifu barely moved. She merely sidestepped slightly, deftly intercepting his arm with her right hand, firmly grasping it. With a swift kick aimed at his knee, she sent him crashing to the ground. What appeared to be a simple maneuver revealed to the struck individual the magnitude of her strength. Yet, before he could register his astonishment, he sprang up, attempting to retaliate. However, as he rose, Lu Zhifu seized his wrist and twisted it violently. The sound of bones snapping echoed. Next, her voice was calm and unyielding. The audience was rendered speechless. Is this real? Has it ended so swiftly? Could it be that this young lady possesses genuine skill? Yet, they leaned towards believing that the first assailant had intentionally held back. Otherwise, how could he have fallen so easily before her? The second challenger was evidently more wary, resolved not to show her any mercy. Thus, he unleashed his full strength upon her. Lu Zhifu frowned deeply, shaking her head. Such disobedience. I instructed you all to use weapons, yet you persist in disregarding my words. To attempt to harm her without armament was utterly absurd. Confronting the second attacker, Lu Zhifu advanced rather than retreating, employing a strategy of yielding to his fiercest blows, then seizing the opportunity to deliver a devastating strike to his elbow, dislocating his arm. Next, Zhou Shirkuan was astonished. This young lady is indeed formidable. Good heavens, he thought, I have trained for decades. How could I not see that her victory was crushing? Even without employing a fraction of her true strength? The two instructors were equally dumbfounded, sensing that this seemingly fragile girl possessed skills rivaling their prime. She must have undergone professional training. Who was she, truly? At this moment, the remaining 8 dared not underestimate her any longer. One individual approached the weapons rack, retrieving a long blade, and declared, "Young lady, be cautious. A blade knows no mercy." She responded nonchalantly, awaiting his move. The third challenger attacked fiercely, his strikes swift and relentless. As his blade descended, the force of his strikes seemed to push Lu Zhifu back. Just as he reveled in his apparent advantage, Lu Zhifu executed the same maneuver, effortlessly gripping his wrist, twisting it until the blade slipped from his grasp. "Fool, you celebrated too soon." She chuckled lightly, catching the falling weapon, reversing its orientation before delivering a powerful blow to his chest that sent him sprawling several meters away. Next, are you certain you do not wish to join forces? Two individuals exchanged glances, each grabbing a weapon and launching their assault simultaneously. One wielded nunchaku from the left, the other brandished 2 daggers from the right. Lu Zhifu twirled her wrist, the long blade flying from her grasp, aimed at the face of the one with nunchaku, compelling him to hurriedly deflect. Meanwhile, she deftly sidestepped the dagger wielder's attack, seizing his collar, and with a powerful throw, sent him crashing into his startled companion, who remained half-kneeling in disbelief. What on earth? Is that strength even humanly possible? Not just him. At this moment, the entire assembly began to question their existence. One individual, refusing to accept defeat, seized a hammer and charged at her from behind with ferocity. Yet, as if anticipating his move, she evaded with ghostly grace, rolling on the ground before launching herself into the air, delivering a powerful kick to his chin. Unbalanced, he toppled to the ground. In a matter of mere moments, only one remained standing in the arena, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. Who is she? How can she be this powerful? Good heavens, the young lady is magnificent. I'm utterly enamored. What should I do if I want to join the fray? No wonder she was so audacious. It turned out we truly were inept. Though I haven't fought, I genuinely admire her. May I follow her henceforth? She seems exceptionally skilled, surpassing us all. With only one challenger remaining, the crowd recognized him as the weakest of the 10. Indeed, he lacks the strength. It's a guaranteed loss. Young lady, let this suffice. We concede. We surrender. Many began to call out, urging Lu Zhifu to halt. The solitary figure atop the stage bore an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, young lady. My abilities are insufficient. I shall not embarrass myself before you. I concede. With that, he turned to exit the arena. Stop right there. I came specifically for you. The preceding challengers were merely a prelude. You cannot withdraw prematurely. A cold smile crept across Lu Zhifu's lips as she casually retrieved a chain from the weapon rack. His footsteps faltered, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Specifically for me? What does that mean? Zhou Shirkuan shared his confusion, pondering whether the young lady had discerned something amiss. Chapter 58. I shall use your head as a ball. Before he could comprehend the situation, Lu Zhifu swung the steel chain in her hand, coiling it towards him like a viper. In a panic, he attempted to evade, clearly struggling against her prowess. Lu Zhifu secretly curved her lips into a smile, then swiftly stepped forward and once again swung the iron chain, ensnaring it around his neck. He hardly resisted, and was successfully captured. With a forceful tug, she also closed the distance between them. In hushed tones that only the two of them could hear, she whispered, "Did you think I wouldn't kill you? You are mistaken. I have come to silence you, and you alone." His heart raced with shock, and he dared not hold back any longer, beginning to struggle fiercely.
Who are you?
How could someone with such skill possibly be the real young lady of the Lu family? And why would she come to kill me without reason? Did you not guess?
And she has been exposed.
To avoid implicating those above, you must die. In that moment, her murderous intent was unmistakable. Realizing that the girl before him genuinely intended to kill him, he instinctively fought back, matching her blow for blow. Each strike was imbued with a fierce determination, even carrying a sense of wanting to eliminate her in one decisive move. That must be San up there, right? When did he become so formidable? Able to exchange blows with the young lady? Just moments ago, she dispatched several opponents in the blink of an eye. It was indeed him. Had he not previously been nearly at the bottom? If he had revealed such skills earlier, how could they have been defeated? I still believe the others were holding back. Now, with the less competent San sparring against the young lady, we are witnessing their true capabilities. The individuals who had been defeated earlier watched with complex expressions, for only those who had been struck could truly comprehend the young lady's formidable strength. This indicated that San had certainly been concealing his prowess. What was the purpose of such an act? Was he afraid of drawing too much attention? Zhou Shikuan observed this and quickly grasped Lu Zhifu's intent. Astounded by how swiftly she had located Chi's accomplice, he hurriedly sought to retrieve all information regarding the two of them. The duel continued on stage. Lu Zhifu, intent on toying with him, dragged it out, denying him both victory and the opportunity to escape. He gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "You are not the young lady at all. Who are you truly?" "You are correct. I am indeed not. I have already stated that I am sent by those above to deal with you. Under the guise of the young lady, should I inadvertently kill you during this contest, no one would think twice." San's heart sank. At the same time, he silently cursed Chi for being a fool, exposing himself and dragging him down with him. He had done nothing wrong, yet now he faced extermination. Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent stirred within him. The girl before him appeared formidable, yet he reasoned that she was not vastly stronger than himself. Thus he could easily kill her by chance and then expose her impersonation of the young lady, perhaps even turning it into a significant achievement. With this thought, he indeed acted upon it. The two coaches, sensing the imminent danger, sought to intervene. If anything were to happen to the young lady, none of them could bear the consequences. As San unleashed his full strength, his attacks becoming increasingly fierce and ruthless, Lu Zhifu gradually elevated her defensive techniques, continuing to prolong the encounter. It was only when he resorted to hidden weapons, which she deftly evaded, that his true capabilities and identity were laid bare before the onlookers. Seeing the situation escalate, the two coaches immediately joined forces to subdue him. Lu Zhifu did not feel the need to further showcase her strength. Instead, she turned to Zhou Shikuan and waved her hand. "Uncle Zhou, this person poses a problem. He may be our only lead. Take him away for thorough interrogation." "Understood." "Young lady." Upon hearing Zhou Shikuan's address, San was taken aback. Was she truly the young lady? Why then was he being captured? He had done nothing wrong. How could he have been discovered? Hadn't she betrayed him as well? The others were still somewhat bewildered. "Manager Zhou, what is the matter? Isn't San a problem?" The two coaches could hardly believe it. After all, he was someone they had nurtured for over a decade. Although he had deliberately concealed his abilities, it was indeed suspicious. "Indeed, the young lady has come specifically to help us eliminate traitors," Zhou Shikuan explained to the group. Then hurriedly approached Lu Zhifu. "Young lady, is there anyone else who poses a problem?" Lu Zhifu's icy gaze swept over everyone, causing their hearts to constrict. They all had their issues.
What?
Zhou Shikuan was stunned. "Your abilities are too lacking. Strengthen your training." "Oh, understood." Just as Lu Zhifu was about to leave without detecting any further issues, the two coaches approached her. "Young lady, wait a moment." Their expressions were somewhat apprehensive. "We wish to inquire about your training background." Have you perhaps undergone any mercenary training, among other things? Though Lu Zhifu had not displayed any overtly remarkable skills on stage, they still perceived her every movement as exceptionally professional. Perhaps she was even one of their own. Having retreated from the field for many years, they were not well acquainted with the current industry landscape. Even if she were not a mercenary, she must have certainly received other specialized training. Perhaps. Why do you ask? Nothing. Just a bit curious. The two coaches, seeing that Lu Zhifu had no intention of elaborating further, prudently fell silent. In truth, they even harbored a stubborn desire to spar with her. However, the words remained unspoken. Upon returning to the Lu residence, it was still relatively early, and her parents and brother had not yet returned. Lu Jinyao had been waiting anxiously, her heart filled with a vague sense of unease. Upon spotting Lu Zhifu, she waved enthusiastically, "Sister, I'm over here. Come sit." Lu Zhifu settled beside her, with Zhou Shikuan standing nearby. "How did things go? Uncle Zhou, please tell her. I need a moment to sip some tea and rest. At least I did get some exercise on the training ground." Zhou Shikuan then recounted the sequence of events, not forgetting to apologize for any shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyao's expression soured significantly. How could someone exploit the situation to sow discord between them? She cautiously glanced at Lu Zhifu. "Sister, do you trust me? If I did not trust you, I would have long since removed your head and used it as a ball to kick the moment I laid eyes on you." Lu Zhifu elegantly set down her cup. Lu Jinyao gasped, "How can you be so brutal? It's terrifying." Yet she felt a wave of relief, glad that her sister did not harbor any resentment. If she were to uncover who was orchestrating this behind the scenes, she too would join her sister in removing that person's head and using it as a ball. Chapter 59. The White Glove Merchant Association. "Sister, you also mentioned uncle. Do you suspect him?" Although Lu Jinyao did not wish to doubt Lu Yuanheng, she felt the need to clear her own name first. As long as her sister did not suspect her, that was all that mattered. Hard to say. The emotions in Lu Zhifu's eyes were inscrutable. Lu Yuanheng was indeed a possibility. Yet, he had only just returned a day ago. There was no need for him to act so hastily. Moreover, the nature of her relationship with the Jiuhuang society was such that even Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu were kept in the dark. Lu Yuanheng likely did not possess the means to uncover it. Could it be that she had overlooked something? Overall, the sensation of being targeted was thoroughly unpleasant. What shall we do next? Let us await the interrogation results. My people are also investigating, and I trust it won't be long. Just be vigilant. There may be spies within the Lu family. Very well, sister. You should take a moment to rest. I shall discuss the management matters regarding the night owl with Uncle Zhou. Additionally, due to my injuries, I've been resting for several days and have had to decline numerous social events. If you have the time, would you consider attending in my stead? It would be beneficial for you to engage in such gatherings, as it would allow you to meet new acquaintances and solidify your standing in the circle. Or perhaps it would be best to forego it altogether. Do you not enjoy these events, sister? I have offended quite a few individuals at the Xie family banquet, and they likely do not wish to see me for the time being. Lu Zhifu smiled innocently. What transpired that I am unaware of? Lu Jinyao inquired, her curiosity piqued. Previously, Lu Zhifu had merely mentioned that someone had orchestrated a scheme which she had managed to defuse, without divulging further details. Surely there must have been something rather amusing that led to such a fallout? I shall tell you more when I have the opportunity. For now, you should focus on addressing matters with Uncle Zhou. Very well. The next day, Lu Yuanheng stated he would take Lu Zhifu to meet a few old friends. Why not seize the opportunity? If we can manage to extract a little something as a meeting gift, that would be splendid, don't you think? Indeed, let us go. Lu Zhifu nodded obediently. Lu Jinyao, however, expressed her concerns. What old friends? I seem to recall that your uncle has quite the entourage of dubious acquaintances. Do not indulge too much in frivolity, and certainly do not lead your sister astray. Hey, do I strike you as someone so reckless and carefree? Quite so, in fact. Of all of us, you are the least reliable. Lu Zhifu chuckled, but remained silent. After a brief grooming session, she accompanied Lu Yuanheng as they ventured out. Initially, she worried that the individuals Lu Yuanheng intended to introduce her to might be those she had previously offended, but it turned out she had overthought the situation. The people they were to meet were not members of the elite social circles at all. Uncle, are you genuinely bringing me to meet your dubious friends? She jested. Jinyao warned me not to lead you astray, but it seems she may be the one to corrupt you first. Lu Yuanheng feigned displeasure before explaining, primarily. My elder brother and sister-in-law assigned me a small task, and I thought it would be nice to bring you along for a little outing. What sort of task? It pertains to family business. I heard that my brother and sister-in-law did not intend for you to be involved, but later realized you seemed to grasp quite a bit. Hence they asked me to introduce you to some matters in advance. Very well then, I look forward to seeing the world with you, uncle. They arrived at Financial Bay No. 1 in the heart of Kyoto, a seemingly understated glass-encased edifice. A rather peculiar name, the White Glove Chamber of Commerce, Lu Zhifu remarked. Ha ha ha, don't mind it. It was a name whimsically coined by a group of brothers during a drunken revelry. Would you care to join me inside? Certainly, uncle. Is this merely your friend's chamber of commerce, or does it have ties with our Lu family? Of course, it has connections with the Lu family. I ordinarily wouldn't need to make this trip. But the elder statesman who is supposed to handle the handover has been dispatched to keep an eye on the Shinjo group, which is why I am here. I see. Lu Zhifu nodded, deep in thought. It seemed he was indeed bringing her to broaden her horizons. This chamber of commerce was no ordinary establishment. She had come across some information regarding various powers in Kyoto and noted that while it presented itself as a reputable organization engaged in charitable auctions, it was, in reality, intertwined with money laundering networks and underground gambling operations. Thus, was the collaboration with the White Glove Chamber of Commerce one of the Lu family's covert connections? Perhaps forewarned, Lu Zhifu and Lu Yuanheng encountered no obstacles and were soon ushered into the reception area. Just a few minutes after sitting down, several individuals arrived, greeting Lu Yuanheng warmly. It's been years, Hung. What brings you here in person this time? It's rare for you, who seldom returns to the country, to remember us brothers. Having you make the trip personally suggests today, as affairs are of considerable significance. Only then did they notice Lu Zhifu seated beside him, their expressions shifting to surprise. Hung, who is this young lady beside you? They had assumed he was bringing along his niece, Lu Jinyao, who had previously attended formal events with them and was somewhat familiar with their circumstances. My eldest niece, Lu Zhifu.
Oh.
So she is the young lady of the Lu family. They suddenly understood. They had heard rumors of the long-lost Lu family heiress being found and well-protected, with few photographs in circulation, hence their inability to recognize her initially. Indeed. Lu Yuanheng nodded with a smile, proceeding to introduce Lu Zhifu to each individual.
Is she?
This is Yun Kei, a renowned philanthropist in Kyoto and one of the shareholders of the Chamber of Commerce. You may address him as Uncle Yun. Hello, Uncle Yun. Lu Zhifu had heard of this name, the former deputy chief prosecutor of the Kyoto Procuratorate, who had mysteriously vanished from the public eye for reasons unknown, and was surprised to see him here. This is Qin Shu, a prominent entrepreneur from Jiyuan City and also a shareholder of the chamber. You may call him Uncle Qin. Hello, Uncle Qin. This name sounded familiar to her as well. He was rumored to be a love child of the gambling king from Port City, masquerading as a businessman with a somewhat dubious reputation. The remaining individuals also bore various notable identities, with the introductions only scratching the surface of their backgrounds. Out of respect for Lu Yuanheng, Lu Zhifu politely acknowledged each of them, as they were indeed partners of the Lu family. The group was quite amiable, and after exchanging pleasantries, they began to tease Lu Yuanheng. Look at you. How could you not inform us that you were bringing your eldest niece for the first time? At the very least, we could have prepared some gifts for her. Then, addressing Lu Zhifu, they assured her, your uncle's niece is our niece too. Rest assured, we will not skimp on the gifts. Once this concludes, we will choose some nice items to send to the Lu residents. Thank you, dear uncles and aunts. Yun Kei regarded Lu Zhifu with approval, appreciating her poise and grace. This young lady of the Lu family is splendid, neither servile nor overbearing, dignified and courteous. As if struck by a sudden thought, he tentatively suggested, My dear, do you find it tedious to listen to us old fellows discuss matters? My troublesome son is accompanying me for some business. Perhaps you would like him to keep you company? Old rascal, did you know in advance and arrange this deliberately? Indeed. We seldom see you bring that precious son of yours along. How fortunate that he happens to be here today, and yet you claim it is unintentional. Had we known earlier, we would have brought our own children to showcase. I'm not that prescient. I can only say it is all a matter of fate. Lu Yuanheng laughed, turning to Lu Zhifu. Gigi, would you prefer to stay and listen, or go out for a breath of fresh air? It is entirely up to you. Lu Zhifu glanced at a notification on her phone, devoid of content but bearing a name, leading her to believe he might wish to discuss something urgent. Therefore, she replied, I'll step outside for some fresh air. You all continue your conversation. All right, be cautious. These are all long-standing partners of the Lu family, should anything arise. Do not hesitate to reach out to them. They are trustworthy. Understood. On the other side, Yun Guichen received a call from his father, compelling him to rise and step outside to answer. However, his companions were immediately discontented with this. Come on, dude, you just arrived and are already leaving? They were situated in an entertainment venue behind the White Glove Chamber of Commerce, which was also part of the Chamber's enterprises. Sometimes, business discussions would take place there, with the door opened for regular operations. An inconspicuous door connected the two spaces, facilitating movement for internal personnel. Yun Guichen had just bid farewell to Yun Kei and entered through this secret passage. A group of them were reveling with drinks in hand. My dad called. I need to take this. He was utterly perplexed about what troublesome matter his father would bring up this time, just as he had finally settled down to catch his breath. 2 minutes later, his friends witnessed him return with an expression of utter despair, half reclining on the sofa. What happened? They momentarily set aside their teasing and hurried over to inquire. My dad's friend brought a younger relative home, and he wants me to entertain her.
What?
Do you really have to go? What about us? They lamented, as they seldom gathered. Why not bring her here to join us? Exactly, since she is of our generation. Let us host her together. No way, Yun Guichen firmly declined. I'm afraid you might frighten her. Her? So, it's a younger sister? Does he want you to go on a blind date with her? No wonder he made such an effort to bring you out. They felt they had unraveled the mystery. There might be a hint of that, but you all know my stance. I truly have no thoughts on significant life matters at the moment, especially not fond of those wealthy young ladies. Dealing with them is quite bothersome. His demeanor was hardly charming to women, and his interests were far removed from those of the elite society. If he were to express them, he might even frighten someone off. Moreover, he had indeed been traumatized by past experiences, leading him to develop a stereotypical impression and psychological shadow regarding them. A wealthy young lady. So, a prominent family? You're quite fortunate, aren't you? Indeed, it is a prestigious family, which leaves me no room to decline. Among this circle, he was the only one with a slightly better family background, able to rely on his father. Nevertheless, while they possessed wealth, it paled in comparison to the illustrious Liu family. Which young lady is it? We mustn't treat her lightly. It's from the Liu family.
Damn.
You're really passing up such a splendid opportunity. If it were me, I would crawl into the Liu family's store. I'm not eager for this opportunity. Yun Guichen expressed his genuine irritation. His father was perpetually fretting over his future, incessantly urging him to accompany this young lady or that heiress, making him feel like a mere companion. Honestly, if you can charm her a little, perhaps you could bring her along for us to meet. I'm genuinely curious about the demeanor of the eldest daughter from a first-rate family. By the way, doesn't the Liu family have 2 young ladies? Which one are you supposed to meet? This question momentarily stumped Yun Guichen. He didn't know which one it was. Whichever one, I'm not interested anyway. Let us discuss the matters we need to address in the group chat later. I will keep an eye on my phone. With that, he turned and left, knowing he would be scolded by his father if he delayed. You little rascal, so indecisive. He walked away so quickly that he could no longer hear what his friends were saying behind him. After Zhifu was escorted out, she wandered around casually before opening her chat window. Genius brain, boss, be cautious these days. I've noticed an increase in fellow operatives heading to Z country's capital for missions. I wonder if they're after you. Zhifu. It can't be me. They lack the capability to uncover my whereabouts. Genius brain. What I mean is, they might be targeting the Liu family's young lady, not your external identity. After all, few would dare to take action against her, and the ones going weren't particularly well known. He was merely offering a warning. Zhifu. Then help me investigate if anyone has recently released contracts regarding the Liu family and how many have taken them. Genius brain. Got it, boss. But do take care. Be cautious not to go overboard. Otherwise, you might end up wanted in Z country. Zhifu was too lazy to reply further. So she pocketed her phone and began scrutinizing the eclectic crowd around her. The architecture was passable, but the clientele seemed to be a mixed bag. However, considering the nature of the White Glove Chamber's business, it was somewhat understandable. When Yun Guichen arrived at the general location provided by Yun Kei, he happened to spot Zhifu idly strolling about. From a distance, he was immediately captivated by her cool and aloof aura. Upon approaching and seeing her features more clearly, he was even more astonished. Wait, there's such a stunning beauty in Kyoto? I've never heard of her before. Could she be a star here to use the venue for filming? No, this was no ordinary place where one could just borrow space. To confirm, he even craned his neck to check for nearby cameras. Chapter 61. Someone's causing trouble. Zhifu had already noticed the sneaky figure lurking nearby, but chose to ignore him. In a place like this, it was normal to encounter all sorts of peculiar individuals, especially since he didn't seem to pose a threat. However, once Yun Guichen confirmed through a message to Yun Ke that Lu Zhifu was indeed the Lu family heiress he was meant to entertain, his mood soured once more. Beautiful women are often perilous. Was it too late for him to run now? She didn't appear particularly approachable either. Yet, recalling his father's earnest instructions, he steeled himself and approached her. "Excuse me, are you Miss Lu Zhifu?" He had met the more renowned Miss Lu Jinyao a few years prior, and the two did not seem alike. She must be the young lady who had just returned to the Lu family.
Yes.
Lu Zhifu assessed his age, and suddenly remembered that Yun Ke had mentioned wanting her to meet his son. Surely, this was the one. "Hello, Miss Lu. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yun Guichen, son of Yun Quebec. You must have seen each other inside just now." "Hello." Lu Zhifu's demeanor was rather cold. "Are you interested in this place? I could show you around, just going through the motions."
Sure.
Lu Zhifu nodded, appreciating having someone introduce her. However, throughout the tour, Yun Guichen felt as if he were seated on a bed of nails, uncomfortable, especially when he received a message from his father urging him to win over Lu Zhifu. Although Miss Lu was beautiful and not as haughty as he had imagined, she certainly was not his type. Was his father trying to play matchmaker? Moreover, if he truly married into a wealthy family, how would he enjoy his life thereafter? Lu Zhifu noticed his discomfort, but chose not to feign ignorance. Instead, she deliberately pointed it out. "What's wrong? Young Master Yun, you seem quite unwilling. Am I inconveniencing you?" Yun Guichen stumbled, nearly falling over. Is it really that blunt? Did he have no pride? Are these young ladies truly so difficult to manage? He mused, pondering their capricious tempers. "No, it's just that I am preoccupied with other matters," he stammered, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for potentially alarming Miss Lu.
Oh?
"What troubles you?" Yun Guichen secretly wondered why she insisted on probing deeper. What excuse could he concoct that would suffice? He certainly did not wish to offend the esteemed daughter of the Lu family upon their first encounter, lest his father discover and strip him of his skin. At that moment, a life-saving ringtone pierced the tension. Seeing that it was his good friend calling, Yun Guichen exhaled in relief and answered with feigned nonchalance. Internally, he applauded his friend's impeccable timing for coming to his rescue. "Where are you? Hurry back. Someone is causing a ruckus." The voice on the other end boomed, audible even to Lu Zhifu. Without giving it much thought, Yun Guichen took it as a convenient excuse. Relishing the effect it had, he quickly ended the call. "My apologies, Miss Lu. There seems to be a situation outside. I must take my leave." With that, he prepared to make his escape. "Wait a moment," Lu Zhifu called after him. "Someone is causing a disturbance? I would like to witness the commotion." What happened, Miss Lu? Who is causing the ruckus? I wish to see as well." With that, Lu Zhifu stepped forward, not forgetting to inquire, "Which direction?" "I shall lead the way." After much deliberation, Yun Guichen found it difficult to decline her request, fearing further inquiries he would struggle to deflect. Observing her bold demeanor, he reasoned it would be better to take her to the club, allowing his friends to entertain her and share the burden. As they approached, the commotion grew louder, accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of furniture being smashed. Suddenly, it dawned on him that, indeed, someone was wreaking havoc. He was eager to discover who was foolish enough to provoke trouble. It was exceedingly rare for anyone to cause a ruckus on the territory overseen by the White Glove Chamber of Commerce. Surely, they had not encountered a formidable adversary this time? He rushed inside, only to be met with chaos. The floor was in disarray, and two factions were glaring at one another, clearly having engaged in a brawl, with bruises adorning their faces. However, his friends appeared the worst for wear. "What are you doing here? Why are you causing trouble at the club?" Yun Guichen confronted them boldly, though trepidation lingered in his heart. The rival group numbered over 10, exuding a menacing aura, clearly seasoned in the ways of the underworld, and thus not to be trifled with. There were scant personnel at the club, and in his impulsiveness, he had forgotten to inform his father. He hoped desperately that his father would soon notice the uproar and come to their aid. Causing trouble? Wreaking havoc? The men suddenly erupted into laughter before calmly responding, "We are here to settle a score." Yun Guichen was momentarily taken aback. Settle a score? Whose score? Could it be that his father's dealings had drawn the ire of enemies? Yet, judging by the demeanor of these men, they were not yet bold enough to challenge the entire chamber. Or perhaps they sought revenge against one of his friends. "Brothers, let us discuss this amicably. Why resort to violence?" Yun Guichen implored, all the while discreetly sending a distress message to Yun Quebec. Meanwhile, his confusion deepened. It was unexpected. The club was closely linked to the chamber and typically had several bodyguards on duty. If an incident were to occur, those old-timers should have received word immediately. Why had no one arrived yet? Who wants to reason with you? Step aside, or I'll take you down too. A harsh voice pierced the air. Am I interrupting something? Zhifu stood there, her presence striking and captivating. All eyes turned to her in astonishment. Oi, where did this girl come from? What's the harm in her joining the fun? Ha! This club is quite the place. How about we use her as collateral? Yun Guichen was stunned upon seeing her. He wished he could slap himself. In his excitement, he had forgotten that Lu Zhifu was still trailing behind him. He should have urged her to flee immediately. Miss Lu, stay away from them. They are dangerous. Quickly, come over here. He couldn't help but internally lament her lack of awareness, daring to approach the perilous scene and standing so close to such a menacing group. His friends, having recognized her as the esteemed young lady he was supposed to entertain, rushed forward to bolster their confidence. Do you dare? If you're men, let us settle this like men. Do you think we fear you? One of them quietly cursed Yun Guichen. You fool. Why did you come alone? I thought you were bringing reinforcements when you hung up so quickly. Now you've dragged the lady into this mess. How could I have known? I thought you were joking when you said you needed help, he retorted. Enough chatter. They aren't after you. You need to get that young lady out of here and bring back some backup. Chapter 62, A Terrifying Presence. Yun Guichen was indeed inclined to evacuate Lu Zhifu, but as they reached the exit, he was suddenly blocked. Stop. You think you can go call for help? Get lost. The opponent's expression was fierce as he delivered a powerful kick. Fortunately, Yun Guichen was adept in martial arts and managed to retreat just in time to evade the attack. Lu Zhifu, now standing at a safer distance, was spared from the confrontation. I hear you have a significant connection to this club, and that group behind you are your brothers. Therefore, this debt will fall upon your shoulders. The leader brandished a gun, aiming it directly at Yun Guichen's head. Yun Guichen's expression froze. These men actually have firearms. It wasn't that he had never seen a gun, but in this moment, he knew that even his skills would be no match for them if it came to blows. Turning stiffly, he shouted to his companions, Who the hell has offended these gentlemen? Step forward and resolve this before I bear the consequences. The others exchanged glances, their expressions twitching. They were just as bewildered. These men had barged in indiscriminately and started causing chaos, shouting about revenge. The crux of the matter was that they had not offended anyone among them. So how could they know who was being sought? Initially, they had assumed it was one of Yun Guichen's enemies, hence the call for help, but now, it seemed he was of no use. However, witnessing his frantic demeanor, they began to piece together the situation. They worked together to divert attention and buy time. Don't look at me. It wasn't my doing. I was just punished by my mother a few days ago. Help. It's not me. Do I seem so lacking in awareness? Why would I provoke these gentlemen? What do you mean? Do you want to pin this on us? I suspect you are the one they're truly after. Exactly. We are as clean as can be. Who would stir up trouble like you? Though they were uncertain if these men had mistaken their target or were intentionally looking for trouble, they decided to deflect blame and confuse the situation. What? You're implying I'm not clean? Yun Guichen was incensed, rolling up his sleeves and stepping forward, ready to confront the man. Do you think I'm like you? Stirring up trouble wherever I go? And thus, they fell into a fierce quarrel. The cacophony of curses reverberated through the air. The individual across from Yun Guichen, who had just brandished a firearm at him, was visibly struggling to aim as he witnessed the latter's swift movements. The gun was held aloft. Yet lowering it seemed equally unfeasible, resulting in an exasperating predicament. Yet, the onlookers were nonetheless intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. Brother Hu, what do you reckon is happening? Inquired a subordinate nearby. Internal strife, it appears, the man referred to as Brother Hu replied, nonchalantly lowering his weapon with a sardonic smile. But weren't we the ones seeking trouble? None among them have offended us. This admission bore a hint of insecurity. Regardless, our mission was merely to create a disturbance. Their quarrel was of no concern to us, as we merely needed to buy some time. They had been hired at considerable expense. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that they were merely a gaggle of inexperienced youngsters, making their bullying seem rather ignoble. However, one young woman among them piqued Brother Hu's interest. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of their argument, stealthily approached Lu Zhifu. My dear lady, are you frightened? Come over to my side. Lest you inadvertently find yourself caught in the crossfire, he said with a feigned cordiality. Oh, is that so? If I stand there, it may well be uncertain who will be harmed, Lu Zhifu retorted, her expression icy. Brother Hu, momentarily perplexed by her words, sensed her discontent and instinctively reached out to seize her. Yun Guicheng, noticing Brother Hu's approach towards Lu Zhifu, felt a surge of panic. You think I'm just a sickly cat, do you? He exclaimed, dashing forward with a few quick strides before launching a flying kick that sent the unsuspecting Brother Hu sprawling several meters away. His subordinates, witnessing the scene, promptly drew their weapons, aiming them at Yun Guicheng. Brother Hu, regaining his footing, wiped the blood from his mouth, his gaze darkening with malevolence. A fighter, are you? It seems you are the one our boss has marked for death. Brothers, let's take action. Their purpose for being here was not just to stir trouble. Given the right circumstances, they aimed to eliminate someone. On the surface, Yun Guicheng maintained his composure, yet internally, he was a tempest of anxiety. What was his father doing? No messages, no calls. Where was the promised support? Could it be that such a ruckus had gone unnoticed by the guild? That seemed implausible. Or was it possible that trouble had stirred on their end as well? As the gravity of the situation struck him, he realized that they were outnumbered and unarmed, facing a dozen men with guns at the ready. Just then, Lu Zhifu, having discerned the predicament, attempted to contact Lu Yuanheng via video call, only to find no answer. The likelihood of trouble was high. Just as Yun Guicheng prepared to confront the adversaries, Lu Zhifu abruptly pushed his head aside, physically shoving him out of the way. Get out of the way, don't be a nuisance, Yun Guicheng snapped. Sister, what are you doing? They want to be swayed by the fact that you are the daughter of the Lu family. They might even consider kidnapping you for ransom. He instinctively assumed she was about to reveal their identities. To his astonishment, Lu Zhifu beckoned Brother Hu with a casual flick of her finger. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he rushed forward, only to be met with her swift and brutal retaliation. She seized his blonde hair, forcefully pushed him down, and then delivered a knee strike to his face, breaking his nose. Brother Hu, howling in pain, writhed in agony, but before he could fully unleash his wrath, Lu Zhifu swiftly slashed his throat. His lifeless body crumpled to the floor, eyes wide open in death. An eyesore, blocking my path, Lu Zhifu declared coldly as she kicked his corpse aside. The room fell into a stunned silence. Not only were Brother Hu's subordinates rendered speechless, but even Yun Guicheng and his companions felt their legs weaken. Is it not too brutal? To dispose of a man so effortlessly, without so much as a blink? What had happened to the poised and graceful lady? Yun Guicheng's fear escalated as he caught Lu Zhifu's gaze, her icy demeanor sending chills down his spine. The remaining rabble is yours to handle, she instructed before swiftly turning on her heel and departing. Ah. Oh, okay, Yun Guicheng stammered, caught off guard by her command and hastily agreeing. My word, what a terrifying aura. Yet, the situation had indeed become more manageable. With their leader dead, the remaining subordinates were disoriented and demoralized, presenting an opportune moment to act. Stop dawdling, brothers, follow me. As predicted, Brother Hu's subordinates attempted to flee. But Yun Guicheng managed to entangle one, inadvertently snatching the gun from his grasp, leaving them in a vulnerable position. Chapter 63. The uncle pursued single-handedly. Upon Lu Zhifu's return to the reception area, she found it utterly deserted. In fact, she had not encountered a single soul on her way there. Something was amiss. As she steadied her breath and listened intently, she discerned faint gunfire emanating from the southeast, albeit at a considerable distance. Most would not have noticed, but her senses were more attuned. Without hesitation, she pressed onward. However, as she exited the guild and rounded a corner in the courtyard, the sounds of movement drew her attention. Close by, imbued with a familiar presence and an overwhelming aura of malice. Slowing her pace, she allowed a sardonic smile to grace her lips. As predicted by her astute companion, this cadre of assassins was indeed targeting her. The first to strike were several silver needles, aimed directly at her vital points, indicating that the assailants had no intention of leaving any survivors. Regrettably for them, she deftly evaded each projectile, skillfully returning two with equal precision and force. Moments later, two bodies plummeted to the ground. Following that, several others emerged, each adorned in diverse attire, yet all exuding an unmistakable air of menace. It was clear they did not belong to a single organization. Many appeared to be lone wolves. With such a formidable assembly, it was evident that the price on her head was substantial. The assassins were taken aback by her composure and, more so, her prowess. Hadn't they been led to believe she was merely a delicate heiress? Initially, they had anticipated that with so many operatives targeting her simultaneously, the task would be a mere formality. Yet, two of their own had perished in the blink of an eye. Who is this woman? One of them wondered aloud. However, it mattered not. Their earlier underestimation had merely granted her an opening. Now that they were fully committed, eliminating her would suffice. The intel was inaccurate. The target possesses considerable combat skills. The bounty should be increased by at least fivefold, one bald assassin remarked. Indeed, it appears we still stand to gain. Another shorter figure concurred. Let us act swiftly. I have to report back. Lu Zhifu's eyes glinted with icy resolve, yet her lips retained a semblance of a smile. Has no one ever taught you that conversing casually in front of others is a rather impolite behavior? Oh, quite the temper, the bald assassin retorted, frowning. Unlike you lot. A bunch of amateurs who dare to critique me. As her words fell, yet another assassin met his demise. A chill crept up the spines of all present. What just happened? They hadn't even glimpsed her strike. One of their own had simply fallen. This woman is rather uncanny. We must not underestimate her further. One warned urgently. Yet, just as he surged toward Lu Zhifu, a trickle of blood oozed from his forehead, a small puncture wound penetrating through his skull. Another one down. Yet this time, they witnessed how Lu Zhifu had executed her strike. Her movements this time were conspicuously deliberate, as she raised her right hand, aimed directly at the individual before her. In her grasp, there was no weapon, save for a solitary ring that adorned her finger. Just moments ago, the ring appeared to have shifted slightly, glinting under the sunlight for a fleeting instant, revealing a chilling shimmer, as if something had sliced through the air. What could that possibly be? At that moment, no one dared to act rashly. The woman before them exuded an aura of something sinister. One individual stole a glance at Lu Zhifu, swallowed nervously, and retreated several steps, his voice trembling slightly. Do you remember the assassin ranked first on the list, Yi Huang? One of her favored weapons for murder is the butterfly blade. Upon uttering those words, the realization dawned upon them, their faces draining of color. How could they not have heard of it? The butterfly blade was indeed one of Yi Huang's instruments of death. It was neither a knife nor a dagger, but rather a ring, said to conceal nanometer-level monomolecular threads capable of being propelled like silver needles, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Capable of taking a life in an instant. This was her weapon of choice, crafted specifically because she detested the messiness of killing and the stain of blood on her garments. Could it be that the woman before them wore the infamous butterfly blade? Thus, she must be. They dared not contemplate the implication, for if it were true, they stood precariously on the threshold of death. What nonsense are you spouting? What is wrong with your heads? How could Yi Huang possibly be this mere girl? That ring she wears is merely a replica of the butterfly blade. This statement served as a calming balm to their frayed nerves. Indeed, given the notoriety of the butterfly blade, it was entirely plausible that someone had crafted a counterfeit. However, the replica she wore was so convincingly deadly that it could still achieve instantaneous lethality. They needed to remain vigilant. No sooner had the words left his lips than another life was extinguished. Lu Zhifu observed, her exasperation mounting, knowing the potency of her weapon. Why were they still engaged in idle chatter? It baffled her to think of the organization that had raised such fools. With her words echoing, it was as if the group received some unspoken command, collectively turning their aggression towards her. Half a minute later, the area was devoid of any life save for Lu Zhifu. The sight of the scattered corpses was harrowing. As she stepped over the fallen bodies to exit, she couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Why must you come forth to meet your demise? I truly have no desire to harm my fellow practitioners. Yet, having ventured so far, it would be remiss not to usher you to meet the King of Hell. Upon arriving at the location where she had first heard the gunfire, the commotion had subsided. It was evident that a fierce battle had recently unfolded, the air still thick with the scent of gunpowder. Scattered bodies lay about, alongside a few injured, and a cluster of bodyguards, her uncles, whom she had only recently recognized. They spotted her, astonishment and relief etched on their faces. Niece, come here. We are so relieved to see you unharmed. Where have you been? Are you injured? Thank goodness those people didn't manage to harm you. But how did you escape? Lu Zhifu, perplexed, queried, what are you talking about? She then scanned the vicinity carefully. Everyone she had encountered that day was present, save for Lu Yuanheng. Yun Ke explained. Shortly after you left, we received news that you were in danger. They claim to have kidnapped you. providing us with a location and a half-hour deadline to gather 10 billion for your ransom, or else they would execute you. At that moment, Ahung couldn't reach you by phone, and neither could I reach Gui Chin. We were frantic, fearing we would miss the deadline, so we hastily assembled personnel and cash. We couldn't muster that much cash quickly. All other cases were empty. Our plan was to negotiate with them once we confirmed your safety, but to our shock, they discovered us and, in a fit of rage, attacked while you were nowhere to be found. Seeing our numbers, they retreated, threatening to return to the original site of your abduction and carry out their threat. Ahung, without a second thought, pursued them single-handedly. Lu Zhifu's expression darkened. He called you? But her phone had shown no notifications. My uncle pursued them alone? Yes, he acted so swiftly that we were caught off guard. Later, we dispatched at least half our personnel to follow him, but we have no idea of the current situation. As Yun Ke explained, Qin Shu was attempting to contact Lu Yuanheng, urging him to withdraw. Unfortunately, he was unreachable. The club is also in chaos. A group is causing trouble. You all should return to handle that, and I will take care of my uncle. With that declaration, Lu Zhifu sprinted towards the direction they indicated, even commandeering a motorcycle. Wait, niece. You can't go alone. That would be sheer madness. Several individuals stood dumbfounded, watching her retreating figure. How could the Lu family be so reckless? She is unarmed. What could she possibly do? If she were to be captured, it would be utterly irretrievable. You lot, hurry after her. Yun Ke commanded the remaining bodyguards. Yet, Qin Shu halted him, speaking calmly. We have so few personnel left. From her words, it seems the club is facing significant issues. If we don't return promptly to address it, the entire merchant association could be in jeopardy. What about our niece? Another group is pursuing Ahung. Even if Lu Zhifu is swift, she would encounter them first. I just sent a message to have them intercept and protect her. It's possible Ahung has sensed something amiss and returned. That makes sense. Let's proceed as such. We should return to the merchant association. When the incident transpired, they had already dispatched word to the Lu family. Given their operational efficiency, reinforcements would likely arrive swiftly. Moreover, with half the bodyguards following Lu Yuanheng, they could manage to delay matters. The subsequent situations would undoubtedly be resolved by the Lu family. However, they had underestimated the situation. For the Lu family had not moved at all. When the news reached Zhou Shikuan's ears, he could hardly believe it.
What?
Who was kidnapped? Say it again.
Who was kidnapped?
Which fool dares to abduct our family's combat powerhouse? Are they tired of living? With the prowess of the eldest young lady, she was a rare adversary even across the entirety of Z country. Even if she inadvertently fell into an enemy's trap, the experts of the Nine Phoenix Society would undoubtedly be present. Their intelligence network was not inferior to the Lu family's. They might have already engaged in combat. By the time they arrived, it would be too late, the matter resolved. Zhou Shikuan pondered this, while simultaneously reporting the news to Lu Jinyao. The latter felt even less concerned. She not only recognized her sister's strength, but also understood her backing from the entire Dark Phoenix. Any worries were superfluous. Perhaps her sister had orchestrated a scheme to lure an enemy. She couldn't risk sabotaging her sister's plans. Yet, for safety's sake, she still sent a message to Lu Zhifu. A minute later, she received a reply. Lu Zhifu, I can handle it. At this moment, Lu Jinyao felt a complete sense of reassurance. Thus, she instructed Uncle Zhou to attend to his own matters without concern for her. Midway, Lu Zhifu did encounter the bodyguards of the Merchant Association, yet they had evidently lost track of her and had slowed their pace. She had no intention of wasting time explaining or entangling herself with them, so she circumvented their presence and continued to trace the clues until she arrived at a seemingly desolate village at the foot of the mountains. Standing at the village entrance, she could distinctly sense that the atmosphere here was rather unsettling. The seemingly hastily constructed houses, from her perspective, subtly formed a labyrinthine spiral inward. She observed a couple of individuals outside, not walking but rather sweeping the ground. Lu Zhifu's gaze darkened. Cleaning the streets at this hour? Moreover, they were clearly not dirty. Were they attempting to erase some trace? It was no wonder Lu Zhifu's thoughts wandered. The trail she was following had vanished here, and the villagers' every movement struck her as somewhat incongruous. Perhaps they were all merely disguises. At that moment, a woman sweeping nearby seemed to notice her, and with a mix of curiosity and indifference, she inquired, "Little girl, I haven't seen you before. Are you here to find someone in our village?" "Yes." "May I ask, Auntie, have you seen any suspicious individuals recently?" Lu Zhifu reined in her emotions, adopting an innocuous demeanor. Suspicious individuals? Not really. We seldom have outsiders visit our village, but not long ago, the son of old Wang next door did bring back a friend. I wonder if that's the person you're searching for. What sort of friend? Lu Zhifu prodded further. A man in his 30s or 40s, quite handsome. But I didn't pay much attention beyond that. That's the person I'm looking for. Annie, could you lead me to him?
Of course, follow me.
The woman laid down her broom and led Lu Zhifu onward. As they walked, Lu Zhifu discreetly scrutinized both the woman and the village, then casually inquired, Auntie, why are so many of you cleaning the village? Has something happened? Oh, it's just the village chief's arrangement. We're merely following orders. It's so quiet here. Not a single child is out playing. It feels rather desolate. The children have all gone to school. They'll be noisy again in the evening. Lu Zhifu smirked slightly and chuckled. Is that so? But today seems to be Saturday. The woman's expression stiffened, and she quickly explained, our village has its own school. We hold extra classes on weekends.
I see.
Lu Zhifu refrained from probing further. She had confirmed that she had entered the den of the kidnappers. As of now, it remained uncertain which faction these individuals belonged to. Using an ordinary village as a facade certainly made it easier to evade detection. Moreover, these people were undoubtedly aware of her presence and had deliberately lured her here. Every person she encountered along the way bore an unmistakable expression of amusement and triumph, as if they believed capturing her was a foregone conclusion, rendering any need for disguise unnecessary. Lu Zhifu allowed the woman to guide her to the village center. Auntie, have we arrived? Why have you stopped? She asked, observing the woman's sudden halt. It's rare for the Lu family to produce someone as naive as you. Wandering into a strange village all alone, believing everything you hear, the woman's tone shifted dramatically, losing any trace of her previous accent.
What are you talking about?
I don't understand. Lu Zhifu feigned ignorance.
What am I talking about?
It's about capturing you to threaten the Lu family. As soon as the woman finished speaking, several burly men emerged from the surroundings, their eyes fixed on her with predatory intent. Did we catch her so easily? Young ones are indeed simpler to ensnare. Such tender flesh. Perhaps we can have some fun before returning her to the Lu family? They conversed without a hint of restraint, completely disregarding Lu Zhifu. She feigned appropriate panic. What do you mean? Didn't you say my uncle was here? Where have you taken him? Chapter 65. Hitting a brick wall. You mean Lu Yuanheng? He has probably had his hands and feet severed by now, considering the enmity he has with us. One of you is enough to threaten the Lu family. So where exactly is he being held? The group of self-satisfied individuals failed to notice that Lu Zhifu's expression and tone had grown entirely cold. Our village is quite small. Where else could he possibly be held? Lu Zhifu, however, was not inclined to listen to their prattle any longer. The group that had kidnapped Lu Yuanheng must have returned with him not long ago. Those few individuals with brooms had only managed to clean the entrance area. She had observed a narrow path to the right, where the piled debris had evidently been disturbed, scattered across the ground without any attempt at tidying up, coupled with subtle movement in that direction. Thus, without hesitation, she sprinted down that path. The group was momentarily stunned, failing to react. Who would have thought Lu Zhifu would dash out so swiftly, leaving behind only a blur? Even the burly man closest to the path intended to intercept her. But as she approached, a blade flew toward him, piercing his right eye and blinding him instantly. She's escaping. Grab her. The woman, regaining her senses, shouted urgently. But Lu Zhifu had already distanced herself significantly and casually tossed down a small explosive device. By the time the smoke cleared, she had vanished without a trace. The group scrambled in a frenzy to locate her. The woman dialed a number, reporting, there's been a bit of an incident. The girl has run off. You need to resolve the situation quickly. Don't let her interfere. An enraged voice echoed from the other end. What are you all doing? You couldn't even keep track of a girl. That girl is no ordinary person. She is skilled and armed, so be cautious. Understood. At this moment, Lu Yuanheng was confined in a dilapidated mud brick house, bound hand and foot, his face covered in dirt. Before him stood a scarred middle-aged man, glaring at him with a knife in hand. You heard the call earlier, right? Your niece is quite impressive. She has trained in martial arts. Perhaps she'll come rushing in to save you soon. Are you looking forward to it? Lu Yuanheng glared coldly at him. She won't come. But the Lu family's hidden guards will. When they arrive, none of you will escape. Simultaneously, he was inwardly astonished at her formidable skills. Brother Knife. Stop wasting time with him. Just kill him already, someone beside him urged. The man referred to as Brother Knife decisively seized Lu Yuanheng by the collar, stating, "In your next life, don't be reborn into the Lu family." Then, without mercy, he plunged the knife into Lu Yuanheng's heart. Lu Zhifu arrived just in time, kicking open the door and witnessing this horrific scene. In that instant, she felt a surge of blood rushing through her veins, her reason gradually consumed by a murderous rage. How could she be late? How could they stab her uncle right under her nose? In her fury, she held nothing back, dispatching every man in the room within mere seconds.
Gigi.
Lu Yuanheng lay in a pool of blood, his eyes barely able to open a slit, hazily gazing at her. Lu Zhifu immediately assessed his wound, relieved to find that the blade had not pierced his heart. "Uncle, hold on, my people will be here soon." Calculating the time, Yu Chun was soon to arrive with a team which included individuals proficient in medical skills, specifically tasked with handling such emergencies. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yu Chun burst into the room, apologizing, "My lord, we are late." Upon seeing the injured Lu Yuanheng on the ground, he decisively called for assistance. Lu Zhifu stepped aside, her expression slightly easing. Regardless of whether her uncle was in danger, his image in front of several family members remained impeccable. He absolutely could not afford to falter before the investigation results were revealed. "Have all the members of the Nine Phoenix Society been brought here?" she inquired softly, her gaze fixed on Yu Chun. "Yes, most of our personnel are stationed outside, surrounding the village. We were the few who forced our way in. Stay here and wait. Once they have treated his wounds, take him to the Lu family's private hospital for surgery." Understood. At that moment, all remaining kidnappers within the village had gathered in this very spot. Lu Zhifu commanded the remaining members of the Nine Phoenix Society, "Guard this room closely. Do not let anyone interfere with the emergency treatment. The rest is up to me." A group of armed kidnappers stood outside, initially intent on rushing in, but hesitated upon seeing the formidable presence of the Nine Phoenix Society. They were bewildered, unable to comprehend who these individuals were, or how they had managed to pinpoint the location where Lu Yuanheng was held captive. Typically, one could easily lose their way in this village. Moreover, they had lost contact with Brother Dao and others, perhaps indicating that they had already been dealt with. Lu Zhifu stepped out from the doorway, confronting them with a gaze as frigid as ice, seemingly laced with venom. "I will grant you one last opportunity. Who orchestrated today's events?" So you are merely the pawn of that little girl. I suppose you must be the Lu family's covert guardians? Yet, do you truly believe a mere handful of you can stand against us? We number in the dozens." Before he could finish, Lu Zhifu dispatched him with her butterfly blade. "No need for them to intervene. I alone suffice." With that declaration, she eliminated another. Panic ensued among the group. Who was this woman, wielding such lethal prowess? Regardless of her status, we must eliminate her immediately. They had not been informed that the Lu family's eldest daughter was so formidable. Failure to complete the mission would result in dire consequences upon their return. They surged forward, all guns aimed at her, intent on a single, lethal strike. However, Lu Zhifu deftly used their fallen comrades as shields, inadvertently causing significant friendly fire casualties. "You are not natives of Z country. This village was likely seized by you," Lu Zhifu discerned shortly after entering. "And what of it? We came to execute this grand undertaking, naturally prepared to conceal our identities. And the original villagers?" A dreadful suspicion gnawed at Lu Zhifu's mind. "They were eliminated. Why risk exposing our identities? You truly deserve death." She uttered these words coldly, and without a trace of hesitation, Lu Zhifu commenced her assault, dispatching several of them in swift succession. Witnessing her relentless fury, the remaining kidnappers began to falter. After years of undertaking missions, they had never encountered an adversary so formidable. Each move was executed with lethal precision, leaving no room for mercy. Within less than half a minute, she had decimated nearly half of their ranks. "Brothers, we've encountered a formidable opponent. This woman is a professional. We cannot triumph. Let's scatter." Chapter 66. Everyone was worried about her. Regrettably, they did not manage to flee far before being forced back, as the outer perimeter was occupied by members of the Nine Phoenix Society, outnumbering them at least 2-1.
Who are you?
What faction do you represent? Where did you come from? Why have we never heard of you in Kyoto? A member of the Nine Phoenix Society scoffed, replying, "Where we come from is precisely where you come from. What do you mean?" They were horrified, realizing the possibility of facing a foreign force. But why were they entangled with the Lu family's eldest daughter? Lu Zhifu's eyes were icy as she commanded, "Do not waste time. leave 2 alive, and eliminate the rest. A minute later, the ground was littered with corpses, with only 2 survivors now under the control of the 9 Phoenix Society. Take them back for thorough interrogation. I expect results within a day. Understood, my lord. Lu Zhifu then accompanied Yu Chun in escorting Lu Yuanheng to the hospital. Along the way, she informed the Lu family of the situation, feeling a pang of guilt when she mentioned Lu Yuanheng's near-fatal injury. She had promised Lu Jinyao that she could manage the situation. Had she arrived just a moment sooner, the outcome might have differed. Yet, Lu Zhifu was still grappling with the question of why these individuals had suddenly targeted Lu Yuanheng. If their aim was to seize leverage over the Lu family, then Lu Yuanheng was indeed of greater value. If they sought to capture someone to threaten the Lu family, then they should have kept him alive in the absence of her capture. Even if they feared her intervention, they could have used her uncle's life as leverage to compel her surrender. This way, they could capture both. After contemplating for a while, she turned to Yu Chen. Have the previous matters been resolved? Yes, all evidence points to those 2 from the Shinjo group, yet we still feel something is amiss, and are conducting further investigations. Yu Chun reported earnestly. Lu Zhifu nodded. The message sent by De Tsongming last night echoed the same sentiment. If it were solely their doing, she would not believe it. When the Lu family members arrived, Lu Yuanheng was already in surgery, while Lu Zhifu awaited outside the operating room. Upon seeing them, she approached, father, mother, brothers. Just as she was about to explain everything, Shen Qinglan rushed over, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Her eyes filled with concern as she scrutinized Lu Zhifu from all angles. Gigi, are you hurt? Lu Qinjun also gazed at her with anxiety. Yes, Gigi. If anything is wrong, you must not conceal it from us. The 3 brothers immediately surrounded her, conducting a thorough check. And only when they confirmed she was unharmed did they breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyao and Zhou Shikuan maintained a more composed demeanor. Father, mother, I'm fine. Seeing their intense worry for her, Lu Zhifu felt a warmth in her heart. But it is my fault. It was my carelessness that allowed my uncle to be captured and severely injured. Foolish child, how can this be your fault? Had you not arrived in time, his life might have been lost, her mother reassured her. Indeed, Gigi, the Lu family has made numerous enemies, and our internal affairs are far from stable. We have endured countless dangers over the years and have long been prepared for such predicaments. It is not your fault if others plot against us. Your safety is what matters most. When your uncle wakes, he will surely be grateful to you. There is no need for guilt. They could only imagine the shock that would wash over them upon learning that it was Lu Zhifu who had saved the day. When Lu Jinyao later mentioned the recently emerging force, the 9 Phoenix Society, and its connection to her, it took them quite some time to digest. They had truly underestimated her. Yet, the identity of the mastermind remained elusive. It was one thing to calculate against the White Glove Chamber of Commerce, but to target Lu Zhifu and Lu Yuanheng was another matter entirely. If Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu were still in Kyoto, they might have suspected them as orchestrators. However, with their absence and the majority of their henchmen dealt with, it seemed unlikely they could extend their reach so far. So, who was so desperate to strike against the Lu family? Lu Jinyao's injuries had nearly healed, prompting her to jog over to Lu Zhifu, seeking closeness. Indeed, sister, if it weren't for you, the entire Lu family would have fallen victim to schemes. Even though we dispatched Uncle Zhou's men the moment we received the news, they would have undoubtedly arrived too late. Your speed, alongside the Jihuang Association, was remarkably swift, even outpacing those bodyguards from the White Glove Chamber of Commerce, who couldn't even locate the site. By the time they arrived, Lu Zhifu had already transported the injured to the hospital. She then leaned in closer to Lu Zhifu, whispering, Sister, I only informed Mom and Dad about your connection with the Jihuang Association, without mentioning the Dark Phoenix. In truth, she hesitated to bring it up, fearing it would alarm them and incite unnecessary worry. They would surely strive to extricate her from the organization for the sake of her safety, and she was uncertain if her sister had any unspoken burdens. Thus, it would be best if her sister disclosed her own secrets. Very well, Lu Zhifu nodded.
Gigi, how is your condition now?
We wish to inquire about the details of today's events to initiate an investigation. If you're not feeling well, please rest. We will keep watch here. The members of the Lu family noted Lu Zhifu's pale complexion. I am fine. Lu Zhifu steadied her emotions and recounted the events, omitting the part where she had taken a life. I've entrusted this matter to the Jihuang Association for investigation. You all can pursue other avenues. Understood. You should return home with Yao Yao to rest. We shall remain here.
All right.
Subsequently, Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao returned to the Lu residence. Sister, do you have any suspicions in mind? Not yet certain. It's all right. There's no rush. Our entire family will investigate together, and I believe we will soon uncover the truth. Zhou Shirguan had already mobilized most of the Lu family's manpower, and with the assistance of the Jiuhuang Association, it wouldn't take long. Since your injury hasn't fully healed, remain at home. I still need to meet with those from the White Glove Chamber of Commerce.
Huh?
You're going in person? Very well. I shall heed your advice. Lu Jinyao nodded obediently. Heal properly and prepare yourself, regardless of whether today's incident is linked to the Shinjo group. We must deal with them promptly to ensure our peace of mind. Those two will always be a source of trouble. Given that their parents and brothers were occupied, it fell to her to take action. Really? I am so looking forward to it. Lu Jinyao's eyes sparkled with excitement over the impending vengeance, especially since she would be alongside her sister. However, it would be best not to disclose anything to mom and dad just yet. We should find an excuse to slip abroad. As parents, even if they were aware that Lu Zhifu might possess some means, they would never rest easy, refusing to let her shoulder even the slightest risk. Moreover, this was a matter stemming from the grievances of the previous generation, a family conflict. They would never permit her and Lu Jinyao to act independently. Understood. Chapter 67. Signal jammed, impossible. Following such a significant incident, the senior members of the White Glove Chamber of Commerce gathered anxiously, none daring to depart. The troublemakers they had captured were affiliated with one of Kyoto's gangs, having received $1 million from their employer to create chaos at the venue and even covertly plotting against Yun Guichen, though their specific intentions remained unclear, making it impossible to identify the mastermind behind it all. Even more troubling was the certainty that there was a mole within the chamber. Otherwise, such a series of events could not have transpired so seamlessly, nor could they have received updates with such delay. At this moment, one of the involved parties, Yun Guichen, was undergoing questioning from several elders. Yet, his mind was still struggling to grasp the situation. Aside from being shocked by Lu Zhifu's ruthless methods, he had no leads whatsoever. Yun Kei frowned fiercely. Useless fool. You were tasked with hosting young Lady Lu, and yet you managed to botch it. On top of that, you were supposed to supervise the venue, which ended up being utterly wrecked. What good are you? Of course, Yun Guichen couldn't simply accept the scolding. After all, wasn't this primarily your fault? Where had the usual manpower gone? Surely, there were traitors among us, right? Did you expect me to single-handedly take down that group? You dare to retort? Isn't it the truth? All right, let's focus on the matter at hand. Qin Shu interjected, sensing the impending argument. Xiao Chun, you mentioned that it was young Lady Lu who committed the act? The elderly gentleman finally grasped the critical point they had overlooked, and their shock was palpable. How could this be possible? Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Yun Guichen took a sip of tea and narrated Lu Zhifu's actions in an exaggerated manner. Father, uncles, I now deeply resonate with what I once said. What did you say? Not a single member of the Lu family is simple. Indeed, Yun Kei nodded. No wonder young Lady Lu dared to rescue Brother Aheng all on her own. She indeed possesses some capability. However, our men reported back without having found any trace of the two, only a scene filled with corpses. We are uncertain of their current status. Perhaps they have successfully escaped. We should consider how to explain this to the Lu family. Just then, someone entered to report, President Yun, President Qin, young Lady Lu has arrived. The group was startled and quickly rose. Uncles, please be seated. I am merely here to gather information. Lu Zhifu entered with a composed demeanor, her gaze resting upon them, a smile gracing her lips. Yun Guichen felt a shiver down his spine and hurriedly vacated his seat for her. Initially hesitant to approach her, he now felt even more constrained in her presence. Time is of the essence, so I won't waste words. I hope you can retrieve today's surveillance footage, as well as the schedules of all personnel on duty, including your trusted aides and other high-ranking members of the chamber. I wish to meet them all. Lu Zhifu succinctly stated her demands. The men exchanged glances, hesitating. While Lu Zhifu was indeed a member of the Lu family, she had only just returned. How could they permit her access to such matters? My uncle is still recovering from his injuries, and my parents have entrusted all matters to me. I represent the entire Lu family. Very well, niece, follow me. We are just preparing for a detailed investigation. By the time Lu Zhifu concluded her inquiries, dusk had settled. She received a call from her parents, informing her that her uncle had awakened, and thus she headed to the hospital. Mom, Dad, is my uncle's injury serious? Fortunately, no vital areas were harmed, Although it is indeed quite severe, even with the best medicine, he will need at least a month of bed rest. Then we shall dispatch someone to care for him and ensure he doesn't worry about anything else. That is certain. May I enter to speak with my uncle? Of course. Go ahead. We will wait for you outside. Lu Zhifu entered the hospital room, locking eyes with Lu Yuanheng. She closed the door and approached his bedside. Uncle, how are you feeling? Much improved, Gigi, thank you. His tone was earnest. If it weren't for you, I would have perished. If it weren't for me, Uncle wouldn't have fallen into the kidnapper's trap out of excessive worry. Concerning your safety, how could I possibly turn a blind eye? Thank you, Uncle, thus. Saving you was the least I could do. There's no need for you to be polite. Indeed, family members do not use formalities with one another. Is there nothing you wish to ask me, Uncle? For instance, how I managed to save you. Lu Zhifu expressed a few words of concern before diving straight into the matter at hand. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuanheng wore a faint smile, acknowledging that he was indeed aware of the situation, though the initial shock had subsided. Everyone possesses their own secrets. If you choose not to divulge them, I shall not pry. So, you are fully aware of the events that transpired following your injury, are you not? Yes. Reflecting on it now still brings a sense of astonishment, yet predominantly, I feel pride. You are the pride of the Lu family. I would appreciate it if you could keep this under wraps for the time being. Naturally, there may be eyes within the Lu family. Your abilities should not be prematurely revealed, allowing us to catch them off guard later. Lu Yuanheng's voice was somewhat feeble, yet his smile radiated warmth. Lu Zhifu nodded and began to inquire about the details of Lu Yuanheng's capture. Finally, she asked, do you know the origins of these individuals? I do not. I had never encountered them before. Did you not reach out to me the moment you learned of my predicament? At that time, I was still with Yin Guichen and had not left the club. I sent messages and made calls, yet received no response from you. My phone is always in my possession, and I truly did not receive any notifications. After a moment of thought, Lu Yuanheng speculated that perhaps someone employed a method to jam the signals. Is that so? Although Lu Zhifu maintained a calm demeanor, her expression grew somber. Signal jamming? But my phone is equipped with top-tier specifications. Even in this small city of Kyoto, it would be exceedingly difficult for even the most renowned hackers internationally to affect its functionality. Thus, the notion that I could have missed any messages is implausible. Otherwise, with my status, I would have faced countless breaches of information long ago. Therefore, Uncle is not being entirely truthful.
What is it?
Lu Yuanheng inquired, noticing her silence. It is nothing. You should focus on your recovery. We shall handle the rest. Lu Zhifu refrained from further questioning, deciding to wait for evidence before proceeding. Very well. Do take care of yourself, Lu Yuanheng said as he watched her depart. Chapter 68. A Journey to Xinzhou Group. After 2 days of relative calm, Lu Zhifu began to lose patience. Regardless of who delivered the reports, all evidence pointed towards the 2 individuals hiding within the Xinzhou Group. As for other leads, there was little to uncover. It seemed the true mastermind was exceptionally skilled, having meticulously erased all traces, leaving her without any useful information about her own people. Even if it were indeed those 2, the time had come to send them on their way. With her uncle recovering and her parents and brothers taking turns to care for him, she and her sister could seize the opportunity to pay a visit. They would confront those 2 and see what other cards they had up their sleeves. If they had none, then she would express her regrets. When Lu Zhifu shared her decision with Lu Jinyao, who had been lounging on the sofa, she sprang to her feet. Ouch! Lu Jinyao inhaled sharply, suddenly reminded that her injuries were not yet fully healed. However, minor flesh wounds were inconsequential. Yet Lu Zhifu frowned deeply, saying, your condition is not suitable for this. You should rest at home. No. I am perfectly fine. I refuse to stay at home. What we are about to do is dangerous. I am not afraid. The thought of avenging our grievances invigorates me, and besides, I have you for protection, sister. Very well, but once we leave the country, remember to heed my commands. That goes without saying, but I am contemplating how many to bring along. Lu Jinyao pondered, wanting to take Zhou Shikuan and a portion of the Dark Guards with her, yet worried about the potential lack of manpower should something arise back at the Lu family. If her sister brought a significant number of 9 Phoenix Society members, she would take fewer with her. No need to bring anyone. Huh? Did you not say you would protect me? Well, I feel rather guilty asking for your protection. You undoubtedly have more pressing matters to attend to. I can manage without anyone. You can have the 9 Phoenix Society protect me. However, This would render her unable to assist Lu Zhifu in any capacity. I will not bring anyone from the Nine Phoenix Society either. What? Just the two of us? Lu Jinyao was utterly astonished. Although she understood her sister's prowess, had she truly reached a level capable of taking on the entire Shinjo group? Indeed. Lu Zhifu shot her a glance, slightly exasperated. Do you truly believe that Dark Phoenix only has a division in Z country? Realization dawned on Lu Jinyao. Ah. How could I forget? The Nine Phoenix Society is a facade, while Dark Phoenix is real, with branches worldwide. It would be effortless for my sister to call upon reinforcements. Alas, it is my fault for being overshadowed by my sister's brilliance. My mind has grown lethargic. During her recovery, there had not been a single matter that required her attention. Her days had been blissfully uneventful. Oh, by the way, sister, should I bring along the evidence I previously discovered about them? No need. We shall keep the evidence for now. Our primary objective this time is to exert force. Lu Jinyao's eyes widened involuntarily. Is that for real? How thrilling! Certainly. We will resolve matters on their turf, disguise it as an assassination from a rival family, and then have our parents, representing the Lu family, bring the bodies back. This way, the clan elders and collateral branches will witness their demise firsthand, serving as a warning. Their parents and brothers, situated in Kyoto, would remain entirely oblivious to their actions, and even if they sought to investigate, they would find no traces leading back to them. Nor could they suspect two seemingly fragile young ladies of orchestrating such deeds. Should anyone threaten revenge for them, we would produce the evidence you gathered, solidifying the charges and expelling them from the Lu family altogether. Lu Jinyao nodded vigorously, finding her sister's approach utterly to her liking. She resolved to follow her sister's lead more often in the future. Do not feel too much pressure. Consider it a vacation after a prolonged period of confinement due to your injuries. If time permits, I shall show you around. Sister, you are so generous. Although Lu Jinyao was not unfamiliar with the world, the adventures her sister spoke of were certainly not of the ordinary kind. Just the thought of it excited her. Sister, we must not delay. Let us set off promptly. Wait, we should inform our parents first. Oh, right, I nearly forgot. The two then approached their parents, merely stating their desire to travel for a change of scenery. Lu Qinjun and Xin Qinglan, both astute individuals, undoubtedly recognized that at such a critical juncture, their daughters would not be preoccupied with leisure trips, especially since Lu Zhifu had already revealed some of her capabilities. Therefore, it was highly likely that they had uncovered some leads and intended to investigate personally. Naturally, the couple was not entirely at ease. Gigi, Yao Yao, there is no rush. Let us take our time. How about waiting until your parents are free to accompany you? Lu Jinyao firmly declared. No, I have made up my mind. And my sister is equally resolute. Lu Zhifu twitched her lips, but refrained from contradicting her. They were indeed determined. The couple understood Lu Jinyao's nature. Once she set her mind on something, it would be accomplished. Lu Zhifu was likely the same. Eventually, the parents relented, offering numerous reminders to Zhou Shikuan to take extra people along with them. Parents, we will not bring any members of the Lu family. The Nine Phoenix Society's protection will suffice. In the end, they were persuaded. Before leaving, Lu Zhifu specifically instructed Mom and Dad, let's keep our departure a secret from Uncle for now, to spare him from worrying. Gigi was right. It was better for him to focus on his recovery. Sister, how are we going to get there? We must be as discreet as possible. How about we join a tour group? I've never experienced that before. Lu Jinyao suggested eagerly. Having spent many years in the Lu family, she was accustomed to being ostentatious, always showcasing her status as a young lady. Suddenly being told to be low-key was quite an adjustment for her. All right, Lu Zhifu agreed, as she too had never participated in such a tour. The headquarters of Xianzhou Group was located in K country, which was far more chaotic than Z country. However, due to the numerous famous attractions, many were still willing to travel there. Thus, the sisters casually signed up for a tour group, arriving in K country without drawing any attention. Sister, once we arrive, should we sneak away immediately or? Let's wait a bit. We can stay incognito for a while until my contacts help us forge our identities. I primarily wish to avoid alerting those two old men to our imminent arrival at their stronghold. Previously, Uncle Zhou had informed me that once those two retreated to their lair, they became exceptionally cautious, rarely venturing out. Even the daily clock-ins for their employees were strictly monitored, making it difficult for us to act. Those two old men were indeed on guard against the Lu family's potential actions. There's no rush. Since they plotted so extensively, they must have numerous allies. If their plans fail, they will certainly regroup and devise new strategies. I am prepared to apprehend them all at once. In truth, I had already gathered substantial information on several foreign consortiums covertly allied with Xi and Zhou Group. It was merely a matter of whether they would convene this time. Chapter 69, Captured. Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao followed the tour group through customs, only to be suddenly halted by armed forces. The surrounded tourists began to feel anxious. What's going on? We've never encountered such a situation in other countries before. The tour guide stepped forward to negotiate, his expression shifting slightly before returning to calm the crowd. Assuring them not to panic, K country had implemented stricter checks due to special circumstances, and all they needed to do was cooperate. However, the group remained skeptical. If the checks were merely stringent, why did other incoming travelers not face the same treatment? Sister, what is happening? Lu Jinyao asked in confusion. Could it be that they've discovered us? It shouldn't be. Even if they did, Lu Baishan and Lin Zhen, you could only act covertly. And wouldn't dare openly deploy K country's armed forces. This isn't doing. It must be someone else who has been exposed. Lu Zhifu's gaze discreetly scanned a middle-aged man in a gray suit to her right, who appeared tense. Someone else? Are there others in our tour group with ulterior motives? Lu Jinyao lamented. It was evident that their checks were somewhat perfunctory as they slowly approached their targeted individuals, preparing to capture them. The man in gray had also sensed this, standing closest to Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao, with the rest being adult males. If he were to act, they would undoubtedly be his primary targets. He gradually withdrew a slender silver needle from his belt. Noticing his movement, Lu Zhifu gently pushed Lu Jinyao away. What's happening? Lu Jinyao wondered, initially wanting to see what her sister was doing, but upon turning, she discovered the man in gray had suddenly lunged at them. Sister, be careful. Though aware of her sister's prowess, she felt a twinge of anxiety. She had imagined her sister would swiftly incapacitate the man, but instead, she watched in disbelief as Lu Zhifu was taken hostage, her expression displaying just the right amount of fear. The man in gray growled, "Stay back." What? Lu Jinyao thought, realizing that they were now on someone else's turf, with two watchful old men nearby, so they indeed needed to be inconspicuous. She quickly moved beside the tour guide to gather information. What's going on? Why is he taking my sister hostage? Oh no, my sister must not come to harm. I only just learned that an international fugitive has infiltrated our group. Don't worry, they assured us they would handle it, prioritizing the hostage's safety. The tour guide appeared flustered. The armed personnel signaled for the guide to lead the others away. Everyone hastily fled towards safety. Lu Zhifu exchanged a glance with Lu Jinyao, signaling her to hide with the group. Don't move. Drop the gun. Otherwise, I will kill her. This shout rendered everyone immobilized with fear. The silver needle pressed against Lu Zhifu's neck as she was led forward, while K country's customs officials retreated. Lu Zhifu realized that despite the urgency, the man was moving deeper into the country instead of fleeing, suggesting he had accomplices and was prepared to undertake something significant. The K country personnel were utterly incompetent. A sniper could have easily dealt with him from the shadows, yet they were now being led by the nose. It seemed he was about to make a successful escape, as chaos erupted around them, facilitating his exit. The armed forces of K country were caught off guard by this sudden upheaval and were at a loss as to whom to address first. The man in gray seized the opportunity to whisk Lu Zhifu away to meet his accomplices. Lu Jinyao watched helplessly as her sister was taken away, knowing that intervening would only complicate matters further. At that moment, a group approached her swiftly, setting off alarm bells in her mind. Miss Lu Jinyao. I am Qingzhu, one of the operatives from the Dark Phoenix Division, sent by the Master to assist you, the man whispered. Why should I trust you? Though she harbored doubts, she found herself convinced by the aura and demeanor of the group, which resembled that of the Jiao Huang Association. Baiming is my superior. Yu Chen is my colleague. He then proceeded to video call Yu Chen for verification. To ensure her safety, Lu Jinyao posed 2 questions regarding his previous discussions with Zhou Shikuan. It seemed he was indeed genuine. The matter was settled. Shall we leave now? What about my sister? The master has other plans. If Miss Lu Jinyao does not escape amidst this chaos, she may be detained for questioning. Very well, let us go. Meanwhile, Lu Zhifu was forcibly taken into a vehicle, which continued to drive further away, taking detours. The gray-clad man inquired of the leader, Boss, should we kill this woman or not? What if we lose her along the way? Be patient. We cannot stop now. We still have a tail. And slowing down could lead to being pursued. Another man chimed in with a flippant tone. After all, she has seen all our faces. How can we simply let her go? I've never encountered such a beautiful woman before. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill her? A perpetually grim-faced man, referred to as the second-in-command, spoke sternly. Old Four, how did you get discovered so quickly? Now we are forced to alter all our plans ahead of schedule. The man dubbed Old Four, who was the gray-clad man, replied, how was I to know? Perhaps we should ask Old Six how he mishandled my identity verification, leading to my exposure by country officials. The leader, growing increasingly impatient while driving, abruptly interrupted them, insisting that further discussion was futile and urging them to devise a remedy post-haste. Otherwise, they would incur the wrath of their superiors, and none of them would survive the repercussions. Zhifu, equally exasperated, interjected, stop beating around the bush. Your convoluted explanations are making my head spin. There's no one following us. Why are we not hastening to your stronghold? The group turned their collective gaze towards her, the leader nearly veering off course in disbelief. What was she babbling about? How did she know there was no one trailing behind? The crux of the matter was that she was a hostage. How could she exhibit such lack of fear, devoid of even the most basic instinct of a captive? Was she actively seeking to be recaptured? What are you staring at? Are you tired of living? Upon uttering these words, an involuntary chill ran through the group, leaving them dumbfounded. Who did she think she was to speak so boldly? Fourth, who is this person you've brought back? Just someone I grabbed at random. How would I know? They exchanged murmurs, casting wary glances at her, utterly baffled. Yet, they chose not to confront her. Perhaps she was merely a pampered young lady from a prominent family in Z country, accustomed to arrogance and unaware of the gravity of her predicament. Once they reached their territory, she would surely learn her place. Moreover, she was correct. They could no longer afford to squander time. Chapter 70. What is your connection to the Black Alliance? The vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of a dilapidated street, where a dozen individuals had been waiting for quite some time. The leader was the first to disembark, only to be met with a barrage of scathing reprimands. What are you thinking? Causing such a ruckus at customs will severely restrict our future operations. We might even lose this temporary stronghold. Brother Qian. We had already taken precautions with disguises and kept our itinerary under wraps. We have no idea how the information was leaked. Brother Qian had intended to elaborate further, but his eyes fell on Zhifu, who had followed him out of the vehicle, and his brows furrowed deeply. At such a critical juncture, why did you bring a woman back? The fourth spoke tentatively. She is a hostage. We felt we couldn't let her go or eliminate her. But we can't bring her directly to our stronghold. If she escapes and exposes us, we're all finished. So what should we do now? Eliminate her here. The group exchanged glances, hesitant to take action against such an innocent and beautiful woman. Upon observing Zhifu's expression, they noted she exhibited not a trace of fear. Was she truly incapable of understanding the peril she was in? The fourth sighed, realizing that since he had brought her back, it should be his responsibility to handle her. He deftly readied a concealed silver needle, aiming for the nape of Zhifu's neck. However, just as he was about to pierce her skin, she sidestepped with remarkable agility, raised her right hand, pinched the needle's rear with 2 fingers, and flung it back with lethal precision, directly into the fourth's throat. Just like that, one of their own was dead. The remaining members were suddenly on high alert, instinctively distancing themselves from her while drawing their weapons. Who are you? Brother Qian had suspected something was amiss, who remained so unfazed in such a dire situation. Furthermore, her counterattack was executed with alarming speed and strength. If she could employ that against them, Zhifu smiled gently. No need to panic. I'm merely curious and thought I'd come take a look at you. Just curious? Who would believe that? Did you expose the fourth S identity? Which faction sent you? I assure you, I was merely an incidental capture. But I'm quite reasonable. I generally do not resort to violence. However, if you insist on aiming weapons at me, then the outcome may differ. At her words, the hands of those brandishing weapons trembled involuntarily. The woman before them, seemingly devoid of threat, nonetheless wielded an inexplicable aura of intimidation when she spoke. The third and fourth had always shared a close bond. Upon witnessing his comrade's demise, the third raised his firearm in anger, intent on a surprise attack from behind. Surely, she couldn't evade every time? Yet, she effortlessly dodged again, nearly injuring another brother in the process. Zhifu turned to face him, her gaze icy. She regarded him as if he were already dead. The third, feeling the weight of her prowess, found his legs weakening. In the next moment, he met the same fate as the fourth, collapsing with eyes wide open, unable to close them in death. Why did she still possess silver needles? The remaining members, gripped by a mix of shock and fear, finally comprehended that they had bitten off more than they could chew. What do you want from us? As I mentioned, I merely wish to visit your stronghold and gain insight into your schemes. I bear no ill will. The group could only seethe in silence. She had already killed 2 of their brothers, and she claimed to harbor no malice? However, Brother Qian was notably perceptive. It was clear that they were no match for this woman. Perhaps they should lead her in and eliminate her? In his mind, they had never provoked such a formidable figure. She had come alone, and aside from the ability to eliminate a few of them, she posed no substantial threat. Perhaps she wasn't even their enemy. May I inquire your name, miss? My surname is Liu. Miss Liu, should you genuinely be interested in our operations, please do come in. Brother Qian stepped aside, graciously granting her passage. Lu Zhifu cast him a glance. What are you standing around for? Lead the way. Do you expect me to find it myself? Brother Qian felt a swell of frustration. Why did she presume to command him? Yet, recalling her extraordinary combat abilities, he had no choice but to remain silent, internally cursing the now-deceased fourth repeatedly for his incompetence. Such a blunder was unbecoming. Not only did he expose them, but he also brought back someone so formidable. The second, trailing at the back, discreetly rummaged through the inner pockets of the fourth's clothing, retrieving something before gradually catching up. What is the name of your faction? Lu Zhifu casually inquired as they walked. Tian Gang, Brother Qian replied with confidence, certain that Lu Zhifu had heard of them. For they were not merely a local gang in K country, but had factions in numerous nations, enjoying a degree of notoriety within the underworld. However, Lu Zhifu merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," seemingly unaware of their reputation. Impossible, Brother Qian thought incredulously. He was convinced she was there specifically for the Tian Gang. The group continued towards the end of the old district, entering the largest venue, a known gathering place for thugs. All members were present, weapons in hand, ready for a significant haul. Upon witnessing Brother Qian enter with a woman, the crowd was both astonished and intrigued, their gazes laden with ill intent. Brother Qian had assumed this was a gathering of their own. With such a grand display, she would surely feel a twinge of trepidation or discomfort. Yet, when he turned to look, not a trace of emotion marred her expression. It was a disheartening realization. Zhang Qian, we are about to make our move. Why did you bring a woman back? The leader of the Tian Gang's K country branch berated Brother Qian without mercy, furious that he had returned with an additional individual. Wait, where are the other 2? What happened to the 3rd and 4th? I killed them, Lu Zhifu stated calmly. The individuals who had entered with her, including Brother Qian, instinctively took a few steps back, creating distance. Indeed, it was she who had slain them. You must not let her go. The words reverberated, and the surrounding members immediately heightened their vigilance. Had they just encountered a formidable adversary? Though it may not appear so at first glance, your subordinates seem rather oblivious to the situation. Allow me to handle 2 of them. I trust you won't mind? Lu Zhifu's lips curled into a peculiar smile, beautiful, yet distinctly unsettling. The leader narrowed his eyes slightly. Even when Zhang Qian and a few others joined forces, they could not overcome her. She clearly possessed formidable prowess, though her intentions remained a mystery. At present, he dared not confront her regarding the matter of murder. May I inquire who you are? Spare me the trivialities and get straight to the point. What is your relationship with the Black Alliance? The faction that had previously allied with Lin Zhenyu in their aggression against her and Lu Jinhao was indeed the Black Alliance, prompting her to dispatch operatives to investigate them thoroughly. The reason for her delay in action stemmed from their collaboration with Lin Zhenyu having soured, leaving her to speculate that they might turn against him. Thus, she subtly leaked some information to them. If they were to strike against the Xinzhou group, it would likely occur within the next couple of days. The individuals she encountered at customs were familiar. She had seen their photographs in the materials her subordinates had provided about the Black Alliance. If they weren't members, they were certainly allies. Hence, she had come to observe them personally. Chapter 71. An Interception. The countenance of everyone present shifted dramatically. How could she possibly know this? The leader pondered for a moment before responding. A cooperative relationship. The Yuetian Gang has traditionally maintained a favorable rapport with the Black Alliance, though their dealings have always been conducted in secrecy. Was it possible that this collaboration had been discovered? Nonetheless, it seemed she was not an immediate adversary. This boded well. Lu Zhifu received the answer she sought, her eyes gleaming momentarily, before she earnestly fibbed. I am one of the external aides requested by the upper echelons of the Black Alliance to assist you in your operations. Assist us? The members of the Yuetian gang felt a sense of condescension. However, the leader was aware that the head of the Black Alliance had indeed enlisted several external aides to ensure the success of this endeavor, all of whom were reputedly professional assassins. With such formidable skills, it was no wonder she had garnered their attention. Yet he had assumed these external aides operated independently, without interference in their affairs. Nevertheless, to exercise caution, he pressed further. What reason do we have to believe your claims are genuine? Primarily because the opposing party should have already commenced their operations, he found himself disinclined and pressed for time to verify their assertions. Zhifu produced her phone and opened one of the documents she had received concerning the Black Alliance. As part of our agreement, the Black Alliance has willingly exposed a piece of leverage to me. Upon successful completion of the task, we shall settle our accounts. The leader examined the information and found it credible. Then, what is your primary objective? To assassinate Liu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu. The rest is up to you. Just you alone? The leader clearly did not believe her. Those two were notoriously cunning. Their collaboration could only be expected to significantly weaken them, with no real hope of eliminating them entirely. Had it not been for the rumors of their downfall within the Liu family, akin to a stray dog fleeing back to the Xinzhou group, they wouldn't have dared to act at this juncture. Indeed, just me. The others exchanged glances, incredulous at her audacity. They wondered from whence the Black Alliance had procured such a bold assassin. The leader recognized that she intended to tackle the most formidable opponents, which he welcomed. Even if she perished, it would not impact them. Very well. We shall proceed according to the original plan. The assassination task is now entrusted to you. Liu Zhifu addressed the leader. Please provide me with your contact information. I will notify you prior to my actions, and you and the Black Alliance will cover my movements. Agreed. Oh, by the way, the Xinzhou group has numerous allies. They are conspiring for something significant in the coming days, so do exercise caution. This revelation was unexpected. Had they known, it would have complicated matters considerably. No need to panic, as there are plenty of others who wish to challenge them. All right, thank you for the warning. The two parties concluded their negotiations amicably, after which Liu Zhifu was respectfully escorted from the Yuetian gang's premises. Meanwhile, Liu Jinhao was led directly to the Dark Phoenix division by Qingzhu. You are merely a division, yet you present yourselves so impressively, Liu Jinhao remarked, observing her surroundings, an assassin organization that resembled a conference hall reserved for high-ranking officials. Truly, it was a faction associated with her sister, radiating opulence at every corner. Basic decorum must be maintained. Do outsiders know you are the Dark Phoenix assassin organization? Do they simply place orders without hesitation? Ordinary individuals remain unaware. Externally, we present ourselves as a conventional faction, unless referred by established clientele within the industry. So, what position does my sister hold within your organization? Liu Jinhao couldn't help but inquire. Only that she is a significant figure from above. We lack the authority to know her precise identity. I see. She hadn't anticipated such a strict hierarchy within their ranks. Miss Liu, please rest here for a moment. I have matters to attend to. The esteemed figure will arrive in approximately half an hour. Understood. As Qingzhu mentioned, it wasn't long before Liu Zhifu arrived at the division and approached Liu Jinhao. Are you tired from the journey today? Would you like me to find you a room to rest? Not at all. We are here for important matters. I cannot allow my fatigue to cause a delay. However, sister, where did you just go? She was merely curious as to why her sister had pretended to be kidnapped, following others to their stronghold. To find two scapegoats. Really? You found them already? How did you manage to deceive them so easily? With them to bear the blame. No one will suspect us, Liu Zhifu replied slowly, all the while messaging her subordinates. Sister, you are truly remarkable. You accomplish so much without lifting a finger, while the Liu family merely coasts along. Yet, before they could continue their conversation, Qingzhu approached Liu Zhifu with a grave expression. Esteemed figure, we have uncovered another faction that seems to share our objectives. It appears they intend to intercept our mission, even having arranged ahead of us and issued warnings. They are determined to succeed. They too are targeting the Xinzhou group? Indeed, to be more precise, they are after the lives of those two. Which faction dares to compete with Dark Phoenix for a livelihood? They are courting death. The opposing faction had previously concealed themselves well, emerging suddenly and acting swiftly. Investigations were still underway. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. Having more individuals contend with the Shinjo group is advantageous. Since they are so eager, let them take the lead. Understood. After Qingzhu departed, Lu Zhifu began reviewing the recent affairs of the division, assisting where possible. Lu Jinniao remained by her side, silently observing and learning. If you find yourself bored, perhaps you could check in with our parents. That is true. I shall do so. Sister, you may continue your work. In the financial center of Country K, at the Shinjo group, Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu were frantically dialing numbers, only to find that 9 out of 10 calls went unanswered. Even their messages vanished without a trace. They had never felt such frustration before. Lu Baishan smashed yet another phone. They had a meeting scheduled for tomorrow, and with time running out, what was this group dawdling about? Lin Zhenyu scoffed. They see us in a vulnerable position and no longer wish to collaborate, it seems. Though this was indeed a common sentiment. Yet, they have no choice in the matter. We are akin to grasshoppers bound together by the same rope, unable to extricate ourselves at will. Given their obstinacy, perhaps we should apply further pressure? It is a regrettable necessity. Although the direct descendants of the Lu family are presently preoccupied with their own tribulations, they have dispatched 2 members from the Lu family elder council to confront them, fixated on the meager spoils in their grasp. Outside, numerous rival factions are poised and watchful, eager to strike. If we do not unite and take decisive action soon, we all risk annihilation. Chapter 72. The Valerius Family. It is time for our controlled Chongqing capital to fulfill its intended purpose. After much deliberation, Lu Baishan spoke gravely. Very well. We shall spare no effort in launching an assault on the Lu family stock. Before the two could reach a consensus, a trusted aide arrived with news. Master, we have received word from within the Lu family. The eldest and second young ladies have secretly traveled to Country K and are likely already there. The two are taken aback, bewildered. What? Why have those 2 young ladies come here? Lu Baishan's eyes were fierce. How many attendants do they bring? It seems just the 2 of them. Such audacity. Lin Zhenyu scoffed. Do they truly believe they can bring about our ruin with merely themselves and the other 2 from the Elder Council? How naive. Since they have presented themselves, it would be remiss of us not to take action. They exchanged knowing glances, each reflecting a glimmer of calculation. Indeed, since they have come, let us ensure they do not leave unscathed. I have long held disdain for that Lu Jinniao. Our previous attempt to deal with Lu Zhifu was unsuccessful. This time, we must not falter. In the afternoon, Lu Jinniao and Lu Zhifu took a brief respite. As evening approached, Lu Zhifu turned to her and said, I am about to meet a friend. Would you care to join me? Yes, Lu Jinniao responded promptly, but what kind of friend are we discussing? Someone with a bit of rapport, though their interests are paramount. Understood. It was not necessary for us to meet in person. Yet they happen to be hosting a soiree tonight. We can join in the festivities. A soiree? Are we to attend in our current attire? Both wore rather modest clothing. It is not a significant event, nor does it concern us greatly. We merely need to meet someone. No need for elaborate dressing. All right. Lu Jinniao felt a twinge of concern, as she had not thoroughly familiarized herself with the customs and culture of the upper class in Country K. Uncertain if they were akin to those of Country Z, half an hour later, they set off in a discreet luxury vehicle toward their destination. Eventually, they arrived at a lavish manor at the foot of Eagle Ridge Mountain, located on the outskirts of the capital of Country K. Sister, which family is this? The Valerius, the most renowned warlord family in Country K? Lu Jinniao, who kept abreast of international affairs, had indeed heard of this family. While their overall strength may not rival that of the Lu family, particularly in terms of wealth, it did not diminish their considerable military power in Country K, where they held a dominant position, preferring to resolve matters through brute force. Even though they faced exclusion from other noble families, none dared to provoke them lightly. The private military contractor Grey Hawk International also appears to be part of their family's enterprise. Indeed, you are impressive, associating with such a family. Yes. But how do we gain entry? Lu Jinniao glanced at the heavily guarded entrance, concerned that without an invitation, they might be turned away. That would be quite embarrassing. We shall wait for someone to come and escort us. Lu Zhifu stared at her phone, growing impatient as the other party delayed in responding. She finally called. After several seconds, the call was answered. Your arrogance grows. You dare to keep me waiting? Her voice was frigid, laced with evident irritation. Even Lu Jinniao sensed that the other party was in for trouble. Shortly after, a warm, apologetic male voice emerged from the receiver. My apologies. But you did spring this visit on me rather suddenly. I'm currently tied up, but I've instructed the doorman to allow you entry. Should I find you idling when I arrive, I will not hesitate to assist you in relocating your head. With a parting threat, Lu Zhifu decisively ended the call, parking the car a short distance away, and proceeded with Lu Jinyao toward the entrance. At that very moment, a luxury vehicle sped past them, coming to a halt before the manor. Not only did it nearly collide with them, but it also obstructed their path. What kind of person is this? Lu Jinyao exclaimed in frustration. In Country Z, her status would command respect, and no one would dare to treat her with such disdain. However, she quickly reminded herself that they were in a foreign land and opted to exercise patience. The larger scheme was paramount. Ironically, the words Lu Jinyao had just uttered were overheard by those in the vehicle. A young man and woman, dressed in opulent attire, emerged from the car. Though still youthful, their garb reeked of wealth. They were brazen, and upon alighting, scrutinized the two of them with overt disdain. In particular, the young lady, upon seeing their exquisite features yet modest attire, dismissed them as mere daughters of lesser households, regarding them with contempt. This is the Valerius family's territory. What sort of riffraff dares to intrude? The young lady remarked to her brother. Don't you think? She felt a vague familiarity with Lu Jinyao, but could not place it. The overall impression she garnered was unfavorably stark. How could they be allowed to enter and steal the spotlight? The man beside her scoffed. Perhaps they are here to ensnare a wealthy suitor. I have encountered many such women. I never imagined someone would attempt to set their sights on young Master Casper. Tonight's soiree was hosted by the family heir, Casper, inviting only the young elite of noble lineage. Typically, commoners would not be in attendance. Those seeking to infiltrate from lesser families would certainly be looked down upon. Lu Jinyao felt a surge of indignation. Accustomed to wielding the power of the Lu family, this was her first experience being treated with such scorn. Sister, they mock us. Lu Zhifu cast a cool glance at them. Ignore them. Once inside, we need not lift a finger to deal with them. True enough, she conceded, for her sister indeed had connections. The duo observed as the others disregarded them entirely, leaving them feeling as though they were striking at cotton. After producing their invitations and passing inspection, the guards did not rush to allow them entry, instead standing by and watching them. You ought to check thoroughly. These two are dressed far too casually to be attending a soiree. Be careful not to offend your young master. The guards remained silent. They were already aware of the need for thorough scrutiny. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao had no invitations and were not even locals of Country K. The guards' expressions turned cold. I'm sorry, young ladies, but you cannot enter. The siblings' smiles grew more brazen. I told you so. How could such individuals possibly attend the soiree? They are mere dreamers. Thinking they could ascend to the Valerius family, Lu Zhifu's countenance darkened. Damn that Casper. What is he thinking? Chapter 73. More familiar with his father. Just as Lu Zhifu was about to dial the number and unleash a torrent of reprimands, the estate's butler rushed out with a sense of urgency, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. My sincerest apologies, Miss Lu. I have arrived late, and I beg your forgiveness. The butler, panting, bowed before Lu Zhifu, explaining that his young master had tasked him with other duties, resulting in a delay in relaying the message. He unburdened himself of all blame, casting it squarely upon Casper. Lu Zhifu remained impassive, her expression unchanged. The butler felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that the individuals at the entrance had likely offended her. What are you doing? How dare you obstruct our master's esteemed guests? The guards, feeling unjustly accused, stood firm, knowing they were merely adhering to protocol, as the butler had failed to communicate adequately. Yet, in the presence of the butler, they dared not deflect blame. They respectfully parted to create a pathway. The butler quickly called out, "Ladies, please do come in." He then noticed the two siblings standing awkwardly in a way. What are you two doing? Why are you lingering here instead of entering? Are you intentionally blocking the path? The two, caught off guard by the butler's abruptness, appeared flustered. Who are these two young women? They wondered, noting that aside from their beauty, they seemed rather unremarkable. When had the young master befriended such guests? Why was the family butler so obsequious? After a moment of awkwardness, they managed to force smiles, contrasting sharply with their earlier derision towards Lu Zhifu and her sister, Lu Jinyao. We merely found the two young ladies familiar and wished to wait a moment to befriend them. The statement, though artfully phrased and delivered with humility, earned no kindness from the butler, who regarded them with disdain. You seek to befriend them? These two are friends of our young master. Can you afford to bear the consequences of delaying them? The expressions of the siblings darkened further. They were well aware of the notorious tempers of the Valerius family, But they had not anticipated such insolence from a mere butler. However, surrounded by the butler's associates, they could not act recklessly. They would wait until they were inside, where they could report this insolent servant to the young master or other members of the family. As Lu Zhifu brushed past them, she spared them not even a glance. Lu Jinyao couldn't help but let out a smug huff. It seems the treatment here is quite favorable, having a butler personally attend to you, unlike some others. The siblings seethed with frustration. Walking alongside the butler, Lu Zhifu casually inquired, "Who are these two?" "They are the offspring of the Ikeyuan family, whose overall strength is rather mediocre. Miss Lu need not concern herself," the butler replied, before suddenly recalling something, adding, "Oh, and their elder is a shareholder in the Xinjia Group. It is said that the Xinjia Group has some ties to the Lu family. I cannot confirm its veracity." Lu Zhifu merely acknowledged this with a non-committal hum, though she remained vigilant. Lu Jinyao, trailing slightly behind, overheard the conversation and felt a flicker of surprise. It was no wonder they seemed bothersome. They were descendants of the allies of Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu. They would surely face retribution in due time. The two were led around the grand banquet hall and arrived at Casper's private tea chamber. "The young master requests that you ladies wait a moment. He shall be with you shortly." The butler cast a glance of apology towards them. "I do not wish to sit idly. I will take my sister for a stroll, and he may find us when he is ready," Lu Zhifu replied, her impatience evident. She was curious about the purpose of Casper's gathering and the guests he had invited. The estate's architecture was vastly different from that of the Lu family, and it would be a pleasant diversion for Lu Jinyao as well. "Very well," the butler conceded, hastily retreating to inform his master. Once he departed, Lu Jinyao strolled alongside Lu Zhifu, as if wandering through her own garden. "Sister, you seem quite familiar with this place. Have you visited here before?" "On a few occasions." "Thus, you must be quite acquainted with the young master of the Valerius family?" The way Lu Zhifu addressed him indicated a commanding presence. "I have heard that he is ruthless, decisive, and quite formidable." "Indeed. One could say I am more familiar with his father," Lu Zhifu replied coolly. "Ah?" Lu Jinyao exclaimed, astonished. "His father? Sister, your connections are quite impressive. As for him, he is tolerable, though a bit frivolous," Lu Zhifu remarked dismissively. "Ah?" Lu Jinyao was once again taken aback. "If I may say, the most notable trait of their family is their propensity to shift blame. I wonder which generation passed down such a tradition." "Ah?" Lu Jinyao's surprise reached new heights. "Well, every family has its own little-known quirks. I can understand that." "Shift blame?" After some contemplation, Lu Jinyao found it amusing, her expression morphing into one of intrigue. "What other gossip do you have, sister? Do share." Before they could delve further into their conversation, two estate servants approached them. "Miss Lu, our master requests your presence." Lu Jinyao wisely stepped back, recognizing the significance of the invitation. "Sister, you truly have a connection with the Valerius family as authority. There must be important matters to discuss. So I shall refrain from interrupting. Go ahead, I will wait for you outside," Lu Zhifu replied, then instructed the two servants. "Please take care of my sister and ensure she is not mistreated." "Miss Lu, you are too kind. It is our duty," they responded respectfully. Subsequently, Lu Zhifu was escorted to the master's study, while Lu Jinyao wandered nearby. Lu Zhifu was only gone for a little over 10 minutes. "Sister, have you finished your discussion already?" "That was rather swift," Lu Jinyao remarked, expecting a longer wait. "Yes, it was merely a formality. The specifics are to be handled by Casper." "So, you discussed matters regarding the Xinjia Group?" "Indeed." Lu Jinyao wore a knowing expression. It was no wonder her sister had spoken of suppressing them with force. Engaging with the foremost military family of K country would surely be a display of brute strength. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sympathy for the two siblings. Offending the Lu family was minor. Crossing Lu Zhifu, however, was akin to provoking an atomic bomb. "What are you thinking?" Lu Zhifu inquired, waving a hand in front of her sister's face. "Nothing, just reflecting on life," Lu Jinyao replied. "Let us head to the banquet hall. Perhaps we shall make some acquaintances and draw them into the Lu family as circle. Besides, Casper has yet to make an appearance. And I find this quite tedious." "As you wish," Lu Jinyao acquiesced. As they approached the entrance to the banquet hall, they were startled by a sudden explosion of fireworks. The entrance faced the tranquil Xinshin Lake, and instinctively, they turned to gaze upwards. The night sky erupted in a dazzling display. First, the lake illuminated with a ghostly blue glow, reminiscent of a massive whale exhaling beneath the surface. Then, Dozens of crimson beams shot forth, intertwining to form a colossal heart-shaped cage, within which a phoenix crafted from flames fluttered, scattering searing sparks with each beat of its wings. Not only did the two sisters witness this spectacle, but so did all those within the banquet hall. The hall's retractable glass dome had just opened, allowing everyone to gaze upon the breathtaking sight above. Not merely dazzling fireworks, but even a fleet of drones painting romantic heart-shaped images in the sky, heralding the commencement of a grand declaration of love, evoking gasps of astonishment from the audience. Accompanied by a crisp chime resonating from the white marble steps, dozens of impeccably dressed waiters emerged, bearing 999 roses before the onlookers. My goodness, what a romantic spectacle! Was this orchestrated by the young master specifically? It turns out the highlight of tonight's banquet unfolds here, and we are indeed treated to a feast for the eyes. Is this a proposal? I wonder which fortunate heiress is being honored. The crowd buzzed with lively speculation. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyao wore a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Sister, your friend certainly knows how to make an entrance, organizing a banquet for a confession. Surely the lady must be overwhelmed with emotion. Though, were it her, she would find it overly extravagant." However, being a spectator was a different matter. Lu Zhifu, on the other hand, maintained a stern demeanor, an aura of barely concealed resentment enveloping her. If this farce continued to distract her from her pursuits, she would ensure that he lived a solitary life. Lu Jinyao shrank back slightly, alarmed by her sister's fearsome countenance, relieved it was not directed at her. Poor young master, indeed. The breathtaking scene persisted for half a minute before an even more astonishing moment unfolded. Uplifting music filled the air, abruptly interspersed with Lu Zhifu's name. And then the waiters approached her, roses in hand. Lu Zhifu, Lu Jinyao. Surely not. Could it be as I feared? Oh no, a high-stakes situation, directly aimed at her sister. The next moment, the male protagonist of the banquet made a grand entrance from across the lake. Clad in a bespoke black suit, each step he took caused the embroidered patterns on the fabric to shimmer, transitioning from a subtle silver gray to a resplendent gold, as if enveloped in a flowing galaxy of stars. Was that the young Master Casper? Indeed, it was unmistakably him. Lu Jinyao's eyes widened in disbelief, arching her brows. This young master appeared quite different from the rumors. Though renowned, he seemed even more ostentatious and unreliable than Pei Jinwang. Lu Zhifu's gaze was icy, piercing through him like a dagger. Enough is enough, day in and day out. As Casper approached, his features became clearer. He resembled a nobleman stepping out of a classical oil painting, yet bore the cold demeanor characteristic of a modern arms dealer. His elongated gray-blue eyes, framed by thick lashes, were concealed behind a pair of platinum-framed glasses. The reflective lenses obscured the calculating glint in his pupils. Despite his aloof and proud posture, he wore a devil-may-care smile. "Xiao Fufu, do you like it?" Lu Jinyao gasped. "This is clearly directed at my sister." Lu Zhifu shot him a scornful glance, her voice laced with barely restrained frustration. "Is this all a ploy to torment me? What nonsense! This is a surprise I meticulously prepared for you." Before he could finish, Lu Zhifu delivered a swift slap atop his head. It was meant for his face, but he had tilted away just in time. Ah, missed. Casper adjusted his glasses, a smug grin spreading across his face. "I suggest you temper your temper. Must you always resort to violence upon seeing me? You brought this upon yourself." In the next moment, Lu Zhifu seized his ear and tugged downwards, delivering a sharp smack to the back of his head. "You lack principles." Casper, publicly embarrassed, felt a mix of anger and frustration. "Did you not see how splendidly I am dressed today? And yet you strike me." Lu Zhifu remained unfazed. "Do not be angry just yet. First, tidy up the mess you've made, and then we shall settle accounts." Casper, glancing at the astonished crowd, cleared his throat. This is unexpected, very unexpected. Clear the area, please." He quickly called for assistance to restore order. The banquet resumed, and everyone returned to their merriment. Lu Jinyao mused silently. This young master certainly knows how to adapt. Is this not a declaration of love? Yet, he has already succumbed to her sister's formidable presence? The glass dome closed, and those who had rushed to witness the spectacle returned their attention to discussions surrounding Lu Zhifu. Is the Lu Zhifu mentioned in that music the very woman we just saw? I have neither heard of her nor seen her. Could she be from a humble background? Did the young master orchestrate this entire affair for her? Is he serious? It appears to be a playful stunt, ending so abruptly. How unbecoming. Though too far to discern clearly. She must be a beauty, Otherwise, she wouldn't have captured the young master's attention. Not just attention, did you not see? She even laid hands on him. How utterly uncouth. And yet he indulges her. Enough of the chatter. She is about to enter. We'll simply ask her later. Casper was set to take the stage for the banquet and naturally extended invitations to Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao to join him. Sister, shall we go in? Yes. Let us see what he has in store. Was that entire display merely a diversion? Thus, his demeanor is all an act? Lu Jinyao felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped he was genuinely infatuated with her sister. If it were a facade, it would be rather dull. Do not underestimate him. He is quite adept at masquerades. Lu Zhifu observed Casper's retreating figure, her gaze profound. With that, Lu Jinyao grasped the situation. Casper did not leave Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao to their own devices for long. He courteously led them to a private meeting room behind the banquet hall, where guards stood watch. Finally willing to discuss serious matters, Lu Zhifu unceremoniously took the central seat. Discuss is perhaps too strong a word. Upon your command, I shall provide my utmost support. Very well, it is settled then. Is that so? You could at least indulge in a few more words before finalizing things. You still do not know the arrangements. Since you have already consented, it suffices to notify you when it is time to act. Why bother with further inquiries? Casper was momentarily speechless. I was merely being courteous. I have never been one for niceties. All right. You hold the reins. After all, I can never refuse your requests.
Can I?
Chapter 75, An Ancestor-Level Affair. Lu Jinyao's inquisitive gaze darted between the two. How intriguing. It seems without a doubt that he is smitten with my sister.
No.
She should feel a greater sense of urgency. This is her sister after all. Sister. So, is this the conclusion of your discussion? Should we not go outside? The commotion from the banquet hall is growing louder. The young master ought to intervene, no? Well, since he is disinclined to prolong the conversation,
Let us leave it at that.
Lu Zhifu coolly shifted the blame. Casper. So it is all my fault now? When did he ever express a desire to cease talking? Lu Zhifu had not granted him the opportunity, although he had indeed hesitated for a moment. Casper smirked slightly. Miss Yao Yao has a point. I shall attend to it immediately. Lu Zhifu rose, taking Lu Jinyao with her. I will have Zongming send you the specifics shortly. Just follow the instructions. Understood. Casper watched as the two departed, his posture straight as an unsheathed sword, his suit tailored to conceal any hint of his latent power. At some point, the butler had approached him. Young master, just now. When Miss Lu entered, two reckless individuals bumped into her. They seemed to be among those you intended to deal with. Casper's eyelids lifted slightly, and his deep, elegant voice resonated, each word falling like leaden weights to the ground. The pauses in his speech were more suffocating than the words themselves. Well then, let us resolve everything today while the opportunity presents itself. When he smiled, he resembled a scholar from Cambridge. When he lowered his gaze, he appeared as a saint from a cathedral. Yet, it was only when he removed his glasses to wipe them that the fleeting glimmer in his eyes revealed his true nature. He was a warlord who viewed power as a toy and human lives as mere pawns in his game. Sister, should we continue to join the fray? Lu Jinyao was aware that Lu Zhifu was not one to revel in such distractions. Perhaps something more intriguing awaited them. Let us go. A splendid performance should unfold shortly. Lu Zhifu, well aware of Casper's temperament, understood that he would not host such a tedious gathering without ulterior motives. Even the earlier extravagant display was merely a means to amuse her, knowing she would attend. Could it be the kind of performance I dread? Given the background of the Valerius family, Lu Jinyao couldn't help but contemplate the more gruesome possibilities. For those of weaker constitution, such spectacles were indeed unbearable. Perhaps, maybe, it might be. Sister, you're being dismissive. After all, I cannot be certain otherwise. Lu Zhifu cast a knowing glance at her. Why not let me take you back? And you can directly inquire what he intends? No, that would be too embarrassing. At that moment, both were feeling a slight hunger and decided to head to the banquet hall for some refreshments. The air buzzed with chatter, all speculating about Casper's recent actions and conjecturing Lu Zhifu's identity. Upon their entrance, someone tentatively called out to Lu Zhifu, "Is that Miss Lu?" Instantly, all eyes turned towards them, particularly those of the siblings who had encountered them at the entrance. It appeared they were indeed correct. I told you, there are no distinguished guests whose identities we are unaware of. It turns out she is a woman brought back by the young master. Since he takes a liking to her, her standing is of little consequence. They whispered among themselves, noting her somewhat shabby appearance, without even a formal gown. Is the young master truly invested in her? Upon hearing this, the crowd grasped the situation, though some still felt something amiss. One enthusiastic admirer interjected, "Wait, didn't you find it remarkable how Miss Lu struck the young master? He is the heir of the Valerius family. Have you ever seen a girl get that close to him?" Indeed, it was as if she were chastising a child, almost motherly. Lu Zhifu furrowed her brow, retorting no. It was more akin to a venerable ancestor. Her words left the gathering momentarily stunned. How audacious! This is indeed the territory of the Valerius family, and she dares to claim such superiority. Does she not fear expulsion? Yet, after a minute of silence, nothing transpired. The attention gradually shifted from Lu Zhifu to Lu Jinyao. Who is this young lady? I feel as though I have seen her before, right? I think so too, but I can't quite place it. Suddenly, a young lady exclaimed, I remember. I must have seen her in a magazine. She is the daughter of the Lu family from Z country. What? The daughter of the wealthiest family in Z country? That indeed carries significant weight. The gazes of the crowd shifted dramatically, particularly those of the siblings from the Ikyuan family. Their elders had dealings with the Lu family, albeit not with the direct lineage, and there were even clandestine schemes at play. Now, encountering her raises questions. What could have brought this Lu family heiress to K country, and how did she come to be associated with the young master? Had their elders received news of this? Should they discreetly inform them now? Lu Jinyao's expression shifted slightly. Had she known, she would have applied more makeup to avoid recognition. If Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu discovered this, it could jeopardize her sister's plans. Lu Zhifu took her hand and whispered reassuringly, Do not fret. Our presence here has already been exposed. Ah. So, the Lu family indeed had their eyes and ears everywhere. However, that was of little consequence. This revelation had merely confirmed their suspicions. Steward Zhou must have already apprehended anyone involved and initiated inquiries, awaiting their return to address the situation. Yet, she wondered if it might eventually lead back to her uncle. She hoped not. Lu Zhifu was unperturbed by the potential exposure of their whereabouts. She would ensure that her sister was well protected. Not to mention, whether Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu would take her seriously and act accordingly was another matter. Should they choose to send someone to eliminate her, she would handle them with ease, 1 by 1 or 2 by 2 either way. It would be a welcome development as long as it did not disrupt her sister's plans. Lu Jinyao let out a relieved breath, almost fearing she would hinder her sister's progress. She then surveyed the crowd, no longer concealing her aura, and boldly declared, Indeed, I am Lu Jinyao, the second daughter of the Lu family, and this is my sister, Lu Zhifu. We are, without a doubt, esteemed guests of the young master. As newcomers, it is only natural that you are unaware of our identities. I shall overlook the ungracious remarks made earlier, but should I hear any further disrespect, do not expect me to hold back. Her gaze lingered pointedly on the Ikyuan siblings, laden with implication. Chapter 76. The Weakness of Moral Integrity. What a remarkably impudent statement. Unfortunately, the crowd was too busy processing this information to refute her. Besides, there was little to contest. If they truly were the daughters of the Lu family from Z country, the dynamics would shift entirely. They might even find themselves catering to the Lu sisters as they did to the heir of the Valerius family. In fact, some had already begun to do so, surrounding them with eager chatter, both overt and covert, seeking to forge connections. Understanding her sister's aversion to such social maneuvering, Lu Jinyao adeptly intercepted all advances, demonstrating her proficiency in navigating the situation. Moreover, for her and the Lu family, this was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. This scene did not last long before Casper made his entrance. Clad in a striking suit, his demeanor had transformed dramatically from before. He now embodied the authoritative figure of a warlord's family. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Casper delved into the matter at hand. I trust you have all surmised that the purpose of this gathering extends beyond mere socializing. The crowd murmured, puzzled. How did they guess? Casper surveyed their innocent, yet bewildered expressions, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Tonight, I primarily intend to address some past grievances. Those uninvolved may merely bear witness. They exchanged glances, sensing an unusual undertone in his words. Grievances? Surely he meant old debts. Among them were several who had crossed paths with the Valerius family, albeit on varying scales. Was he preparing to settle scores? Could you elucidate further, young master? At this juncture, let us dispense with the riddles. A young nobleman spoke up. The young master seems to be seeking amusement at our expense. Even past grievances ought to be the concern of the previous generation. For those of our age, there are no profound enmities to bear. Our preoccupations are merely the trifles of indulgence and merriment. Another young master, who felt compelled to identify with the situation, spoke with a sardonic smile and a shadowed gaze. His name was Kale, also hailing from a military family, and given the rivalry between their families, numerous grudges had formed, including minor skirmishes between him and Casper. Yet, he was skeptical that Casper would resort to violence in such a setting. Typically, such matters were settled in private. After all, they belonged to esteemed families. Was there no regard for their dignity? Moreover, none of the prominent elders from the Valerius family were present. What authority could a mere young master wield? However, one cannot dismiss such matters lightly. Our family has always upheld the principle of avenging wrongs and grievances. When the opportunity arises to exploit an adversary's weakness, one must seize it without mercy. The lenses of Casper's glasses glinted under the spotlight, obscuring the emotions lurking within his eyes. The crowd seized upon the key point: leverage. Casper had secured leverage against the other party. An involuntary shiver ran through the attendees, each fearing that they might be the target. Some quick-witted individuals hastily relayed warnings to their elders, urging them to intervene. What are you truly planning? Each of us gathered here is not someone you can simply toy with. Do you intend to pit yourself against the prominent families alone? Kale instinctively attempted to redirect the focus onto the assembly. I have stated that those uninvolved may serve as witnesses and will, of course, remain unscathed. What? Did I strike a nerve, causing you to panic? Yet Kale was not the only one on edge. Just as others were about to speak, the entire banquet hall was encircled by the private militia of the Valerius family. A wave of unease swept through the crowd, realizing that Casper was indeed serious about his intentions. Meanwhile, Lu Zhifu calmly escorted Lu Jinyao to a prominent seat, leisurely enjoying refreshments as they watched the unfolding drama. Sister, doesn't our presence here seem rather out of place? We have entered such a venue. A slight lapse in moral judgment is inconsequential. Lu Zhifu appeared unperturbed by the chaos. Were she in Casper's position, she would undoubtedly have acted with even greater fervor. Casper, ever attentive to their presence, instructed two attendants. You two, stand guard by the Lu sisters, serve them whatever they desire, lest they tire themselves with the effort. Lu Zhifu's lips twitched slightly, revealing her resilience. Other guests, witnessing Casper's preferential treatment, were infuriated. Young master, we are all your guests tonight. Why should they be so leisurely while we tremble in anxiety? We can scarcely find a moment's peace. Such blatant double standards were unprecedented. Did I ever say you were not allowed to sit? Casper replied casually, making his way to the stage and activating the large screen. One man choked on his words. You've surrounded the banquet hall. How can we remain seated? Previously, they had heard rumors of the Valerius family's unconventional methods and disregard for reason. Now, they were witnessing it firsthand. Truly outrageous. That's an excellent question, however. You might want to inquire with young Master Kale why this is happening. Kale's heart sank at being unexpectedly called out, but he defiantly retorted. What does this have to do with me? Your brother has been missing for over 10 minutes. Did you not notice? Casper had already pulled up surveillance footage from within the estate, displaying it for all to see. Although the images were dim due to the hour, the figure of Kale's brother, Kaichi, was unmistakable. He deftly avoided the estate staff and patrols, stealthily navigating sensitive areas, even managing to pry open a door to a secure archive. As the video reached this point, Casper paused it, maintaining his enigmatic smile. Young Master Kale, care to elucidate? Kale's complexion drained of color. This fool had been given the estate's layout to evade detection, yet here he was, caught red-handed by Casper. It remained uncertain whether he had successfully obtained anything or escaped. The family held high hopes for Kaichi. He had undergone specialized training and excelled in stealth and evasion. One could only hope he had not fallen into Casper's clutches. Well, young Master Kale has no comment? No matter. We shall summon young Master Kaichi to provide his own testimony. Casper clapped his hands, and promptly, Kaichi was brought in, bound and gagged. Upon seeing him, Kale nearly fainted from shock. He had indeed been captured. Speak. What were you scheming while clandestinely infiltrating our estate? Kaichi met his brother's gaze, imbued with warnings and threats, swallowed hard, and then turned his eyes toward the stage. Upon making eye contact with Lu Zhifu, he realized precisely what he needed to say. Chapter 77. The Accusation. Kaichi's gaze fixated on Lu Zhifu. Of course, I noticed that beautiful young lady wandering nearby. When I saw her enter, I thought to approach her for conversation. What is wrong with that? Didn't he realize it was your family as stronghold? I saw her, an outsider, being allowed entry, and assumed it was merely a place of entertainment. I did nothing wrong. Why am I being apprehended? His reasoning was disarmingly logical, while stealthily moving through the shadows. He had indeed witnessed Lu Zhifu being welcomed inside, which had struck him as peculiar. Although he was uncertain of the reasons, shifting the focus away from himself was a prudent strategy. Hearing his response, Kale felt a measure of relief, albeit shocked that the Valerius family's secure locations could be accessed by Lu Zhifu. The crowd's attention shifted between Lu Zhifu and Casper, seemingly seeking an explanation. Indeed, Casper had asserted that the estate was a place of great importance. Why should an outsider like Lu Zhifu be permitted entrance, even if the young master favored her? He could not afford to jeopardize family matters, especially in front of his elders. She is different from you. She was graciously invited, whereas you crept in like a thief. Casper retorted dismissively. As for the reason, she was personally invited by my father. He wished to meet his future daughter-in-law. Before he could finish, a teacup lid whizzed past him, narrowly missing his head. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, avoiding the projectile. The sound of the lid shattering on the ground resonated loudly, silencing the assembly. Turning to face Lu Zhifu, Casper caught sight of her menacing glare. Speak carelessly again, and I'll tear your tongue out. Clearly, he had not faced a reprimand in quite some time, daring to tarnish her reputation in public. Casper composed himself, offering her a slight bow in apology. I shall refrain from discussing such matters in front of everyone in the future, Lu Zhifu observed with a smirk, while Lu Jinyao, beside her, relished the spectacle. Marveling at her sister's prowess, one look, and the young master was subdued. The other guests were equally astonished. The head of the Valerius family had personally sought to meet her. She had the audacity to confront Casper in such a setting, and he, remarkably, showed no sign of anger? No. How could humans possibly exhibit such double standards? Perhaps we should observe how this young master deals with them. Cage never anticipated the reason would be this. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at Casper. If that is the case, I shall apologize to you and this young lady, but what gives you the right to treat me like a criminal in front of everyone? Kale stepped forward. Indeed, is this young master declaring war on our family? Casper lowered his gaze and smiled slightly, and he indeed harbored such intentions. The two were momentarily speechless. What transpired today cannot simply be resolved with an apology. Our family's secrets have been stolen, and someone must take responsibility for this. As he uttered these words, Casper's expression turned suddenly cold, and the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. What? Secrets stolen? The crowd exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. They had certainly drawn the short straw tonight. Even though most among them were innocent, given the Valerius family's typical style, it was likely they could be implicated as well. Furthermore, who could have committed such an act? The brothers Kale and Cage? The gazes directed at them were filled with hostility, revealing their audacity in attempting to obtain intelligence at tonight's banquet. It was one thing to bring trouble upon themselves, but they must not drag others into it. Kale and Cage, under scrutiny, felt bewildered, a mix of anger and grievance swelling within them, utterly at a loss for how to defend themselves. They had indeed intended to steal, but they had not succeeded. Cage had barely made it inside before being caught, having not even glimpsed a fragment of information. How could they be the culprits? It was an unjust burden to bear. Could it be that there were others involved, yet only they were unfortunate enough to be apprehended? The thought of such a possibility made the brothers feel as though they had swallowed a fly. It wasn't Timmy. If you have the ability, release the latter part of the surveillance footage. I did nothing. I was caught the moment I entered. Cage attempted to argue for himself. You are aware that your accomplices have destroyed the latter part of the footage through unknown means, and you are deliberately saying this, aren't you? Casper's retort silenced him. It was a reasonable deduction. What? You are fabricating facts and resorting to sophistry. While it was true they had compromised the surveillance, they had not anticipated that numerous hidden cameras would be capturing everything. Even if they had indeed tampered with the latter part, why not black out the entire footage and avoid getting caught in the first place? Very well, if you are innocent and have nothing to hide. You should not fear cooperating with the investigation, should you? After speaking, he nonchalantly raised his hand, and immediately, individuals advanced to take Cage away. Oh, and his accomplice, young Master Kale. Kale was unable to utter a single word. You have no right to detain us. At the very least, we should wait for my family's elders to join the investigation for fairness. Primarily, he had not yet informed his elders. He could not simply be held here without reason. But Casper was utterly disinterested in his protests. The crowd maintained a conspicuous silence, Was this how it would end? Yet, with such grave suspicions against Cage, it was only reasonable to temporarily detain him for questioning. They were terrified, fearing they would all be implicated. Lu Jinyao leaned closer to Lu Zhifu and whispered, "Sister, is that surveillance footage truly missing or merely a ruse?" "Of course it's a ruse. Otherwise, how could they shift the blame?" Cage's movements on the footage were precise and deliberate, evading all visible surveillance and patrolling personnel. Perhaps Casper had deliberately leaked his family's layout, waiting for them to take the bait. So, the matter of the family's secrets being stolen is also a fabrication? If it were true, he would not be so calm now. TSK. Lu Jinyao sighed. They certainly know how to play the game, even without shifting blame. They manage to pin unfounded accusations on others. Take notes. You may need this in the future.
All right.
Sister, you're quite wicked, teaching me such morally questionable tactics. I am, after all, a well-rounded young lady. Young master, since the matter has been clarified, can we leave now? Some were already eager to depart. Had they known such chaos would ensue tonight, they would never have come. How come I am unaware that the matter has been clarified? The crowd pondered. What did that mean? Our family's secrets have been stolen, and everyone present is a suspect. It is merely a matter of degree. So I ask everyone to cooperate with the investigation. Casper spoke leisurely. Upon his words, private armed guards burst in from outside, taking control of everyone present, with the exception of Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao. Casper, how dare you? Some protested defiantly. Do not panic. You are merely guests here for a couple of days. During this time, I will ensure your safety. Once the investigation is complete, you may leave. I am not one to force confessions through coercion. Am I not? The crowd muttered. What nonsense is this? Who does not know that your family has the worst temper in all of K country? You would not hesitate to act. However, it was quite rare for Casper to engage in such extensive dialogue with them tonight. Meanwhile, they inwardly cursed whoever was unfortunate enough to have chosen this moment to steal from the Valerius family, inadvertently dragging them into the fray. Those without guilt remained relatively calm, merely awaiting their families to come to their rescue. However, those who harbored guilt or had offended Casper were far from composed. A few who refused to cooperate directly rebelled, injuring several guards in the process. Do not touch me. You have no grounds to detain anyone. They did not even require Casper to issue commands. Others brandished their weapons, violently retaliating against the few who resisted, turning the scene chaotic and bloody. Lu Jinyao could not help but be astonished. This young master was indeed bold. These were all scions of affluent families, each possessing a degree of family background, and he dared to treat them thus, attacking a group without holding back. Truly ruthless. He was indeed a formidable figure. Even the Lu family, when in the right, would not dare to offend so many at once. Casper approached Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao, thoughtfully shielding their view with his body. It's quite noisy here, ladies. Shall we find a quieter place to sit? Lu Zhifu nodded. It was indeed quite loud. They had nearly finished watching this spectacle. Then the three relocated to a more serene setting to continue their conversation. Lu Jinyao could not help but inquire, "Young Master Casper, what do you intend to do with these individuals? Detain them for 2 to 3 days, and then release them."
Ah,
just like that? What is your true intention behind today's spectacle? Of course, during the period of their resistance, if a few are inadvertently harmed or worse, it would be an uncontrollable factor. What do you think, Miss Jinyao? Lu Jinyao nodded, realizing he intended to settle personal scores, taking advantage of the current situation. While they temporarily held the moral high ground amidst the chaos, it would be quite satisfying to eliminate a couple of rivals. However, since the incident occurred within his family, how would he explain this to the other clans? Once he decided to eliminate individuals, he must be prepared to sever ties with the opposing family completely. That is indeed the case. Lu Jinyao indeed harbored a certain envy for the style of the Valerius family, who possessed private soldiers and acted with impunity, undertaking actions without regard for consequences. In contrast, the Lu family, despite their formidable strength, had to navigate numerous considerations. As Casper observed Lu Jinyao's contemplative demeanor, he adjusted his glasses, a flicker of brilliance appearing in his eyes. In truth, all my actions are for Zhifu. Before he could finish his thought, he received a light reprimand from Lu Zhifu. Correct your wording. All right, Miss Lu. Is that satisfactory? Sister? Why do you say that? Lu Jinyao was filled with curiosity. It is because your sister has tasked me with a job, and I thought, since her esteemed self has spoken, I must certainly execute it splendidly. And how does that relate to tonight's affairs? Lu Jinyao had already begun to surmise a hint of the truth, though she found it hard to believe. Casper smirked slightly. The young masters and Mrs. I have detained all belong to families with real power, and they are somewhat entangled with certain forces, or they are outright enemies of our family. To prevent these families from sabotaging my endeavors. Oh no, from hindering your sister's plans? I shall hold their precious offspring for a couple of days. Once we have concluded our business, I will return them, and let's see if they dare to act recklessly. Lu Jinyao gasped, what a nefarious scheme. Yet it is executed with such finesse. Those families, wary of the Valerius family's strength, would hesitate to confront them directly. With their children now in the hands of Casper, they would surely tread carefully. As for revenge, that was a matter for another day. However, if too many offended parties united against you afterward, what then? Casper's gaze shifted to Lu Zhifu. I am merely executing my duties for my esteemed aunt. She will surely protect me. With just a few words from her, the Dark Phoenix will ensure everything is settled. Lu Jinyao understood. Her sister was indeed formidable. Even Casper had to rely on her. It was imperative that she maintained her hold, lest someone else seize the opportunity. Not long after, a report on casualties arrived. Young Master, brothers Kaichi and Kale have been executed outside. The two young masters from Aki Yuan are severely injured and unconscious. Should we dispatch a doctor for their treatment? Let us discuss that later. Can't you see I am entertaining esteemed guests? Understood, young master. The messenger hurriedly departed. Lu Jinyao listened with trepidation. Kaichi and Kale. They've been killed? Surely, they could have been interrogated first. Although this was entirely a frame-up with no need for an actual trial, the execution was undeniably ruthless and decisive. Truly, the reputation was well-deserved. She was astonished to find he had also taken the opportunity to discipline the Aki Yuan siblings. No. It felt as though they had been utterly incapacitated. Throughout this entire period, her sister had likely not mentioned a word to him. And yet he had proactively dealt with them. Quite impressive. Once Lu Jinyao processed her shock, she turned to the composed Lu Zhifu, as if she had already anticipated such an outcome. Well, it seemed she had been overly startled, having not been exposed to such realities before. She resolved to emulate her sister's steadiness in the future. Zhifu, do you want me to suppress the news of your and Jinyao's appearance today? No need. It's fine for them to know. Let us see who dares to make a move against her. Alright, there's one more thing. Casper gazed earnestly at Lu Zhifu. What did my father discuss with you?
Do share.
Lu Zhifu cast him a knowing glance, a playful smile gracing her lips. He mentioned arranging a few matchmaking meetings for you in a few days. Casper's expression instantly soured, his demeanor turning cold and serious. That is unnecessary. Though he was aware this might be a jest from Lu Zhifu, he knew full well that if she brought it up to his father, he would indeed entertain such a ridiculous notion. You are no longer a child. What is meant to come will come. Avoidance is futile, Lu Zhifu insisted, determined not to let him off the hook. No, dear aunt, have mercy, and let me enjoy 2 more years of peace. Casper genuinely feared she might be serious, hastily concocting an excuse to make his escape. I shall go check if Kaichi and Kale's bodies have cooled. Chapter 79. What is this performance? Just before Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao prepared to depart, Casper presented them with a small gift, a pair of movie tickets. Lu Zhifu offered no further comment, accepting them and leaving with her companion. However, Lu Jinyao scrutinized the tickets along the way, fretting over their worth. Sister, let it go. It's best not to consider this fellow any further. He's far too stingy. He only gifted us these worthless tickets. I've never even heard of the film. The screening is tomorrow morning at 9. Such a miser. Lu Zhifu found it both amusing and exasperating. What are you considering? Nothing, she replied, avoiding eye contact, relieved that her sister had not intended anything. Lu Zhifu, observing the tickets almost crumpled in Lu Jinyao's grip, resignedly took them from her. This ISNTA gift. It's an opportunity he has procured for us. What opportunity? Lu Jinyao felt her wits slipping away in Lu Zhifu's presence. You'll find out tomorrow, Lu Zhifu teased. You both are isolating me, she quipped, though her focus soon returned to her phone, where a message from Zhou Shikuan awaited her. After a night of rest, the two indeed attended the film. The audience was pitifully sparse, with 2/3 of the seats empty. They settled in prime positions at the center. For the first hour, all remained tranquil. Lu Jinyao, feeling drowsy, fought to stay alert, aware that today's film might hold deeper significance. Before long, they sensed someone taking a seat behind them. Yet they hadn't noticed anyone enter through the front, and why would someone arrive at this time? Lu Jinyao felt an urge to glance back, but seeing Lu Zhifu's calm demeanor, she stifled her impulse. Just as she pondered this, an elderly male voice suddenly broke the silence. How do you find the film? Lu Jinyao froze, her blood running cold. She was all too familiar with the voice. It belonged to her great-uncle, Lu Baishan. What on earth were they doing here? How could they possibly know their whereabouts? Recalling her sister's words from yesterday, could this be the opportunity Casper had arranged for them? Quite dreadful, Lu Jinyao mused, still lost in her thoughts. Yet, Lu Zhifu had already responded, "Ha ha, I share your sentiment." Lu Baishan chuckled softly, surprised that his two grandnieces maintained such composure upon hearing his voice. You see, the female lead, in pursuit of so-called love, recklessly elopes and ultimately meets her demise in a foreign land. Is that not foolish? He appeared engrossed in the film's narrative. Lu Zhifu eagerly engaged in his commentary. But she was murdered, wasn't she? She fled from an arranged marriage, bringing shame to her family. Was it not to be expected that they would send someone to retrieve her? Yet her father merely wished to bring her back, while others acted treacherously, resorting to murder. Such was her fate. Is there need to disguise it as an unfortunate accident afterward? Lu Zhifu inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Oh, how do you know? Lu Baishan asked with keen interest. I wonder which fool conceived this plot, Lu Zhifu remarked. Upon her utterance, Lu Baishan fell into a sudden silence, while Lu Jinyao couldn't help but laugh heartily. After a long pause, Lu Baishan resumed, it's of no consequence. Once you experience it firsthand, you'll realize that the design of the plot is, in fact, remarkably logical. As his words lingered, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, and the film abruptly halted. The audience, who had been quietly engrossed in the movie, now stood, revealing weapons and moving in an orderly fashion towards the exits. Sister, Lu Jinyao called out, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Are all these people Lu Baishan's associates? Instinctively, she turned, only to find not Lu Baishan's countenance, but rather a middle-aged man akin to the audience, clutching a black box, an apparatus through which Lu Baishan seemed to communicate with them remotely. That cunning old fox dared not show his face. Lu Jinyao even contemplated that if he were behind them, she might just eliminate him first. Yet, the opponent remained concealed. Do not fret, remain seated. These individuals are not our immediate targets, Lu Zhifu observed, scanning the movements of the audience. Noting they were heading towards the front and back exits, their gazes not lingering upon them. What act is this? She pondered, curiosity piqued. Could this cinema possibly belong to the Xianzhou group? If they can freely orchestrate an influx of individuals, are we truly safe just sitting here? Lu Jinyao recalled Lu Baishan's last words, a flicker of concern crossing her mind. Since Casper dares to directly hand us the tickets, he must have made thorough arrangements. Lu Zhifu had a measure of faith in his capabilities. Indeed, Lu Jinyao nodded obediently. Once again swept along, with nothing for me to worry about. Just as they finished their conversation, a cacophony of fierce combat erupted from the entrance. Sister, what is happening now? Lu Jinyao asked, bewildered. It appears another faction has come seeking revenge. Yet, judging by their earlier reactions, they must have anticipated this encounter? Indeed. It is likely that Lu Baishan deliberately lured them here, intending to use their blades against us. Should we venture out to investigate? Her curiosity about the identity of the assailants was palpable. Let's wait until they have engaged sufficiently. Perhaps we might seize an opportunity amidst the chaos. In the upper echelons of the Xianzhou group, Lu Baishan and Lin Jinyu monitored the cinema's activity in real time. Everything unfolded according to their anticipated scheme. The two factions were now clashing, yet the principals had yet to make an appearance. They had intentionally disseminated the news of Lu Baishan's presence in the cinema, enticing others to come for an assassination, only to find that the adversary had merely dispatched subordinates without showing their own face, more cautious than Lu Baishan himself. No matter. As long as my two nieces perish, the blame will inevitably fall upon them, and the first targets for the Lu family to retaliate against will not be us. Lin Jinyu fixated on the surveillance footage, feeling an unsettling disquiet. Do you not find it rather strange that they remain so calm? The battle outside rages fiercely. Yet they do not even consider peeking. Could it be a ruse? And if it is a ruse, as long as they stay within the cinema, their demise is assured. We have already planted explosives. Once detonated, even the opposing faction cannot escape. That is true, but should we not instruct our men to withdraw before the detonation? Losing many of Lin Jinyu's people would indeed be a lamentable loss. To spare the child is to catch not the wolf, If they withdraw, the enemy will pursue relentlessly, significantly increasing the chance of escape. Chapter 80. Nothing occurs. Lin Zhanyu sighed, yet his gaze hardened within seconds. It is nearly time. Is it not? Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao remain seated inside, oblivious to the grim fate that awaits them. In his hand, Lu Baishan clutched the detonator, his expression grave as he nodded and decisively pressed the button. Both their gazes fixated on the surveillance feed, tension mounting within them. Is the end of their lives upon us? Even if it costs us some of our assets and manpower, it is worth it. Yet after a mere few seconds, nothing transpired. Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao remained undisturbed, while the combat outside continued unabated. A sense of foreboding surged within them. Lin Zhanyu abruptly rose, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Lu Baishan pressed the button again with urgency, yet still, nothing occurred. How can this be? What has gone awry? Such a prime opportunity. And we have squandered it? Everything had been meticulously arranged. How could it falter at such a crucial moment? They quickly summoned their trusted subordinates to dispatch individuals for an inspection. Meanwhile, the two paced anxiously. Yet, in the next instant, a phone call interrupted. The leader of the faction they had lured and intended to frame had made their entrance. Lu Baishan furrowed his brow. Why must this happen at this very moment? Lin Zhanyu pressed, is it one or two? One, Tang Yuhua. That poses little threat, since the explosives have failed. We may as well send our people to retaliate and eliminate the two sisters of the Lu family. Agreed. The two quickly commanded all personnel in the cinema to abandon their skirmish and instead return to eliminate Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao. Lu Zhifu, too, sensed the disturbance in the footsteps. Yao Yao, be cautious. They are returning to attack. Upon finishing her warning, she swiftly threw a blade, piercing the hidden camera. The screen went dark, startling both Lu Baishan and Lin Zhanyu. It was indeed Lu Zhifu's sudden action that took them by surprise. How could she be so perceptive? Not only does she carry hidden weapons, but her accuracy is astonishing. Lin Zhanyu marveled. After decades of training, he recognized the caliber of Lu Zhifu's skills. We have indeed underestimated her. She is far more formidable than that girl, Lu Jinyao. Lu Baishan's expression darkened. His previous suspicions had now been confirmed. However, even if Lu Zhifu was a trained fighter, their numbers should make killing her manageable. Let us hope no further complications arise. The two could not monitor the cinema's activity in real time, anxiously awaiting news from their subordinates. We cannot remain passive. Summon an immediate meeting. You go inform our allies to ensure their attendance, Lu Baishan resolved decisively. Understood. Receiving Lu Zhifu's cue, Lu Jinyao quickly sought a secure corner to hide. She watched intently as her sister fought valiantly. The first wave of attackers comprised only a handful of individuals. Perhaps they underestimated Lu Zhifu. Their stance in combat relaxed, leading them to meet their demise with eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. The subsequent group of a dozen or so was markedly more vigilant, yet they too could not withstand her onslaught for long. Within 2 to 3 minutes, a multitude of bodies lay strewn across the ground. Shortly thereafter, few individuals attempted to breach the entrance, for the external gunfire had intensified dramatically, with machine guns roaring. Before they could even cross the threshold, they fell to the ground, their bodies accumulating in heaps. It wasn't too long before an eerie silence enveloped the area. Then, a strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman stepped over the corpses and appeared at the doorway. At first glance, she spotted Lu Zhifu, and her weapon was immediately raised to aim at her. Where is Lu Baishan? The tone was sharp, laced with a palpable threat. Before Lu Zhifu could respond, Lu Jinyao, startled, quickly rose to her feet and waved toward the woman at the door, Madame Tang. She had been pondering who was also targeting those two old wretches. It turned out to be a member of their own family. Miss Tang Yuehua, upon seeing Lu Jinyao, was taken aback and recalling the previous news about the Lu family. She quickly corrected herself. Oh no, I mean second miss. How did you end up here? It's a long story, Lu Jinyao replied, standing beside Lu Zhifu, urging Tang Yuehua. Madame Tang, please lower your weapon. This is my sister Lu Zhifu, the true eldest daughter of the Lu family. She then explained to Lu Zhifu, sister. This is Madame Tang Yuehua, one of the esteemed members of the Lu family's elder council. In the Lu family, she was generally referred to as Madame Tang. Recognized as the intelligence queen of the family, she was a former agent of Z country, saved in her youth by Lu Qinjun and Xin Qinglan, which led to her loyalty to the Lu family. However, her relationship with Zhou Shikuan had always been strained. as they each controlled different branches of the family's clandestine operations. Lu Jinyao feared that Madame Tang might inadvertently direct her weapon at her sister, leading to a grave misunderstanding. Tang Yuehua, startled by the revelation, instantly lowered her firearm.
Yet,
She was still puzzled as to why both the eldest and second daughters were present. Shouldn't it have been Lu Baishan who appeared? As she surveyed the field of corpses, realization dawned on her. They had all been ensnared in a scheme. Thankfully, the two young ladies were unharmed. However, who was responsible for the carnage on the ground? Apologies, miss. I was unaware of the situation and acted rashly, Tang Yuehua said as she cautiously approached them, her previously imposing aura considerably subdued. I can understand that, Lu Zhifu replied, unconcerned. It was only natural for her to behave as such. She had known that her parents had dispatched individuals to confront the Shinjo group, yet she hadn't paid much attention, assuming that the remaining members of the Elder Council had also intervened. Thus, it became evident that Lu Baishan's machinations had been laid bare. He had first lured the two of them here, and then utilized Tang Yuehua to create a commotion, ultimately orchestrating an incident that would cast suspicion upon her. Regardless of her intentions, she would bear the burden of responsibility, and her parents might even suspect her of treachery. However, what Lu Baishan had underestimated was her connection to Casper. Wasn't it entirely reasonable for the young master of the prestigious Valerius family to have some influence within other factions in K country? Moreover, she had discreetly taken measures that thwarted his plans. Following this failed stratagem, he would likely find no further opportunities. Eldest miss, second miss. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Shall we step outside? Thus, the three departed without delay. Outside, Tang Yuehua's subordinates swiftly surrounded her upon her emergence. Let us retreat. Those two may still possess hidden trump cards. Chapter 81. There is more than one trump card. After their withdrawal, they found a secure location to rest momentarily, primarily to exchange information. Lu Zhifu succinctly recounted the events of the day to Tang Yuehua, omitting any mention of her association with Casper. Even though she glossed over the details of her own lethal actions, Tang Yuehua was still taken aback. Her gaze towards Lu Zhifu transformed entirely. Tang Yuehua had never underestimated any woman. Yet the eldest miss was so young. Was it possible she had not been aided in any way? Such a statement would be hard for anyone to believe. However, she had witnessed Lu Baishan's group retreat, and by the time she caught up, only Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao remained within the cinema. It seemed there was no other explanation. Finally, she could only exclaim, no wonder the proud second miss is so willing to follow in your footsteps. The Lu family's genes are truly formidable. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but ponder why the gentleman and lady had sent both the eldest and second daughters. Was it a lack of trust in their abilities? Or a dissatisfaction with their efficacy? Otherwise, they would have surely informed them in advance for coordination. Today's encounter had been rather awkward. Meanwhile, Lu Zhifu had also learned from Qingzhu that someone had preempted their actions against the Shinjo group, namely, the remaining members of the Lu family's Elder Council. For instance, Tang Yuehua, who had brought along individuals she had personally trained, had kept them hidden, ready to obey her commands and serve the Lu family. Their ostensible identities merely that of group employees. Upon receiving orders to come to K country, she had been secretly preparing for quite some time, only deciding to take action once she felt assured of success. In fact, she had arrived in K country on the same day as Lu Zhifu and Lu Jinyao. However, she had narrowly avoided falling into Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu's trap. Eldest miss, second miss, the other two are also in K country, but they are monitoring the situation from different locations. Would you like to meet them? Lu Zhifu shook her head. No need. If possible, let them withdraw. My presence here is sufficient, and I have already arranged a scapegoat to divert attention from the Lu family. Tang Yuehua hesitated. She felt the eldest miss was perhaps a bit overly confident, yet seeing the second miss's trusting expression, she ultimately refrained from questioning. Then I shall inform them shortly, and seek guidance from the gentleman and lady. Such a significant matter, I dare not act unilaterally. Indeed, I should be able to remain.
right?
After all, I have already acted against them once. They might trace it back to me. Deep down, Tang Yuehua was reluctant to depart, having planned for so long. She wished to claim some credit for the impending victory over Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu. However, she did not reveal her ambitions in front of the two young ladies, merely sharing her subsequent arrangements. Another concern lingered. Both young ladies were still quite inexperienced. Perhaps they were viewing the situation too simplistically. Her presence could provide an additional layer of protection. All right, proceed with your original plan. Take her to exact vengeance on those two old men. Allow her to vent her frustrations, and I shall handle the rest. Lu Zhifu deemed this feasible. Moreover, Lu Jinyao and Tang Yuehua should possess a degree of synergy and could coordinate effectively. Her own task was to force those two into a corner. Lu Jinyao leaned closer to Lu Zhifu. Sister, you're so wonderful, leaving the opportunity for me to take action myself. Initially, she had thought her sister was merely bringing her along for the excitement, but she was pleasantly surprised that Lu Zhifu was so considerate of her feelings, allowing her to deliver the final blow. Fool, I already said I came to help you seek revenge. How could I let you feel excluded? Lu Zhifu pinched her cheek. Lu Jinyao, feeling even happier now. After Tang Yuehua departed, Lu Jinyao finally spoke. Sister, Madame Tang seems quite concerned that we might botch things up. Such concern is entirely reasonable. Why didn't you inform her that we have young Master Casper as our ally? Because I do not trust her. Ultimately, she is still an outsider. To put it plainly, aside from myself, there is no one I trust completely. So, does that mean you trust me particularly well? Seeing as you've revealed many of your secrets to me? Lu Jinyao entwined her arm with hers, playfully asking, really not?
Huh.
So you actually don't believe me? Aren't you afraid I might expose your secrets or something? Deep down, Lu Jinyao understood that, after all, she was merely an outsider. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Lu Zhifu to harbor distrust towards her. Yet, throughout their time spent together, Lu Zhifu had seemingly treated her well, with no reservations at all. Presently, among the entire Lu family, she alone was privy to the most secrets of her sister. Was her sister genuinely unconcerned about her betraying that trust? Who told you that I possess only the Dark Phoenix as my trump card? Lu Zhifu smirked slightly and calmly uttered these words, implying that with numerous trump cards at her disposal, the exposure of one or two mattered little. Lu Jinyao pondered. What had she just heard? Such a bold declaration. It felt as though it had shattered her very soul. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words to counter it. Judging solely from her sister's interaction with young Master Casper the previous night, it was evident that her sister had maintained the upper hand. It was unnecessary to speculate further, for such connections were undoubtedly abundant. Thus, her assertion of possessing multiple trump cards became entirely comprehensible. No wonder Lu Zhifu seemed unconcerned about the potential exposure of her identity. Apart from causing a few inconveniences, it appeared to pose no real threat. Wu sister, you are my goddess. At this moment, she truly felt devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Clinging tightly to the powerful figure was now her foremost concern. Then let us act swiftly. If we eliminate the new mainland group, we can return home to enjoy our fortune. All right, we strike at dawn. After the cinema plan fell through, Lu Baishan and Lin Zhenyu convened an emergency meeting, primarily hoping to enlist the assistance of their partners. The roundtable consisted of 5 individuals. Excluding the 2 of them, the remaining 3 were executives from overseas consortiums. Observing the somewhat inexperienced trio across the table, Lu Baishan's expression was as cold as ice, while Lin Zhenyu felt an urge to explode on the spot. The highest echelons of these financial groups, the power holders behind the families, were supposed to be present. They had assuredly promised not only to provide adequate manpower, but also to attend in person. Yet, in the end, they merely sent a proxy to placate them. What was supposed to be 100 elite operatives had dwindled to a mere 30 or 40 usable personnel. If they were unwilling to participate, they should have expressed their desire to withdraw sooner. Leaving them in the lurch like this was detrimental to their subsequent plans. Each of them was a seasoned fox, averse to taking any risks. Under normal circumstances, they would have walked away from the negotiations. Yet, at such a critical juncture, they had no time to dwell on grievances. Any reckoning would have to wait until after the matter was resolved.